I stood at the funeral in the cemetery, dressed in black mourning clothes, my face expressionless as I stared at the two coffins before me. The irony was, the ones lying inside were, in name only, my parents. Although they had given birth to this body, I felt nothing for them. I was a transmigrator, a soul from another world, with no memories of ever living with these people. A middle-aged man next to me, his face etched with grief, turned and asked, "Kino, would you like to say a few words? Your parents are about to be laid to rest." He called my name, but I only shook my head calmly, offering no reply. I truly had nothing to say. Silence felt more fitting in this moment. That's right, my name is Kino. I'm 18, and I'm a transmigrator. The day I arrived in this world, my parents died, leaving me a vast inheritance. By all accounts, this should have marked the beginning of a life blessed with extraordinary luck. But the bad news is, this world is Marvel. There's some good news, though. I have a cheat, an ability that lets me travel to other worlds. Yet things get even worse. My next destination is DC. Neither place is remotely safe. Threats of world-ending disasters and human extinction loom at every turn. And to make matters worse, I have no idea whether these two worlds are even the main universes. Marvel and DC each have endless parallel worlds, and whatever foreknowledge I possess barely helps. I only know scattered tidbits. That thought made a trace of despair flicker across my face. The middle-aged man noticed my expression, and his heart ached even more. He thought, not only had his friends died, but their only child had suffered such a shock, perhaps even lost his memory. If not for sheer luck, I might have ended up in a coma. After the funeral, George called out to me, "Kino, you might not remember, but I'm your Uncle George, your parents' old friend. You're welcome to stay at our house." I replied, "Uncle George, I'd like to be alone for a while." He caught the guarded look in my eyes and handed me a business card. "If you run into any trouble, give me a call. I still have some connections in New York." Only after he left did I finally let down my guard. It seemed he wasn't one of those relatives eyeing the inheritance. I glanced down at the business card. It read George Stacy with his contact information. Even more interesting, it also bore the name Gwen Stacy. Wasn't she Spider-Man's girlfriend? Maybe this world's Spider-Man had something to do with her. I tucked the card away and walked toward the luxury car parked nearby. A burly butler stood by the car, his face stern as he asked, "Young master, where to next?" "Back to the manor, Butler Castle." Half an hour later, I arrived at the manor. It was a sight unlike anything I'd ever seen in my previous life, like something straight out of a novel. After a simple lunch, I went straight to the study and turned on the computer. Fortunately, this body came equipped with language skills. Otherwise, I'd have to start learning all over again. I searched for Tony Stark online, and in an instant, the page was flooded with information, taking several seconds to finally load. The latest headline announced Tony Stark's disappearance, causing Stark Industries' stock to plummet. I let out a sigh and muttered to myself, is this the beginning of the age of superhumans? In the Marvel Universe, Iron Man is undoubtedly the most captivating figure. Before his emergence, everyone with superpowers chose to stay hidden. But the moment he stepped into the spotlight, extraordinary individuals began surfacing all around the world. I'm mulled over my situation. I need to find a way to boost my survival skills. If I can't even make it past Thanos, that would be more than a little embarrassing. As I sifted through the information, I kept pondering what special abilities ordinary people could acquire in the Marvel world. As for DC, I'd set that aside for now. Metropolis might be relatively safe, but if I landed in Gotham, survival would be a nightmare. Besides, I wasn't even sure if my cheat code had a cooldown period, so I put that idea on the back burner. Suddenly, something on the screen caught my eye. A news flash. Life Foundation spacecraft crashes in East Malaysia. A spark of inspiration hit me. I suddenly remembered Venom as an option. Venom possessed immense strength, astonishing healing abilities, and could even mimic other superpowers. Sure, he had weaknesses, high-frequency sound and fire, but overall, his power was undeniable. As long as I steered clear of the top-tier powerhouses, surviving in this world shouldn't be a problem. But a new challenge arose. How could I infiltrate that place? In the movie, a reporter snuck in without much trouble, but in reality, no top-secret lab will be guarded by just a handful of people. Could I grease some palms? Not every orphan is named Wayne, after all. "Castle, are you there?" I called out. "Yes, young master. What can I do for you?" Castle pushed open the door and stepped inside. "How much liquid capital can I access right now?" "Roughly 50 million. "Wow, that much?" I couldn't help exclaiming. Noticing Castle's curious glance, I quickly coughed a couple of times to cover my reaction. "Castle, do you know where I could find some mercenaries?" "I do, young master. Would you like me to take you there now?" Castle didn't pry. He knew better than to ask questions about certain matters. Soon, Castle led me to a small tavern built from weathered wood. The air inside was thick with the scent of age and stale liquor. Under the dim lights, all sorts of people lounged or gathered at their tables, each one looking like trouble waiting to happen. As soon as I stepped into the tavern, I could feel countless eyes settling on me. I frowned slightly, but quickly regained my composure. Castle followed right behind me, scanning the surroundings with vigilant eyes. He whispered a warning. "Young master, most people here are mercenaries. They're all different, unpredictable. You need to be careful." I nodded, letting my gaze sweep across the tavern. Just then, a tall man with a scruffy beard strode toward us. "Castle, what are you doing here instead of managing things in the city? Don't tell me you're thinking of going back to your old ways." "Jason, I've left all that behind. I'm just here today to accompany my young master." Though I was curious about my butler's past, there were more pressing matters at hand. I turned to Jason and said, "Hello, I need to hire some mercenaries." Jason arched an eyebrow, a sly smile tugging at his lips. "You're not even of age yet, are you?" I shot back. "Does that stop me from hiring mercenaries?" Jason burst out laughing. All right, I'll do Frank a favor." He gestured toward the crowd of drinkers in the tavern. "Those are the mercenaries you're looking for. If you can convince them, be my guest." I thanked him politely. Jason looked a bit surprised. Perhaps it was the first time someone had ever thanked him, especially a young lord from the city. He called out to the room, "Hey, you lot, keep it down in here, you hear?" I nodded in acknowledgement to Jason. His cheeks flushed slightly as he poured himself a drink. Then he turned to Castle and asked, "Where do you find this young master of yours? He's nothing like the spoiled brats from the city." Castle merely smiled, resting one hand on his lower back, his gaze fixed firmly on me. "A gift from the heavens," he replied. The tavern was spacious, filled with nearly 100 people, its atmosphere lively and tumultuous. The dim, flickering lights threw elongated, shifting shadows across the crowd. Some people were drinking heartily, the clink of glasses and the sound of gulps blending together. Others played games, their excited shouts rising and falling. At the card tables, laughter and curses echoed back and forth. The whole place was thick with smoke and the sharp tang of alcohol, a scene of complete chaos. Under Kino's gaze, some people ignored him outright, while the less polite ones didn't bother to hide their contempt. "Kid, go on home. This isn't the place for you." "Hey, little guy, why not pick me? I can show you an unforgettable night." Kino didn't respond to these jeers. He simply moved quietly through the crowd, searching for the right candidates. He couldn't judge their strength or aura, so he based his first impressions on their weapons and gear. Then he spotted a figure carrying twin blades, slowly making his way toward him. The man's face was handsome, but there was a wild, untamed edge in his expression. The other man was fully absorbed in his card game, surrounded by a lively crowd. He seemed completely unaware of Kino's presence, his focus unwavering on the cards in his hands. This man was none other than Wade Wilson, the mercenary who had not yet become Deadpool. A smile spread across Kino's face. He hadn't expected to meet his idol, the infamous Wade. In his previous life, he'd always envied that carefree and unrestrained attitude toward life. Kino didn't interrupt. He simply stood quietly at the side, watching Wade play his hand. "Damn it, lost again," Wade grumbled, slapping his cards down on the table in frustration. "Enough whining, Wade. Hand over the cash," the man across from him demanded, reaching out insistently. With a resigned sigh, Wade dug out his last remaining change, his entire fortune at that moment. "Hello, Wade. Could I have a word with you?" Kino asked softly. "All right, kid. Since you didn't bother me just now, I'll give you 1 minute. But if you're here for make-believe games, I won't go easy on you." Wade's reply was blunt and sharp. Even though he wasn't Deadpool yet, his motor mouth habit was already in full effect. "I want you to help me break into a laboratory." Kino got straight to the point. "And then what? Sneak in, steal some mysterious serum, drink it, and become a superhero? Kid, you've been reading too many comics." Wade laughed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The bar erupted with laughter at his remark. $1 million. Kino raised a finger. His voice was quiet, but it cut through the noise so everyone heard him loud and clear. Suddenly, the whole bar fell silent, as if time itself had stopped. Kino calmly met their gazes, unfazed by the crowd's reaction. "I can pay half up front as a deposit." Jason, the bartender, spat out a mouthful of his drink in shock, the spray glimmering in the light. Does this kid even know what $1 million means? Even a contract killing doesn't pay that much. Castle sighed. "I haven't even had the chance to teach the young master about these things." Kino looked steadily at Wade and said in an even tone, "Not interested? In that case, Before he could finish, Wade lunged forward, gripping his finger tightly. "No problem, boss. Forget just breaking into a lab. I'd do much more than that for you." "So you agree?" Kino smiled faintly. "Of course, boss. Now, when do I get my advance?" "Castle." Wade's face lit up as he glanced at his phone and saw the notification. $1 million. Enough for 2 comfortable years with Vanessa, and more than enough to upgrade his gear. Around them, everyone looked at Wade with envy. None of them had ever heard of someone getting paid so much to play games with a kid. By the way, boss, what were you about to say? Wade asked. Oh, nothing. I was just going to offer you another $500,000 if you'd refused. Wade's smile froze instantly. For the first time, he realized he'd acted too quickly and missed out on an extra $500,000. Coming to his senses, Wade noticed Kino was still scanning the room, as if searching for someone else. The mercenaries who caught Kino's eye eagerly flexed their muscles and flaunted their weapons. No one wanted to let such a lucrative opportunity slip by. Boss, do you still need more people? Is this for a joint infiltration of the lab? Yes, you'll be the main attacker, but I need a few more to ensure my safety, Kino nodded. Wade could tell this young boss meant business. After a moment's thought, he said, Boss, I know a guy. Last time we fought, he beat me. If he's protecting you, you'll have nothing to worry about. Oh, where is he? Take me to him. Kino's eyes lit up. Anyone who could impress Wade was worth meeting. But he's a mutant. Boss, you don't mind, do you? Wade had only discovered the man was a mutant during their fight. When his fist connected with the man's jaw, it felt like punching solid steel. If he hadn't been wearing gloves, he might have broken a bone. As long as he's strong enough, I don't care, Kino replied without hesitation. Led by Wade, Kino made his way to a table where a burly man was sitting, downing whiskey as if it were water. Logan, still drinking? I've got a job, want in? Wade clapped the big man on the back, causing him to choke on his drink. The man turned, his gaze wild and wary. If you touch my ass again, I'll cut you in half. Can't blame me. Your ass is just too perky. I'm recommending you to the boss this time. It's a big job. Wolverine. Logan. What was he doing here, and why did he seem so familiar with Wade? By the usual timeline, Wade should have already been killed by Logan. This your boss? Got you babysitting some kid playing pretend? Logan scoffed at Kino, clearly having overheard their conversation in the bar. Don't say that. This boss seems serious. Wade quickly tried to smooth things over. Get lost before I have to smash your face in. Logan raised his fist. Oh, thinking about showing those little claws of yours? Want me to give him a tune-up? Wade slowly drew 2 swords, his voice dripping with provocation. Logan just as slowly extended his metal claws, their sharp tips glinting menacingly. Kino suddenly spoke up. Wade, enough. Wolverine, Logan, can we talk things out? Wolverine? That's a cool name. Too bad you don't live up to it. Wade sheathed his weapons, but his mouth kept running. Logan's eyes sharpened, that nickname matching the tag on his dog tags. You know who I am? 1 million, plus some information I have. Help me with something. Kino named his terms. How do I know you're not trying to con me? Logan eyed Kino with suspicion. Well, you have a point, Kino replied after a moment's thought. The metal in your body is adamantium, virtually indestructible. And there's a tag on your chest. When do we leave? Logan cut straight to the chase. Right now. Castle, get a car ready for me. Understood, young master. Are you sure you don't need me to come along? Castle asked, worry etched in his voice. Don't worry, this job is simple. With these 2, it'll be enough. Castle, just prepare some chocolate milk for me. Inside an SUV, the 3 of them were bundled up in heavy disguises. Boss, do we really have to dress like this? Wade tugged at the mask on his face, already feeling the heat of June. We're about to steal something. Would you rather be recognized? Kino replied, popping a piece of chocolate into his mouth. He let out a contented burp, while a mountain of chocolate wrappers piled up beside him. So, boss, what exactly are we stealing this time? Must be something big if you're willing to pay so much, Wade asked casually. The Life Foundation recently brought back an alien symbiote from outer space. This creature can grant its host immense power and an incredible healing factor. I have to get my hands on it, Kino answered without hesitation, knowing that if he didn't tell the truth, Wade and Logan wouldn't give it their all. Sounds pretty awesome. If you hadn't hired us, I'd want one myself, Wade joked half serious. A generous boss like this was hard to come by. It's possible, actually. There's more than one symbiote in the lab. But these creatures have minds and desires of their own. If you can't control them, they'll end up controlling you. Then I think I'll pass. I'd rather not wake up with an extra person in bed with Vanessa. But boss, aren't you worried about being taken over? That's why I'm bringing you 2 along, to pick one that's the easiest to get along with. Logan, hands on the wheel, glanced at Kino in the passenger seat through the rearview mirror. Kid, you hiding something from us? There's one symbiote in the lab that's extremely dangerous. It craves world domination. It must be destroyed. Kino's thoughts turned to Riot, the most powerful symbiote of all. If he managed to bring more of his kind to Earth, humanity wouldn't stand a chance. Even if these symbiotes make their host stronger, there can't be enough of them to pose such a huge threat, right? Logan questioned. What if there were millions of them? Logan slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a sudden halt in the middle of the road. He and Wade both turned to stare at Kino. Are you serious? This sounds absolutely insane. Kino nodded earnestly. The symbiotes were brought back from outer space by the Life Foundation. They originally lived on another planet. I see. Logan pressed down on the accelerator again, and the car sped up significantly. Boss, I guess we're saving the world on this trip too, Wade said with an excited grin. You could say that, Kino replied. With Logan driving at full speed, they finally arrived at a research facility in the middle of the night. This is the place. Wade, Logan, it's up to you now, Kino said, looking at the two of them. No problem, boss. Kid, don't stray too far from me, Logan cautioned. Wade and Logan got out of the car in a flash, moving swiftly as they slipped toward the entrance of the facility. Kino followed them closely, tense, gripping a pistol in his hand, even though he knew it probably wouldn't do much good when it really mattered. Wade moved nimbly in the shadows and quickly spotted a guard. Drawing his dagger, he slipped behind the man and plunged the blade into his heart. The guard tried to call out, but blood choked his voice, and he collapsed without a sound. Wade propped the guard up against the wall, making it look like he was just dozing off. All along the way, Wade led the group, deftly avoiding the surveillance cameras and silently taking out every guard they encountered, leaving no trace of their passage. Incredible. Kino's eyes shone with excitement, deeply impressed by Wade's seamless stealth and assassination skills. Before long, they reached a laboratory. Wade stood at the door, eyeing the complex security panel with a hint of resignation. Fingerprint scan, password, double authentication, what a pain. Logan stepped forward, nudged Wade aside, unsheathed his claws, and sliced 2 deep grooves into the heavy steel door. Then, with a powerful kick, he knocked out a triangular hole. Thanks, Logan. Without hesitation, Kino dove through the opening. Hey man, would you sell your claws? I'll give you 10 grand for each, planning to make a pair of steel knives. Maybe if you'd keep your mouth shut, I'd consider it. No way. You know, my mouth makes Vanessa really happy. Without it, can it, Wade? The two bickered as they followed Kino inside. At that moment, Kino had already found the symbiotes. 4 containment units stood in the lab, each holding a symbiote of a different color. Most floated quietly, but the black one was writhing with energy. Kino approached the black symbiote, raised his gun, and shattered the glass container. Instantly, Venom surged out of its prison. Come on, Venom. From now on, we are one. Kino reached out his hand, letting the Venom swiftly invade his body. The idea that Venom is the weakest among symbiotes is actually a misconception. In Venom vs. Carnage, Venom is described as the 998th generation of symbiotes. In the comic Venom, Lethal Protector, even several symbiotes that split off from Venom joined forces and still couldn't overpower him. Even in the movie, when Venom is called a loser, it refers more to his social status than his fighting ability. As a member of Riot's advanced squad, Venom's strength is anything but weak. Kino checked how his body felt. There was no discomfort at all. Maybe, he thought, all that chocolate he'd eaten earlier really had helped. Boss, are you all right? Wade asked with concern. To be honest, he seemed more worried about his $500,000 than Kino himself. I'm fine. Let's get moving. Kino pressed the TNT charges to the container holding the silver symbiote. He was worried it might be too powerful, so he had to make sure it was completely destroyed. The 3 of them retraced their steps and left the lab. They drove a short distance away before Kino pressed the remote detonator. An explosion thundered in the distance. Kino looked back toward the base and saw a column of black smoke rising into the sky. Venom was now in their possession, and Riot had been destroyed. Everything had gone smoothly, almost too perfectly. But Kino couldn't shake a sense of unreality, as if he were drifting through a dream. Suddenly, he drew his pistol and fired a shot at Logan, who was driving up ahead. Boss, have you lost your mind? Why did you shoot Logan? Wade stared at Kino in shock, his face etched with disbelief. Just as I thought, it's a fake. Kino looked at Wolverine, now slumped lifelessly over the steering wheel, and, seeing no sign of movement, turned his gun on Wade. Sorry, Wade. You're my idol. Wade took a bullet to the forehead and collapsed limply onto the sofa. Kino remained seated in the moving car, gazing down at the pistol in his hand, his expression dazed. Then he let out a faint, almost amused chuckle. I've died more than once already. Might as well bet that Venom really is still inside me. He turned his head and found himself staring into a pair of pale, enormous eyes watching him intently. With mental strength like yours, dying here would mean you're truly erased from this world. Venom's head emerged from behind Kino, placing itself between him and the bullet that had been fired. I'm pretty sure the feeling of you entering my body wasn't just an illusion, Kino said, holstering his pistol. So confident I'll save you? You know, if your mind dies, I'll still have your body. At that point, you'll have lost everything for good. Venom opened its mouth wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, and let its long tongue slither across Kino's face, as if ready to bite his head off at any moment. Because in this world, we are all alone. You're an outlier among symbiotes, and I'm a wanderer from another world. That makes us kindred spirits. Within the symbiote community, they were supposed to be cold, efficient, and obedient, but Venom had thoughts and feelings of his own, and even developed complex emotions and conflicts with his host. And you think you can, just because of those so-called movies in your head. Stop licking me. You know I'm a clean freak. Kino swatted away the tongue that was sliding across his face. Ah, sorry, I didn't mean to. Venom apologized instinctively, suddenly noticing the teasing glint in Kino's eyes. So you dare to trick me. It tickles. Iki, iki. Kino quickly admitted defeat, and only then did Venom let him go. As it turned out, even with memories from the past, a symbiote's personality was still shaped by its current host. That was exactly why, from the moment they met, the two were able to joke and roughhouse without any reservations. Venom, can you get me out of here? No way. I'll get you a game console, chocolate, and even take you on trips. Please help me out. Fine, since you're so sincere about it. Venom slipped back inside Kino, and Kino felt the world go black. He sank into darkness. The first sense to return was hearing. A barrage of gunfire filled his ears. Damn it, when is this kid going to wake up? If he doesn't, we're all going to die here. No idea. I didn't expect mutants here too. If the boss hadn't called me his idol just now, I would have left it behind. What rotten luck. Wade, you watch him. I'll see if I can break us out. No problem, leave it to me. Then came Logan's furious roar, accompanied by the sound of blades tearing into flesh. Wade, you're hurt. Kino opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was the wound on Wade's shoulder. Boss, you're finally awake. This one's a workplace injury, so you'll have to cover my medical bills. Medical expenses in New York were no joke. Kino stood up and looked around, realizing he was still in the lab, with TNT explosives still strapped to the container. Wade, give me a rundown of what's happening. Sure thing, boss. You collapsed as soon as you stepped out. The Life Foundation hired 3 mutants as guards, plus a bunch of rifle-toting security. If they weren't scared we'd blow up the place, we'd be dead already. Well, except maybe Logan. He'd be fine. Wade gave his battered steel sort of shake. If it weren't for those 3 mutants, with his skills he could have handled all the guards single-handedly. At that moment, Logan was also sent flying into the room, crashing hard against the wall. His body was riddled with bullet holes, but the wounds began healing almost instantly, and his muscles squeezed each bullet out one by one. Kid, you're finally awake. Yeah, thanks for not leaving me behind. Chino felt a wave of emotion. Even if Wade hadn't said anything, with Logan's abilities, there was hardly anyone here who could have stopped him from leaving. After all, boss, you keep calling me your idol. Kid, I'm just here for the job. Didn't you say bonding with the symbiote would grant great power? Logan snorted, though he had other reasons to stay. Chino was mysterious, always knowing things others didn't. If the symbiote truly brought such power, then this predicament was hardly anything to worry about. Can you help me, Venom? In the next instant, thick, black, viscous matter burst from within Chino, spilling through his clothes and rapidly merging outside his body. In moments, it became a menacing black creature, bristling with fangs and a long tongue. Let me take care of them. Venom sprang forward, and the moment it appeared, a hail of bullets closed in from every direction. A young man, with holes in the palms of his hands, stared in shock at the sudden black monster and fired a shockwave at Venom. The blast rippled harmlessly across Venom's body, unable to do any real harm. Is that supposed to tickle me? Ignoring the barrage of bullets, Venom communicated silently with Chino, deciding to deal with the mutants first. It crouched slightly, then launched forward like a bolt of black lightning, appearing right in front of the young mutant. With a fist the size of a cooking pot, Venom swung hard. Like a home run in baseball, the punch crashed into the young man's chest, folding his body into a less-than-sign shape and sending him hurtling into the guards behind him. He only came to a stop when he slammed into the wall. One down. Venom didn't spare a glance at the mangled foe. Instead, its gaze locked onto another man, a hulking figure whose whole body gleamed with metallic luster. My name's Ironrich. My body is indestructible. Despite the icy, chilling look in Venom's eyes, the big man tried to muster his courage. Gathering his resolve, he roared to psych himself up and charged straight at Venom. Is that so? Well, let's put it to the test. Venom's lips curled into a cold smirk. In a flash, it rushed at the strongman. Both moved at blinding speed, closing the distance in an instant. As they collided, a heavy, thunderous impact shook the room, echoing like a cannon blast. Venom's fist smashed straight into Ironridge's face, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. Ironridge's body went rigid. His eyes burst instantly, blood streaming from his sockets, while white fluid trickled out of his ears. This heavy blow shattered Tealing's skull, snuffing out every sign of life. So, it's only the body's surface that hardens. The organs inside are still fragile, Venom remarked coldly, staring at Tealing's crumpled form on the ground. A stunned silence fell over the scene. Even the gunfire ceased. Everyone stood rooted in place, gaping at the monster before them. How much are they paying you to risk your lives? Venom's deep voice rumbled as he looked at the people who were trying to flee. Let me try this move, he muttered. Instead of chasing after those who scattered, Venom raised his fists and slammed them hard into the floor. Both massive fists sank deep into the ground. Infinite tendrils, bring an end to all, he intoned. As Venom growled, dozens of black tendrils burst out from beneath the floor. Like living, sinuous vipers, they lashed out with uncanny speed, striking down every guard who tried to escape. The tendrils moved with impossible swiftness, leaving no time to evade. They pierced mercilessly through the guards, dealing fatal wounds. The scene descended into utter silence, broken only by the restless writhing of the tendrils, as if they were claiming their victory. Venom stood motionless, a mountain of menace radiating an aura of terror. His gaze fell upon a fallen figure nearby. That's the one with the illusion powers. What's his condition now? Venom's face split open, revealing Kino's features beneath. I killed him in the mental world. Now he's nothing more than a vegetable. Venom's voice echoed in Kino's mind. Just as I thought, Venom. You're even stronger than I imagined, Kino said. But, Venom, aren't you going to eat these people? Kino asked hesitantly. This had been an issue on his mind ever since he chose Venom as his partner. You don't like it, remember? Chocolate works just as well to recharge me, Venom replied matter-of-factly. Thank you. Choosing you was the best decision I've ever made, Kino said sincerely. You're welcome. Once the chaos outside subsided, Wade and Wolverine emerged, finding the imposing Venom standing amid a field of bodies. Hey boss, you still in one piece? Wade called out. Kino returned to his normal appearance and turned to face them. Let's get out of here, he said. The three of them left the base and got into the car. For Kino, the ordeal had been overwhelming, and he finally allowed himself a sigh of relief. After they'd driven a safe distance from the base, Kino pressed a button in his hand. Behind them, a thunderous explosion erupted, sending a mushroom cloud billowing skyward. This time, it was true destruction. Boss, job's done. Can I get the rest of my fee now? Wade asked from the passenger seat, removing his mask, still thinking about his 500,000. Wade, let me fix you up first, Kino replied. He placed a hand on Wade's shoulder, and black tendrils seeped into Wade's body, mending his wounds. Whoa, easy there, boss, Wade joked. Wade felt a sudden itch, and once Kino let go, he rotated his shoulder, testing its movement. Amazing, feels good as new. That'll save me a fortune in medical bills. Boss, if you opened a clinic, you'd have lines out the door. Inside, Kino communicated silently with Venom. He already has cancer. Can you cure it? I can't. Understand. So Deadpool's fate really couldn't be changed? Kino said nothing more. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Castle, the job's done. I'll be back at the tavern in about 2 hours. Please prepare the rest of the payment, and add another $500,000. I'm certain. After hanging up, Wade cheered, unable to hide the joy on his face. What a generous boss. Logan, I've got a great gig for you. Buy me a drink at the bar when we get back. No problem. I need to celebrate too. Logan grinned, something rare for him. It was the first time he'd ever had so much money. The three sped along the road, and about an hour and a half later, they arrived at the tavern. Castle, the steward, was already waiting at the door. He bowed slightly in greeting. Welcome back, sir. Castle, get us a private room. Inside, Logan ordered a hearty round of drinks, grabbed a bottle of whiskey, twisted the cap, and downed it in one go. Droplets of amber liquor lingered at the corner of his mouth. All right, kid, I'm ready. Lay it on me. Kino had a glass of chocolate milk in front of him, which he finished in a single gulp. That's a good flavor. I like it, Venom remarked contentedly. James, that's your real name. Logan is the one you gave yourself later. James. Logan frowned slightly. The name wasn't familiar, yet it stirred something inside him, a sense of recognition he couldn't explain. From a name to his time in the war, Sabretooth, Silver Fox, and finally the Weapon X experiment, memories began to rush back in fragments. So, I lost my memory because of someone called Colonel Stryker? Logan fixed Kino with a determined stare. There was no doubt in his mind about the information he'd received. The details were so precise, he could easily verify them. Logan, your luck is rotten. You've been through hell, and even fell out with your own brother. But Stryker, I think I've heard that name before. Oh, a few years back, a colonel asked me to join some team, but I was head over heels for Vanessa at the time. Couldn't pull myself away. Wade clinked his glass against Logan's in sympathy as he spoke, his face lighting up with sudden realization. Kino mused silently. So this was why their paths hadn't crossed sooner. How we find Stryker? Logan gripped the bottle, hands trembling with rage and hatred, and his fury crushed the glass in his grasp. His eyes burned, and his teeth clenched tight. Logan, you're giving me too much credit. I know a few things, but most of it comes from very discreet channels. I'm far from all-knowing. Seeing Logan lower his head in disappointment, Kino thought. For a moment before continuing. However, Stryker's goal is to wipe out all mutants. You could head to Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Professor X founded it. You can wait for news there. Professor X? Kino nodded, his tone earnest as he explained. Right now, mutants are split into two major factions, the pacifists and the warriors. Professor X is the leader of the pacifist group. I wouldn't recommend joining the warriors. Why not? Logan asked. The leader of the warriors is Magneto. He can control all metals. Logan fell silent, simply uncapping another bottle of whiskey and knocking it back. Boss, do you have any tips that could make me filthy rich overnight? Wade had noticed Kino's knowledge was remarkably extensive. He seemed to know even military secrets, as if he'd lived through it himself. How much cash do you have on hand right now? With what you just gave me, about $2 million. That's all. Wade's face darkened a bit. In New York, where every square foot cost a fortune, even saving up $500,000 hadn't been easy for him. Just buy as much Stark Industries stock as you can. Every cent, put it in. Boss, are you saying Stark's still alive? Tony Stark's name was a household word. There probably weren't many people in the world who hadn't heard of him. Whether it was his genius mind or that extravagant lifestyle, everyone envied him. He's not that easy to kill. Of course, that's just my advice. Take it or leave it. Kino took a sip of chocolate milk, his tone as ambiguous as ever. Boss, I've always trusted you. Without hesitation, Wade pulled out his phone and started dialing his broker. Even Logan, sitting nearby, couldn't help but glance over, wondering if he ought to buy some shares himself. Kino watched Wade's excitement, hesitated, but ultimately kept silent about the cancer. The intel he'd shared so far could be attributed to his special sources, but if he kept going, it would sound as if he knew the future itself. Suddenly, Kino remembered that in the comics, Deadpool had once been Venom's second host, and it was precisely Wade's influence that made Venom increasingly wicked and chaotic. He asked Venom silently in his mind. Venom, did you have any other hosts before me? No, you're my first. Even though you have a lot of fragmented memories about my origins, before I met you, I was always on the symbiote planet. Why do you ask? That's a relief. What's a relief? Venom sounded puzzled. I'm your first host. That means you haven't been corrupted yet. Kino took a sip of chocolate milk, which also meant that the symbiote was finding it easier to adapt to his form. Not contaminated? That's a bold claim. Do you really think you're so pure? The demoness, Lady 8 Feet, the colors of autumn. Your memories aren't exactly simple, are they? Looks like you enjoy living on the edge. The symbiote's tone was laced with sarcasm. Cough, cough, cough. Kino choked, spraying milk everywhere as he coughed uncontrollably. He hadn't expected the symbiote to dig up those memories. Wade and Logan, who had just raised their drinks, were caught off guard and ended up with milk all over their faces. Kino looked up and saw their darkened expressions. All he could do was offer an awkward smile. Sorry, I was just talking to the symbiote. It gets a little mischievous sometimes. Drinks are on me tonight. Wade and Logan exchanged a glance, then raised their glasses and continued drinking. And somehow this is my fault. Well, fine. I'm just an alien after all. Actually, all right, just say what you want. Kino covered his face, exasperated by how quickly the symbiote had picked up the art of sarcasm. I want to go somewhere. There's something I need to find. There was a note of confusion in the symbiote's voice. Ever since leaving the lab, it had sensed something far away, calling out to it. Where? What is it you're looking for? Kino's expression grew serious. He realized this was yet another event unrelated to the original story, and that made him uneasy. I'm not sure, but whatever it is, it's important to me. You don't know what it is, but at least you know the direction, right? Kino asked the bartender for a world map, then followed the symbiote's guidance, tracing the route all the way to a specific location. Is this the place? I think so. Even the symbiote wasn't sure. It could only sense the general direction. Kino stared blankly at the spot on the map. Afghanistan, in the Middle East, the very place where Iron Man was once held captive. What a coincidence. I could try extracting Wolverine's healing factor and inject it into you. That way, even without me, you wouldn't be in any real danger. The symbiote could feel that something was off, but the pull it felt was overwhelming. You can really do that? Kino was astonished. He hadn't expected the symbiote to have such a capability. I'm not certain. I've never tried it before, but instinct tells me it's possible. The symbiote hesitated, still unsure whether it would work. but its intuition was strong. Let me think about it. Kino fell silent, deep in thought. The allure of the healing factor was hard to resist. Not only would it let him recover from injuries in no time, it could also stall the effects of aging. More importantly, if he went to rescue Stark, there was risk, but the potential rewards were enormous. And if he ever faced an unbeatable enemy, he could always escape to the DC universe. It's decided then. I'll go. If nothing else, I can always try a different world. Kino made up his mind silently. Logan asked, "Kid, where are you headed? Need a hand?" He'd noticed Kino muttering to himself for a while now, his expression shifting unpredictably, and he'd even gone out of his way to ask for a map. Wade was already drunk. Competing in a drinking contest with Logan, who had a healing factor, getting knocked out was only a matter of time. Kino waved his hand. "No need, Logan. I can handle it myself. You got your own business to take care of. If you ever need anything, just call," Logan said in a low voice. Kino stood up and patted Logan lightly on the shoulder. "Don't worry. I won't waste a favor you've shown me. You guys keep drinking. I'll head out first." With that, he turned and walked away. Logan scratched his shoulder absent-mindedly. It felt a little itchy. Once outside the bar, Kino looked down at the black mass in his palm. "Venom, is it done?" "Of course, all set. How long until it's completely stable?" "Probably a few more hours." With Venom's help, Kino felt he had a new layer of security in this world. He settled into the luxury car and let out a deep breath. "I really can't get used to the smell of alcohol and smoke in bars." "Indeed, sir. It's best not to frequent such places," Castle replied, gently from the front seat. Kino was silent for a moment, gazing at the butler who was driving. "Castle, can I trust you?" It had been a week since Kino arrived in this world, and Castle had looked after him with meticulous care, even knowing his favorite foods, as if they'd known each other for years. "Of course, sir. I swear on my wife and children." Castle didn't turn his head, but met Kino's eyes in the rearview mirror. "Venom, come out and say hello to our butler." "Hello, Mr. Castle." Venom poked its head out from Kino's shoulder, flashing its sharp fangs and long tongue. "Hello, Mr. Venom," Castle replied, his expression unchanged, though a flicker of something unusual passed through his eyes. "You're not afraid of me?" Venom was a bit surprised. It could sense that Castle wasn't the least bit frightened. "Not at all, Mr. Venom. Please sit still. I'm driving." Castle kept his eyes on the road, his tone calm. "You're making me lose face here," Venom muttered. "Would you like me to pretend I'm scared and crash the car into a wall?" Castle's voice carried a hint of dry humor. "I mean, it wouldn't be the worst. Quiet. You know how expensive this car is." Kino pulled Venom's head close and stuffed a few pieces of chocolate into its mouth, silencing it. Kino turned and asked, "Castle, what did you do before this job?" "I'm a retired officer from the United States Marine Corps. Rank, Captain. After leaving the service, I spent some time as an instructor, then came here to work as the young master's butler." Castle spoke openly, holding nothing back. "With your background, why would you choose to become a butler?" Kino asked, puzzled. With that kind of experience, private security jobs could easily fetch a 7-figure salary. "Because the master saved my wife and child. In return, I became the young master's butler." Castle offered a faint smile. A Marine, a captain with a wife and child, something about that background struck Kino as oddly familiar. "You fool, it's the Punisher." Venom's voice echoed in his mind. Kino's eyes widened as he sought confirmation. "Castle, what's your full name?" "Frank Castle." Of course, there was no mistaking it. He was the Punisher, the pinnacle of human combat prowess. "Frank, how long have you been a butler?" 5 months and 6 days. Frank reported the time with precision. "How did my parents die?" "The master and madam both died suddenly due to alcohol poisoning." Frank's expression remained unchanged. "But the wine cellar at the manor is empty." At that, Frank fell silent. Kino didn't press further. He thought about his own powers. Currently, he could only travel to the DC universe, but perhaps in the future, time travel might be possible. After all, this world was like a sieve. With the right abilities, even time itself could be touched. Moreover, the time Frank had just mentioned was likely the date of their first meeting, a detail Kino made sure to remember. The car's wheels crunched over the gravel drive. And those parents, who had died suddenly the day before his first crossing. He'd seen photos of them, but their bodies had long since been buried. The wheels crunched again. Are you even listening to me? If his father was really his future self, then who was his mother? Could he bring others along when traveling between worlds? And if so, who would they become? Are you done yet? Treating my head like a soccer ball, spinning it around. Ow! Venom finally lost patience and bit Kino's head sharply. A splitting pain shot through Kino's skull, shattering his train of thought. He quickly begged for mercy. Okay, I'm sorry. You know how I get. I can't help but overthink. Oof. As if I care. Every time I call, you just ignore me. You're doing it on purpose. Stop biting. I'm bleeding. Frank watched from the rearview mirror, amusement flickering in his eyes. Even though Kino's appearance had changed, the way they interacted was just as it had always been. Soon, they arrived at the manor. When Kino got out of the car, traces of blood still streaked his face. Venom, when you're healing my wounds, can you clean up the blood too? I'm leaving it there so you'll remember this lesson. Chino hurried off to the bathroom to rinse himself clean. Venom, my back's a bit itchy. Could you help me scratch it? You're really hopeless. Am I your nanny now? Despite grumbling, Venom stretched out a few black tendrils and helped him scrub his back. After his shower, Chino put on some loose pajamas and collapsed wearily onto the soft bed. Venom, is there anything I need to do for the fusion with the self-healing factor? Nothing at all. Just relax and get some sleep. You won't feel any pain. Venom's head emerged from his chest as he answered. All right, I'll leave it to you then, Venom. With that, Chino closed his eyes. Before long, he drifted into a deep sleep, his breathing growing steady and calm. He's really asleep. Does he trust me that much? Venom mused silently. Nestled within Chino's body, he could sense every detail of his host's condition. Tonight, Chino truly slept peacefully. Venom sifted through Chino's memories and realized that he was usually extremely vigilant. Ever since arriving in this world, he'd often wake up startled in the middle of the night. But now he could let down his guard completely and entrust himself so fully. Venom found it a little amusing. What a strange human. All it took was a few movies for him to trust me like this. Yet for Venom, being trusted in this way wasn't necessarily a bad thing. He rather liked this feeling of being needed, even if the reason behind it was a little ridiculous. Naive and foolish Chino, Venom murmured, then slipped silently back inside, beginning the work of merging the self-healing factor. As time passed, Chino's body gradually began to change. His cells absorbed and blended with the healing agent, quietly enhancing his vitality and regenerative abilities. The Sahara Desert. In the sky, inside an armed helicopter. Frank, I didn't expect you to get your hands on something like this, Chino said, a note of surprise in his voice. After waking up that morning, he'd asked Frank to arrange a trip to the Middle East, but Frank had gone above and beyond, showing up with an armed helicopter. Connections from my days in the service still come in handy. But are you sure you don't want me to come along, young master? Frank asked as he skillfully maneuvered the chopper for a gentle landing. Dressed in black tactical gear, the cabin around him was stacked with all kinds of weapons and equipment. No need, Frank. Just wait for me here. Besides, I've got Venom. Don't worry, Butler. With me here, no one can lay a finger on him. Venom poked his head out, eyes scanning the distant hills, his sense of anticipation growing stronger. All right, let's head out. Kino, dressed in a yellow windbreaker, made her way down the slope. Below her lay a natural bunker, surrounded by patrolling militants. Cannons and missiles were scattered everywhere. As I thought, this is exactly where Stark was kidnapped. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's just charge right in. Venom could hardly contain his excitement to transform. Wait, you don't really mean to just storm in there, straight into all those cannons, do you? Kino quickly stopped him. What else do you suggest? Sigh. Remember, our main mission is to find the item. Killing people is secondary. If you act rashly and scare them, and if the item is in their hands, they might just destroy it. Truth be told, Kino was even less eager to get hurt. Though Venom and her healing factor meant she wouldn't die, the pain would be just as real. So what now? First, let's confirm the exact location of our target. Kino skirted around a small rise, pausing now and then as she searched across the desert sands. It's here, right below us. All right, then start digging. Kino looked down at the yellow sand at her feet. You're truly remarkable to craft such a perfect weapon with nothing but a hammer. The leader of the 10 Rings gazed at the battered-looking, yet sturdy, suit of iron armor in the corner, greed gleaming in his eyes. You really are the greatest genius in the world, Tony Stark. The leader looked eagerly at the 2 men being held at gunpoint in the corner by his subordinates. Tony Stark wore a bitter expression. If he'd had just one more week, he would have managed to escape. He hadn't expected to be ambushed today, and now his plan lay exposed. Where are the weapon designs? Unable to wait any longer, the leader reached out his hand. He was certain that with those blueprints, the 10 Rings could conquer the world. Tony glanced silently over at Insun. In a low voice, Insun translated, he wants the weapon designs. Whatever you do, don't give them to him. Tony knew perfectly well that if he handed over the blueprints, he would survive this day. He walked to the workbench and carefully gathered the stack of designs, making sure not to miss a single sheet. The leader held his breath, eyes fixed on Tony's back. With the designs in hand, his ambition could finally be realized. Insun's gaze darkened. Holding the stack of blueprints, Tony slowly approached the leader. The henchman parted to let him pass, while the leader, like a king awaiting tribute, stood unmoving. Tony stopped before the leader and held out the blueprints. The leader's hands trembled as he reached for them. Suddenly, with a swift flick of his wrist, Tony hurled the blueprints into the nearby furnace. In the intense heat, the papers were reduced to ash in an instant. "No!" the leader roared, grabbing Tony Stark by the collar and bellowed. "What did you do?" "Ison, translate for me." Without even turning his head, Tony stared calmly at the leader. Their eyes met, one pair bloodshot with rage, the other filled with utter disdain. Tony flashed a provocative smile. "No one can take anything from Tony Stark. Not even you. No one can take anything from Tony Stark. Not even you." A heavy silence filled the cave. Everyone's eyes were fixed on these two fearless men. The blood vessels in the leader's eyes grew more pronounced. Only Ison and Tony wore relaxed smiles. A harsh, manic laugh rang out. Completely enraged, the leader let out a few crazed laughs, then whipped out his pistol and fired twice at them. Cries of agony echoed through the cave. Tony Stark collapsed to the ground, both knees shattered by bullets, blood surging from his wounds. "This time, you don't need to build weapons. Just draw up the blueprints. And since you clearly won't be running away, you don't need your legs. After all, you don't need legs to draw." Sweat poured down Tony's face. He knew there was no escape this time. The bones in his knees were pulverized. Even if the wounds healed, he would never walk normally again. "I won't draw blueprints, and I won't make weapons for you." The moment he realized the terrorists were using weapons of his own design, Tony resolved never to do anything for them again. "No matter. You and that man seem quite close, don't you? You two thought you could sneak out right under my nose." After Ison finished translating, the leader ordered his men to pin Ison down. He took a red-hot branding iron from the fire and pressed it hard against Ison's chest. Tony's eyes widened, his face twisted in pain. Ison's screams tore through the air. The acrid stench of scorched flesh spread throughout the cave. When the branding iron finally cooled, the leader jerked it away, tearing off a swath of flesh with it. "If you refuse to cooperate, I'll keep torturing him until you change your mind." Tony was trapped in a storm of anguish. Supporting himself on trembling arms, Ison struggled to sit up. The pain was excruciating, his pupils unfocused, yet he still managed to look the leader in the eye. With shaking hands, he pulled a crystal from his pocket, pressed it to his forehead, and whispered prayer. "Your sins are beyond measure. God, Allah will surely send messengers to punish you." The leader snatched the crystal away, turning it over in his hand, a satisfied smile on his face. "There's no God. Only money and weapons are the real truth in this world. Money and weapons are the only truths." "Ha! Ha! Ah!" The terrorists' dreadful laughter echoed through the cave, reverberating off the stone walls, as though even the rocks trembled in fear. At that very moment, a thunderous crash split open the ceiling of the cave. A dark figure descended from above, landing directly in front of the leader. Everyone froze, staring at the monstrous creature that stood before them like a demon from the depths. He was towering, his entire body sheathed in sleek black skin. His eyes were deathly pale, his mouth bristling with fangs, and his tongue lashed out, twisted and terrifying. Venom's gaze locked instantly onto the crystal in the leader's hand. "That belongs to me." Before the leader could react, the creature had already snatched the crystal away and swallowed it whole. The leader stumbled back in terror, shouting, "Fire! Kill that monster!" Without hesitation, everyone opened fire on Venom. In their eyes, it didn't matter whether this thing was a demon or some so-called messenger of God. They believed only in money and the power of their weapons. In an instant, 7 or 8 rifles blazed at once, bullets swallowing the monster's silhouette in a storm of smoke and fire. The gunfire only ceased when every last magazine was spent. So what if he's a messenger of God? Even if God himself showed up, he'd be shot dead. Only money and weapons are the true law of this world. The leader grinned, his eyes glittering with greed and arrogance. "You're not wrong, but let me correct you. Only power is the true law of this world." As soon as these words fell, a cold chill swept over the leader from behind. As the smoke slowly cleared, Venom stood unmoved in the same spot. His massive, muscular body was embedded with countless bullets. Suddenly, the surface of his body began to wriggle, absorbing every single bullet one by one. In the next moment, his arms morphed rapidly, transforming into 2 colossal Gatling guns, their black, yawning barrels aimed straight at their enemies. A wicked grin twisted across Venom's face, his voice deep and raspy. "Now, let's count your sins." A torrent of bullets thundered out like a torrential downpour. In the cramped cave, the terrorists panicked, desperately searching for cover. Some dove behind tables, others clung to rocks, hoping for protection. But Venom's bullets tore through everything without mercy. No barrier, no body could withstand the onslaught. In seconds, all that remained were mangled, bloody remnants. The cave was soon thick with the stench of blood, the air filled with screams that sent chills down the spine. The leader stared in horror at the carnage unfolding before him, despair flooding his heart. He whirled to escape, only to find every exit already sealed tight. What are you? He stammered, his voice trembling. Venom reached out and seized the leader's head, lifting him high into the air. We are Venom. Venom's grip tightened, and the leader's eyes rolled back, his body thrashing like a dying fish, pleading desperately for his life. Wait, let me go. I have money. I can serve you, With a dull thud, Venom casually tossed his corpse to the ground. Tony Stark was sprawled on the ground, violently retching, surrounded by scattered remains of flesh and blood. Venom turned to look at Tony Stark. With wide, panicked eyes, Tony hurried to explain, Mr. Demon, I'm not with him. Hey, stay away from him, you monster. Watching Venom approach Ethan step by step, his form gradually shifted back to Kino's. Please remain calm, Mr. Stark. I mean you no harm. Oh. Stark was still reeling from the brush with death, and the stark contrast between the terrifying creature and the boy before him. Kino crouched down to check Ethan's wounds, discovering that he'd been shot in the abdomen and had burns across his chest. Venom, help heal him. Kino placed his hand on Ethan's chest, and the symbiote's tissue slowly seeped in, starting to repair the damaged flesh. You really are a messenger sent by God. Ethan opened his eyes, his mind still clear. No, that crystal from before. Where did you get it? Kino asked, noting that he had been watching the crystal for some time. I found it in a cave 2 days ago. There was a voice, like fate itself, telling me that if I carried it, a messenger would come to save me. Ethan answered without hesitation. Kino frowned, recalling the moment he first crossed into this world. If that voice came from his future self, why would he do this? Didn't the Ancient One, or the Time Variance Authority, try to stop it? Or had something unpredictable happened in the future? And if it was an enemy, why go through all this trouble? With the power to travel through time, wouldn't it be easier to intervene at the very beginning? Even stranger, after the crystal was absorbed, it ended up inside his own body. Kino instinctively touched his chest. Though it was invisible, intangible, and perhaps even undetectable by X-ray, he could clearly sense a transparent crystal lodged there. It was as if it existed within some hidden space inside his chest. Venom, did swallowing that crystal cause any bad side effects? No, it just feels like there's a new core inside me, like a storage device. A storage device? What does it do? I can copy other people's superpowers. Isn't that something you could always do? What's this about being bound? It's different. Before, my power to copy was limited. With this storage device, it's changed. I can copy countless abilities, and you can use them yourself, even without relying on me. That sounds incredible. A smile broke across Kino's face at the thought. He was now certain that this crystal, like a weapon made just for them, was a gift prepared specifically for the two of them. Quit grinning. That guy over there is about to die. Kino finally snapped back to reality and turned to look at Tony Stark. Blood was streaming down Tony's legs. He'd clearly hit a major artery. Ensign was doing his best to stop the bleeding, but with so few medical supplies here, it wasn't working well. Messenger, can you save my friend? Kino placed his hand on Tony's body and began to heal his wounds. He understood now. Being brought here, saving Tony Stark was one of his purposes. Otherwise, with injuries like Tony's, there was no way he could escape on his own. My God! Tony Stark stared in shock as his wounds closed up, leaving his skin as good as new. Do you still want these, Mr. Stark? Kino handed Tony the shrapnel and the reactor he'd just removed from his body. Thank you. Tony Stark didn't reach out to take them. Remembering Tony's habits, Kino set them down on the nearby workbench. Tony stared at the shards that had nearly killed him, his gaze complex and heavy. My friend, who are you? Once he'd regained his composure, Tony finally spoke. He swore he'd never been this polite in his life. My name is Kino. You can think of me as the one sent to rescue you. Do you need to pack up anything? Could you help me destroy that suit of armor? No problem. Kino strode over to the Mark Eye, his hand wrapped in the symbiote's organic matter. He drew back and punched. The Mark Eye shattered instantly, its parts flying in all directions, reduced utterly to scrap metal. Tony Stark drew a sharp breath. He'd seen Kino take bullets head-on, even transform into a Gatling gun, but this display of sheer brute force was on another level. After all, the Mark I, though cobbled together with limited resources, was made of special alloys far tougher than ordinary metal, and now it had been demolished with a single punch. Kino led the way down the corridor, with Tony and Ensign close behind. In the silence, Kino felt a flicker of unease. If the previous commotion hadn't drawn attention, maybe the soundproofing was just that good. But now, even the patrolling soldiers were nowhere to be seen. As they neared the exit, a strong metallic scent hit Kino's nose. His expression changed instantly, and he transformed into Venom without hesitation. Something's happened outside. Tony Stark had sensed it too. Stick close to me. Don't get separated, Venom rasped, his voice low and rough, taking the lead as they stepped out. The moment they emerged, a fierce wind whipped up clouds of sand, sweeping over the ground and hiding the bodies. Corpses lay scattered, twisted, faces frozen in terror and despair. Blood soaked the desert sands, mixing with dust, a chilling, grisly sight. Everyone was dead. Not a single soul had made it out to sound the alarm. Only meant to take care of the organization, stealing my name. I never expected to stumble upon something interesting. Venom glanced around, his gaze sweeping the room. Standing ahead was a man draped in a golden robe, his long beard flowing, each of his 10 fingers adorned with dazzling gemstone rings. His expression was cold and aloof, as though nothing in the world could ruffle him. Through Venom's eyes, Chino's face grew grave. He recognized the man, a formidable adversary who appeared in Iron Man's later days, now unexpectedly standing before them. Tony Stark and a demon? The Mandarin spoke, his worldly experience failing to identify what Venom truly was. As for Ethan, he barely spared him a glance. So, are you looking to compete with me for prey? Mistaken for a demon, Venom decided to play along. He flicked out his long tongue, letting it dance in the air, then bared a mouthful of razor-sharp fangs that gleamed under the light. No, I have no interest in them. The Mandarin shook his head, deep curiosity flickering in his dark eyes. In that case, don't block our way. Venom's voice rang out as he swiftly led Tony Stark and Ethan away in another direction. Suddenly, Venom sprang backward. A blinding white flash split the air like a bolt of lightning, striking the very spot where they had just stood. The ground erupted into a yawning crater, dark and bottomless. What's the meaning of this? Are you looking to be devoured by me? Venom roared in fury, his voice reverberating through the vast chamber. You're intriguing. I've never collected a demon before. The Mandarin raised his fist, the rings aimed directly at Venom. The white light ring, capable of emitting a spectrum of energy types across the electromagnetic range. Damn it, you two go on ahead. Venom muttered under his breath, knowing there was no way to avoid this fight. The Mandarin paid no attention to the other two. His gaze locked onto Venom, as if he meant to pierce its very soul. I'll put your head in the most prominent place of my collection. In that case, I'll eat you first. Venom bellowed, lunging at the Mandarin like a bolt of black lightning. A fierce wind howled behind him, sending pebbles and dust flying in all directions. The Mandarin stood his ground, unafraid. With a subtle flick of his finger, one ring unleashed a searing beam of energy. The beam slashed through the air like a massive sword of light, slicing toward Venom. With lightning reflexes, Venom dodged to the side. The beam grazed past him, its scorching heat melting a nearby stone wall. Molten rock oozed down in slow, viscous streams. Venom closed in, swinging a massive fist straight at the Mandarin. But with a blur, the Mandarin slipped aside with ease. At the same time, a ring on his other hand unleashed a bolt of lightning, crackling straight toward Venom. The lightning ring, capable of generating immense electrical energy, with voltage and intensity controlled by the wearer's will. Its maximum output remains unknown. Venom was struck by the electric current, his body stiffening for a brief moment before he launched himself at the Mandarin again without hesitation. Not bad, but still far from enough. A faint smile played at the corners of the Mandarin's mouth as his rings fired off a series of energy blasts, instantly weaving a dazzling, deadly web of light. Venom darted and dodged through the barrage, his form as elusive as a shadow, impossible to pin down. He dodged when he could, braced himself when he couldn't, dancing dangerously close to death's edge, yet his eyes remained resolute, ever searching for a chance to strike back. Suddenly, he noticed a fleeting pause in the Mandarin's onslaught, a momentary lapse after the relentless attacks. It was the opportunity he'd been waiting for. Without a second thought, Venom lunged forward, jaws wide, aiming to bite down on the Mandarin. His fangs gleamed menacingly in the darkness, ready to tear his foe apart. Humph, you want to bite me? Not so easy. A second ring glowed, conjuring a massive fireball that hurtled toward Venom and exploded with a thunderous blast. The white incandescence ring, containing the core of a miniature star, able to unleash infrared radiation or intense heat, its power entirely under the wearer's control. Venom was flung hard to the ground, rolling through the swirling dust, carving deep furrows into the earth with the force of his fall. Venom, stop fighting head-on. Look for a chance to escape. Hiding within Venom's body, Kino understood just how dire their situation was. The Mandarin had only used 3 rings and already had the upper hand. Now, Venom's strength was waning, reduced to something akin to Wolverine's abilities. Many powers overlapped, offering little help. Venom realized he couldn't win in a direct clash. He sprang to his feet, legs coiling, ready to bolt at full speed. With the Mandarin's pace, there was no way he could catch up. "You're my prey," the Mandarin declared, as his fourth ring came alive. The Ice Blast Ring, capable of drawing energy from the heart of frigid outer space. It unleashes waves of freezing air, plummeting the temperature and encasing everything, objects or living beings, in ice close to absolute zero. The temperature dropped abruptly around the Mandarin as a bone-chilling wind howled outward, quickly swelling into a massive tide of snow and ice. The air itself crystallized, crackling under the pressure. Venom's movements slowed as a thick frost rapidly enveloped his body, the ice creeping relentlessly across his skin. Kino, inside, felt the biting cold, as if his very blood was about to freeze. Venom struggled desperately, but each motion became harder, his body growing ever more rigid. Panic rose within Kino. He knew that if they didn't act now, they would never get away. He could only try to use his ability to escape to another world, though fear gnawed at him. What if the other side was an even darker, more dangerous universe? Just as he prepared to make his move. He's still alive after all that? What tenacity! Let's see how he handles this. The Mandarin's fourth ring glowed once more. Impact Ring. It can unleash a variety of energy attacks, most commonly a shockwave of fast neutrons, packing the explosive power of 350 pounds of TNT. It can also emit powerful sonic and electromagnetic waves, pulling or repelling its target. A piercing wave of sound crashed toward Venom, invisible yet brimming with destructive force. Venom staggered wildly under the onslaught, clutching his head in agony. AR! Venom's body writhed violently, then split open, revealing Chino within, racked with the same unbearable pain, as though his whole being was slashed by countless blades, his mind teetering on the edge of collapse. The black tendrils desperately tried to wrap themselves around Chino again, but it was hopeless. So, it was just a human after all? Seems I was deceived. The Mandarin's expression remained utterly unmoved. The red ring flared, conjuring an enormous fireball that blazed with intense heat as it hurtled toward them. The explosion from the fireball's impact blasted both Venom and Chino through the air like cannonballs, slamming them into the distant ground. This time, they were finally wrenched apart. Venom reverted to a mass of writhing black ooze, slowly crawling back toward Chino, as if yearning to merge with him once more. The crackling of ice underfoot echoed crisply in the silence as the Mandarin approached Venom, bent down, and picked it up. What's this? Some kind of parasitic organism, capable of granting its host immense power. He studied the squirming black substance in his hand, quickly realizing it was trying to latch onto him. Suddenly, the blue ring shone cold and bright. In an instant, Venom's supple form hardened, then became completely encased in a layer of transparent ice. Not the head of a demon, perhaps, but still worth adding to my collection. Give Venom back to me. Chino had somehow managed to block the Mandarin's path. The bitter cold had shrunk his frame, and each shiver sent tiny shards of ice tumbling from him. If not for the healing factor Venom had given him earlier, he would have long perished in this frozen wasteland. You're a mutant? The Mandarin noticed the quickly mending wounds on his body. Your powers are no match for mine. All you'll gain is more suffering. This has nothing to do with you. Chino spat back in anger, then, without hesitation, charged straight at the Mandarin. Foolish. The Mandarin's ring flashed with blinding white light, a blade of energy that pierced Chino's heart in an instant. Chino's body froze, then collapsed heavily to the ground. Brave, but reckless. Ignorant and rash. The Mandarin shook his head in disappointment, preparing to leave. But then, a nearly frozen hand clamped desperately onto his shoe, fingers so stiff they could barely curl. Didn't your mother ever teach you not to take things that don't belong to you? Why don't you just play dead and survive? Lord Man looked down at him coldly, not a trace of sympathy in his eyes. Are you disappointed, Kino muttered from the floor, his voice low and evasive, that you never meet an opponent who truly excites you? And if I am, then I'll find you a rival worth fighting. The God among men. No sooner had Kino spoken than he and Lord Man vanished from the spot without a trace, leaving behind only a patch of deep blue ice at the heart of the desert. Luxbar. Two figures materialized suddenly in the center of the main hall. It was daytime, and the bar was empty, save for the owner and a lone waitress. The bar was decorated in a retro style. Wooden tables and chairs bore the marks of time, and the old photographs on the walls seemed to whisper stories from long ago. The sudden appearance of the two strangers made the bar owner raise an eyebrow. He lifted a hand. signaling the waitress not to approach. I didn't expect you possess the ability to move through space, Lord Man remarked, scanning the room. Surprise flickered in his eyes. Such power was exceedingly rare. The atmosphere was entirely different from before. Dim lighting and antique decor brought a strange sense of novelty. Kino got to his feet, shaking off the lingering chill. The grisly wound on his chest was already beginning to heal. So, where's this god among men you spoke of? Surely you don't mean those two ordinary people over there. Lord Man glanced dismissively at the bar owner and the waitress, his eyes full of contempt. Of course not. Sorry, sir, but we'll need to settle a score here. I'll make sure to cover any damages afterward, Kino said, now more at ease than before. No worries, the bar owner replied with a calm smile. His voice was deep and resonant, carrying clearly through the quiet bar. Clark, I've found news of the last city of Krypton. Come quickly, I need your help, Kino called out, his voice ringing through the empty bar. As soon as the words left his lips, Kino waited in silence. A second passed. Nothing happened, but he knew messages took time to reach their mark. 3 seconds went by. He thought perhaps the other was already on his way. 5 seconds later, Kino could no longer keep calm. His brows furrowed, and a creeping anxiety took hold within him. Impossible. With Superman's speed, there's no way he would ignore the message. Could it be that Superman hasn't appeared in this world yet? Lord Man's expression grew colder, and it seemed as if even the air itself began to freeze. Is this the Clark you're looking for? The bar owner handed Kino a newspaper. Kino glanced at the front page, and the color instantly drained from his face. The headline read, Superman sacrifices himself to save the world. The city mourns its hero. The date was exactly 1 year ago. How could it be that I arrived at this exact moment? Kino couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath, his face etched with despair and helplessness. Had he come a little earlier, or even a little later, he might have found Superman. But now, he had missed him by just a hair's breadth. The god among men is dead. What does that even mean? Fate always strikes hardest when you're at your weakest. Kino Zeiten Diektion. At this point, he was almost completely out of options. The Venom was still in the Mandarin's possession, his ability to cross worlds was on cooldown, and Superman was already gone. He had no other choice left. Haha, well said. Fate is in God's hands, and God isn't exactly a kind soul, is he? Kino, is there anything I can do to help you? The bartender nodded his agreement, his tone easy and sincere. Go find Bruce Wayne. Tell him everything that's happened here. I'm sorry for the trouble I've brought to your world. Kino didn't even realize that he had never actually told the bartender his name. So what will you do now? It looks like I can't leave anymore, and I'm afraid I can't afford to pay for the damage to your bar either. He glanced at the two ordinary people in front of him, realizing that, in their eyes, he was of no consequence at all. If you can't call on your so-called God among men, then you'll have to pay for my losses with your life. The Mandarin raised his fist, this time holding nothing back. His eyes blazed with lethal intent. Boss, take your staff and get out of here. I'll hold him off as long as I can. Kino rushed forward. No matter what he did, it was a dead end. He might as well go down swinging. Suddenly, the rings on the Mandarin's hand flared with a piercing light, bright as a lightning strike, illuminating the dimly lit bar in an instant. The glare was so intense, it was nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. Kino squeezed his eyes shut, swinging a heavy punch in the direction he remembered, only stopping when he felt his fist connect with something solid. Only then did he realize he'd landed a hit. Opening his eyes, he saw that the Mandarin remained utterly unmoved. Not even a tremor ran through his body. Kino's fist had landed squarely on the Mandarin's face, distorting his features under the force of the blow. But as Kino pulled his fist back, the man showed no reaction at all. As time stopped, the gods of the mortal world can't be summoned, but as luck would have it, there happens to be a devil nearby. A deep, magnetic voice sounded from behind. Kino turned around to see the bar owner, still maintaining his elegant composure. A suspicion began to form in Kino's mind, and he bowed respectfully. May I ask your name? Lucifer Morningstar. You may call me Lucifer, Lucifer replied pleasantly. The good news, it seemed today wouldn't be the day to die. The bad news, he'd just encountered the Lord of Hell, Satan himself. Lucifer was originally the most perfect angel God had ever created. Dissatisfied with God, he led a group of like-minded angels in rebellion. Their uprising failed, and Lucifer was cast out of heaven by God, sentenced to rule over hell for all eternity. My Lord Lucifer, I apologize deeply for disturbing you. It's quite all right. In fact, I'm rather delighted to encounter someone from another world. Lucifer's gaze was filled with curiosity and delight as he looked at Kino. Kino said nothing. He truly didn't know what to say. What rotten luck. Searching for something, running into the Mandarin in the Marvel Universe, and now Satan in the DC world. This is an alien creature, truly fascinating. It can replicate other people's DNA. At some point, the frozen block of venom had appeared in Lucifer's hand. Kino instantly tensed up, bristling as he saw Lucifer casually toying with venom. He lunged forward to snatch it back. Lord Lucifer, if you like them, I could catch many more for you in the future, but not this one. He's family. Realizing what he'd done, Kino clutched Venom to his chest, answering a bit anxiously. Off to the side, Mazekin looked surprised. In all these years, after learning His Majesty's true identity, Kino was the first to dare snatch something from him. My apologies, forgive my rudeness. Perhaps I could offer some compensation. With a snap of his fingers, the icy shell around Venom melted away, and in a flash, Venom returned to Kino's body. Even though, with or without Venom, it made little difference right now. That sense of merging brought Kino a genuine feeling of safety. Venom, are you alright? No problem. He doesn't seem to mean any harm. You can sense Lucifer's emotions? He let me sense them on purpose. I see. Kino took a deep breath, steadied himself, and bowed to Lucifer once more. Thank you for your mercy, Lucifer. Lucifer pinched his chin thoughtfully. Do I really make you that nervous? That's not exactly helpful for a conversation, is it? Lucifer, Before Kino could finish, a veil of black mist shrouded Lucifer. When it cleared, is this better? Perhaps you'll feel more at ease now. Standing before Kino was a striking woman, about 6 feet tall, with flowing black hair, golden eyes, feline features, and a captivating, regal beauty. She wore nothing but a black dress, her feet slipped into a pair of black high heels, gazing at him with eyes that sparkled with laughter. Seeing Kino's look of astonishment, Lucifer gracefully lifted the hem of her gown and spun around. The flowing fabric blossomed like a midnight flower, revealing 2 long, fair legs. She was like a black rose blooming in the night. It seemed you're quite fond of this appearance. Kino felt as if he'd been put under a spell. He simply couldn't tear his eyes away. This look was tailor-made to his deepest desires. What are you thinking, Kino? Snap out of it. Don't forget, it's still a man. Well, even as a man, this appearance works just fine. Venom, growing impatient, decided to give his heart a rough massage. That jolted Kino awake. He had no choice. Venom was pounding around his heart like a wild beast. Ha! You and your family are truly entertaining. Lucifer was genuinely amused, her laughter clear and melodic, ringing like silver bells. Lord Lucifer, please don't tease me, Kino replied with a helpless smile. Lucifer teased, you don't actually think this appearance is fake, do you? I was created by God, without a fixed gender. The only reason I appear as male is because, in a female form, I'd attract far too many pests. Kino nodded in agreement. With looks like that, she was a true femme fatale. He wouldn't be surprised if someone had started a war for her in ancient times. Well then, Lord Lucifer, what is it you want? Kino got straight to the point. He knew he couldn't outwit Lucifer with mere wordplay. I want you to take me away from this world. Now, it was Lucifer's turn to be caught off guard. Aren't you going to ask me why? Or perhaps demand some reward, great power, a sacred artifact, something like that. Kino shook his head. No need. I only survived this time because you saved me. Repaying you is the least I can do. As for power, I already have Venom. More importantly, his ambitions were modest. Rather than haggling over rewards, he'd prefer to let Lucifer decide. A being like her would hardly be stingy. Mazekin curled his lips. Did this guy even realize what he was turning down? You might not fully understand what I can offer. I know, all-knowing, all-powerful. You could create a universe with a snap of your fingers. But what does that have to do with how I want to repay you? I don't want to rule the world. That sounds exhausting. My only wish is to find a wife and live a quiet life. Lucifer was momentarily stunned. She could sense that, while this man was not without desire, he possessed rare self-control and clarity about what he truly wanted. Now, this was getting interesting. If before, she only wanted to borrow his help to escape this world and defy fate, now she genuinely found herself intrigued by him. So what if I offered to sleep with you? Please don't tease me, Lucifer. The moment those words were spoken, Kino's heart gave a violent jolt. This time, I'm not playing around. Lucifer stepped closer, an unusual and alluring fragrance wafting into Kino's nose. Waves of dazzling white unfolded right before his eyes. As long as you nod, I'll give you a perfect night. This, I swear in the name of Lucifer, the morning star. Mazekin watched the human with a deep, enigmatic gaze. For once, Venom remained silent. He, too, was curious what choice Kino would make. Kino swallowed hard, locking eyes with Lucifer's golden irises. With just a nod, he could spend a night with God's most flawless creation. Slowly, he raised his hand. A sly smile played at the corner of Lucifer's lips as she watched him reach for her fullness. Just as his hand was about to touch, Kino stopped and pressed his palm gently to Lucifer's forehead, pushing her away. Lucifer, I refuse. Why? You're clearly tempted. Yes, I am tempted, but that's not the same as being truly moved. Kino bent down and walked over to the elder, removing all the rings from his hands. Lucifer, may I take him with me? As you wish. His time will resume 10 minutes from now. With that, Kino lifted the elder and pushed open the door, leaving the bar behind. It wasn't until the sound of the tavern bell faded that Lucifer finally sat at the counter and ordered a drink. Mazekin, has my charm faded? I can't even tempt a child. My lady, his tent was fully pitched. How could you say you didn't tempt him? But at the very last moment, he sobered up. Lucifer downed a glass of whiskey in one gulp. Then how did he manage to hold back? If he hadn't, would you really have spent the night with him? Mazekin stood to one side with a bottle in hand, her face a picture of curiosity. The bar was shrouded in dim, suggestive light. Old photographs on the walls seemed even more mysterious in the shifting shadows. Of course, if it's him, I wouldn't mind giving it a try. With a sharp crack, the bottle slipped from Mazekin's hand. She was utterly stunned. At first, she'd assumed Lucifer was just toying with a human, or would conjure up a double or an illusion at the last moment. She never expected Lucifer meant it for real. My lady, with your status, there's no need to go to such lengths. Lucifer tucked a stray lock behind her ear with her pinky. In the faint light, her perfect profile looked even more enchanting, making Mazekin's heart skip a beat. You know why I betrayed God. Legend has it you couldn't bear heaven's order, Mazekin ventured after a moment. That's part of it, but the main reason is fate. Yes, fate. It was destined that I would betray God, become ruler of hell. I am the shadow God created, my very existence, nothing more than an anchor, a tool. Yet in my defiance of destiny, I continued to betray God and destroy the world. But no matter how many times I destroyed it, God would always create it anew. Eventually, I grew weary of this endless cycle. So I came down to the mortal realm, opened a small tavern, and began to wait quietly for fate to arrive. Lucifer dipped her finger into the glass, stirring the orange liquor as she drifted into memories. Her gaze grew distant and profound, as if through that small glass she could see all the bygone days. Are you really certain that human can take you away? After all, we're talking about God himself. The bar had grown so silent that only the sound of breathing remained, making Mazekin's voice ring out all the more clearly. When he first appeared, I could sense the aura of another world on him. But in just a blink, that aura blended into this world, no different from any other human, like a drop of ink vanishing instantly into the sea. Then, my lord, you simply let him go? You could have made him your slave. Mazekin's throat seemed choked by some invisible force, leaving her unable to utter another word. She could only kneel, her knees straining so hard against the floor that cracks began to spread beneath her. From those golden eyes radiated a formidable pressure, making it nearly impossible for Mazekin to breathe. Mazekin, this is my one and only chance. Nothing can go wrong. Do you understand? In that moment, Lucifer finally revealed the true majesty of the Lord of Hell. Yes, your majesty. With those words, Mazekin collapsed prone on the ground, gulping for air. I must return to hell for a while. Only when the tavern had fallen completely silent did Mazekin lift her head, eyes brimming with obsession. She moved to the spot where Lucifer had left her drink and greedily licked up the remaining liquor. Lord Lucifer. Mazekin, Lucifer's most trusted demon, and a lover of women. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kino dragged Mandarin up to a rooftop. Before them stretched a city shrouded in darkness. Gotham, the city of sin, thick with the stench of decay and corruption. The dim streetlights cast only the faintest glow through the mist, barely illuminating a small patch beneath their feet. In the distance, the silhouettes of skyscrapers loomed like monstrous beasts hidden in the dark. Kino toyed with a ring in her hand, quietly waiting for the moment to pass. Mandarin tilted his head back and collapsed onto the ground. What's going on? I should have reduced that guy to ashes. And why does my face hurt so much? So many powers again. Rapid regeneration, teleportation, invisible attacks. Mandarin's attention snapped to Kino, who stood at the edge of the roof. Not this time, Kino replied, turning around. Mandarin stared at the ring in her hand, unable to believe his eyes. He reached out both hands, only to discover that all 10 of his rings had vanished without a trace. Those are my 10 rings. When did you steal them? The Mandarin's voice rang out, brimming with anger and disbelief. Yet, stripped of his rings, he was nothing more than an unnaturally long-lived man, no longer possessing any superhuman abilities. Powerless, he dared not make any rash moves. Chino spoke up. In fact, I should thank you. You were the first person to ever make me feel fear, the fear of having Venom taken from me, the fear of nearly dying. Those moments made me realize that no matter which world I find myself in, I'm not strong. I can't just rely on my ability to travel across worlds and expect to be safe forever. With those words, Chino casually selected one of the rings and slipped it onto his index finger. Instantly, his brainwaves linked with the ring, and he understood its function. Seeing this, the Mandarin hastily cried out, "Wait, we can talk this through. I don't want to hear it." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the ring on Chino's finger unleashed a dazzling beam of white light, engulfing the Mandarin from head to toe in an instant. The light was as brilliant as midday sun, illuminating the entire rooftop. In the blink of an eye, the Mandarin's body disintegrated into countless motes of dust, which drifted away on the breeze, vanishing without a trace. Spectrum Ring. The energy beam it releases severs all bonds between the atoms and molecules of whatever it strikes. Chino felt no satisfaction from revenge, only a wave of nausea rolling over him. Before, it was always Venom who killed. He could fool himself into believing it wasn't really his own doing. Like watching a movie, it was just a thrill. Ugh, thank you, Venom. Chino gagged, but the nausea quickly faded. He realized Venom was now controlling his internal organs. Why wouldn't you let me handle it? Venom's head emerged, bewildered. He knew about Chino's past. He'd never even killed a chicken. Because I want to get stronger. I can't keep relying on you. I want to be able to protect you when you're in danger, not just hope for luck or someone else's help. Chino cradled Venom's large head in his arms. Don't you idiot. Then I'm an idiot. Chino walked alone through the narrow alley, the walls around him mottled and crumbling, exuding a stench of decay. It didn't take long before he was surrounded. Kid, unless you want another hole in your body, hand over your cash. Hold up, this little punk's got such a pretty face. Let me give him a few new scars. Moron, with a face like that, we should sell him. I know a boss who's into this kind of thing. Chino frowned at this group of thugs. Dressed in rags, none of them looked like they had any money. I go and sacrifice my looks, and all I attract are these bottom feeders. Forget it, Venom, take care of them. Go for their limbs. You bastards, get away from him. A sharp female voice rang out in the alley as a green-skinned woman stepped out, steadying herself against the wall. Her body seemed terribly unstable, the green hue on her skin flickering in and out of sight. The faint glow of the moonlight spilled over her, casting a warped shadow of her figure. Haha, what kind of freak are you supposed to be? Doesn't matter. I'll sell you off too. A green-skinned monster like you could fetch a fortune. Pamela Lillian Isley's body had mutated ever since her professor deceived her and injected her with that serum. She'd spent all this time researching her own condition, desperate to return to her former self, or, at the very least, to regain control over the toxins her body produced. Otherwise, living among humans, she'd be nothing but a walking plague. To avoid being noticed, Pamela took back alleys she'd never used before. She hadn't expected to run into an armed mugging. Who are you calling a monster? A surge of anger shot through Pamela. With a thought, she summoned vines from the ground, flailing wildly and lashing out at her attackers, leaving them bloodied and raw. The vines were thick and powerful, bristling with sharp thorns, slicing through the air with a menacing whistle. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, the thugs screamed and scattered in all directions. But Pamela's body was still weak. Recklessly using her powers left her completely drained. She collapsed into unconsciousness. Poison ivy? Chino crouched beside Pamela, gently touching her skin, which felt smooth and supple beneath his fingers. But a trace of green crept up his hand, spreading along his wrist where black, venomous tissue appeared to neutralize the green. Idiot, don't just touch things at random. Don't you know she's toxic? Oops. Venom, see if you can copy her abilities. As Chino spoke, the black tissue traveled from his wrist into Pamela's body, then pulled back a moment later. Got it. Give it a try. Chino closed his eyes. The crystal embedded in his chest shimmered with Poison Ivy's emblem, linking the two of them. His skin turned green. Opening his eyes, he looked to the ground, where a tender shoot broke through the earth, blossoming into a delicate white flower. What an incredible power. With enough energy, I could turn a desert into an oasis. So what about her? Kill her. I'm not some crazed murderer. Why would I kill her? Chino grimaced. Then leave her here. After a moment's thought, Chino rummaged through Pamela's belongings, pulling out a wallet and counting the cash inside. Less than $1,000. That'll do. Tonight's hotel bill is covered. I'll get her room. Scooping Pamela up in his arms, he headed for the nearest hotel. Oh, I see what you're after, you creep. Drop dead. Venom emerged, biting Chino on the head. Shut up already. As Chino strode down the street, passers-by assumed the blood on his face was just makeup and the thing on his head was part of costume. Even Pamela, cradled in his arms, looked like just another actor in the troupe. After all, this is Gotham. Nothing that happens here is surprising, let alone the appearance of a performance artist. Once Chino arrived at the hotel and got a room, he tossed Pamela onto the other bed. Venom, can you let go now? Idiot. Venom snorted and withdrew. Chino let out a sigh. Sometimes, he really couldn't figure out what Venom was thinking. He took a quick, casual shower and collapsed onto the bed, quickly falling asleep. When Chino was deep in slumber, Venom quietly emerged from his chest. With gentle care, Venom pulled the blanket up over Chino, tucking him in, and then stood silently, gazing at his face, lost in thought. In truth, Venom had never told Chino that, during their time frozen in ice, it hadn't lost consciousness. It remembered vividly Chino's anxiety, fear, and worry in those moments, emotions that made Venom feel uncomfortable as well. When Venom saw Chino embracing another woman, a sharp surge of anger welled up inside. What's happening to me? Venom murmured to itself. By reading Chino's memories, it understood this feeling was called jealousy, but it couldn't comprehend why it would feel such a thing. After all, it wasn't human. Silently, Venom slipped into the bathroom. Standing before the mirror, it began to imitate Pamela's appearance, its form gradually shifting until only a single tendril at its back kept it connected to Chino. Venom stared at its reflection. Its body twisted and contorted, utterly lacking any human grace, its face still bearing Venom's original features. Suddenly, with a faint pop, Venom's body vanished, merging back into Chino. At dawn, sunlight streamed through the window, falling across Pamela's face. She pulled the blanket up to block the light and tried to sleep a little longer. Suddenly, she sat bolt upright, looking around at the unfamiliar surroundings. Is this a hotel? She glanced down. Her clothes were intact. She let out a sigh of relief. Well, who'd be interested in a monster like this, anyway? Pamela gave a bitter laugh. With this body, laced with poison, she could kill a human in seconds with just a touch. The door opened, and in walked the man from last night. You're awake. I bought breakfast. Not sure if it's to your liking, but let's eat something together. Chino set the breakfast out on the table. Ah, thank you. But, aren't you afraid of me? Afraid of what exactly? Chino looked genuinely puzzled. My appearance. Don't you find my green skin disgusting? Pamela spoke as she tried to cover herself, her voice tinged with sadness. Every morning, she woke to the sight of her own green skin and felt repulsed, especially knowing that her very touch was deadly. To be honest, I actually think you look quite striking. With your red hair, you're like a gorgeous, vibrant rose. After her mutation, Pamela's figure changed as well, her body now curvaceous, her face captivating, and her long hair a striking shade of crimson red. When Pamela heard Chino's words, she was momentarily taken aback. A warm feeling welled up inside her. She hadn't expected this boy to say something so kind. Do you really think I look good? Pamela asked, a little uncertain. Chino nodded earnestly. Of course. Your green skin is very unique, and your red hair is beautiful. Besides, your abilities are amazing. A faint smile appeared on Pamela's face. This was the first time since her mutation that she'd heard anyone praise her. She walked over to the dining table, gazing at the sumptuous breakfast laid out before her. Thank you for your kind words, little boy. My name is Pamela Lillian Isley. You can call me Pamela. Kino Pamela. It's been a long time since I've had a proper breakfast. Thank you, Kino. Pamela took a bite of her sandwich. You're welcome. It was your money that paid for it. Pamela nearly choked, coughing as she asked. Wait, what about the hotel room? That was your money too. Pamela pulled out her wallet, only to find it completely empty. That was supposed to last her for a month. Kino munched on his chocolate, completely unbothered. Well, you chased away my target yesterday and ended up passed out in a dark alley. I had to use your money to get a room for us. Hold on. How did you get me here yesterday? Pamela suddenly realized. I carried you. Could it be my experiment worked yesterday? Kino, can I ask you to help me with an experiment? Pamela looked at Kino with hopeful eyes. Kino seemed to guess what she meant and held out his hand. Pamela carefully touched Kino's finger. A hint of green spread, and just as she was about to draw out the toxin, that green hue suddenly raced across Kino's entire body. No, no, no. Pamela panicked. She was sure she'd controlled the toxin's strength. It shouldn't have been fatal. Why was this happening? Tears slid down her cheeks as Pamela cursed the professor who had injected her with the serum, turning her into this so-called monster. A green vine sprouted from the tabletop, gently brushing away the tears from Pamela's face. Did I scare you? Kino said softly. I forgot to mention, I'm a monster too. Through misty eyes, Pamela looked at Kino. His body had turned entirely green, bearing a striking resemblance to her own. Kino, are you all right? She asked, hastily wiping away her tears. I'm Fina. I have a special ability. I can copy other people's powers. I copied yours yesterday when I touched you. With that, Kino waved his hand, commanding the vine on the table to beckon playfully. Pamela, a smile breaking through her tears, summoned a vine of her own, and the two vines twined together. She gazed at Kino in silence, an indescribable mix of emotions stirring deep within her heart. From Kino, she found a sense of belonging that banished her loneliness, as if she had discovered someone who was truly like herself. This realization filled her with both excitement and comfort. Kino, could I try one more time? She asked softly, a hint of anticipation coloring her voice. Kino smiled and nodded, giving his consent. Just then, Pamela approached with light, graceful steps, settled onto Kino's lap, and pressed her lips gently to his. Kino was taken aback for a moment, but soon surrendered to the sweetness of the kiss, holding her tightly in his embrace. After her transformation, Pamela exuded a fragrance as intoxicating as nectar, making it impossible to resist her charm. At last, the two slowly let each other go. Kino, how old are you? I just turned 18. Why? Perfect. You're of age, be my boyfriend. After breakfast, the two left the hotel. As they strolled down the street, Pamela no longer concealed herself as she once had. Instead, she confidently displayed her green skin for all to see. Pamela, do we really have to walk like this? At that moment, Pamela clung to Kino's arm, nestling close with her ample curves pressed against him. What's wrong, darling? Is this uncomfortable for you? With a look of curiosity, Pamela leaned in, her presence carrying the subtle fragrance of grass and leaves. No, actually it feels nice. I'm just a bit shy doing this out in public. Good then. Pamela tightened her hold around his arm. She had finally found a man she could touch. She wasn't about to let him slip away so easily. Kino let Pamela cling to his arm as they walked through the streets of Gotham, drawing plenty of glances. Some people looked on in surprise, while others wore expressions of disgust, but Pamela paid them no mind at all. Kino felt a bit puzzled. Ever since he'd woken up, Venom hadn't said a word. He called out in his mind, Venom, Venom, Venom. You're so annoying. What do you want? Go enjoy yourself with your girlfriend. Thank goodness you're still here. What does that have to do with you? Because as long as you're inside me, I feel safe. You're the only one who knows everything about me. Do you see me as a human? Then introduce me to Pamela. Pamela, come with me for a moment. Kino found a narrow alley and led Pamela over. Even in broad daylight, Gotham's alleys felt damp and shrouded in darkness. Pamela glanced around at the gloomy alley, her cheeks flushing faintly. Darling, maybe we should just go back. Pamela, I just want to introduce you to a friend of mine. Kino could tell from Pamela's expression that her thoughts had wandered in the wrong direction. Oh, so, where's that friend of yours? Pamela awkwardly brushed her hair to one side. Venom, come on out. Venom. She called out, but there was no response from within her body. She called again. Let's skip it this time. Maybe next time. Is your friend's name Venom? Kino noticed Pamela's puzzled look and gave an embarrassed smile. Venom's a little shy. I'll introduce you next time. Pamela grabbed Kino, who was about to head out. She thought he'd come in with bad intentions, only to try escaping at the last minute. After all, he was just barely an adult, and she'd teased him so early in the morning, it was only natural for his temper to flare up. I never said I disagreed. Pamela pulled Kino deeper into the alley, thinking to herself that since her shy little boyfriend was hesitant, she, as the girlfriend, would take the initiative. Half an hour later, the two of them emerged from the alley. Kino felt refreshed and buoyant, as if he were floating as he walked. Still, he liked older women best. Pamela let out a satisfied burp, surprised that her gentle-looking young boyfriend was actually a bit rough around the edges. But seeing Kino so elated, she felt genuinely happy. She must have pleased him greatly. Pamela's lips curled into a smile as she hugged Kino's arm tightly. Darling, where are we headed next? I'm going to find Superman. But isn't Superman dead? Even the dead will do. Don't forget my abilities, Kino replied with a grin. What? You can even copy Superman's powers. Pamela squealed with excitement. Hearing Kino's answer, Pamela felt a rush of heat spread through her. Women naturally admired strength, and the thought of her boyfriend soon wielding the power of a god made her want to drag him back into the alley. But she quickly calmed herself. There were more important things to handle. But there hasn't been any news about Superman's whereabouts. That's all right. Someone knows. Batman. Wayne Manor, on the outskirts of Gotham City. Hello, Batman. Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne sat quietly on the sofa, eyeing the uninvited man and woman across from him. His ever-loyal butler entered with coffee, along with sugar and milk, serving the two guests as they sat facing each other. Thank you, Kino said politely. The butler nodded gently in return and stood behind Bruce. Tell me what brings you here. Bruce's eyes were full of wariness. One glance at his surroundings was enough. The room was overrun with vines, coiling around him like serpents. Pamela was a bit taken aback, The Dark Knight of Gotham was actually the infamous playboy of the Wayne family. Kino was focused on sweetening his coffee. I want Superman's body. Why are you so sure that Superman's body is with me? Bruce shot back with a question of his own. The last person who got a hold of a Kryptonian body created doomsday, nearly destroying the world in the process. If someone tried something like that again, this time there would be no Superman to sacrifice himself and save everyone. Because you're Batman, there's no way you'd let something that dangerous fall into anyone else's hands. Next time, just use knockout gas. I'm really not used to coffee. Chino took a sip of coffee, grimacing as he complained. In the movies, Superman's body is buried in a cemetery. But in the real world, that's impossible. Whether for scientific research or to create a living weapon, there are countless ambitious people in this world. I don't know what you're talking about. Bruce denied it. Right now, he couldn't take any action at all. His only option was to stall for time. Pamela, if you please. No problem, darling. Pamela summoned vines to bind Bruce, then breathed a mist directly into his face. Tell me, where's Superman's body? I don't know. Bruce's eyes turned a little hazy, but his mind remained clear and sharp. Pamela was a bit surprised. What incredible strength of will. Release Mr. Wayne. Pamela exhaled a cloud of mist toward the old butler. A moment later, he staggered and collapsed to the ground. As expected of Batman, Chino pulled a ring from his pocket. Psychic Amplification Ring. Enhances the wearer's psychic abilities, allowing them to place one or more people under mental control, and transmit commands directly into their minds. However, it can only affect one target at a time and works within a 10-foot radius. Chino slipped the ring onto his finger and focused his mind on Bruce, activating the power. Bruce's eyes instantly glazed over, and he spoke slowly. Superman's body is in the Batcave beneath Wayne Manor. Chino and Pamela exchanged an excited glance. They had finally found Superman's body. Chino stood up and commanded, "Take us there." Bruce rose stiffly, leading them toward the underground laboratory. The lab was filled with futuristic technology. Superman's body lay silently inside a massive crystal coffin. Chino gazed at him, filled with awe. So you really did have him? Yes. The body in the cemetery is a decoy, meant to draw attention away. Bruce replied, his face expressionless. Open it. The crystal coffin slid open. Chino pressed his hand to Clark's body, and black filaments seeped from his pores, infiltrating the tissue. The cells are still active. He's not dead, just in a state of suspended animation. Bruce, did you know Clark wasn't dead? Chino asked. Bruce struggled for a moment before Chino tightened his psychic grip, forcing him to answer slowly. You know, his brainwaves are faint, but still present. His body keeps absorbing solar radiation. As long as you leave him in the sunlight, he'll recover, at most in 5 years. As expected, the Mother Box is the ultimate weapon created by Apocalypse. There's no way it could have resurrection powers. The reason Superman can be revived must be because the Mother Box repairs his body and then jolts him awake with a massive surge of energy. Then why haven't you brought him back? He can't return to this world just yet. We need to wait for the right moment. Pamela looked at Bruce, puzzled. What do you mean by that? Chino, on the other hand, seemed to understand. After the Kryptonian invasion and now the Doomsday incident, though both had been dealt with, they'd still left the world in chaos, and Superman's power had been on full display. All the world's leaders now feared Superman's might. He had to die, and only after a crisis that threatened the entire planet could he return. Only then could he save the world again. No matter which world you're in, it's always the same. Good people end up with guns pointed at their heads. At that moment, a golden lasso wrapped around Bruce and yanked him off his feet. That's why heroes like us have to step forward. It was Wonder Woman, Diana, who had come, catching Bruce as he fell. Under the power of the lasso of truth, Bruce's mind cleared. You're late. I sent you a message half an hour ago. You think Washington is right next door to your mansion? Diana shot him a glare, then turned her gaze to Clark's body, her expression suddenly frosty. And you owe me an explanation. Bruce didn't answer, instead dashing toward his equipment vault. All right, whatever your plan is, take that thing off him. Diana drew the God-Killer sword, her eyes locked on the black mass attached to Clark's body. Chino asked silently, Venom, how much longer do you need? Just a bit more. I've only managed to analyze half of it so far. I'll buy us some time. With that, Chino severed his link with Venom. Bruce got one thing right. You are too late. In an instant, Chino's body turned green. With a sweep of his arms, thick vines burst forth, surging toward Diana like a pack of furious serpents. The vines were sturdy and powerful, bristling with sharp thorns, slicing through the air with a fierce whistle. You've made a grave mistake. Diana swung the God-Killer sword, its blade blazing with searing light. Her movements were swift and relentless, Each swing sliced through the oncoming vines with pinpoint precision. But every severed vine split into a dozen more tendrils, coiling hungrily toward her. Countless vines erupted from the ground, transforming the dim Batcave into a churning sea of green. The ocean of vines surged violently. Each tendril seemed almost alive, lashing out at Diana with wild, clawing movements. Diana swung the God-Killer sword, and no matter how many vines she severed, new ones surged in from every direction to take their place. With each strike, she unleashed tremendous power, slicing the surrounding vines into pieces in an instant, sending sprays of green sap splattering through the air. Yet those severed vines appeared to possess endless vitality, rapidly regenerating and launching themselves at her once more. Pamela quickly joined the fray, her hands weaving through the air as she summoned even more vines to erupt from the ceiling, the walls, and the ground, all converging on Diana. The vines intertwined, forming a vast green web, seeking to trap Diana within its grasp. Though Diana was formidable, the relentless onslaught of vines was beginning to wear her down. "Do you really think this will stop me?" she called out, defiant. Diana crossed her arms, and her silver bracelets clashed together. A golden aura burst forth around her, blasting the surrounding vines away in an instant. The vines crashed into walls and equipment, thudding heavily as they landed. Seeing this, Chino immediately changed tactics. Pamela focused on controlling the vines, while Chino poured his energy into making them tougher and stronger. As a green light shimmered around Chino, the surrounding vines thickened and hardened, now gleaming with a metallic sheen. "Damn it, this is a pain," Diana cursed, continuing to swing the God-Killer sword as she pressed on, inching closer to her foes with great effort. Just as the stalemate showed no sign of breaking, Bruce burst out of the armory. He was clad in his black batsuit, clutching a canister tightly in his hands. With a swift motion, he hurled it into the heart of that green ocean. With a thunderous blast, a dense mist erupted from the canister, spreading rapidly. The tangled vines that came into contact with the vapor began to wither, as if drained of all life. "Weed killer." Guess the Batcave still had some left. "Hey, over here, kid." At that moment, Diana finally reached her target. She sheathed her sword, raised her shield, and slammed it down toward Chino's head. A heavy clang echoed through the Batcave as Diana's shield was caught, held fast by a single, steady hand. "Clark!" Diana stared in shock at the resurrected Superman before her, disbelief filling her eyes. But Clark's condition was strange. His eyes were tightly shut, and his body was wrapped in a mysterious black substance, as if he were under some kind of control. Suddenly, Clark lashed out with a powerful punch, slamming into Diana's shield. The force of the blow sent her flying across the cave, crashing into the wall and leaving a massive hole in the stone. Clark slowly turned, now facing Chino. Chino reached out and gently pressed his hand against the black substance covering Clark. "If you ever dare to abandon me again, you'll regret it." Venom's voice echoed in Chino's mind. "I swear this will be the last time." Venom swiftly shifted across Chino's body, forming a black and white suit that wrapped him tightly. He began to grow taller, his frame expanding into a powerful and imposing figure. Where he had once been thin and frail, thick muscles now rippled beneath the surface. Chino caught Clark just as he was about to collapse, and carefully placed him back inside the crystal coffin. "So this was your goal all along." Batman stepped up to Chino without a hint of fear, even in the face of danger. "Yes, this world is perilous. I need strength. Superman's strength is the greatest of all. What do you know?" Chino smiled mysteriously. "Don't let the three mother boxes be reunited, or we'll spell the world's destruction." With that, he turned to leave. Batman hurried after him, pressing, "Wait, explain yourself." But Chino didn't slow down. A piece of kryptonite appeared in Batman's hand, but before he could react, Chino snatched it away in a flash. "Bruce, you should know that kryptonite only works on Superman when he stands for justice." Chino crushed the kryptonite into powder with a gentle squeeze, then let it fall to the ground. Protected by the Venom suit, the kryptonite had no effect on him whatsoever. Then he turned toward Pamela, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation. He spoke to her softly, "Let's go, Pamela." Pamela's eyes shone with delight and love as she answered with a laugh, "Darling, you look so handsome in that suit." "I think so too." Their voices faded into the distance as they soared into the sky, leaving Batman staring after their disappearing figures, lost in thought. "Clark!" Diana burst through the gaping hole, looking at Superman, now lying once again in the crystal coffin. "What just happened with those two? And how did Clark suddenly come back to life? Do you know what a mother box is? Where did you hear that? Wow, darling, go even higher." "No problem." Chino held Pamela close as they soared above the clouds, a biofield shielding her. With excitement, He kept ascending, breaking the sound barrier behind them. The incredible pressure of their speed sliced through the sea of clouds. They broke through the atmosphere. In moments, they reached outer space. Pamela gazed in awe at the beautiful blue planet before her, Earth, her eyes filled with wonder. "It's so beautiful," Pamela couldn't help but exclaim, her voice brimming with awe and joy. In the darkness of space, Earth glowed with a gentle, captivating blue light. White clouds drifted like gauzy veils, continents and oceans sharply outlined. A breathtaking masterpiece spread before their eyes. "Venom, why don't you come out and take a look too?" "Darling, do you want to do it here?" Pamela turned her head, thinking Chino wanted to celebrate in a special way. "No, I was calling Venom, but he's acting a bit strange today." Chino shook his head quickly. An empty alleyway was already the most he could handle. "There really is someone called Venom?" Pamela blushed slightly, remembering how things had gotten in that alley earlier. "Yes, the suit I'm wearing is actually a part of Venom's body." Curious, Pamela reached out and touched the Venom suit. It felt amazing. She could sense the strong muscles beneath it. "Well, then introduce me when he's ready to come out." "Pamela, would you be willing to go with me to another world?" "Another world?" Chino nodded, revealing his true identity. He explained that if she didn't want to go, he would leave enough power in this world to protect her and visit her often. "Of course I go, darling." Pamela agreed without a moment's hesitation. She just found this man. She wasn't about to let him go. Besides, when lovers are apart for too long, it's easy for someone to slip up. Given Chino's looks and strength, it was only a matter of time, and she didn't really mind. After all, her body was filled with toxins, making it nearly impossible for her to get pregnant. She couldn't ask her beloved to go through life without a child. "Darling, when are we leaving?" "I still need to pick someone up." "Lucifer." "Lucifer? Isn't that Satan himself?" The ground, once like molten lava, had now become scorched and barren, while the sulphurous storms turned cool and crisp. Across the entire world, the wails of demons echoed. They could feel hell growing weaker by the moment. "Lucifer, if you keep draining it, hell will be destroyed." Dream watched as Lucifer continued to draw power from hell's core, unable to hide a twitch at the corner of her mouth. After Lucifer had handed over the key to hell, Dream had assumed their next meeting would be eons away. Who could have guessed that just a few years later, Lucifer would reappear, asking to borrow hell's core? Dream didn't object. Hell had always belonged to her, after all, but she hadn't expected this kind of borrowing. "Honestly, I'm just taking a little. It's not like it can't recover." At last, Lucifer stopped and began shaping the core of hell. Dream gazed at the fireball, now only a third of its original size. It could recover, perhaps, but if the world were destroyed, who knew if it would ever be restored to even half its former glory? "Lucifer, what are you planning to do with all this?" Dream asked, curiosity piqued. "It's a gift, a token of thanks for a certain little one." Lucifer shaped the core into a bracelet and began inscribing runes upon it. Who could possibly deserve a gift made from hell's core? A little brat who doesn't know what's good for him. Lucifer recalled how she had been rejected and voiced her displeasure with a single remark. Having finished inscribing the bracelet, Lucifer gazed at the mysterious accessory in her hand, a faint, knowing smile curling at the corner of her lips. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Kino was flying toward the agreed-upon location with Pamela at his side. All along the way, Pamela's heart brimmed with curiosity and anticipation. "Darling, are we heading straight to hell?" "No, we're going to Gotham. Lucifer is on Earth now." "Lucifer is a woman?" "Yes, and a remarkably beautiful one at that." "Oh my God." Outside Lux Bar, the night draped itself over the city, a place shrouded in both sin and secrecy. Kino pushed open the door and stepped inside. The bar was dimly lit, filled with the scent of aged wood and lingering spirits. At the bar counter, Lucifer sat with effortless grace, a drink poised in her hand. There was a hint of playful mischief in her eyes. The faint glow cast her in delicate relief, tracing every alluring curve. "Kino, you've arrived," Lucifer greeted, her voice melodious and inviting. Kino led Pamela over, offering a polite nod. "Lucifer, thank you for waiting." Pamela, too, regarded Lucifer with unabashed curiosity. There was none of the demon's savagery the legend spoke of, only a beauty so striking it left her breathless. With her regal, cool demeanor, flawless features, and lithe figure, Lucifer was perfection itself. Pamela couldn't help but feel just a little inadequate in comparison. Suddenly, Lucifer's gaze met hers, sharp and discerning. "So this is your chosen lover, the avatar of the green." "Not bad at all." Lucifer saw straight through to Pamela's essence, then added, "But she's still no match for me. I am, after all, the more beautiful one." Pamela's eyes widened in astonishment. From the sound of it, Lucifer had nearly become her beloved's partner. With that figure and face, even a woman like herself would have trouble saying no. I refused you for her sake, and Pamela accepted me for the same reason. Kino squeezed Pamela's hand as he spoke. Pamela didn't quite understand what her beloved meant, but it didn't matter. She happily embraced Kino, planting a kiss on his cheek. TCH, taking my body wasn't enough. You want my heart as well. You really are even greedier than a demon from hell. Lucifer rolled her eyes with a dazzling, almost seductive flare. She hadn't used magic to control Kino, hoping to avoid complications, but that didn't mean she hadn't considered using a man's desires to sway him. Looking at them now, it seemed she'd miscalculated. Pamela, for her part, had chosen to give both her body and heart to Kino, touched by his fearlessness toward her toxins. That was why she had fallen in love with him. Pamela, am I really that greedy? Of course not, darling. Unable to help themselves, the two basked in their affection for each other, filling the air with sweet, unabashed love right in front of Lucifer. Lucifer frowned slightly and let out a soft, exasperated sigh. Enough, you two. Next, here's your reward. Kino took the bracelet and asked, What is this, Lucifer? It's the Hell bracelet. You'll understand once you put it on. Without hesitation, Kino slipped the bracelet onto his wrist. Instantly, it transformed into a pattern that wrapped around his skin. At that moment, a rush of information flooded his mind, and with a wave of his hand, a swirling black vortex appeared. From the vortex came deep, guttural roars and shrill, piercing screams, sounds that could chill anyone to the bone. Out of the darkness strode demons of all shapes and forms. Some were wreathed in blazing flames, the fire dancing as if eager to ignite the very air. Others were massive, towering like small mountains, each step causing the ground to tremble. Still others were covered in sharp, glinting blades, their menacing edges glimmering coldly, enough to freeze the bravest heart. Pamela stared in terror at the demons emerging from the swirling portal, instinctively edging closer to Kino for safety. The demons came forward and knelt before Kino, bowing with utmost respect. Hail, Lord Demon King! Kino looked at the assembly of demons before him and could sense their very lives were now under his command. Lucifer, who are these? These are demons of hell. I've recreated a new hell from its primal essence. Every type of demon is represented here, handpicked by me. You don't have to manage them. Day to day, just keep them in hell and summon them as needed to serve as cannon fodder. And don't worry about losses. When these demons die, they'll simply be reborn in hell. Lucifer spoke casually, as if he were offering not the underworld itself, but a mere trinket. Thank you, Lucifer. I really like this gift, Kino said, gazing at the host of demons. This was only a small portion, just those of more manageable size. As long as you like it. If no one wanted Lucifer's body or his gifts, that would be truly embarrassing, Lucifer grumbled, a note of resentment in his voice. If we end up in another world, Lucifer, you can do this again. I promise I won't turn you down. Keep dreaming. If you regret it now, it's too late. As they chatted, Pamela gradually let go of her fear, curiosity taking over as she watched the demons intently. After all, these were legendary creatures. She was eager to study them up close. You all may return for now. I'll summon you when I need you. Yes, your majesty, the demons replied, rising and heading back toward the portal. Wait, Kino, keep that one behind. Venom suddenly emerged, pointing at one of the demons. Pamela's eyes widened in surprise as a black, snake-like head appeared from her beloved's shoulder. Normally, she would have screamed, but after seeing so many bizarre demons today, her nerves had toughened. You there, stay behind, Kino commanded, following Venom's gesture. The rest of the demons halted, casting envious glances at the chosen one. Each of them had hoped to display their abilities and earn the Demon King's favor. What are your orders, your majesty, the Demon King? The demon knelt before them. It was a humanoid demon, its body and appearance shifting constantly, never settling into a fixed form. Shapeshifters, the weakest beings in hell in terms of strength, but in exchange, they possess formidable transformative abilities and intelligence. Back when I ruled hell, I appointed several shapeshifters to help manage the place, Lucifer explained from the side. Venom, what do I want to do? I'm very interested in her abilities. Let me copy them. You are not allowed to resist. Kino commanded the demon before her. The shapeshifter bowed her head, allowing Venom to invade her body without protest. After a while, Venom withdrew his tendrils and returned to his original form as a suit. Don't bother me. I have things to do right now. Kino replied in a small, aggrieved voice. Ever since arriving in the DC world, Venom had been acting a bit odd. How interesting. Absolutely fascinating. Lucifer's eyes gleamed with golden light, and an inscrutable smile played on her lips. What is your name? Venom ignored everyone, So Kino turned to the shapeshifter and asked, I have no name, Your Majesty the Demon King, replied the shapeshifter. From today onward, your name is She. You will be responsible for managing the demons of hell. A red rune appeared on Kino's fingertip and pressed onto She's forehead. Yes. Thank you, Your Majesty the Demon King. She felt a surge of authority over hell's demons coursing through her body, and she was overjoyed. She had only come to try her luck, never expecting to truly earn the Demon King's favor. After sending all the demons back, Lucifer, let's head out. Kino placed her hands on the shoulders of Lucifer and Pamela. A flash of light erupted, and the three vanished instantly from where they stood. The next moment, an old man appeared at the spot they'd left. Lucifer. In the blink of an eye, Lucifer found herself in a vast, boundless desert. Gale force winds whipped up clouds of sand, shrouding the world in a yellow veil. She reached out, catching the drifting sand in her palm, feeling the fine grains slip through her fingers. There was no trace of God's presence here. A world without God. Lucifer unfurled her wings, white as freshly fallen snow, wide and magnificent, each feather shimmering with a sacred glow. With a powerful beat of her wings, she sent up a swirling sandstorm and, in the next instant, vanished beyond the horizon, leaving behind only a streak of white light. My dear, where did Lady Lucifer go? Pamela gazed at the empty sky and asked. She's gone in search of her freedom. With the vision he'd gained from Superman, Kino could see Lucifer soaring into the cosmos. Sensing his gaze, Lucifer blew him a playful kiss. Thank you. Farewell. Goodbye. Soar as high as you wish. Only when Lucifer had disappeared from sight did Kino finally lower his gaze. My dear, I've caught someone. Kino glanced at the Punisher, who was tied up from head to toe, and couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Frank, the butler. Young master, it's been a while. Frank hung in midair, his face expressionless, showing not the slightest sign of resistance. If it weren't the case, given Pamela's combat experience, he would have shot her in the head from dozens of meters away. My apologies, Frank. Pamela quickly let Frank down, clearly realizing she had tied up the wrong person. Her face was full of embarrassment and regret. It's all right, ma'am. That title made Pamela blush furiously. Frank, how long has it been since I disappeared? Kino glanced at the thick layer of dust on Frank's clothes and instantly realized he had been away for quite a while. 3 days, young master. That's about right. You've had a rough time, Frank. Must have been pretty dull here all by yourself. Kino brushed some dust off Frank's coat, sending a small cloud swirling into the air. Not really, young master. Every now and then, someone dropped by to keep me company. It almost reminded me of my old days on military missions. Frank's eyes gleamed with a fleeting nostalgia. Only then did Kino notice how spotless the area was. No bodies anywhere, though he could catch the scent of fresh blood in the air. Clearly, remnants of the Ten Commandments gang had been stopping by from time to time. Frank, let's go home. Tell me what happened after I left. Yes, young master. Madam, I parked the helicopter out back. On the helicopter, the rotors thundered overhead, churning the air with a deafening roar. Gale force winds howled past the open doors as Kino listened to everything that happened. When Tony Stark and Insun found Frank and learned the young master was fighting, they tossed him a satellite phone and flew over in an armed helicopter. Unfortunately, by the time they arrived, the young master had already vanished. Frank chose to stay put, waiting until Kino finally reappeared. Tony Stark got on the phone, made arrangements, and left with Frank to hold a press conference. Just as in the original story, Tony Stark announced the closure of the weapons division. Nothing had changed there. A few hours later, they finally returned to the manor. Nestled among rolling green hills and sparkling rivers, the manor stood behind grand iron gates that slowly swung open. A cobblestone driveway meandered through the grounds, leading up to a magnificent mansion. Wow, darling, you really are a rich man. Pamela's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the estate, awestruck by its grandeur. I wouldn't call myself rich, just the son of someone who is, Kino replied with a smile. Kino led Pamela and Frank into the manor, showing Pamela around. She was fascinated by every detail, gasping in wonder at every turn. In the garden, flowers of every color competed in their beauty, filling the air with a rich, sweet fragrance. The fountain, bathed in sunlight, cast a dazzling rainbow through the mist. My dear, this place is truly beautiful, came the gentle voice. Kino smiled and said, from now on, this will be our home. There weren't many servants in the manor, just a team of chefs and Frank. The cleaning was handled by hired help who came in regularly. After dinner, Kino soaked in the spacious bath, warm water enveloping him and bringing a long, contented sigh of relief. My love, he called softly. No mischief allowed. After a night of exhaustion, The two had drifted into a deep and peaceful sleep. Unseen, a black substance crept silently along Pamela's wrist, invading her body. Ever since the symbiote gained the powers of a shapeshifter, it had been molding the physical form, at last shaping itself into Kino's favorite memory. Yet, while it had mastered the outer form, it still didn't know how to make the inside feel comfortable. So, taking advantage of the couple's slumber, it sought a template. Pamela became the unwitting subject. Darling. Pamela sensed something strange within her body and, half awake, slowly opened her eyes. She saw herself enveloped in black venom. Just as she was about to scream, she lost consciousness. Phew, good thing I blocked Kino's ears. Now, to continue, once certain that Kino remained asleep, the symbiote resumed its work. The room was utterly still, with only the faint moonlight filtering through the window and spilling across the floor. As the symbiote studied the intricate structure of the body, Pamela let out a soft, involuntary moan, her eyes still closed. When the research was nearly complete, the venom began to gather itself into a body on Kino's other side. Sensing a familiar presence, Kino instinctively reached out, pulling it close and nuzzling against it. The symbiote wrapped its arms around him in return, quietly waiting for dawn. Sunlight slipped through the sheer curtains, gently caressing Pamela's face. Slowly, she opened her eyes, golden beams streaming through the window and brushing her cheeks like threads of silk. She sat up and stretched, her body swaying with emotion. Was that all a dream last night? She wondered aloud. Lifting the covers for a quick look, she found nothing unusual. Remembering how her beloved had clung to her so passionately last night, she couldn't help but smile to herself. The changes in her body weren't all bad. Her figure and skin were better than ever. She glanced around the room, searching for her clothes from the night before, and began to get dressed. Moving to the other side of the bed, she noticed a lump under the covers. My love, it's time to get up. She gave the bundle a couple of gentle shakes, but there was no response. A mischievous grin spread across Pamela's face as she slipped her hand beneath the blanket to explore. Suddenly, her fingers brushed against something soft. Startled, she gave it a curious squeeze. How long do you plan on squeezing me? Came a cool, clear female voice from under the covers. Pamela jumped, yanking her hand back and tossing the blanket aside in alarm. Wait, who are you? As the blanket was lifted, a voluptuous woman appeared before Pamela's eyes. The morning sunlight poured through the window, casting a golden glow over her body and tracing out her alluring curves. You woke him up. Kino had been sleeping comfortably in the woman's embrace, but the sudden rush of cold air brought him back to his senses. What's going on, Pamela? My dear, who is she? Pamela's frustration grew as she saw Kino lingering in another woman's arms. Her fists clenched tightly, and her green eyes blazed with fury. Kino's mind slowly cleared. This time, he realized he was lying in the arms of a stranger, yet there was something familiar about her scent that put him oddly at ease. Demon sister? Kino stared at the woman's face in surprise. No, that's not quite right. I'm Venom. Venom propped herself up, her black hair cascading over her shoulders like a silky curtain. You're Venom. That's the shapeshifter's power. Kino recalled the ability Venom had just copied the day before. Do you like it? In your memories, this character ranks number 1. Venom completely ignored the flush of red on Pamela's green face, boldly showing off her flawless figure. Every move she made was brimming with seduction, and it felt as if the very air in the room had grown heated. I do like it, but why would you turn into her? Kino stared, unable to look away, a sense of familiarity nagging at him. Of course it's because I like you. You like me? Well, you're always saying things like I'm your most important family. Over time, I just started liking you. So what's your answer? Venom looked at Kino with anticipation. But I've always thought of you as a brother. To wake up and find your brother has turned into a gorgeous woman. What a shock. Oh, well, do you like this version of me? Venom smiled slyly, wrapped her arms around Kino, and pressed him into her chest, making it hard for him to breathe. Still want to reject me? No, I won't reject you anymore. Excellent. Then give me a kiss. With that, Venom leaned in closer. That's enough. You homewrecker. How dare you try to steal him right in front of me? Have you never heard of first come, first serve? Pamela, furious, lunged forward and pinned Venom to the bed, launching into a flurry of blows. The room instantly descended into chaos. Pillows went flying to the floor, and the bedsheets became a tangled mess. I was the first one to meet Kino. You're the intruder here. Venom swiftly reversed their positions, pinning Pamela to the floor. Thankfully, the thick carpet below cushioned the fall. The soft rug absorbed the impact, but the tussle between the two remained fierce. Well, his first time was still with me. That was because I let you have it. Otherwise, do you really think you'd have succeeded in that alley? So you were watching, you little sneak. And you? No shame at all, running wild out in public. The two beautiful women rolled across the floor, caught in a heated struggle. Kino, meanwhile, put on his clothes and simply watched it all unfold. Neither of them had gone all out. Both had long been aware of each other's existence. If their first encounter hadn't been in this situation, things might have gone much better. As Pamela's pajamas were torn apart, Kino also sensed something was off. Venom, why do you look exactly like Pamela? Kino asked, his tone puzzled. Venom, pinned beneath Pamela, stiffened at those words and replied, guiltily, well, that's probably just a coincidence. Pamela's hands froze mid-action as she scrutinized Venom, her expression darkening as she remembered last night's dream. Damn it, it wasn't enough for you to bend me over yesterday, and now you've even pirated my body. It's not piracy, I just borrowed your style a bit. The inside is different, I swear. You dare argue with me? Now Pamela was truly angry. She commanded the vines to tie Venom up. Hey, you're serious? Go easy on me. Venom didn't resist. After all, she was in the wrong this time. Kino covered his face, finally piecing things together. In his memory, he had the general appearance, but no specific details, so he'd had to reference others. Still, what Venom had done was out of line. Maybe it was best to let Pamela vent her frustration. Wait, Pamela, let me tell you a secret, Venom called out. I don't want to hear it, Pamela retorted, swinging the vines with every intention of beating Venom until she was thoroughly punished. It's about Kino, and I'll restore your color too, Venom bargained. Pamela paused mid-swing, and Venom breathed a sigh of relief. This body was sensitive. If the beating continued, she might actually pass out. Wait, Venom, this time, it was Kino's turn to panic. Seeing Kino's reaction, Pamela realized Venom did, in fact, no more than she did. Darling, you should step outside for a bit. Venom and I have some things to discuss, Pamela said. Kino looked at the closed door, resigned, and waited outside. Beyond the room, the hallway was lined with luxurious carpets and adorned with exquisite oil paintings on the walls. Young master, even in the manor, you must mind your manners, came Frank's voice from beside him. Frank eyed Kino, who was standing there in nothing but his boxers. Pamela, open the door. I haven't even put on my clothes yet. Kino knocked insistently. Pamela, now in a flowing green dress, and Venom, dressed in a black gauzy gown and high heels, stepped out together, their skirts swaying like blossoms caught in the wind. This time, Pamela's skin was as fair as snow, leaving Kino utterly mesmerized. One wife, two very different experiences. Darling, my sister and I will go down first and wait for you, Pamela called, linking arms with Venom as they walked downstairs. Ladies, breakfast is ready, Frank announced, staring at the floor, completely unfazed by the appearance of another mistress. Pamela felt the burning gaze on her back, the corner of her lips curling up. She really did like tall women. When Kino was dressed, he went downstairs. Venom and Pamela hadn't moved. They were waiting for Kino. Darling, have a taste of this fruit. Kino, have some chocolate. Pamela's diet was almost entirely vegetarian. Breakfast was a fruit salad. Venom, even with a human body and able to savor other flavors, still preferred chocolate. Kino accepted whatever was offered without hesitation. After breakfast, Venom and Pamela went to watch TV. Suddenly, the doorbell rang from outside. Frank opened the door and welcomed someone in. It's been a while, Kino. Are these your wives? Hello, I'm Tony Stark. You can call me Tony. Tony spoke, dressed smartly in a black suit. Venom and Pamela nodded politely, introduced themselves, and then lost interest in further conversation. Oh, this is actually the first time I've ever been ignored, Tony Stark said, a little embarrassed. Tony, what brings you here? Kino asked. Oh, my friend, you saved the greatest genius of this century. Tony Stark replied with theatrical flair, then smacked his lips when he saw Kino's impassive expression. All right, Fina. Honestly, I came to bring you a thank you gift. Kino took the contract Tony Stark handed over and began to read. 20% of Stark Industries shares. Don't even think about refusing. You saved my life. This is what you deserve. Even as he offered up a fifth of his company, Tony still wore that proud look on his face. Tony, why are you really doing this? Kino didn't look particularly pleased by the generous gift. Instead, he placed the documents on the table and gently pushed them back. I already said, Tony, you're a businessman. You're very wealthy. But no matter how rich someone is, they wouldn't give away such a large portion of their company just to thank a lifesaver. Kino fixed him with a piercing gaze. Unless your last name is Lee. I knew it. I'm really not cut out for this kind of thing. Tony's face fell as he confessed the truth. That day, I noticed the Mandarin's laser beam came from his ring. I want to know if you have those rings. They're right here. Kino took out 10 gemstone rings and placed them on the table. That's them exactly. 10% of the shares are a thank you, and another 10%. I want to buy one. Tony's gaze lingered on the gemstone rings. Buying them all was impossible, but acquiring a single one was within reach. Tony, do you know where they come from? Kino chuckled and shook his head. What's their origin? These rings are masterpieces of the alien Macklins. Each one possesses extraordinary powers. Tony, how much do you think it would cost to buy just one? Kino picked up a ring, letting it catch the sunlight and sparkle brilliantly. Alien technology. Forget I said anything. I never thought there'd be something even Tony Stark, couldn't buy. Tony's eyes burned with excitement, but then he gave a self-deprecating laugh. If this was truly alien technology, its value couldn't possibly be measured in money. Just deciphering its secrets could yield enough profit to build an entirely new military-industrial empire. A crimson ring landed in Tony's palm. I thought you weren't selling? Tony stared at the ring in his hand, a bit bewildered. I'm not selling, Kino replied with a smile, but I can give it to a friend. He genuinely liked Tony, whether it was his actions in the cave or his trailblazing spirit in the movies of his past life. All those things spoke volumes about his character. Giving away a ring to make a friend seemed more than worth it. Tony gripped the ring tightly, his eyes shining with surprise and gratitude. Kino, this is such a valuable gift. I don't even know what to say. Kino waved off the thanks. No need to be so formal, Tony. Like you said, friends shouldn't keep score. Tony nodded solemnly. I promise I'll treasure this gift, and I'll do everything I can to unlock its secrets. But I am curious, what's so special about this ring? Yours is the flame ring. It holds the miniature heart of a star, capable of emitting infrared radiation or heat, with its intensity controlled by whoever wears it. But be careful when you study it. Try not to blow up New York, Kino warned, half joking, half serious. Miniature stellar core, energy compression, spatial compression, neural link technology. So much packed into such a tiny ring. Tony slipped the ring on with great care, and in an instant, he understood how to wield its power. A fiery orb, half a meter wide, appeared in Tony's hand. Under his control, it danced through the air. This was the allure of the extraordinary. It also caught the attention of Pamela, Venom, and Frank. Before Tony could really start having fun, a beam of blue light shot at the fireball, freezing it into an orb of ice that shattered as it hit the floor. Tony, no playing with fire in someone else's house. Kino's voice was full of disapproval. Ahem, sorry, I got a little carried away. Tony looked a bit embarrassed. At that moment, Pamela walked over and settled herself on Kino's lap. Darling, these rings are beautiful. Her eyes sparkled. There are few women who don't love gems that glitter. If you like one, pick it out. Word for now. When we get married, I'll make you an even better one, Kino said, going along with her wishes. Thank you, darling. Pamela gave Kino a quick kiss on the cheek, happily selecting a white ring and sliding it onto her middle finger. The cutting beam ring was just a thing to make up for Pamela's lack of firepower. Does it look good? It looks great. You'd look good in anything. The two of them flirted openly, completely oblivious to anyone else, until Venom sauntered over. Pamela immediately made room, shifting behind Kino, where she began to serve as a soft cushion for the back of his head. Venom settled herself comfortably in Kino's lap, lifting her slender, agile fingers, so pale they seemed almost translucent. Help me pick one. A mischievous, enchanting smile played on Venom's lips. How about this one? The color suits you best. Kino selected a black ring and slipped it onto Venom's middle finger. Black light ring. This ring can create a zone of absolute darkness, seeming to absorb all light. This darkness may be similar in nature to the dark energy used by cloaking devices, dark stars, or burial shrouds. It's beautiful. You deserve a reward. Venom pressed a gentle kiss to Kino's lips. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still. Kino felt the softness of her lips, and a wave of indescribable warmth filled his heart. Once Venom and Pamela had left, Tony spoke up. Those rings are worth billions, and you just give them away as accessories. Doesn't it bother you at all? Tony's tone was half teasing, half curious. He'd had his own share of romantic adventures, but he was still surprised by Kino's generosity. It doesn't bother me. As long as they like them, that's enough. You really are romantic. But honestly, those rings are incredibly powerful. Aren't you worried they might accidentally cause trouble? Tony shrugged. If anything happens, I'll take care of it. With superhuman strength, as long as he didn't provoke the real power players in this world, Kino could pretty much do as he pleased. Oh, by the way, the military's been acting weird lately. They're secretly hunting mutants, apparently searching for someone in particular. If you run into trouble because of it, give me a call. I'll handle it. This kind of information was supposed to be classified, but Tony revealed it without a second thought. Thanks for the heads up. Having said his piece, Tony took his leave as well. He had plenty on his plate. Developing the Mark II armor, researching the rings, hunting for traitors. Every task was important. The share transfer contract was left behind. After all, Tony Stark had never taken back anything he'd given away. Pamela, Venom, let's go out and have some fun. On a sudden whim, Kino realized he hadn't really explored this world since his arrival. Yes, darling. Pamela, who'd been wanting to go shopping for ages, was delighted by Kino's suggestion. Venom, on the other hand, didn't mind either way. As long as she was with Kino, she was happy. Frank, do you have any recommendations for places to go? Kino turned to Frank for suggestions. Young master, I recommend Manhattan. It's bustling there, and since the ladies haven't brought much luggage, they can buy some clothes and other things. Then let's go there. The three of them rode in a luxurious car towards Manhattan. Along the way, Pamela gazed excitedly out the window, her heart brimming with anticipation for the shopping trip ahead. Venom sat quietly beside Chino, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. When they arrived in Manhattan, they were awestruck by the dazzling cityscape. Towering skyscrapers reached for the sky, the streets teemed with crowds, and a myriad of shops lined the bustling avenues. Unable to contain her excitement, Pamela eagerly pulled Chino into a trendy clothing store. Inside, she browsed through an array of beautiful outfits, frequently turning to Chino for his thoughts. Chino accompanied her patiently, offering his suggestions whenever she asked. Venom, though not particularly interested in shopping, was swept up by Pamela's enthusiasm. Occasionally, she would pick up a dress, holding it up to see if it would suit Chino. With two striking beauties in the store, it was no surprise that they attracted more than a few admirers. However, whenever someone tried to approach, Frank would fix them with a chilling, deathly stare, his hands slipping behind his back. Without another word, the would-be suitor would immediately turn and walk away. No matter how lovely someone might be, nothing was worth risking one's life. After finishing their shopping, the four decided to explore the local cuisine. As they passed a narrow alley, Chino noticed a figure lurking in shadows. Why hide in a side alley instead of walking out on the main street? What's wrong, darling? Pamela asked, seeing Chino distracted. There's someone in the alley over there, Chino replied, her steps light as she headed into the alley. She approached the figure, who was lying motionless on the ground, seemingly unconscious. The person's clothes were tattered, a metal collar encircled their neck, and their face was so filthy it was impossible to make out their features. Only the dark hair was visible. Chino, you're not thinking of taking them to a hotel again, are you? Venom suddenly quipped. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not that depraved, Chino replied, rolling her eyes in exasperation. If you're into that kind of play, darling, I could always let you pick someone up again, Pamela joked. Just wait until tonight. You two will have your hands full, Chino shot back playfully. Frank stood guard at the mouth of the alley, making sure no one else came in. Chino grasped the metal collar and snapped it off effortlessly, tossing it aside. As soon as the collar was gone, the stranger gradually regained consciousness, though they were so weak they could barely speak. You escaped from a mutant lab, didn't you? Don't worry, I mean you no harm. Go to Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. They'll protect you there. With that, Chino pulled out a wad of cash from her pocket, several $1,000s, and handed it over. Venom, Pamela, let's go. Chino took the hands of both women and led them out of the alley. The shadowy figure in the alley watched him walk away, then stooped to pick up the money from the ground and, steadying themselves against the wall, left the narrow lane. Now strolling down the bustling street. What made you suddenly grow a conscience? Venom asked abruptly. Maybe it's the surplus generosity of the strong, Chino replied. At first, I wanted this power just to protect myself, but now that I have it, I find myself wanting to do something else, anything, to pass the time. I don't want to be swept up by some grand sense of justice like Spider-Man. I'd rather be like Deadpool, sticking to my own boundaries but not minding a good deed here and there. So, in other words, you play the hero when you feel like it, and when you don't want anyone bothering you, Venom said, clinging to Kino's arm. Huh, perfectly put. Kino burst into laughter. No one understood him better in this world. My dear, this Deadpool you mentioned, who is he? A friend of yours? Pamela asked, curious. I suppose you could call him a friend. He's pretty funny, just talks a lot, never shuts up. Thinking of Deadpool, Kino wondered if Wade had begun his experiments yet. Suddenly, a surprised voice sounded nearby. Kino turned to look. It was George Stacy, accompanied by two others who seemed to be his wife and child. Uncle George, good evening, Kino greeted politely. He didn't know them well yet, but their relationship might grow closer in the future. Evening. We have a day off, so I'm taking one out for some fun. And these are... George glanced at the two beautiful women, noting how close they seemed to Kino. Both stunning beauties, no less. These are my beloveds, Venom and Pamela, Kino replied naturally. Two beloveds, George muttered, the corner of his mouth twitching. Kino had always seemed so well-behaved, but now, seeing this, George couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. The blonde girl beside him widened her eyes in astonishment. Kino, did you really lose your memory? I'm Aunt Mary. George's wife stepped forward with concern. She didn't mind how many lovers Kino had. It was just the way things were. Sorry, Aunt Mary, Kino said. Mary smiled gently. It's all right, child. I hope you regain your memories soon. The blonde girl walked over, eyeing Venom and Pamela with a hint of resentment. You've forgotten me too. I'm sorry. Kino apologized instinctively, though he wasn't sure why. Is that all you know how to say? My name is Gwen. Don't forget it again, Gwen said, then shot a sharp look at Venom and Pamela, her voice full of resolve. I'm not giving up. George's face darkened. How could he not understand what was going on? His precious daughter was being pursued. What have you done to my daughter, boy? He demanded. Dad, let's go. Gwen quickly interjected. Kino, come visit us when you have time, Mary called out as they left. Once the Stacy family was gone, Venom teased. Looks like we're about to have another sister. It's good to have one more person sharing the load. Pamela recalled the night before. Her back still ached from it. They arrived at an upscale restaurant and began to order their meal. After a full day out, the four of them settled in for dinner. Though Frank was technically the butler, in reality, he was practically family. They gazed out the window at the city lights. What a peaceful city this is, Pamela sighed in admiration. It was nothing like Gotham, where muggings and drug deals were an everyday sight. Just then, a sedan zipped past the window. The woman behind the wheel screamed in terror, with a child strapped in the back seat. In a flash, Kino dashed outside, catching the car effortlessly and setting it gently onto the ground. You're safe now. But the woman inside was still in shock, her foot jammed on the gas pedal as the tires squealed and smoked. Kino had no choice but to lift the car up again. Hey, woman, quiet down. With a commanding roar, Kino finally snapped her out of it. Think of your child. Stay calm. Igriegajis. Thank you. Forced back to her senses, the woman stopped the car, gathered her daughter, and hurried away from the scene. X3. Kino, Venom, and Frank all turned to stare at Pamela in speechless accusation. Was this some sort of jinx? Pamela managed an awkward smile. This was just a coincidence, I swear. Forget it. Let's go check out. Meanwhile, on top of an armored vehicle, the Gatling gun spat fire, bullets streaming out in a relentless barrage, lashing the center like metallic whips. There stood a hulking figure, over 3 meters tall, with muscles like iron boulders. His skin was mottled green and gray, thick with rough patterns and bulging nodules. His face was grotesquely twisted, with a pair of blazing red eyes, filled with malice and madness. His mouth was wide, stretching into a snarl as he let out a feral roar. Abomination had entered the scene. The Gatling gun atop the armored vehicle unleashed an unending storm of firepower, bullets whipping furiously at Abomination in the center. Yet, as the bullets struck him, they ricocheted harmlessly away, throwing off bursts of sparks. Abomination seemed utterly unfazed by the onslaught. His massive frame stood immovable, the bullets leaving only faint white streaks on his green-gray hide, which vanished in an instant. He strode forward, each thunderous step making the ground tremble. Bullets that could have killed anyone else were, to him, nothing more than the nuisance of a mosquito bite. As he moved, nearby buildings paid the price. Walls collapsed under his bulk, glass shattered and rained down. Terrified civilians screamed and scattered in panic, but many couldn't escape in time. Some were struck by falling debris, others crushed beneath Abomination's feet, blood staining the streets. He roared furiously, swinging his massive arms as he flipped the car parked by the roadside, hurling it toward the distant crowd. The car spun through the air, sending the panic into a new, more frenzied wave. Give me a real opponent. Bring me the Hulk. His thunderous bellow shook the air, as though his rage could swallow the entire city whole. Chaos reigned. Shrieks, cries, and wails echoed in every direction, painting the scene like a vision of hell on earth. Watch this. Nearby soldiers, realizing their guns were useless, pulled out a rocket launcher and fired. Abomination saw the incoming missile and, with a glint of disdain in his eyes, reached out and caught it effortlessly. He slammed the missile against his bone-white chest, triggering a fiery explosion that lit up around him. The flames licked across his body, but within seconds, he stood perfectly restored, not a mark on him. The soldiers stared at Abomination in stunned disbelief. With a sinister grin twisting his features, Abomination started toward them, every step radiating a crushing sense of menace. Any vehicle in his path was sent flying with a single kick. General Ross, watching from an armed helicopter, grabbed his radio and shouted, "Soldiers, retreat, now!" Snapping back to their senses, the soldiers scrambled to reverse their vehicles and pull away. Let me down there. Right now. I'm the only one who can stop him. Bruce Banner looked at General Ross with grave determination. Just as General Ross was about to agree, a voice sounded behind him. "General, someone's joined the fight." Ross narrowed his eyes and peered downward. One of the armored cars had lost a wheel, and with the road clogged by abandoned vehicles, it was quickly overtaken by Abomination. He raised his foot and, with the force of a soccer kick, launched the armored car high into the air. The vehicle flipped in a wild arc, sailing 20 or 30 meters before plummeting back toward the ground. In that split second, a white silhouette leapt onto the roof. She landed lightly, gripping 2 soldiers in one hand. With the other, she fired a web that stuck to a nearby street lamp, using its tension to guide them safely to the ground. The armored car crashed down, erupting into a great ball of fire. "Get out of here now!" Clad in a black and white spider suit, she kept her eyes locked on the monstrous figure ahead. "Be careful out there!" the 2 soldiers shouted, scrambling to their feet and retreating to safety. "So, let's see, a little bug wants to take me on?" Abomination sneered, more than willing to amuse himself with this insect before the Hulk arrived. "Come and get me, you ugly brute." Honestly, Gwen thought, what rotten luck to just be out with family for dinner and run into a monster like this. To tell the truth, Gwen had no desire to fight this hulking terror. Her attacks couldn't even scratch him. A single blow from her opponent could easily leave her gravely injured. But she had no choice. Gwen's eyes darted to the police officers evacuating people in the distance. Her father was here as well. If she didn't hold the monster back, her dad would surely die. On this chaotic street, Gwen took a deep breath, her gaze unwavering as she faced Abomination. "Come on, big guy," Gwen shouted, taunting Abomination, and in the same instant, she shot webs to a nearby skyscraper, swinging herself rapidly through the air, circling the creature and keeping him occupied. Abomination, provoked by Gwen's challenge, swung his massive arms, trying to seize this nimble little bug. Gwen dodged his attacks with agility, occasionally firing webs that stuck to Abomination's body, throwing off his movements. "You ugly brute, you're way too slow," she jeered as she evaded him. Abomination roared in fury, charging after Gwen in a blind rage. Taking advantage of her surroundings, Gwen darted and leapt between cars and buildings, luring Abomination into smashing everything in his path. Again and again, Gwen's agility saved her from his crushing blows by the narrowest of margins. At one point, she sprang onto Abomination's back, swiftly webbing his eyes, and as he flailed in frustration, she leapt away before he could catch her. "Come on, you big oaf!" Gwen kept taunting as she led Abomination toward an area with fewer people. The monster, consumed by rage, pursued her relentlessly. Gwen swung between the tall buildings, her webs flying out to snag onto anything she could use, creating obstacles to slow Abomination down. Abomination crashed through these barriers with brute force, refusing to let up. Spotting her chance, Gwen soared over his head, landing a quick kick as she passed. "Huh, barely felt that, did you?" Abomination grew even more furious, picking up speed. Gwen shouted as she ran, "Catch me if you can, you hideous giant." Her taunts echoed down the street, successfully luring Abomination away from the crowded area. "That's right, just keep going farther and farther away." But as Gwen swung around a corner on her web, she suddenly spotted someone familiar. Chino and his 2 lovers. Why hadn't they left? Chino glanced up, meeting Gwen's eyes as she hovered in the air. Heavy footsteps thundered behind her. There was no time to get all 3 of them out safely now. "Chino, run!" Gwen shouted urgently, her gaze full of determination and resolve. Making up her mind, Gwen dropped swiftly from the air, landing firmly on the ground. Her green ballet shoes skidded hard against the pavement, carving 2 deep grooves as she came to a stop. In a flash, she placed herself protectively in front of Chino and the others. With practiced skill, Gwen fired webs, anchoring them securely to the surrounding walls. In the blink of an eye, a massive web was woven together, standing firm like an impenetrable barricade. Yet Abomination charged straight into the web, its enormous body tearing through the silken threads with ease as it pressed relentlessly toward Gwen. Abomination swung its fist, its momentum fierce and wild as it aimed a blow at Gwen. Gwen knew there was no way to dodge. Gritting her teeth, she crossed her arms before her chest, bracing herself for the impact. Chino wrapped his arm around Gwen's slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. With his other hand, he clenched his fist and met Abomination's punch head-on. A giant and a much smaller fist collided, unleashing a shockwave that rippled through the air. The sharp crack of breaking bones rang out, and it was the larger figure who was sent flying. Gwen stared in utter disbelief at the incredible scene before her. "Gwen, have you lost your mind? Were you really planning to take that monster's punch head-on with your tiny frame? Did you think you were Toby Spider or something?" A teasing voice echoed in her ear, warm breath slipping past the mask to tickle her skin. Gwen turned to see Chino's eyes sparkling with laughter. I only tried because of you. Wait, who's Toby Spider? He's Spider-Man too, but the toughest one of the bunch. There are other Spider-Men. Venom, watching the two of them banter so cheerfully, rolled his eyes. Chino, are you two planning to keep chatting like this? All snuggled up? Realization dawned on Gwen as she became acutely aware of the hot palm pressed against her stomach. He even gave a little squeeze. Her cheeks flushed scarlet, and she quickly struggled out of Chino's arms. You creep. Gwen shot Chino a glare as she smoothed out her rumpled suit. Sorry, Gwen. I squeezed without thinking, Chino said apologetically, unable to resist the perfect feel. Ahem. I'm not Gwen. You got the wrong person. You can call me Ghost Spider, Gwen replied in a deliberately gruff voice. All right then, Miss Spider, Chino said, barely suppressing a laugh. Venom watched their little scene with exasperation, rolling his eyes again. Can you two stop flirting for a second? Don't forget we still have a huge problem to deal with. A furious roar echoed from the distance. Two hulking figures squared off. Originally, Banner had no intention of joining the fight after Abomination was lured away. But before long, Abomination, who'd been drawn off, came charging back toward the armored helicopter where they waited. Fortunately, the pilot's skills were top-notch, and he narrowly dodged the beast. Still, the turbulence stirred up by Abomination's massive body rocked the helicopter in midair, throwing Banner out. Hulk, you finally showed up, Abomination called out with excitement, his obsession with defeating Hulk clear in his eyes. Even with one arm shattered, Abomination didn't hesitate for a second. He charged. Hulk let out a roar of his own and met him head-on. At the very instant their colossal bodies collided, Hulk was sent flying. Although Abomination had lost an arm, his body now possessed an extraordinary healing ability. His arm had already regenerated halfway, and it hardly affected his fighting prowess. Hulk, however, was in a different situation. His body had been injected with a heavy dose of inhibitors. He was lucky just to be able to transform. The moment they clashed, he was instantly at a disadvantage. Hearing the distant roar, Chino and Gwen immediately stopped their playful scuffle and turned their heads toward the direction of the sound. No, we have to draw them away. Chino, can you help me? Gwen pleaded earnestly. Although she had only acted once before, that overwhelming power could surely stop them. Of course. Venom, shall we? Chino bowed with elegance, raising her hand as if inviting a lady to dance, not heading into battle. Venom smiled faintly, settled on her hand, and his body morphed into black tendrils that wrapped around Chino, transforming into a super suit of golden armor. Pamela, I'm heading out now. With that, Chino soared forward. Come on, Gwen, let's go help too, Pamela said. Gwen was still reeling from the shock of watching someone transform into a living suit. You'll understand once you become one of our sisters, Pamela said with a mysterious smile. She already felt warmly toward Gwen, who had just risked everything to save them. Oh wait, who says I want to be your sister? Gwen protested. On the streets of New York, what was once bustling and vibrant had now become a scene of devastation. The roads were torn apart, asphalt curling upward to reveal savage earth and gaping pipes below. Storefront windows stood shattered, glass shards scattered across the ground, catching what little light remained. Cars lay strewn about, some crushed flat, others engulfed in roaring flames, sending thick black smoke billowing skyward. Street lights leaned drunkenly. Electrical wires dangled, occasionally spitting sparks that crackled sharply in the chaos. Civilians ran in all directions, their cries and pleas for help weaving into a desperate chorus. Some lay motionless in pools of blood, writhing in agony, with no one able to offer aid. Children, separated from their parents, sobbed helplessly amidst the turmoil. The injured lay scattered on the ground, their eyes reflecting pure terror and despair. Oh God, please save us. An old man, his legs pinned beneath the rubble of a collapsed building, could do nothing but gaze hopelessly up at the sky. And at the epicenter of this chaos, Abomination and Hulk were still locked in a ferocious brawl. Each collision sent shockwaves rippling through the city, compounding the destruction. Abomination's thick, muscled arms bulged as his severed limb fully regenerated. With a furious roar, he swung another punch at the Hulk. Hulk would not be outdone, his massive body tensed, veins pulsing beneath green skin as he clenched his own fists, ready to meet the challenge. At that critical moment, a piercing whistle suddenly tore through the sky, and a figure plummeted down like a shooting star. A cloud of dust erupted between Abomination and Hulk as Chino landed, arms outstretched, stopping both of their massive fists. The tremendous force instantly caved in the ground beneath his feet. Chino shouted, his voice booming like thunder across the ruins. This city is not your battlefield. Innocent lives shouldn't pay the price for your fight. The fleeing citizens around them froze in place, their eyes turning toward Kino, filled with astonishment and hope. A hush fell over the scene. Kino lowered his head slightly, a faint smile playing at the corner of his lips. Venom, do I look cool right now? I've been saving that line for ages. Very cool, but that depends on whether they respect you. Out of my way, insect! Hulk is unstoppable. Abomination, completely consumed by rage, saw only Hulk. He raised his other fist and swung. Hulk roared in anger as well, clearly unimpressed by Kino's interference, and hurled his other fist to Kino. Damn it, you give them an inch, and they take a mile. Kino's face darkened. He locked his hands around their fists and, pushing hard with his legs, drove them all skyward with such force that another crater formed where he stood. In midair, Kino gripped the two behemoths by their fists, swinging them around like a pair of nunchucks, spinning rapidly around himself as the axis. Kino's strength defied belief. Abomination and Hulk, both massive and heavy, seemed weightless in his grasp. As Kino spun faster and faster, Abomination and Hulk were sent reeling, dizzy and disoriented, roaring with frustration. On the streets of New York, every citizen stood frozen, staring up at the spectacle overhead. Their jaws dropped, eyes wide with disbelief and shock. A young woman dropped her purse to the ground without noticing, her gaze fixed on the sky as she murmured, How is this possible? A little boy waved his hands excitedly. Dad, look, it's a superhero. But his father could only stare blankly, unable to utter a word. Only a reporter kept recording every moment. Back in front of his television, Tony burst out laughing at the scene. Pepper, look at that. Kino's actually using those two big guys as nunchucks. Boss, things don't look too good over there, Pepper said, a hint of resignation in her voice. Don't worry, Kino's got this. Tony knew better than anyone what Kino was capable of. He had no idea when Kino gained the ability to fly, but with his healing powers, as long as someone wasn't dead, Kino could bring them back. Still, I'd better head over. Some people just don't play fair. Level 8 SHIELD Agent. Agent Coulson, who had just arrived on the scene, gradually regained his composure and spoke into his earpiece. Director, I'm at the site now. What are your orders? Negotiation is our priority. Coulson put the energy gun back into the coded case. If things got out of hand, he would have sent Abomination straight to hell with a shot, but it seemed he wouldn't need to do that now. At SHIELD headquarters, Nick Fury watched the live broadcast in silence. Two monsters, each with the strength to move tens of tons, tossed about as if they were mere toys. Was this another Captain Marvel in the making? There might not be any destruction from Hulk or Abomination at the moment, but cries for help could still be heard from beneath the rubble. In the midst of this chaos, Pamela revealed her unique abilities. With light, graceful steps, she walked toward a collapsed building where civilians were trapped beneath the debris, their desperate calls for help echoing out. Pamela closed her eyes gently and raised her hands with elegance. Green light flickered at her fingertips. In an instant, thick and supple vines burst through the ground, rapidly growing and stretching as if alive. Under her command, the vines weaved skillfully through the ruins, carefully lifting heavy stones and broken beams. Pamela's expression was calm and focused. With a subtle motion of her fingers, the vines responded with even greater precision. Thanks to their efforts, the trapped civilians gradually came into view. The vines cradled them gently, setting them safely on solid ground. Her long hair drifted in the breeze, her eyes full of concern and kindness. In that moment, she was like a graceful goddess, rescuing those in distress. The rescued civilians gazed at her with gratitude and awe, as if catching sight of the first glimmer of hope. Gwen watched Pamela's miraculous and elegant rescue, her eyes brimming with admiration. What incredible power, Pamela! Even after saving the people beneath the debris, Pamela didn't stop moving. She kept searching the area, gently using her vines to lift each injured person from danger. Soon, she arranged the wounded in a neat row on a relatively safe stretch of street. Pamela turned to Gwen and said, Everyone has their own unique strengths and value. You're protecting this city in your own way, too. Gwen looked at the injured on the ground, her voice full of worry. Pamela, what are we going to do? There are hundreds of injured. No ambulance could take them all. By now, Gwen was so impressed by Pamela that she naturally called her sister. That's a job for Venom. Pamela looked up at Chino in the sky and called out, Chino, stop playing around. We need Venom's help down here. Hearing Pamela's call, Kino's voice drifted down from above. Give me 3 more minutes. With that, Kino let go. Abomination and Hulk plummeted through the air, gravity yanking their massive bodies downward at an incredible speed. A moment later, with an earth-shattering crash, the ground split open beneath them, leaving two enormous craters and sending clouds of dust billowing into the sky. The twin booms echoed through the air, shaking the earth as if a tremor had struck. Kino landed gently, his expression calm as he looked at the two hulking figures before him. "Do you yield?" But his answer was only a chorus of retching. The instant they hit the ground, Abomination and Hulk began to vomit uncontrollably, their stomachs churning violently as they spewed out foul-smelling acid. It took them a while to recover. I give up. Please, no more spinning," Abomination finally managed, raising his hand in surrender. To subdue both him and the Hulk at the same time, without even seeming to use full strength, there was no choice but to concede. Hulk, does not yield. Hulk's eyes blazed with fury. He wiped the sour bile from the corner of his mouth and staggered to his feet, still defiant. Abomination glanced at him with a look of admiration. "Still not giving up? Now that's real strength. You stay over there, and don't try to run." "Yes, I promise I won't run," Abomination replied, moving to stand by the wall. There was no outrunning someone who could fly, and since Kino didn't seem intent on killing him, it was better to stay put and behave. "Thanos needed 12 punches to make you submit. I wonder how many I'll need," Kino said, flexing his fist as he eyed the Hulk. Seeing the malicious glint in Kino's eyes, Hulk couldn't help but feel a flicker of fear. He let out a roar, trying to muster his courage. "Rafa!" In a heartbeat, Kino vanished from where he stood, leaving only a blur in the air. The next instant, his fist crashed into Hulk's abdomen with the force of a cannonball. The blow was so powerful that Kino's entire forearm sank deep into Hulk's belly, folding the giant over like a shrimp. Hulk's roar was abruptly cut off, replaced by a guttural groan of pain. His eyes bulged, veins standing out on his face as agony twisted his features. The impact sent a wave of dust swirling into the air, shrouding the scene in a hazy cloud. Abomination watched in shock, his heart pounding. He couldn't help swallowing hard. Hulk gagged and choked, his throat rasping with hoarse, guttural sounds. Kino's punch was so devastating that even a mighty Hulk could no longer withstand it. "Do you yield now?" Kino asked coldly, withdrawing his fist and fixing Hulk with an icy stare. Hulk staggered back, every step heavy as lead. His legs trembled, sapped of all strength. He clutched his stomach, the enormous green hand pressed tightly over his abdomen, and the look of agony twisted his face into something even more fearsome. At last, Hulk could no longer hold on. His legs gave out, and he dropped to his knees. His body shook violently, and beads of sweat, as large as beans, rolled down his forehead. A low, guttural whimper escaped from his throat. This was the first time in his conscious memory that he had ever felt such searing, excruciating pain. The anger and frenzy that had once filled his eyes were gone, replaced by deep fear and helplessness. "Hulk gives up," he muttered. The battle had finally come to an end. With both Hulk and Abomination defeated, they reverted to their human forms. Blonsky. Banner slowly regained consciousness, and when he saw the person in front of him, he jolted in surprise. Every time he awoke, he would always find himself alone, but now he was still out on the street, face to face with his former enemy. "Hey, Banner, you're awake. Relax, I'm done fighting," Blonsky said, grabbing a tattered piece of cloth from the rubble to cover himself. Banner got up on the ground as well, feeling a sharp pain in his stomach, something he'd never experienced before. "Done fighting? That's not like you. What happened?" Banner asked, frowning in confusion. Blonsky shrugged helplessly and forced a bitter smile. "What else? We ran into someone even stronger. He beat us both into submission." Banner's jaw dropped in astonishment. "What? Someone actually managed to take down both you and the Hulk?" "That's right. That guy's power is absurd. Even Hulk couldn't put up a fight against him," Blonsky replied, a flicker of awe in his eyes. Banner was silent for a moment, then said, "Whatever the case, at least all this chaos is finally over." Blonsky let out a sigh. "It's for the best. I don't want to live like that anymore. Out of control." "For your sake, I hope you really mean that," Banner said, giving him a measured look. Blonsky nodded seriously. "After what happened, I realized I was wrong. Power isn't meant to be used for mindless destruction." Banner let out a short, skeptical laugh. "I hope you remember what you said today." "Don't worry, Banner. There won't be any more Abomination," Blonsky replied, his voice full of resolve. Seeing the genuine remorse on Blonsky's face, Banner said nothing more. He was ready to leave. If he didn't get out soon, the military would be on their way. "That guy told us to stay put. You better not go anywhere, either. Next time, it really could cost you your life," Blonsky cautioned him. "Where is he?" "I want to talk to him," Banner replied. Blonsky pointed in a direction, and Banner started walking that way. Meanwhile, Kino made his way over to Pamela's side. The crowd hadn't dared to approach too closely. They watched from a distance of several dozen meters. "Pamela, how's everything?" 76 people are severely injured and disabled, 176 are lightly wounded, and 89 have died. Pamela reported the situation at the scene. Kino looked at the hundreds of people lying on the ground and felt a headache coming on. Kino, is there any way you can help them? Gwen asked softly from the side, unable to bear the sight. Let me think for a moment. Kino pondered silently. Venom, if I ask you to heal so many people at once, would it drain you too much? It would be a lot, but then let's not heal them. After all, this wasn't our doing. No, what I mean is, I know you're too soft-hearted. I could take them to the nearest hospital. Whether they survive or not is up to fate. Kino was about to dash them all to the hospital at super speed when a tendril from the Superman suit suddenly whipped out and gave him a resounding smack on the back of his head. Pamela and Gwen jumped in fright, thinking the two had started arguing. Idiot, let me finish. Didn't Lucifer gift you a hell? See if there are any demons in there with healing abilities. Kino blinked in surprise from the smack, then suddenly realized. That's right. How could I forget about hell? Kino's eyes lit up. There are just too many people. Wouldn't it be too much for Sister Venom to handle? Let's take them to the hospital instead. Pamela had the same thought as Kino. Compared to strangers, her own family was more important. Gwen looked a bit disappointed. She knew Kino had already done so much, but if these people were sent to the hospital, at least half would surely die. No, it's just that I have another way. Kino revealed the red tattoo on his wrist, waved his hand, and opened a portal. Before he could speak, a brazen voice echoed from within. You useless bunch, get a move on. If His Majesty comes back and sees the palace isn't finished, I'll lose all my face before him. Oomph, how dare you glare at me? You bullied me before too. Take that, and another. Ah, if His Majesty comes back and sees my masterpiece, will I be rewarded? Maybe with a perfect night he... Outside, everything was silent. Kino glanced suspiciously at the mark on his wrist. Had he opened the wrong portal? Gee, are you there? Your demon majesty, A clatter of noises came from within, and after a while, a small head poked out. Upon seeing Kino, her eyes sparkled, and she stepped through. Standing in front of him was a little girl with jet-black twin ponytails, her skin porcelain white and her delicate features looking as if she'd stepped right out of an anime. She wore a daring black leather outfit that hugged her body like a second skin, the neckline plunging low enough to reveal the gentle rise and fall of her chest, and her slender collarbones gracefully exposed. A belt studded with metal rivets cinched tightly around her waist, accentuating her tiny, delicate figure. The hem of her leather dress was so short it barely covered the tops of her thighs. With every movement, her long, fair legs flashed in and out of view, radiating an irresistible allure. Dressed so boldly in leather, the little girl looked both playful and endearingly charming, her unique presence drawing more than a few lingering glances. Greetings, Your Majesty the Demon King. See, why do you look like this? I changed myself on purpose. If Your Majesty isn't satisfied, I can change back. She was utterly earnest. She seemed ready to transform into whatever would please Kino, all at the slightest nod. Ahem. Well, it's fine. Just stay like this. Kino glanced left and right, and suddenly caught Gwen's masked gaze. Though Gwen said nothing, Kino could practically feel that look of disdain. Pamela was studying the leather outfit on she, already planning to buy one herself in a few days. Don't look at me. It's not like I told her to dress like this, Kino tried to explain, sounding defeated. Gwen turned her head away. She smothered a laugh. She knew she'd made the right choice. His Majesty was human. After all, she'd chosen the most adorable look from 100 human souls. His Majesty was pleased. Lowly features, leather, twin ponytails, these elements were the most popular. By transforming with those as the foundation, she had arrived at her current appearance. Hey, don't get all worked up now. If I weren't keeping things under control, you'd be embarrassing yourself in front of hundreds of people right now. Venom sounded exasperated. She'd finally figured it out. This guy liked anything beautiful, regardless of age or style. A silent prayer of thanks. If he really had embarrassed himself in front of all those people, he'd have no choice but to move to another planet. Are there any demons in hell who specialize in healing? Healing? Your Majesty wants to save them. She had already noticed the humans sprawled on the ground. Normally, she'd have had them dragged into hell as food by now. If not, never mind. There are, Your Majesty. Hell has every kind of power. Please wait a moment. She dashed into the portal. This was the first real task His Majesty had given her. She couldn't let him down. Even if there weren't a healer, she'd find a way to make one on the spot. Kino, you're the Demon King of Hell. It finally hit Gwen. Her crush was the Demon King. Even movies wouldn't dare write a plot like this. Yes. Are you scared? Gwen looked at Kino's handsome face. Her cheeks flushed. With looks like his, being a Demon King wasn't so bad. Not at all. The wounded on the ground thought. Maybe you're not afraid, but I sure am. It's not an angel coming to save us. It's the demon king himself. What if he demands our souls as payment for healing us? Banner and Blonsky walked over as well. Hell is real. That's a portal. Banner's gaze was fixed on the swirling black portal. With 7 PhDs to his name, even Banner couldn't help but be fascinated by the gateway. Completely ignoring Kino's presence, the figure examined the surroundings in detail, muttering technical terms under his breath. What's going on with him? Kino glanced over at Blonsky. He was planning to tell you he was leaving, but I guess he's forgotten now, Blonsky replied with a shrug. What are you going to do next? Kino asked. I'll probably be court-martialed, Blonsky said with a bitter smile. Or maybe I'll end up locked away in some lab as a test subject. He looked around at the ruined streets, confusion clouding his face. How had he come to this? An officer attacking civilians. Why not come with me? This world is going to face many crises in the future. I'll need your strength, and I can make you even stronger, strong enough to truly defeat the Hulk. You must have noticed yourself. As your battles with him went on, the Hulk's power only kept growing. Even without me, you would have lost to him eventually. Kino began his recruitment pitch. He had plenty of demonic followers, but he couldn't unleash them openly in this world without causing chaos. Still, he had other ideas. Maybe some could work out. Blonsky's eyes flickered with longing at those words. His reason had returned, but his obsession was not so easy to shake. Fixing Kino with an intense gaze, Blonsky asked, You really can make me stronger? Strong enough to actually defeat the Hulk? Kino lifted his chin slightly, confidence radiating from him. Of course, I have the power. As long as you follow me, I'll make sure you master even greater strength. Blonsky hesitated for a moment, then clenched his teeth and said, Fine, I'll go with you. Just make sure you keep your word. A faint smile appeared on Kino's lips. Don't worry, I never break my promises. At that moment, a commotion echoed from within the portal. Mora, hurry up. Why do you have to wake me? I've only been asleep for a week. The Demon King needs your powers. Honestly, what does a demon end up looking like this? Can't help it, born this way. Jealous Jealous my foot. I could transform too, you know. Get moving, the Demon King doesn't like to be kept waiting. The voices drifting from the portal were both light and languid. Banner snapped to attention, eyeing the portal warily. That gateway led straight to hell, and demons were about to step through at any moment. The first to emerge was she, a little girl in appearance. She frowned at Banner, who was blocking the doorway. If you don't want to be dragged into hell, you'd better move aside. Banner stepped aside. This was a demon? She didn't seem any different from a child. A ripple ran through the portal behind she. The first thing to emerge was an enormous chest, so exaggerated in size it seemed to push the very air aside. Only then did the rest of the tall figure gradually come into view. She was a tall, commanding woman with an air of lazy confidence. Her fiery red hair tumbled carelessly over her shoulders. With every step she took, her chest swayed dramatically, drawing the stunned gazes of both the wounded on the ground and the citizens watching the live broadcast on TV. This demoness was truly formidable. The cameraman, quick to catch the moment, focused the shot squarely on her chest. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, yet carried an effortlessly seductive allure. Her slender, arched brows lifted ever so slightly, and her long, almond-shaped eyes were half-closed, shimmering with a mysterious light. 2 horns, symbols of her demonic nature, adorned her head. She strode out of the vortex gate, step by measured step. It was as if everyone around her had been frozen by a spell, their eyes fixed on her, unable to look away. Greetings, Your Majesty the Demon King. I am the healing demon, Mora. Mora approached Kino and knelt down on one knee with sincere respect, her impressive assets pointed directly at him. These were even larger than Pamela's, by a fair margin. You may rise, Kino said, drawing in a sharp breath. He sensed a murderous aura from nearby, and finally snapped back to his senses. Pamela stared at Mora in amazement. Your Majesty, she said, you require my abilities? Mora's voice was soft and beguiling, as if it could steal one's soul. Kino cleared his throat, forcing his gaze away from Mora's striking figure, and replied, That's right. There are many wounded here who need your healing power. Mora nodded slightly. Your Majesty, my ability does come with a side effect. What kind of side effect? A loss of desire in that regard. For minor injuries, it'll last a few months. For severe wounds, it can be over a year. Isn't that just temporary impotence? You all heard her. Do you still want to be healed? Kino looked to the injured. Most were still lucid, and they all quickly agreed, reasoning that survival came first, especially since the cost of medical care was out of reach for most, even if they did manage to survive. Let's begin, Mora. Mora nodded gently, lifted her hands, and a green glow instantly enveloped the wounded. As the light shimmered, their injuries healed at a remarkable rate. Some even regrew lost limbs, causing expressions of pure joy to bloom across their faces. Just as the patients celebrated their miraculous recovery, a commotion suddenly erupted in the crowd. Everyone turned toward the noise to see armed soldiers surrounding the area, beginning to clear out the civilians. Once the crowd had mostly dispersed, General Ross strode over. "From here on, leave them to me. Aren't you the least bit fazed by the demons I summoned? How dare you try to take them from me?" Kino asked, curiosity piqued. "Ha ha, demons? They're just mutants. Hand them over, and I'll let you walk away," Ross replied with a booming laugh. He was familiar with the powers of mutants. There were all sorts, but he figured the ones who subdued Hulk and Abomination must have had psychic abilities. The scene where Hulk and Abomination were tossed around like toys was probably a trick of illusion. He simply couldn't believe there was any force in the world strong enough to suppress both of them at once. Hearing this, Kino asked, "You're standing here out in the open. Aren't you afraid I might kill you? See that over there?" General Ross pointed to a camera not far away. "This is being broadcast live nationwide. If you dare to kill me, it would be seen as mutants challenging this country, and then there won't be a single place left for you to hide. Right now, you can either walk away and nothing will happen, or you can kill me and bring disaster upon all mutants." At the same time, Kino's super hearing picked up the voices of the nation. "Mutants should all just die. These monsters shouldn't even exist. Lock them all up." Malicious and hateful words poured into Kino's ears, yet he suddenly broke into laughter. General Ross frowned and barked, "What's so funny? I actually have another choice." A flicker of unease crossed Ross's heart. "What do you mean?" With arms folded, Kino declared loudly, "I can destroy this country first." Ross was just about to scoff at what he thought was mere bravado. "Then, come on out and say hello to the world." Suddenly, a massive portal appeared in the sky, gaping like a maw that threatened to devour the heavens, radiating a chilling, dreadful aura. Roars thundered through the air. Next, demons of every imaginable form flew out from the portal, some with razor-sharp fangs, others armored in thick scales, and some beating enormous wings. Like meteors, these demons crashed down all around, cracking the earth beneath their impact and sending dust billowing into the air. The journalists and cameras that hadn't fled faithfully captured every second of this moment, while people everywhere stared, frozen in disbelief, their eyes glued to their screens, unable to process what they were seeing. Through the lens, the demons' grotesque faces and terrifying presence struck fear into every heart, spreading terror like wildfire. The once noisy world seemed to fall silent in an instant, as if someone had pressed the mute button, leaving only the demons' deep, guttural growls and the sound of people's heavy breathing. At Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, Logan watched the astonishing scene on television, his cigar dropping to the floor with a soft thud. Eyes wide, his face was filled with shock and disbelief. He muttered, "A demon king, and he hired us to steal for him? Is he messing with me?" Nearby, Jean, keenly sensing Logan's emotions, so different from everyone else's, asked, "Logan, do you know him?" Logan frowned deeply and grunted, "Yeah, he's the one who recommended me to come here." Beside him, Cyclops pressed his fingers tightly against his glasses, his gaze wary as he stared at Logan. "You're not a demon too, are you?" he asked suspiciously. Logan's face darkened with annoyance. He hadn't liked this pretty boy from the moment they met. Just then, Professor X spoke up. "Logan, he's not a demon. I met him a long time ago." Professor X's voice was steady and gentle, carrying a reassuring strength. Jean looked worried. "Professor, should we go help?" Professor X watched the images on the television screen and said quietly, "Let's observe for now. Don't act rashly." Nick Fury stared at the screen, watching as Kino summoned an army of demons, and cursed, "Damn it." His single eye was filled with anger and shock. This guy was even scarier than Captain Marvel. He actually had a demon army at his command. He shouted into his communicator, "Coulson, I don't care what it takes. Get that phone to the Demon Lord right now." On the other end, Coulson fell silent for a moment before replying in a helpless tone, "Director, I can't move right now." "Why not?" "Because there's a demon over 2 meters tall staring right at me," Coulson answered, his voice trembling slightly. "Damn it," Fury cursed again under his breath. He pulled a pager from his pocket, hesitating. Should he use it? But if Carol took too long to get here, the country could be history by then. On sight, General Ross stared up at the sky as demons continued to pour out, his face as pale as a sheet. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, his lips trembled, and his legs shook uncontrollably. His eyes were filled with terror and disbelief. The confidence and arrogance he once wore had completely vanished. "So do you still think this is all fake?" Kino asked with a mocking smile. Suddenly, Kino felt his cape being tugged and turned around. Kino, are you really going to go to war with this country? Gwen asked softly, her eyes full of worry. Of course not. I'm just giving them a scare. I have no desire to rule a country. Kino glanced around. With all this chaos, how come they still haven't shown up? Time suddenly froze. Out of nowhere, a slip of paper appeared before Kino. He looked up and carefully read the note. Don't be impatient. It's not time for us to meet yet. Besides, you've caught Mephisto's attention. Kino fell into deep thought. Not time to meet yet. Did the time stone see something? Or was it something his future self did? He'd originally planned to draw the Ancient One out with this commotion to ask some questions, but she hadn't appeared. Instead, he'd attracted Mephisto's attention. Gwen glanced at Kino, noticing a slip of paper in his hand, and asked, When did you get that note? A bald guy gave it to me, Kino replied. With a swift squeeze, Kino made the note vanish without a trace. Gwen didn't press for more details. Hey, make way. I'm a friend of Kino's. Tony's voice rang out as he strode confidently through the crowd, instantly easing the tense atmosphere. He reached Kino's side, clapped him on the shoulder, and joked with a grin, Man, I never expected you to be the Demon King. When I end up in hell, you'd better look after me. Kino raised an eyebrow and replied, No problem. Positioning himself to block General Ross's line of sight, Tony leaned in and whispered, Kino, are you planning to take over the world? No, I'm not interested. Ruling hell is trouble enough. I'm just making it clear to the world, don't mess with me. Good. Can you help me put on a show? Sure, but you owe me one. Tony glanced around at the demons, then turned to Kino and spoke loudly. Can you do me a favor, buddy? Call off your demons. I promise this guy will face a military tribunal. Kino was silent for a moment, his eyes sweeping over General Ross and the surrounding soldiers. Then he nodded. For you, I'll let it go this time. At Kino's command, the demons dissolved into black smoke and slipped back through the portal, leaving only she and Mora behind. Seeing this, General Ross breathed a quiet sigh of relief, and the soldiers all let down their guard, the tension melting away. Being surrounded by demons was no ordinary pressure. People watching on TV across the world were stunned. A notorious playboy had saved the day, and he'd done it so casually. Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. Kino and that playboy are really that close. Logan muttered, lighting a fresh cigar. Logan, we should visit them sometime if we get the chance. Meanwhile, in Stark Industries, Obadiah smashed a bottle in frustration, eyes blazing as he watched the live broadcast. How could Tony be involved with that Demon King? Though the demon invasion had ended as abruptly as it began, most people could see that the Demon King had no intention of ruling Earth. His appearance was more of a warning. Still, the fact remained, he commanded an army of demons. Major organizations around the globe began gathering information on mythological worlds and on Kino himself, issuing strict orders. Do not provoke the Demon King. Tony also knew he owed a huge favor this time. He took out his phone, dialed a number, and then casually tossed the phone to General Ross, who, regaining a bit of composure, pressed it to his ear. General, you're relieved of duty. Prepare for a military tribunal. General Ross's face went pale. Mr. President, you can't just strip me of my command. On the other end of the line, the president spoke coldly. We just held an emergency meeting. This was a unanimous decision by all the members of Congress. Right now, the whole country is watching you. General Ross stared at the camera not far away, his face ashen, lips trembling, unable to utter a word. This country was nearly written into the history books because of you. It's time to stand down, General Ross. The president issued the order once again. Ross replied weakly, his hand holding the phone dropping to his side. In that instant, it was as if all the life and spirit had drained out of him. How did you manage to convince the president? Kino asked. Because of you, of course. You summoned a demon in front of everyone and displayed such overwhelming power. Who would dare to cross you now? Hell, and all that used to be. Superstition, but now you've proven it real. There are plenty of folks who've given up hope on heaven, so all they can wish for is a little less suffering in hell, Tony explained. Kino had never imagined hell could be useful in this way. Kino, Kino. An anxious voice called out. It was Uncle George, hurrying over to Kino's side. Mary just called me. Gwen's gone missing. She might be somewhere around here. Could you help me look for her? He tried calling Gwen, but couldn't get through, so now all his hope rested with Kino. Even though Kino's identity had changed to Demon King, George knew this child's character and trusted he wouldn't do any harm. Upon hearing this, Gwen stiffened and quietly hid behind Kino, afraid she'd be discovered. Gwen, you say? Don't worry, Uncle George. I saw her when I arrived. I asked Frank, my butler, to take her back to my manor. I was in a hurry to help here, so I didn't have time to let you know, Kino replied reassuringly. That's good. I'll go find Mary. Gwen's sudden disappearance must have given her quite a fright. George let out a sigh of relief, then added, I can't get involved in your affairs anymore, but until Gwen graduates, I don't want to be a grandfather. Understand? I understand. Goodbye, Uncle George. After saying farewell, Kino abruptly reached out and grabbed Gwen by the arm. And where do you think you're going? Home, of course. Gwen stammered, clearly flustered. At this hour, you really should be in my manor. Unless you want your uncle and aunt to find out who you really are. You? Fine, I get it. Truth be told, she had no objection to staying over. It was just that Kino already had 2 lovers, and her presence would make things awkward. Gwen, why don't you sleep with me tonight? Pamela chimed in cheerfully. After all, tonight, Kino belonged to someone else. Sure, Pamela. At this moment, she spoke up. Your Majesty, if there's nothing else, shall we head back? All right. Thank you all for your hard work today. Is there anything you'd like? Kino asked. To serve your Majesty is our greatest honor. She was well aware that everything she possessed today was granted by His Majesty. Ah, I'd love a little wine. Is that all right? Mora voiced her request without hesitation. Sure, I'll get you some tomorrow. After seeing she and Mora off, Tony sidled over. Kino, are all the demon women in hell this fierce? I'm actually starting to look forward to going there myself. Kino gave him a look and said, You must be really desperate if you're even interested in demons now. Don't single me out. I heard everything back there. Counting this one and the 2 before, that makes 3 already, Tony said, raising his eyebrows and grinning slyly. He's not wrong. You really don't seem too picky either. Kino shot Tony a glare. Stop talking nonsense. Things aren't the way you think. Tony chuckled. All right. No need to explain. Still, you're awfully lucky with romance lately. I have no idea what this one looks like, but the other 2 are absolute stunners. Enough about me. Have you found that traitor yet? Kino tried to change the subject. You're just afraid to admit it's someone you know. There aren't many people who could smuggle weapons behind your back. With Jarvis' help, investigating a few suspects was a simple matter for Tony. The only question was whether he wanted to or not. Give me a little more time. Tony sighed. He didn't know, but he hadn't made up his mind yet. Give me your hand, Kino said, thinking it over before deciding to add an extra layer of protection. He pressed his palm against Tony's, leaving a faint red mark. Whoa, what's this? I'm not really into tattoos, Tony said, but before he could get a good look, the mark vanished. It's a kind of mark. If you're ever in danger, it'll send me your location and I'll come rescue you. The world's getting more dangerous, and I'd rather not have to attend your funeral, Kino explained. A mark from hell, when the bearer is in peril, it can open a portal for rescue. He didn't want to wield superhuman power when there was no need for battle. Otherwise, this world would be as fragile as paper. That's a pretty sentimental mark, but thanks, Tony replied. He knew that with this mark, as long as he wasn't killed instantly, his friends would always have a chance to save him. You're welcome. After saying goodbye to Tony, Kino set off back to the manor with Gwen and Pamela. Blonsky and Banner followed as well, and were settled in a house next door to the manor. Originally, Banner wanted to leave, but Kino promised he could separate him from the Hulk. Whether it was true or not, Banner wanted to give it a try. That night, Gwen found herself daydreaming in the bath. She'd visited this manor a few times before, but tonight was her first time spending the night. Today had been overwhelming. So many things had happened. She had 1,000 questions she wanted to ask Kino, but she didn't know where to start or in what capacity she should ask. And then there was this world itself. How could such unimaginable monsters suddenly appear? All she had ever intended was to use her powers to fight crime, nothing more. She'd never signed up for battles with creatures like that. As Gwen wrestled with her tangled thoughts, the sound of a door opening echoed in the room. Whoa, how did you get in here? Pamela. Startled, Gwen ducked into the pool, only to realize the visitor was indeed Pamela. But then she simply froze in surprise. Pamela's red hair cascaded loosely over her shoulders. She stood there, unabashed, her mature beauty and graceful figure on full display. Long legs, confident posture. Gwen felt utterly outmatched by comparison, like a little girl in the presence of a woman. What's wrong? Thought it was your darling barging in. Pamela rinsed herself off and stepped into the bath. Gwen snapped out of her daze, suddenly embarrassed, and instinctively wrapped her arms around herself. Pamela caught sight of Gwen's shy reaction and chuckled softly. Relax, there's no need to be so nervous. Darling wouldn't just walk in here. Tonight, he belongs to Venom. Gwen couldn't help but ask, is Venom another lover? Pamela nodded, smiling. Yes, that's right. Gwen frowned, pressing further. Pamela, you're so amazing. Why would you want to share him with anyone else? Leaning against the edge of the bath, Pamela answered in a gentle voice. Gwen, I'm not amazing. I'm a monster too. Gwen looked puzzled. But you don't seem any different from anyone else. Just someone with special abilities. Why call yourself a monster? Pamela gave a bitter smile. My university professor injected me with a serum. Now, my body is saturated with toxins, so potent that just a few seconds of contact could kill someone. She paused, her gaze softening. But darling, he wasn't afraid of me. He accepted me. Venom helped compress the toxins inside my body so I could live like a normal person again. That's why I'm willing to share his love with others, because this love is so precious to me, so precious that I never want to lose it. Gwen listened, sympathy and admiration shining in her eyes. And I'll never be able to have a child naturally, Pamela continued. But Venom promised me that, using my cells and his, we could create a new life together. As she spoke, Pamela gently touched her own belly, a look of hope flickering in her eyes. Gwen felt a swirl of emotions, sadness for Pamela's suffering, and deep respect for her courage and resolve. After the bath, the two of them lay side by side on the bed, sharing stories from their past, growing closer with every word. Pamela, is that ring on your finger an engagement ring? Gwen suddenly noticed the gem-studded ring that Pamela wore, one she hadn't even removed for the bath. Is it this one? No. My darling said he'll give me an even better ring when the time comes. Gazing at the ring in her hand, Pamela's lips curled into a sweet smile. She had overheard the conversation between her beloved and Tony. Just like that, a ring worth tens of billions had been given to her. Gwen hesitated a little. Pamela, I feel like this ring is kind of dangerous. I don't know if it's just my imagination. Pamela looked at Gwen in surprise, marveling at her keen senses. It's not your imagination. This ring has special powers. It can fire a cutting beam. Gwen's eyes widened in astonishment. Her mouth formed a perfect O as she exclaimed, "What? This tiny ring can shoot beams? That's incredible." There was a glimmer of envy in her gaze. Pamela noticed and smiled. "No need to be jealous. My darling still has 7 more. Gwen huffed, turning her head away, trying to sound indifferent. "I don't want his rings anyway. Who cares about them?" But the rosy flush on her cheeks betrayed her true feelings. Pamela chuckled, recognizing the stubborn pride of a young girl embarrassed to show her heart. She gently patted Gwen's shoulder and said, all right, but who knows? Maybe you'll have one of your own someday." Gwen bit her lip and fell silent, but she couldn't help letting her imagination run wild. "What's that noise?" Suddenly, Gwen's spider sense picked up strange sounds coming from the next room. Pamela answered, "It's Venom and my darling. They've started." At those words, Gwen's face turned beet red, and she hurriedly buried herself under the covers. Seeing this, Pamela couldn't resist teasing. "Oh my, Gwen, you're so shy, aren't you?" From beneath the blanket, Gwen's muffled voice came, "Pamela, don't make fun of me." Pamela laughed. All right, I'll stop teasing you." Still, Gwen refused to come out from under the covers, so Pamela could only shake her head helplessly. After more than 10 minutes, the noises from next door finally died down. Gwen peeked her head out from under the blanket, confusion written all over her face. Was Chino always this quick? Pamela looked equally puzzled, muttering under her breath. "That's odd. Last night it took hours before he was satisfied. Maybe he was completely drained yesterday." Their eyes met briefly, and both quickly looked away, embarrassed. Soon after, there was a knock at the door. "Pamela, could you help me? Venom's passed out." Chino sounded a bit exasperated. Somehow, Venom had fainted after only a short while, leaving him at a loss, so he'd come to find Pamela. "Gwen, looks like you'll have to sleep alone tonight." Pamela slipped on her nightgown and stepped out, a sultry voice drifting in from outside the door. "Darling, let's go back to our room. We have plenty of time today." Gwen listened to the sounds coming from the next room, hugging her head in frustration. How was she supposed to get any sleep like this? After a moment's thought, she quietly made her way to the balcony, climbed over to the neighboring balcony, and found a hidden corner to peek inside. Kino woke up, still surrounded by warmth and softness. Both Venom and Pamela were exhausted, and even all the commotion didn't wake them. He got up and stepped onto the balcony, enjoying the morning sunlight. Suddenly, he heard the soft splash of water beneath his feet. Curious, he crouched down to inspect the little puddle on the floor. He glanced over at the neighboring balcony. The door hadn't even been closed. There was a mischievous little spider here last night. A sly grin spread across Kino's face. He already knew who it was. Without disturbing Pamela or Venom, he made his way downstairs. Gwen was already having breakfast. When she saw Kino come down, she froze for a moment, then kept her head down, eating in silence. Kino took his seat and greeted her. "Good morning, Gwen." Almost by instinct, Gwen replied, "Good morning, Kino." But as soon as the words left her mouth, she felt awkward, her cheeks flushed, and her gaze darted away, not daring to meet Kino's eyes. Kino found her reaction amusing and deliberately asked, "Did you sleep well last night?" Gwen nearly choked on her food and stammered, "I slept fine." Kino chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to tease her further, and began to enjoy his own breakfast. Gwen hurriedly finished eating, eager to leave. This was just too embarrassing. Yesterday, she completely lost her head, spying on Kino and Pamela like that. What's the matter? Is there something else? Trying to sound calm, Gwen replied, watching as Kino walked right up to her and gently took her hand. Her mind was a tangled mess. What is he doing? Is he about to propose? He's already got two. So greedy. Should I say yes? Wait, what am I thinking? There's no way he's proposing. But if he really is, what should I do? If I accept, it feels like I'm letting him off too easy. If I refuse, I know I'll regret it. Kino pressed a red mark into the center of Gwen's palm and said, just leaving a mark. This way I'll know if you're ever in danger. Seeing Gwen's odd expression, Kino asked, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Gwen quickly pulled her hand back and blurted out, flustered. It's nothing. I wasn't thinking about a ring or anything like that. At that moment, Gwen was mortified. Why did I say that out loud? Kino fell silent, lost in thought. Noticing his hesitation, Gwen felt a pang of disappointment, and her eyes dimmed. But just as Gwen was wallowing in her own thoughts, Kino suddenly reached into his pocket and produced a turquoise ring. He said, the whirlwind ring. I thought this power would suit you best. Gwen stared at the ring in Kino's hand, frozen in place for a moment, completely caught off guard. Seeing Gwen's adorably stunned expression, Kino's lips curled into a teasing smile. Do you want me to put it on for you myself? He asked, his tone playfully mocking. Gwen snapped back to reality, snatched the ring from his hand, and declared, no way, humph. With that, she dashed toward the door. Just as she was about to leave, she hesitated, her steps coming to an abrupt halt. Then, with a sudden burst of courage, she ran back to Kino, planted a quick kiss on his lips, and, blushing furiously, said, don't get any ideas. This is just a thank you. Before Kino could respond, she turned and ran out, not looking back, leaving him standing there with a warm, amused smile on his face. A ring in exchange for a ghost spider. What a bargain. After rushing out of the manor, Gwen slumped down by the gate, unable to hide the overwhelming joy on her face. She carefully slipped the ring onto her middle finger, and as she gazed at it sparkling on her hand, she smiled like a child who had just received her most beloved toy. I can't believe I actually have a ring of my own, Gwen whispered to herself, unable to tear her eyes away for even a second. It was a while before she finally snapped out of her daze. Glancing around to make sure no one was watching, she quickly composed her overly gleeful expression, stood up, and tried to leave the manor with an air of nonchalance. Yet her light, lively steps betrayed the excitement in her heart. Once Gwen had gone, Frank emerged from the shadows with Blonsky and Banner. For once, the usual sternness on Frank's face was replaced by a look of satisfaction. Banner sighed wistfully. This reminds me of the days I spent with Betty. Blonsky, however, was unimpressed. What's so good about women? Power is everything. Neither Banner nor Frank bothered to argue with him. Frank simply said, let's go. The young master is waiting. The young master had told the two of them yesterday to meet him together this morning. The three of them made their way into the manor. As they walked, Banner drifted into memories of the past, his expression tinged with sorrow. Blonsky, on the other hand, wore a look of unwavering determination, as if reinforcing his pursuit of strength with every step. Frank walked with steady strides, his thoughts focused solely on the meeting with Kino that lay ahead. We're here, young master. Frank and the others entered the hall, saw Kino seated on the sofa, and greeted him in unison. Kino waved them over and gestured for them to sit. Frank, how's that wine I asked you to buy yesterday? Young master, it's all arranged. It'll arrive this afternoon. What did you think of yesterday's battle? Guns were completely useless against them, young master. I want to know, are their appearances just a coincidence, or is it inevitable? Yesterday, since Frank didn't have any special abilities, Kino had sent him home. He'd ended up watching their powers on TV, just like everyone else. To them, human weapons are no different from children's toys. Blonsky and Banner also turned their eyes to Kino. Their appearance is inevitable. There will be more and more people like them in the future. Banner retorted passionately. Impossible. I was an accident. How could there ever be so many Hulks in this world? His voice grew sharp with agitation, eyes wide with disbelief, his face etched with shock. The thought of a future filled with more monsters like the Hulk sent his emotions spiraling, and his body began to flush green. Before he could lose control, a massive hand pinned him to the ground. It was Blonsky, already transformed into Abomination. Calm down, Banner. Don't lose it here, Blonsky barked. Banner, the Hulk, had already emerged, and suddenly found himself staring into a pair of scarlet eyes. Hulk, quiet down. My beloved is sleeping. The room froze in tense silence. Hulk's powerful frame trembled ever so slightly, and for the first time, fear flickered in his eyes. Under the weight of that crimson gaze, he actually retreated, subdued. Banner gasped for breath, sweat streaming down his face. For the first time, he'd managed to control Hulk's transformation without causing destruction. Kino watched the scene in silence. Frank's expression was grim. He hadn't expected that the two monsters young master had brought home yesterday were these very people, and he'd even given them the room next to his own. The hall fell utterly silent, broken only by Banner's ragged breathing. After a long pause, he finally calmed down, sitting on the ground, utterly exhausted. "Sorry, I got carried away." "It's all right." Kino turned to Frank, whose face was still clouded with concern, and said, "Just as I mentioned, their emergence isn't a coincidence. It's a certainty. I'm not saying there will be countless Hulks, but there will absolutely be many with extraordinary abilities. Frank, do you want power beyond the ordinary?" Frank was quiet for a long moment, then answered, "Yes. I want the strength to protect my family, now and always." With a wave of Kino's hand, a portal opened in the center of the room. "Come with me." Frank didn't hesitate. He stepped through at once. Blonsky glanced at Banner and followed. Banner, worried it might be a trap, hesitated as the portal began to close. Clenching his teeth, he dashed through at the last possible instant as it vanished. In the blink of an eye, Banner found himself inside a pitch-black palace. There was no one in sight. Where were the others? Could this be a trap to imprison me? Banner's heart pounded. He instinctively took up a defensive stance. "Banner, what are you doing?" Blonsky's voice came from behind. Turning around, Banner saw Kino, Frank, and Blonsky all looking at him in surprise. "I will perform Chinese martial arts," Banner declared, flapping his arms in an exaggerated gesture like a great rock spreading its wings. "Your Majesty, did you really bring a fool with you?" someone muttered. She, standing to the side, couldn't bear to watch. She wondered which poor devil would be unlucky enough to end up bound to him. "Have all the demons you arranged for arrived?" asked the king. "They're all here, Your Majesty," she replied. At the mention of this, she became more serious. Led by She, they approached a high platform upon which a metallic throne stood. Below, an open square stretched out, packed with ranks upon ranks of demons, each one unique in form. Some were as massive as mountains, their bulging muscles sheathed in scales as hard as steel, each scale glinting with a cold, metallic sheen. Others bore bat-like wings, the feathers as sharp as blades. There were even demons with enormous heads, blazing flames burning in their eyes, black smoke curling from their mouths. "Your Majesty, as you requested, all the elite combat demons are present," she announced, dropping to one knee. As she knelt, the multitude of demons below seemed to receive a single, silent command. In perfect unison, no matter their form, they too bent their knees in obeisance. For a moment, an unseen wave of awe swept the entire square. The largest demons, mountain-sized, knelt with a deep, earth-rumbling thud that made the ground tremble. Those with bat wings furled them close and bowed their heads low. The flame-eyed giants subdued their fire, kneeling with utmost respect. All the demons thundered as one. "We pay homage to Your Majesty." Their voices crashed like thunder across the square, deafening, reverberating again and again. Their movements were disciplined and reverent, as if Kino were their sole faith and sovereign. The spectacle was overwhelming, a true display of Kino's supreme authority and awe-inspiring might. Kino lounged on the throne, legs crossed, surveying the gathered demons from above. He had to admit, this feeling was pretty great. "Frank, choose one. Form a contract with them, and you'll gain their abilities. But remember, every power comes with a different price." Frank snapped back to himself and stepped forward, scanning the sea of demons below. They were all formidable, each one unique. Suddenly, Frank's gaze fixed on a demon wielding a massive sword wreathed in flames. "Master, what kind of demon is that?" he asked. She glanced over and replied, "That's an enchantment demon. Its ability is to enchant and strengthen various weapons. Among demons, its raw power isn't the greatest." "That's the one, Master," Frank said, his eyes shining. Weapon enchantment. He felt it was just right for him. Kino waved his hand, and the enchantment demon strode over to stand before Frank. "So you want my power? Good choice. But my price is this. Each day, you must offer me 10 souls." Before the enchanter demon could finish speaking, several lashes suddenly struck its back. The demon let out a blood-curdling scream, its body trembling uncontrollably. She spoke coolly. "I'm giving you a chance to rephrase your answer." Terrified, the demon glanced at the whip she was raising again and quickly changed its tune. "1 soul every day, no. Every 10 days, just 1 soul." Its voice quivered with fear, eyes filled with dread as it looked at She. At last, she seemed satisfied and lowered the whip. Noticing Kino's curious gaze, she explained, "Your Majesty, don't be fooled by his screams. He's fine. The whip just strikes at his soul. Kino nodded without comment. Since he'd entrusted her with managing the demons, he chose not to interfere. Still, he couldn't help but feel that she's attitude toward these demons was odd. Kino turned to Frank and the enchanter demon. Now that the price is settled, let's proceed with the contract. Frank nodded. Souls were of little value. There were plenty to be found in these squalid alleys. The enchanter demon produced a piece of parchment inscribed with the agreed-upon terms. Frank pressed his hand onto it, and instantly a mysterious force enveloped both him and the demon. As light shimmered around them, Frank felt a strange energy surge through his body. A faint, rune-like mark appeared on his forearm. Once the contract was sealed, the enchanter demon returned to its place. Frank drew his pistol from his belt. Instantly, crimson flames erupted, flickering like the tongue of a viper, licking along the gun's barrel. Under the caress of the fire, the pistol began to twist and transform. Once smooth lines warped into something menacing and grotesque. The gun thickened, its surface etched with intricate, demonic patterns. The barrel widened, morphing into the semblance of a roaring maw, exuding a chilling, sinister aura. Frank gripped his weapon. No, his hand cannon, reveling in the surge of power within. A fierce, almost feral grin spread across his face. Find me a demon with formidable defenses. Kino, too, was intrigued. This weapon's power bore a striking resemblance to that of the Ghost Rider. Sean stepped forward. At Shi's selection, the largest demon lumbered into view. It stood several dozen meters tall, its body like a mass of black stone. Without its eyes, one could have mistaken it for a piece of landscape rock. She introduced it from the sidelines. This is the mountain demon. Its strength and defenses are unrivaled. Only its speed leaves something to be desired. Thumping its chest in disdain, the mountain demon rumbled, "Short-sighted humans, come on." His deep, thunderous voice echoed across the plaza like distant storm clouds. That enchanted demon is far too familiar. He always sneaks up on me while I'm sleeping, chipping away at the stones on my body to forge weapons. It usually takes him more than half a day just to break off a single piece. What could he possibly do with something so tiny in his human hands? Without a moment's hesitation, Frank pulled the trigger, aiming squarely at the mountain demon. In the very next instant, a thunderous explosion shattered the silence of the square. A blazing flash erupted from the muzzle of the hand cannon, surging forward with an unstoppable force right at the mountain demon. Before the mountain demon could even react, the overwhelming power struck him head-on. There was a deafening crash. His massive body shuddered violently, then collapsed to the ground with a tremendous thud. The demons all around stood frozen in shock, stunned by the sudden turn of events. In the blink of an eye, the once peaceful square was plunged into dead silence. Dust swirled through the air as Frank gripped the still-smoking hand cannon, his face alight with growing excitement. Yet the mountain demon climbed back to his feet in no time at all. He'd only lost a few stones from his chest, completely unfazed by the hit. It was mostly because he hadn't been defending himself, but even so, his sheer weight was terrifying. For someone to actually knock him down, that was impressive. Are the enchanted demon's abilities really that strong? The mountain demon couldn't make sense of it. "I want one," he muttered, desire gleaming in his eyes. Especially the enchanted demon himself. He stared greedily at the weapon in Frank's hand. So it wasn't that his abilities were lacking. It was the weapon that made all the difference. "What a powerful weapon," Shia said in awe, gazing at the weapon Frank held. "It is, after all, the culmination of human warfare. But I'm surprised it's this powerful," Kino remarked, watching Frank return. Then he added, "Frank, it seems you're quite pleased with this ability." "Yes, thank you, young master." "Thank you, Miss Shia," Frank replied, his smile impossible to suppress. He couldn't wait to try out the other weapon's powers. "No need to be so formal, Frank. We all serve His Majesty," Shia replied with a gentle smile, her voice soft. She understood perfectly well. Frank was the one entrusted with the daily care of His Majesty in the real world. Giving him a little help now would certainly pay off. "Frank, when we get back, start recruiting. Former soldiers are best. Even if they're disabled, that's fine." "Yes, young master. As it happens, I know quite a few skilled people," Frank answered. Kino was planning to build a squad of magic weapon bearers, a team whose firepower could rival an entire army. As for the risk of traitors, he could reclaim those abilities at any time. "Shia, is there a demon who can split one individual into two?" Banner knew this was being asked on his behalf, and looked at Shia with eager anticipation. Shia nodded. She'd already familiarized herself with every demon's abilities in hell. Clone Demon stepped forward. Soon enough, two identical demons appeared before them. "Your Majesty, this is the doppelganger demon. Its ability is to split into two, and as long as either one exists, the other can never truly die. However, the drawback is that it can only create one duplicate. She finished introducing the demon, and Banner, unable to contain his eagerness, rushed forward to make a pact. But Kino reached out to stop him. Frank is my butler. Blonsky is now under my command. Banner, tell me, why should I help you? I'll become one of your people too. I have 7 doctoral degrees. Far more useful than that brute abomination who only knows how to fight. With the hope of being separated from the Hulk right in front of him, Banner was determined to seize it at any cost. Blonsky's lips twitched. 7 doctorates. Was that really so impressive? Well, maybe it was. Kino pondered for a moment, then nodded his consent. Seeing Kino agree, Banner dashed straight to the doppelganger demon and shouted impatiently, "Quick, let's seal the pact." The doppelganger demon, in perfect unison, declared, "The price is this. From now on, you can only eat half of any meal by yourself. Of course, if someone feeds you, you may finish it all." Having learned from previous mistakes, the demon dared not ask for anything excessive. "I agree." In an instant, a mysterious power surged forth. Banner successfully sealed the pact, and triangular sigils appeared on both his palms. The markings flickered with an eerie glow, as if whispering the power bound within the contract. Banner took a deep breath and activated his newfound ability. His hands stretched out to either side, moved by an invisible force pulling at him. At that moment, he felt his body slowly begin to split down the center. A wrenching sensation that defied description surged through every nerve. During the split, Banner glanced to his right and saw a face identical to his own emerge. However, that face was filled with confusion. But after locking eyes with Banner, it seemed to comprehend the situation and let out a furious roar. Yet, just as the separation was about to complete, a powerful force suddenly seized Banner, preventing the split from finishing. Then, with a sharp yank, both Banner and his duplicate were slammed back together, utterly beyond their control. With a tremendous crash, Banner was struck so hard his head spun. He stumbled backward and landed heavily on the ground, his face twisted in pain and frustration. Banner began to strike himself wildly, his hands raining down like a relentless storm, slapping his cheeks again and again. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared, "What do you mean, no? Get out here!" But no matter how desperately, how frantically he tried, it was useless. The Hulk simply refused to emerge. "Banner, enough. Let me try." Kino's voice boomed out. Kino understood that the Hulk was refusing to be separated from Banner. The sigil on his wrist began to glow as, for the first time, he invoked the authority of Hell. Here in Hell, he could strip a soul away at will, guided only by his own intention. With a wave of the hand, Banner's body crumpled softly to the ground. Above him appeared the souls of both Banner and Hulk. A thread of light connected their bodies, shimmering with a mysterious glow, as if sustaining the complex and intimate bond between them. What a strange sight. One soul, yet 2 entirely different states of consciousness, she remarked in awe. No wonder the doppelganger demon was chosen. It's just a case of dual personality, isn't it? People like this aren't common, but certainly not unheard of, Blonsky said. You think demons have never seen a soul with 2 personas? But this is more like 2 states of consciousness sharing a single body. They're a complicated symbiotic entity, too, unique to simply call 2 souls, and more than just a split personality. It's a rare existence, even in Hell. I wish I could collect one, she sighed with a hint of regret. Blonsky glanced at the demons below. Every one of them stared at Hulk and Banner with greedy eyes. If it weren't for the young master's presence, they would have swarmed in long ago. In his soul state, Banner also saw Hulk. He confronted him with anger, demanding, "Why did you stop me? Why did you appear? Why did you ruin my life?" With 7 PhDs to his name, Banner had always enjoyed privilege wherever he went. But since Hulk appeared, he'd lost his girlfriend, his job, his wealth, everything. Banner, weak, death. Hulk, strong, protect. Separate, can't protect. Hulk uttered the words haltingly, without anger. Just a simple, broken explanation. Banner froze, his eyes wide in disbelief. He'd never considered this possibility. All along, he blamed Hulk for his misfortune, never stopping to wonder why Hulk had appeared in the first place. At that moment, Banner's fury was suddenly doused, replaced by deep confusion and contemplation. "Hulk, don't you want to come out? Taste delicious food, make friends, experience the world?" Kino asked gently. "I do, but Banner is important," Hulk replied, longing in his expression. "You actually can," Kino said. "Let me explain how the doppelganger ability works." Kino began to describe the ability. Banner watched as Hulk listened intently, a complex look in his eyes. He realized he had misunderstood Hulk all along. "This way, you can protect Banner even better," Kino continued. "You're not tricking Hulk?" Hulk asked warily. Notrix, do you agree to separate? Kino replied. Hulk agrees. Separate, Hulk said firmly. Seeing Hulk's agreement, Kino waved both hands, returning the souls of Banner and Hulk to their bodies. Slowly, Banner stood up and took a deep breath. He tried the doppelganger ability once more. This time, with nothing holding him back, everything went smoothly. An invisible force once again surged from the center of Banner's body. This time, there were no unexpected tugs or obstacles. His body began to split apart slowly. Though the process was still searingly painful, Banner clenched his teeth and endured. At last, Banner and Hulk stood as two separate beings. Banner remained where he was, his face a shade paler than usual, but joy sparkled in his eyes. Hulk stretched his new form, a look of pure excitement lighting up his face. Hulk, I'm sorry for misunderstanding you all this time, Banner said, unable to hide his relief at how smoothly things had gone. It seemed that a heartfelt conversation with Hulk was all it took. Hulk beamed at Banner, flashing a broad grin. Banner, it's okay. At this moment, the relationship between Banner and Hulk was far from the animosity they would face in the future. Kino, witnessing the scene, was delighted as well, two for the price of one. Blonsky, you've been watching for a while. Have you made your choice? Kino turned to Blonsky, a questioning look in his eyes. Blonsky met Kino's gaze and replied resolutely. Young master, I only want the most powerful demon. Only the greatest strength can defeat Hulk. Hulk is invincible. Hulk bellowed at those words. If Banner hadn't held him back, he would have already started a fight. Kino, intrigued, looked at Shi. Bring out the strongest one. A hint of unease crossed Shi's face. Your Majesty, the strongest one isn't fully trained yet. He may not be very cooperative. Kino's interest was only piqued further by this. If even Shi, who had tamed so many demons, found this one troublesome, he couldn't help but be curious. No matter, let's see him, Kino said, his tone full of anticipation. Suddenly, a 10-meter-tall obsidian box rose from the center of the plaza, radiating a strange and oppressive aura that seemed to thicken the very air. The nearby demons recoiled in terror, hastily retreating to a safe distance. The next moment, the black box slowly creaked open, its hinges groaning. Inside, a diminutive demon lay curled up in slumber, his features hidden from view. As the demon's eyes fluttered open, they blazed like burning crimson flames, wild and ferocious. He fixed his gaze on Shi and spoke in a raspy, menacing growl. If you dare release me, does that mean you've finally found a force strong enough to subdue me? Shi's expression remained emotionless. Bassa, His Majesty wants to see you. His Majesty? Suspicion and provocation danced in Bassa's eyes as he turned to Kino, a mocking smirk curling his lips. Are you really that strong, Your Majesty? Not bad, I suppose, Kino replied. Even as his words faded, his figure vanished from the throne in the blink of an eye. Without warning, Kino appeared before Shi and swung a powerful punch. Bang! A tremendous crash echoed through the air, and in the next instant, a dark figure smashed into the ground like a cannonball, sending dust billowing into the sky. Why? Aren't you afraid of death? Kino was a bit puzzled. He could feel, as clear as day, that this demon's life and death were entirely within his grasp. Yet the demon remained so brazen. As the dust gradually settled, the once small figure now appeared incredibly robust. He stood up, muscles as hard as stone rippling across his body. Bassa spoke. Death? It doesn't matter. As long as there's enough pain, even death is something I can overcome. Kino's lips twitched, and he glanced speechlessly at Shi. Has he always been this arrogant? To defeat death, one of the 5 creator gods? Even Kino wasn't sure he could pull that off. She let out a helpless sigh and explained, he's a masochist demon. His ability is to absorb damage and convert it into his own strength and speed. Kino frowned and asked, there must be some limit to that power, right? She nodded. The limit is his own physical endurance. Sure, his strength can increase without bound, but his body can't keep up with it. Even so, in all of hell, there's not a single demon who can take him head-on and win. But Your Majesty, I haven't quite tamed him yet. If you want to command him now, you'll have to defeat him first. When Bronsky heard about this ability, a glint flashed in his eyes. He stared intently at the demon below. That's right. If you want me to serve you, you'll have to beat me first. Bassa taunted, his voice full of challenge. Fine, let me see what you've got. Actually, hold on. Kino was intrigued and about to step into the arena, but suddenly felt a disturbance in the core at his chest. Venom was calling him. Without another word, Kino opened a portal and left. Bassa, who had been itching for a good fight, froze mid-motion, his face then twisting into rage. What do you take this battle for? Some kind of joke? Forget it. I'll just use the rest of you as an appetizer. With that, he locked his gaze on the other demons, ready to charge, but suddenly a red beam forced him to the ground, pinning him in place. It was the power of hell itself. His Majesty told you to wait, so wait, she said coldly, looking down at Bassa. Damn it, how can a weakling like you possess such power? Bassa protested bitterly. In the past, shape-shifting demons like she were always playthings or lackeys to stronger demons like him. Yet now she stood above him. He had tried to kill her the moment he came out, hoping to catch her off guard, but hadn't expected to be thwarted. The law of the jungle. Once you were strong, so you did as you pleased, bullying the weak. But now, I am stronger, and everything should be reversed. Isn't this the rule you powerful demons created? At this moment, she's gaze was icy and sharp, like twin blades of cold light sweeping over the surrounding demons. Only now did she truly resemble a demon herself. The demons around her all lowered their heads, not daring to meet her eyes. In that gaze, they felt a profound terror. Frank, Blonsky, and the others all looked at she in surprise. The obedient girl in front of Kino was, in the eyes of these fiends, a terrifying devil. Wherever her eyes landed, the demons shivered and fell silent, like insects frozen by a sudden frost. Kino, unaware of what was happening in hell, appeared in the manor's living room. There, Venom and Pamela were standing, facing a man with a warm and friendly smile. Kino looked at them and asked, Venom, what's going on? Someone from the agency with the long name is here, Venom replied. Coulson spoke affably. Hello, Mr. Kino. I'm Agent Phil Coulson, from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. I'm here to consult you about a few matters. That signature, gentle smile never left his face, and his eyes radiated sincerity and warmth. He exuded an irresistible charisma, making him seem less like an agent on a mission and more like an old friend dropping by for a visit. Kino looked at Coulson, secretly marveling to himself. No wonder he's known as the village chief for Marvel newcomers. His social skills are impeccable. Coulson, I'm a bit busy right now. Could we talk after I finish up? Kino said. Of course. If you need any help with the usual hassles, we have plenty of experience, Coulson replied, his gaze subtly probing. There's a disobedient demon underling who needs to be disciplined. Want to come along? Kino extended an invitation to venture into hell. Coulson's smile froze for a split second, and a faint bead of sweat appeared on his forehead. His mind raced, weighing the consequences of accepting such an invitation, but determined to uncover the Demon King's purpose for coming to Earth. He drew a deep breath, forced a steady tone, and said, All right, I'll come with you. Though he tried to remain composed, the slight trembling of his lips betrayed his inner anxiety and unease. Venom, Pamela, would you like to join us? Kino asked the two women. Let's go take a look. Darling, I'm coming too. One after another, the group vanished. Coulson inhaled deeply, adjusted the hidden camera at his chest, and traced a cross over his heart. For world peace, please watch over me. With that, he stepped into the portal. Back at S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury stared silently at the now-darkened monitor for a long while. Meanwhile, on the other side, Coulson blinked and suddenly found himself standing in a plaza beneath a dim sky. In the distance, volcanoes erupted with explosive force, rivers of molten lava flowing relentlessly, radiating an intense heat that seemed capable of consuming everything in its path. Beneath him swarmed a mass of demons, their twisted faces so grotesque that Coulson found his breath catch in his throat. Pamela, attuned to the world's lifelessness, instinctively felt a wave of revulsion as the host of the Green, yet she managed to suppress her discomfort. Chino looked calmly at Bassa, who lay sprawled on the ground, showing no sign of surprise. In a steady voice, he said, Let's continue. At that, she released the pressure she'd been exerting on Bassa. He sprang to his feet, his gaze still wild and defiant. You won't run away again this time, Your Majesty. Chino gave a slight, knowing smile. I hope you can keep that attitude a little longer. Just as he was about to act, Venom suddenly enveloped him, transforming itself into a gleaming suit of golden armor that fit him like a second skin. Venom, what's this outfit? Chino asked, a note of surprise in his voice. You're the king now, so you should dress with proper dignity. Besides, I want to stay with you. After all, we're at our best when we're together. Venom's voice echoed warmly in Chino's mind. Bathed in the glow of the crimson sky, the golden armor blazed with dazzling brilliance, lending Chino an air of even greater authority and power. The surrounding demons couldn't help but cast sidelong glances, and for a moment, even Boss's eyes flashed with surprise, though that quickly gave way to his usual arrogance. Pamela plopped herself onto the throne, ready to watch the match unfold, while she hesitated briefly, then held her silence. Let's give you a power boost first. Chino's eyes lit up with a fierce red glow, From them burst searing beams of heat, so intense they warped the very air as they shot straight toward Basa. Basa, utterly fearless, spread his arms wide, as if daring to embrace the onslaught of energy. Yet the power of the heat vision was overwhelming. In an instant, he was pinned to the ground, and the earth around him began to melt, turning into churning lava from the raging heat. Coulson, heart pounding with tension, captured everything with his hidden chest camera. Suddenly, she glanced sharply in his direction. For a split second, Coulson felt as though his heart might stop. But she quickly turned away, allowing Coulson to breathe a sigh of relief, silently thankful that he hadn't been discovered after all. He continued recording, thoughts racing. The Demon King possesses abilities like Superman's, super strength, flight, heat vision. With nimble fingers, Coulson tapped discreetly on a small computer hidden in his pocket. If he could get back to the real world, all this precious intel would be automatically transmitted to S.H.I.E.L.D. Chino's heat vision blazed for a full minute. When his eyes finally began to feel dry and strained, he relented. Venom swiftly went to work, repairing the nerves in his eyes. Looking down at the seething magma at his feet, Chino called out, "How much longer do you plan on lying down there?" In the next moment, a perfectly intact arm shot out from the molten lava, gripping the seething magma as it pulled itself out. "What incredible strength, Your Majesty. This is the first time I've ever felt power like this." Boss's voice rang out, rough and violent. He now stood a full 3 meters tall, towering like a small giant. His muscles bulged beneath his skin, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure that sent a chill down anyone's spine. Coulson stared at the stunning scene before him, unable to stop himself from swallowing hard as he continued to jot down notes. "So what are you waiting for?" Chino descended from the sky. "I'm still digesting the power in my body. Are you done yet?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than Chino appeared right in front of him, his fist swinging toward Basa, whose own fist, veins bulging, rose to meet Chino's strike. The moment their fists collided, a visible shockwave of energy burst out from them, rippling through the air. The pressure compressed the atmosphere, filling the arena with a piercing, thunderous crack. Basa's face contorted, veins standing out on his arm as he caught the punch with one hand, his expression twisted in a snarl. "You'll have to do better than that if you want me to yield. Then brace yourself for what's next." Chino's fists flew like the wind, each blow landing with the weight of a mountain, making the very air tremble with every strike. Basa refused to back down. His enormous fists crashed down like sledgehammers, each counterblow sending shockwaves through the ground. Again, their fists clashed in a brutal exchange, the force of their collision bursting forth in blinding flashes of light that illuminated the entire battlefield. Their exchanges grew faster and faster, fists blurring together, filling the hellish square with a deafening roar. With every impact, gales whipped up, hurling stones and dust high into the air. A heavy punch landed, and both fighters were thrown back several steps by the recoil. But they instantly regained their footing and charged at each other again, plunging back into their breathtaking battle of fists. "Incredible! Basa, you're strong." Chino laughed with unrestrained delight, his voice ringing out across the entire infernal square. A wild excitement gleamed in his eyes. He fought without using any other abilities, relying solely on the strength of his body. The raw, visceral sensation of hand-to-hand combat thrilled him to the core. "Ha! Ever since I gained superhuman power, this is the first time I've met such a worthy opponent." The golden armor on his body flashed brilliantly with every impact, each movement overflowing with peerless might. "What the hell are you talking about, you bastard?" Basa roared, his eyes bloodshot, his heart seething with rage and unwillingness. No matter how much damage he absorbed, or how much power he drew out, Chino's strength always remained just out of reach. That's when it hit him. Chino wasn't even fighting seriously. The realization struck him like a cruel blow. For the first time in his life, the one who had always been the strongest felt the sting of humiliation and defeat. Barca roared once more as he charged at Kino, his muscles tensed like iron with rage, each stride leaving deep imprints in the ground. Kino met Barca's assault with ease, as if this fierce battle was nothing more than a game where he could let loose to his heart's content. The surrounding demons looked on in shock, their eyes filled with awe and fear. If they had knelt before because Kino possessed the Demon King's rank, now they were utterly subdued by the absolute power he displayed. The battleground was being torn apart by their intense clash, and she decisively ordered the mountain demons to strengthen and repair the area from a safe distance. Hulk watched the combat, waving his arms and stomping his feet, unleashing angry bellows. Blonsky, meanwhile, was convinced that this kind of power could surely defeat Hulk. Frank stared at the small pistol in his hand, his gaze resolute, secretly telling himself that as long as he could form a team of magic weapon wielders, even such enemies could be overcome. Coulson, on the other hand, stopped what he was doing in despair, gazing at the apocalyptic scene before him, doubts gnawing at his heart. Could an enemy like this really be defeated? Darling, you can do it. Amidst the chaos, Pamela showed not a hint of fear. Her eyes were filled with unwavering trust in Kino. She gazed at Kino with fervent admiration, the demon's worship of the strong shining unmistakably in her eyes. The battle only grew fiercer as Kino and Barca's figures flashed and collided across the plaza, each impact sending tremors through the ground. While unleashing a rapid barrage of punches, Kino asked, "Is your strength nearing its limit?" "Not even close," Barca shouted back, his voice thunderous with defiance. By now, Barca's body was marred with wounds, crisscrossing fissures standing out starkly on his bulging muscles. His power was beginning to wane, each counterattack against Kino's relentless blows growing more labored. Yet he clenched his teeth and summoned every ounce of strength, desperately trying to withstand Kino's storm-like assault. Kino frowned, his clenched fist suddenly surging with unstoppable force as he drove it into Barca's body. With a tremendous crash, Barca was sent flying like a shooting star, hurtling away at breakneck speed. His body bounced along the ground, raising clouds of dust and sending shards of stone scattering. A deep, thunderous rumble echoed as Barca's body finally crashed into a distant wall, causing it to tremble and crack, lines spreading like a spiderweb across its surface. With Barca's defeat, the entire crowd of demons erupted in cheers. Their voices thundered across the hellish plaza, deafening and triumphant. "All hail His Majesty! His Majesty is invincible!" The demons' cries rose and fell, filled with admiration and reverence for Kino. Venom's voice echoed in Kino's mind. "This guy has a remarkable ability. He can copy powers." Though Kino had him suppressed on the surface, his capability was impressive. Just the fact that he could absorb damage made him nearly invincible for a short time. This power was limited by his own physical constitution, but if someone like Superman possessed it, who knows how much his strength could be amplified. He might even shatter the earth with a single punch. Indeed, his potential ceiling is extremely high, Kino agreed. Moreover, Venom's copying ability lacked the potential for growth. Unlike Kryptonians, who grow stronger just by basking in the sun, Venom could only replicate the ability as it existed at that moment. Still, these powers could be combined in various creative ways. Barca pulled himself out from the wall, then slowly approached Kino and fell to his knees. "Your Majesty, I yield," he said, his voice deep and sincere, his head bowed, all traces of defiance gone. That's how demons are. If your strength surpasses theirs, they submit wholeheartedly. The reason she couldn't break him was because she relied on the powers of hell. "Then I command you, do not resist from this moment on." Barsan suara tuwadianli. Kino placed a hand on Barca's shoulder. Venom coursed swiftly through Kino's arm and into Barca's body, beginning the process of copying his abilities. All the surrounding demons fell silent, watching the scene with tense anticipation. Moments later, Venom had completed the replication. Kino withdrew his hand and nodded, satisfied. "Rise, Barca." Barca rose to his feet, now with only loyalty and awe in his eyes. Kino turned to Blonsky, beckoning him over. "Blonsky, come here." Blonsky hurried to stand before Kino, his eyes full of expectation. "Form a contract with Barca." Blonsky glanced at Barca, but Barca looked back at him with nothing but disdain, casually naming a price. "If you want my power, last 10 minutes against me." But in the next instant, Barca kicked Blonsky across the room. "Weak human," Barca sneered. Since it was the king who brought him, he wouldn't kill him, but this would be enough to keep him down for a while. "I hate that move the most." Blonsky roared as he scrambled to his feet, instantly transforming into Abomination and charging back with a ferocious snarl. "Interesting." Barca chuckled, his interest piqued, and the two immediately clashed in a fierce battle. "My dear, you're incredible." Kino paid them no further heed and flew back to his throne. Pamela rushed over, wrapped her arms around Kino, and kissed him passionately. Frank and Banner respectfully bowed their heads, while Hulk watched the fight below with intense focus. Only she gazed on with envy, her eyes filled with jealousy toward Pamela and admiration for Kino. After Pamela's passionate kiss with Chino came to an end, Venom shifted back into human form and leaned in to plant a quick kiss on Chino as well. Chino smiled, gazing at the two of them with tender affection. Meanwhile, the battle below between Bassa and Blonsky was growing fiercer, dust swirling through the air. Yet for now, Chino withdrew his attention from the fight, allowing himself to savor this moment of warmth and tranquility. Seated on his throne, Chino wrapped his arms around Venom and Pamela on either side. With a gentle wave of his hand, several stone chairs slowly rose from the ground. "Take a seat, everyone," Chino said. Without hesitation, she chose the seat to Chino's left, the one closest to him. Frank was about to take the seat on the right, but Coulson beat him to it. Frank shot him a deep, meaningful look, then sat down next to him. Banner picked a chair at random and sat down. "Hulk wants to fight," Hulk declared, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he looked plaintively at Chino. Chino chuckled softly and turned to she. "Bring out a few demons who can take a hit. Let him have some fun." With a crisp command, she called out, "Minotaur demons, come forth." At her words, a burly demon with the head of a bull strode forward, its massive form nearly matching Hulk's own. Chino truly did intend for she to become the steward of hell. After all, he couldn't remain in the underworld forever. "Fight!" Hulk shouted with glee, leaping down and launching himself into battle with the Minotaur demon. Demons all around widened their eyes, riveted by the clash between Abomination and Hulk, their excited shouts filling the air. For demons, after all, there's little more to life than sleeping and fighting. After a moment of silence, Coulson could no longer hold back his question. "Your Majesty, the Demon King, what exactly is your purpose for coming to the human world?" Chino looked at Coulson with calm indifference. "You're not a demon. No need for titles. Just call me Chino. My purpose here? I have none. I'm here to eat, drink, and have a good time." Coulson clearly didn't buy it. He frowned deeply. Chino countered, "What else would my purpose be? Destruction? Conquest? If that were true, I'd be sitting in the White House right now." Coulson was momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed. Blushing, Pamela clutched her stomach and said sheepishly, "It's already noon. I haven't eaten all day. I'm starving." Chino couldn't help but laugh. "Bring out some of Hell's specialties." She nodded and rose, heading toward the palace at the back. Soon, she returned with 2 platters, setting them steadily on a stone table. Pamela stepped over for a look, but the moment she saw what was on the plates, her face turned green and she nearly lost her lunch. A plate was piled high with fist-sized insects, still writhing and glimmering with a green sheen. On another plate lay red fruits, but they emitted an eerie, crimson glow that made one instinctively wary. Chino frowned and asked, "Is this really your food?" She nodded earnestly, answering, "Demon worms and fire fruits, the staple foods for demons. Only weak demons can access these. The powerful ones choose to devour souls, which not only fills their hunger, but also strengthens them." Chino slapped his forehead and said helplessly, "Frank, go prepare some proper food. Make sure every demon gets a good meal." "Yes, young master." With permission to travel freely to and from hell, Frank departed. With a heavy thud, she dropped to his knees, bowing his head. "I have disappointed your majesty. Please punish me. Get up, it's not your fault." "This is my responsibility," Chino said as he reached out to help she to his feet. Gazing at the hellish landscape, Chino felt instincts engraved deep in his soul begin to awaken, stirring a new idea within him. "Pamela, let's transform hell. Let's turn this place into a real world." Pamela's eyes instantly shone at Chino's words. Whatever discomfort she'd felt at seeing the hellish food vanished, replaced with sparkling excitement and eager anticipation. She replied with delight, her fists unconsciously clenched, her whole being brimming with boundless energy. She'd once thought of finding a place to live in seclusion after becoming a monster, maybe building a kingdom of plants for herself. But after meeting her beloved, she'd let go of that idea. Transform hell. Coulson looked utterly incredulous. Slowly, he turned his gaze to the crowds outside the square, where volcanoes spewed thick smoke and rivers of lava flowed unchecked. How could that be possible? Coulson frowned deeply, shaking his head in disbelief. To him, this was nothing short of a wild fantasy. "Young master, if it's just an oasis, it's possible. Plants need 4 things to grow: sunlight, oxygen, water, and soil. There's oxygen here. Sunlight can be provided artificially. As for the terrain, there are mountain demons who can help with reshaping the land. Water can be imported from Earth, and plants can be cultivated here." Among Banner's 7 doctorates were geology and meteorology, and thanks to Chino's assistance, he was now seriously contemplating solutions. "Banner, I want an entire world, not just a tiny oasis." Banner stroked his chin, eyes fixed intently on hell's surroundings, and shook his head. "Young master, that would be incredibly difficult. Transforming the entire world is a massive undertaking, especially if you want it to sustain itself naturally. To achieve this, we'd have to transform the entire geology and environment of hell, create layers of soil, control the weather, ideally even bring in the 4 seasons. Then there's growing plants, managing humidity. These are all big challenges." As Banner spoke, he knelt on the ground, drawing a simple diagram in the dirt. His expression was grave and intensely focused. You don't need to worry about the plants. Pamela, show them a little of what you can do. Pamela rose from Kino's embrace, her hands aglow with a vivid green light, as warm and full of vitality as the first rays of spring. At her gesture, flecks of green sprang up across the black expanse of the square. Suddenly, tender shoots burst from the earth, growing so quickly you could watch them stretch toward the sky, unfurling their delicate leaves. In the blink of an eye, flowers bloomed in a riot of color, dazzling and radiant, while lush grass spread like a vibrant green carpet, covering the entire square. A gentle breeze drifted by, carrying the sweet fragrance of blossoms. The grass swayed, and in an instant, the square brimmed with life and energy, a vivid contrast to the darkness and oppression that reigned just moments before. The demons stared in stunned silence at the grass beneath their feet, their faces filled with disbelief and wonder, as if frozen in place by the miracle unfolding before them. It was a sight they had never witnessed in all their lives. Even the battle between Hulk and the Minotaur demon came to an abrupt halt. Hulk, curiosity lighting his massive features, gently stroked a flower growing by his feet. Seeing that Hulk had lost his fighting spirit, the Minotaur demon let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, the longer this fight goes, the stronger he gets, truly terrifying. He sniffed the air deeply, inhaling the delightful aroma, and couldn't resist grabbing a handful of grass, stuffing it into his mouth for a taste. With a shout of excitement, he cried, "Delicious!" Then he plopped down and began devouring the grass by the mouthful. Hulk, watching his companion, hesitated for a moment, then reached down, picked a flower, and tasted it. Instantly, his face twisted in distaste as he muttered, "Doesn't taste good." The other demons, seeing how much the Minotaur was enjoying the grass, couldn't contain their curiosity and began sampling it as well. Some of them were overjoyed by the taste, shoveling mouthful after mouthful into their mouths. Others spat it out in disgust, finding it utterly revolting. For a while, the square echoed with the noisy reactions of the demons, each one responding in their own way. Basa knocked Abomination unconscious with a single punch and tossed a piece of parchment aside. He strolled over to the edge of the grass, lay down, and gazed up at the crimson sky. No living creature can hate the scent of nature, and demons are no exception. A touch of nostalgia flickered in his eyes, as if his thoughts drifted back to days long past, to a single visit he once made to the human world, walking among the trees, tasting their food, memories he cherished even now. Coulson and Banner remained rooted to the spot, staring in disbelief at the grass under their feet. Coulson couldn't help but reach down and touch it, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is this an illusion?" Banner crouched down as well, carefully examining the blades of grass on the ground. Shaking his head, he said, "No, this isn't an illusion. This is real, living life." She knelt, gently stroking the tender green grass. Her expression turned a little dazed, and she murmured, "Other forms of life appearing in hell. This has never happened before." Her eyes shimmered with both delight and a touch of confusion at this unknown change. Pamela stopped what she was doing, the green glow fading from her hands, and caught her breath before saying, "Dear, this patch of grass will last at most a week before it starts to wither." "It doesn't matter. This is only the beginning." Banner pushed up his glasses and said seriously, "Young master, even with this kind of power, even with the help of demons, this will be a project that takes at least a century. That's why I'm planning to start a company and hire some manpower. I think those mutants will be perfect. They look like they'd be great at farming." A sly glint flashed in Kino's eyes as he recalled Storm's weather-controlling abilities. "No, you can't recruit those mutants." Coulson instinctively objected, tension written all over his face. There's already an army of demons. If they added hordes of mutants to that, the consequences would be unthinkable. Why not? Don't humans really dislike mutants? You can't wait to send them to hell? I'm just doing you a favor. Kino arched an eyebrow, his tone laced with mockery. Coulson let out a wry laugh, replying helplessly, "That's not quite the kind of going to hell we meant. Coulson, why don't you join me as well?" Kino's gaze was sincere as he extended his invitation. He clearly valued Coulson's abilities. "Mr. Kino, I'm bound to end up in hell one day. There's no rush, is there?" Coulson declined Kino's offer with gentle tact. Kino replied solemnly, "No, you'll end up sacrificing yourself to save humanity. You'll only ever go to heaven." Hearing how he would die, Coulson was momentarily taken aback. Then he said, "Well, that's quite an honor." A complex emotion flickered in his eyes, a mix of pondering over an unknown fate and a hint of surprise and comfort at Kino's assessment. Kino smiled faintly, "Which is why I want to beat heaven to you. How about making a deal with this demon king?" "What kind of deal?" Coulson asked, curiosity lighting up his face. "After your first death, your soul belongs to me. You'll work for me. And in return, I'll answer one question for you. First death? Am I going to die more than once? Carlson couldn't help but sigh inwardly at what a turbulent life awaited him. Any question at all? That's right. There's very little I don't know about this world. Here's a free bit of information. Captain America isn't dead. As Kino spoke, he placed a parchment on the table. Captain America! Hearing that his idol was still alive, Carlson's face lit up with a blend of disbelief and exhilaration. His heart began to race uncontrollably. Captain America was alive. The news struck him like a thunderbolt. He stared intently at the parchment, wrestling with the daunting choice. Should he really sell his soul? As Carlson battled his inner turmoil, Frank led a group out of the vortex gate, driving 3 heavy trucks with the manor's chefs following behind. Taking a deep breath, Carlson agreed to the deal. Without hesitation, he pressed his hand to the parchment. Instantly, it burst into fierce flames, leaving a mysterious black mark in the center of his palm. So what do you want to ask? Captain America's whereabouts? How Nick Fury lost his eye? Perhaps the details of your own death, or the future crises awaiting Earth? Kino teased with a mischievous smile. I want to ask, how did you come to possess this hell? Carlson had always sensed that Kino was unfamiliar with hell itself, as if he'd only recently become its lord. A deadly gleam flashed in She's eyes, as though she might strike at any moment. Pamela summoned vines that shot up beside Carlson, razor-sharp tips poised at his heart, ready to strike. Venom, though a little surprised, remained perfectly composed, lounging on Kino's lap. Banner took in the scene, quietly debating whether to move farther away, just in case things got out of hand. Carlson's gaze locked on Kino, unwavering, not a trace of fear or hesitation in his eyes. Kino gave Pamela's waist a gentle squeeze. All right, everyone relax. It's not a big secret. He turned to Carlson and replied, This hell was a gift from Lucifer Morningstar. At the mention of Lucifer Morningstar, everyone in the room was visibly startled, none more so than Carlson, whose face turned grave and tense. Banner couldn't help but ask, Young master, what does Satan look like? A stunningly beautiful woman. As Kino spoke, the image of Lucifer surfaced in his mind. Having sampled her allure, he couldn't help but feel a flutter in his heart at the memory. Satan is a woman? Banner exclaimed in utter shock. This guy here, he almost ended up in bed with Satan. Venom muttered, rolling his eyes as he felt the restless movement on his lap, but subtly shielded Kino from embarrassment. I did turn her down, didn't I? Kino said, exasperated. And then, my dear, you accepted me, Pamela chimed in, hugging Kino and planting a quick kiss on his cheek. Oh, and one more thing. Don't go around saying Lucifer's name for no reason. She can't hear you, and trust me, she's not as easygoing as I am. Suddenly, from the void, a fair and slender finger flicked out and gave Kino a sharp snap on the forehead. With a resounding thud, Kino's head snapped back, leaving him completely stunned and dizzy, his mind swirling in confusion. Oh, my dear! At the sight, Banner and the others instinctively slapped their hands over their mouths, eyes wide in shock. Though they tried to hold it in, it was obvious they were truly startled by what just happened. They really heard it. Shize hastily bowed his head, his body trembling ever so slightly, too afraid to steal even another glance. That's what you get for running your mouth. Venom sighed helplessly, climbing down from Kino's lap and gingerly cradling Kino's head in his own lap. Pamela looked on, her face full of concern and tenderness. She gently stroked the swelling on Kino's forehead, her eyes brimming with care and sympathy. Lucifer withdrew her hand from the void. She had been curious to see why this little fellow was calling her, only to find she was the subject of idle gossip. And not just any gossip, they were calling her petty. She could let the talking slide, but being called petty was a step too far. All right, let's move on. Lucifer gazed mercilessly at the celestial before her, the deity of this world. Now, let's see what you're made of. The explorer wasted no time, fleeing headlong into the star-studded sky. It took Kino a good while to recover from the blow to his head. He sat up, rubbing his forehead, and managed a wry, helpless smile. Well, that certainly was something. Kino shook his head and looked to the others. I guess from now on, I really shouldn't mention her name so casually. Carlson was still reeling from shock. He hadn't expected that Satan could overhear their conversation so easily, and even intervene in such a way. Meanwhile, the manor chefs had begun preparing dinner. The clatter of pots and pans, and the sizzle of ingredients meeting hot oil, filled the air. Before long, the entire square was awash in delectable aromas, mouth-watering scents that made one's stomach rumble. Every demon present began to drool unconsciously, eyes glued to the spatulas in the chef's hands, their gazes brimming with longing. As for the chefs, they were so terrified that cold sweat streamed down their faces. Despite their hands moving busily, Every one of them was trembling ever so slightly. If you asked why they were willing to come here, there was only one answer. Frank's offer was just too good to refuse. Hold steady, hold steady. Once we get through this meal, each of us gets 50 grand. The head chef whispered to his colleague, who nodded fervently. The promise of such a reward gave their hands newfound steadiness. Kino stood up and announced loudly, "Today is my first time in hell, so I'm treating all the demons to a meal. Everybody line up. As long as it's not a person, you can eat it." His voice echoed across the square. The demons were stunned for a moment, then erupted into a frenzy of excitement. "This is amazing." In an instant, the demons scrambled to form a line, some shoving, others pushing forward in their eagerness, throwing the scene into utter chaos. Kino frowned and shouted, "Quiet, all of you. Line up properly. Anyone who breaks the rules can forget about eating." At her command, the demons finally settled down a bit. They started lining up in an orderly fashion, though their eyes never left the delicious food being prepared, and they kept swallowing hungrily. Blonsky slowly came to his senses. Having just sealed his contract, he was eager to challenge Hulk to a fight. But when he turned his head, he saw Hulk happily shoveling fried rice into his mouth, exclaiming, "Tasty." Hulk wants more. Beside him, Banner was busy refilling his plate, serving him one helping after another. Seeing this, Blonsky reconsidered. Now wasn't the time for a fight, and there would be plenty of chances later, so he decided to let it go for now. Coulson, mustering his courage, wandered among the demons, trying to gather information, but very few of them paid him any attention. Kino let him be, even instructing the demons to share details about their contracts. Given Nick Fury's personality, he'd surely plant people here in the future, which would make poaching them easier down the line. Suddenly, something massive pressed down on Shi's head, her neck sagging under the weight. "Your Majesty, I want a drink," murmured Mora, her voice thick with sleepiness and a playful, lazy tone. "I brought some for you this time, Frank," Kino replied. Frank nodded, then hauled a crate from the car and set on the table. "There's half a carload left. All kinds of liquor," Frank added. Mora excitedly grabbed a bottle of vodka, popped it open with one hand, and downed half the bottle in a single gulp. "Ah, that's the stuff," she cried out in satisfaction. A vein throbbed on Shi's forehead. "Mora, just how long are you planning to keep that thing on my head?" "Oh, Shi, I didn't see you there. You're so short," Mora said, finally realizing with not a hint of apology in her voice. She retaliated by biting Mora. "Ow, that hurts." Mora jolted, instantly awake, and tried to pry Shi off her. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. If you keep biting, something's going to fall off." Mora pleaded in a panic. Curiosity flickered in Kino's eyes. Pamela noticed Kino's gaze. After a moment's thought, she blushed and leaned in to whisper something in Kino's ear. "Really?" Kino gasped with surprise and delight, his voice rising without thinking. "Keep it down. Sister Venom is joining too," Pamela snapped playfully, her cheeks turning even redder as she shot Kino a coy glare. "I'm fine with it," Venom declared bluntly, showing no trace of human embarrassment. After much effort, Mora finally managed to pry Shi off, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and noticed the way she was looking at Kino. "What's wrong? Want to join in too?" Mora teased. She, however, averted her gaze, suddenly uncertain. "In the evening, we are demons. Everything we desire, we take by force. The Demon King is no exception," Mora said with utter seriousness. Shi's eyes grew complicated, as if an intense struggle was raging within her heart. Venom glanced over, sizing up Shi. Petite, with a childlike charm, she could definitely be added to the group. Venom didn't mind Kino assembling a harem. Influenced by Kino's memories, she had grown fond of women herself. As the banquet drew to a close, the lively square gradually quieted. Kino and his companions prepared to leave Hell and return to the real world. Yet Hulk showed unmistakable reluctance to part, loudly insisting that he wanted to stay. There was food, drink, fights to be had, and friends to enjoy it all with. Banner, exasperated, tried to reason with him. "Hulk, don't make a scene." But in the end, he couldn't win against Hulk's stubbornness. Seeing Hulk's unwavering resolve, Banner had no choice but to agree. After all, with the young master's permission in Hell, he could always drop by to check on things. Blonsky didn't hesitate for a moment. Fixing his gaze on Hulk, he declared, "Hulk and I still have unfinished business." Kino nodded and said, "She, keep an eye on them. If they don't behave, just order Bassa to give them a good beating." "Yes, Your Majesty." After a moment's thought, Kino added another privilege to Shi's authority in Hell, the freedom to leave and return at will. "From now on, address me as Young Master. Let me know if anything comes up." "Yes, Young Master." Shi's lips curled into an involuntary smile. In that instant, her once calm eyes gleamed with delight. She knew deep down that by granting her this privilege, Kino was truly accepting her as one of his own. Back in the real world, the sunlight outside had softened, signaling that afternoon had arrived. Coulson had already left, no doubt hurrying to report the day's astonishing developments. Frank wasted no time, rushing off to arrange the recruitment of new personnel and the transportation of supplies to Hell. There was so much to do that he even roped Banner into helping. Kino looked at Venom and Pamela, a knowing, playful smile on his lips. It's getting late. Let's get some rest. Pamela and Venom exchanged a glance, then shot Kino a teasing look, clearly aware of his little schemes. Director, I'm back. Coulson strode into the office, placing a tablet on Nick Fury's desk and handing over a file. Nick Fury's face was clouded with concern, his gaze locked on the screen. The images of hordes of demons and powerful demon kings, along with intelligence on demon contracts, made his expression grow even more grave. Wait, what are they saying? Nick Fury suddenly asked. On the screen, Kino was explaining the origins of Hell, but the language he spoke was completely unintelligible. Coulson also sensed that something was off. What he was hearing was exactly the same as before. After thinking for a moment, he picked up the document, compared it with the previously recorded information, and pointed to a line. Director, what do you see here? Nothing at all. Just a blank section. Coulson, what's going on? Nick Fury frowned. He knew Coulson was always reliable. There was no way he'd make such a rookie mistake. Coulson already had a theory in mind. Director, all I can say is, the myths are real. Nick Fury's pupils narrowed as realization struck him. Hell was a gift from the gods, and there weren't many beings with that kind of power. No further explanation was needed. He fell silent for a long time, eventually pulling out a pager. Yet, he hesitated and put it down again. That pager could summon Captain Marvel, but in this situation, even if she came, it might not make much of a difference. Coulson, do you think he's telling the truth? A demon lord who doesn't want to rule the world, but instead wants to rebuild Hell. Fury's gaze was deep, and his tone was laced with doubt. I think we can trust him. He used to be human, Coulson replied. Putting aside the fact that he was the demon Lord Chino, the man himself struck him as genuinely courteous. And besides, we have no choice. There's no power on Earth that can stop him, Coulson added, his expression grave. Nick Fury considered this, his fingers tapping a steady rhythm on the desk. Coulson, keep engaging him openly. I'll have someone approach from the shadows. If we can get access to demonic power. Yes, Director. Coulson finished reporting and turned to leave. As he reached the door, Nick Fury's voice called out. Thank you for your efforts, Coulson. For humanity. It's nothing, Director. Coulson answered with a slight turn of his body, then left the office with unwavering resolve. In the DC universe, Chino wandered among the endless snowy mountains. Why had he come to this world? The answer was simple. He'd run out of money. Back in the Marvel world, he spent his days playing games with Pamela and Venom, occasionally teasing Gwen whenever she dropped by. He indulged in every kind of gourmet food, drove flashy sports cars, and traveled wherever he pleased, a life he'd never dared to dream of in his past existence. But then, disaster struck. His $50 million had dwindled to a mere $5 million. He had no choice. To bring his paradise plan to life, he'd hired staff, bought all sorts of supplies and machinery, even purchased land and started companies, but the money was nowhere near enough. He still had a 20% stake in Stark Industries to fall back on, but the transformation of Hell would require a staggering amount of resources and manpower. Hell had nothing special to sell or profit from. He had to go out and make money. Who has the most money in the world? What do they love most? So he set his sights on the Lazarus Pit, the famous resurrection pool in DC, a place that can slow aging, restore youth, even bring people back from the brink. Of course, there's a tiny bit of side effect, but that's not a big deal. There are plenty of genius scientists in Marvel and DC. Just let them improve it. And if that doesn't work, he could always dilute it. This time, Kino came to the DC universe with only Venom by his side. Pamela was busy cultivating even hardier plants to survive the hellish environment. We're here. Kino gazed up at the castle perched atop the mountain, the headquarters of the League of Assassins. He looked down at the snowy ground and said, Could you let your leader know I'm here? Let me handle this in a bit. I haven't stretched my legs in ages. Venom's voice echoed in Kino's mind. Haven't I given you enough of a workout? Kino teased it. Keep it up, and I'll show you a real workout right now, Venom threatened. All right. Business first, Kino replied hastily, well aware of how daring Venom could be in these matters. Kino pressed forward. He was halfway across the snowy field when, without warning, a flurry of black shadows burst from the ground. In an instant, assassins in white ninja garb surrounded him. Without a word, a volley of throwing knives flew his way. I gave you your chance, Kino said coolly. No sooner had he spoken than the black sheen of Venom's symbiote swept over his body, shielding him from the blades. Seeing their knives were useless, The assassins drew their katanas in unison, charging at him like a whirlwind of white, their eyes sharp and fearless. Venom responded with a low, menacing laugh. Her fist cut through the air with a vicious whoosh, striking out with brutal speed. With a series of heavy thuds, the assassins at the front were all sent flying. Their bodies arced through the air, bones snapping audibly as they crashed into the snow, sending up great plumes of white. The pristine snow was instantly stained red, blood mixing with swirling snowflakes to form a scene as brutal as it was stunning. Venom batted aside the attackers with ease, grumbling, "I don't get it. What era do they think this is? Still using swords and knives?" Kino replied, "It's probably for dramatic effect. Otherwise, no matter how tough Batman is, how could he fight the League if they all had machine guns?" Venom snorted, "That's just dumb. I have no idea what these guys are thinking." She punctuated her words by sending another assassin flying with a punch. One even tried to restrain Venom with an iron chain, only to be yanked in and dispatched with a single, crushing blow to the head. "This is the League's tradition. Bladed weapons are better suited for assassination," came a cold, steely voice. At the sound of it, every assassin instantly froze in place. Venom, however, paid no mind and casually took out two more with headshots. Only when he saw the assassins standing frozen in place did he finally stop, bored with the lack of resistance. He turned his gaze toward the black-haired, middle-aged man standing atop the mountain. "Lei Xiaogu. That's me. Why'd you come here?" Lei Xiaogu regarded Venom with a scrutinizing gaze, his eyes sharp and searching. "My name is Kino. I've come here for you. How about becoming one of my men?" Kino revealed his human form. Initially, he only intended to take the pool of Lazarus, but upon seeing Lei Xiaogu, a new idea took root in his mind. She was currently in charge of the demon's assignments and activity zones. For now, all that was needed was to clear more land. Frank, on the other hand, was swamped, overseeing Hell Supply Lines, a new company recruiting retired soldiers. Even Banner had been roped in to help handle all sorts of affairs. Coulson was still alive, and thus, not yet available to be of use. So, Kino set his sights on Lei Xiaogu. After all, Lei Xiaogu had both wealth and followers, and with 7 centuries of experience, he could handle almost anything. He would be a perfect ally. In an instant, Lei Xiaogu's eyes blazed with murderous intent. He whipped out a martial arts blade, its cold edge glinting dangerously. "You want the entire League of Assassins? Are you truly capable of that?" Kino watched Lei Xiaogu charge at him and sighed inwardly. Was this man's brain soaked into mush? Yet despite his self-proclaimed 700 years of martial arts training, Lei Xiaogu was utterly powerless before Kino. Within moments, Kino had knocked Lei Xiaogu to the ground, sending up a flurry of snow. Seeing their leader toppled, the surrounding ninjas rushed in without hesitation, each gripping a blade, their eyes cold as ice. This time, Kino handled things personally. He didn't kill a single one of them. Instead, with precise control over his strength, he knocked them all unconscious. "Let's make a deal. Is there a wish you want fulfilled? I'll make it happen for you. In return, I get the whole League of Assassins," Kino said, his gaze fixed intently on Lei Xiaogu. "A wish. My wish is to wipe out all of humanity and build an ideal world," Lei Xiaogu replied, his expression wild and unhinged. "So, in other words, you want a world without humans where you can start fresh and create a paradise of singing birds and blooming flowers. What a coincidence. I have a dream quite similar to that." Kino's eyes lit up, feeling as if he'd met a kindred spirit. "Kindred spirit? Please, you two are nowhere near the same. So what if that's true? Do you have the means to make it happen?" Lei Xiaogu asked. While the latter part of the statement was off, the rest was close enough. "Here's the deal. I'll give you a world without humans where you can start from scratch and build that paradise. In return, you hand the League of Assassins over to me." No sooner had Kino finished speaking than a rune appeared in Lei Xiaogu's palm. "What's this?" "Just a little something. Don't worry about it. Let's head to the new world together." As soon as Kino finished speaking, a strange, glowing doorway suddenly appeared beneath Lei Xiaogu's feet. Before Lei Xiaogu could react, he plummeted straight through it. Kino followed right behind, and in the blink of an eye, both of them vanished without a trace. Lei Xiaogu felt as if he had only blinked his eyes, and when he looked around, he found himself standing at the edge of a volcanic crater, with rivers of molten lava flowing all across the ground. Not far away stood a black palace, surrounded by several gigantic figures, each as tall as a mountain, striding across the land. Wherever they passed, the lava would recede and disappear. The demons of the mountain were cleansing the lava. "This is hell." Lei Xiaogu couldn't help but cry out, his gaze blank with shock. Yet, with the experience of 7 centuries behind him, he quickly regained his composure. "That's right. This is the world you wished for, a world without humans, a place where you can build a new world from scratch. I share the same dream as you, to transform hell into a realm filled with birdsong and blooming flowers, Kino exclaimed, waving his arms with excitement, as if already envisioning the paradise of the future. Lei Xiaogu's eye twitched. The same dream? If his dream was to start from nothing, this was truly the most hellish beginning imaginable. To reshape all of hell, that's even crazier than I am. Don't even think about refusing. Our contract is already sealed. Lei Xiaogu glanced at his palm. The rune that had once glowed faintly now shone brightly, then vanished entirely. In that instant, all thoughts of killing Kino melted away from the depths of Lei Xiaogu's mind, replaced by a single, overwhelming urge to submit. Master, who are you really? Lei Xiaogu's voice was thick with awe and reverence. I'm the Demon King of this hell, Kino. The Demon King himself had come for the entire Assassin's League. Was this an honor? Lei Xiaogu wondered. Deep down, he knew the answer was yes. To be subdued by such a powerful being, perhaps this was a stroke of fortune. Lowering his head, Lei Xiaogu dropped to one knee and declared, Master, I, Lei Xiaogu, am at your service. Kino and Lei Xiaogu returned to the real world. The assassins who had just regained consciousness immediately rushed forward, their faces fierce and their killing intent palpable. Stop! From this day on, our master is the new leader of the Assassin's League. Lei Xiaogu barked in a commanding tone. At his announcement, the assassins hesitated for a split second, then, in perfect unison, sheathed their blades and knelt on one knee. Their voices rang out as one. Greetings, Chief. Seeing this, Kino couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. Whatever else could be said about Lei Xiaogu, his command over the organization was truly second to none. I should actually learn from you when there's time, Kino remarked to Lei Xiaogu, turning to him. Yes, Master, Lei Xiaogu replied with unreserved deference. Now, his devotion to Kino was absolute, without the slightest trace of rebellion. Why not just learn it yourself? Because I'm lazy, Kino replied crisply, her voice confident and matter-of-fact, without a trace of hesitation. Lei Xiaogu, take me to the pool of Lazarus. Kino wasted no more words, issuing the command directly. Lei Xiaogu nodded in acknowledgement and immediately led Kino into the castle. Inside, the air was damp and heavy, shrouded in an aura of mystery. They made their way down winding, twisting corridors, skillfully avoiding one hidden trap after another. At last, they reached the depths below. Following Lei Xiaogu, Kino arrived at the lowest level, where a pool of shimmering blue liquid came into view. Its surface sparkled faintly, radiating an enigmatic energy. Kino's gaze was drawn to two figures at the edge of the pool. A well-built woman was carefully scooping up a small amount of the blue water, pouring it onto some medicine, and gently applying it to the knife wound on a child in front of her. The child's face was blank, silent, and still, as if he had long since grown numb to pain, accustomed to these injuries. It was said that overusing the pool's water would drive a person mad, but used in just the right amount, it was the world's finest healing salve, with no effect on the next day's training. Indeed, every one of those wounds had been inflicted by the woman herself. Talia's sharp senses picked up the faintest movement from their direction. She turned her head, and in an instant, her eyes locked onto Kino. Her gaze was wary and suspicious, for in this place, aside from her father Lei Xiaogu and herself, no one else was permitted entry. Father, who is this? My master, the new leader of the League of Assassins, Lei Xiaogu replied calmly. Talia was thunderstruck. She could hardly believe it. Her father, who was always madly arrogant, could never submit to another. He must have been controlled. That thought sent Talia charging straight at Kino without a second's hesitation, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. Seeing this, Lei Xiaogu swiftly stepped in and blocked her attack. In just a few moves, Talia found herself subdued, unable to break free. Kill him, Damien! Talia barked at the child. Without a moment's pause, Damien lunged at Kino, thrusting the small blade in his hand. But then, suddenly, a black tentacle lashed out, knocking the knife from Damien's grip and lifting him effortlessly into the air. A black, monstrous head emerged from behind Kino, bearing its fangs in a menacing grin as it threatened Damien. I just love tender, delicate children like you for a snack. Damien's face went as white as chalk, his small body shaking uncontrollably with fear. Instinctively, he turned to look at his mother, Talia. Despite enduring the League of Assassins' harsh training, in the end, he was still just a child. In the face of this sudden surge of fear, his inner fragility and dependence on his mother were laid bare in an instant. Venom, don't scare him to the point he wets himself, Kino spoke up. I wouldn't do that. He is Batman's son, after all, Venom muttered, then set Damien back down on the ground. The moment Damien's feet touched the floor, he stood frozen in place, staring wide-eyed at Venom as she shifted back into her human form. His little face looked stiff, and when Venom squeezed his cheeks, he didn't dare resist in the slightest. Like a startled rabbit, he let her do whatever she pleased. This little guy is so well-behaved, Kino. Can I keep him? Kino looked exasperated. Do you think this is a pet? You can't just take something cute home. Besides, I'll be taking the whole League of Assassins away soon. This kid goes back to his dad. Bruce Wayne raising a child? That's asking for trouble, Venom grumbled, thinking of the fates of the various Robins, each more rebellious than the last. Well, there's always Alfred, and you could send his mother along too. Make it a real family reunion. Kino had no intention of taking on the hassle of raising someone else's child. Poor kid. Neither of his parents is what you'd call normal, Venom added, patting Damien's small head with a hint of sympathy. Perhaps it was being in human form, but Venom seemed suddenly more sentimental. Damien stared up at them with wide eyes, utterly baffled by their conversation. All he wanted was for this bizarre creature to leave as soon as possible. If you really want a kid, we could have one of our own, Kino suggested. Not yet. Venom shook her head firmly. Right now, I don't have control over my genes. If we're having a child, it has to be perfect, one with both our genes just like I promised. Talia was pinned to the ground, unable to move. Who exactly are you people? She demanded furiously. Kino ignored her question and walked straight to the edge of the Lazarus pit. His supervision activated instantly, but the thick, vivid blue glow obscured everything. He couldn't see the source of the waters at all. Ra's al Ghul, order all assassins back inside the castle. No one is to move, no matter what happens, Kino commanded, not bothering to look back. Yes, master, Ra's al Ghul replied respectfully. Once all the assassins had returned to the castle, Kino displayed a shocking feat of strength, grabbing Ra's al Ghul and Talia in one hand and Damien in the other. With a push of his legs, he soared skyward, shooting straight up into the clouds. Superman? But isn't Superman dead? Or is it simply flight? Suspended in the air, Talia stared at Kino, unable to make sense of what she was witnessing. Damien sat perfectly still and quiet, which made Kino glance at him a few more times. This little fellow truly was well-behaved, and with that handsome face he'd inherited from his parents, Kino almost wanted to adopt him. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Kino gently set the boy down. He looked up at the towering, snow-capped peak before him, then hurled himself at it with all his might, leaving behind a massive, gaping crater. What is he doing? Talia, puzzled, turned to look at Lei Xiaogu. At this moment, running away was the last thing on her mind. She was far more curious to uncover the intentions of this mysterious man. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. To everyone's shock, the snow mountain began to rise slowly into the air. Talia's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the tiny figure beneath the mountain. Lei Xiaogu couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself, the master really does as he says. He's taking the entire Assassin League. Damien's mouth dropped open. In his mind, no human could possibly possess such power. The sight before him shook his young heart to its core. He could do nothing but gape, lost in wonder. Kino, holding the enormous snow mountain above his head, stepped forward, one stride at a time, into the depths of hell. Once inside, Kino found She and gave a quick set of instructions. She, leave the snow mountain here for now. Make whatever arrangements you think best. She nodded in response, and Kino turned to leave. Kino soon returned to stand before Lei Xiaogu. I'll give you 5 days to take care of your affairs. After that, you'll come with me. Lei Xiaogu bowed respectfully and agreed. Without further delay, Kino grabbed both Talia and Damien. In a flash, his figure shot off toward Gotham. As they sped toward Gotham, Kino's mind was already working. I really should find a way to get some kind of spatial teleportation ability. It would make things so much easier in the future. Suddenly, Kino felt something wrapping around his leg. He assumed Talia was afraid of heights and paid it no mind. But then, as a slender hand softly traced across his chest, he glanced down. Her red lips curled into a seductive smile, while her fair fingers wandered gently over Kino's chest. What are you doing? Isn't it obvious? Or, if you prefer, we could find a hotel and have a deeper conversation. Talia's voice was sweet and teasing, her tone dripping with allure. She stared straight at Kino, her eyes openly smoldering with desire. She wanted a child with superhuman power. If her child could inherit even half his strength, ruling the world would be child's play. Your son is right here, Kino said, his gaze darkening ever so slightly. Don't mind him. Or, if you find it exciting, he can even watch. Talia assumed Kino was concerned about the child. Her sultry smile never faded as she pressed herself even closer to him. She knew men all too well, If they found something exciting, they'd be willing to try anything. Yet, she had never expected that Kino was nothing like the ordinary men she was familiar with. Damien, still tense from flying and confused about their unknown destination, glanced over when he heard the commotion. His youthful face was filled with bewilderment. He simply couldn't understand what his mother was doing. "You're the first person to make me angry since I arrived in this world," Kino suddenly said, his voice trembling with barely contained fury. Talia realized with a sinking feeling that things were going wrong. Only now did she understand that she had acted too rashly, making a move before understanding this man's true temperament. Now, she feared she was in real trouble. Without hesitation, Kino gave her a push, and Talia's body plummeted from the sky like a kite whose string had snapped. Damien let out a terrified cry, his voice ringing with panic and helplessness. He watched in horror as his mother hurtled downward, his small body trembling uncontrollably. Just then, a black tendril suddenly shot out from Kino's back, darting through the air to catch Talia and suspend her, dangling between heaven and earth. "Kino, you can't kill a child's mother right in front of him." "I'm sorry, Damien," Kino apologized sincerely. He really had lost his temper just now. "Mom's all right." Damien, seeing his mother hanging safely in midair, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet his gaze was still filled with fear towards Kino. This man had nearly killed his mother before his very eyes. "Why are you so angry? You've seen so many stories like this. This isn't even that unusual." She truly couldn't understand why Kino's rage was so intense. After all, she wasn't human. Even with access to all of Kino's memories, she couldn't comprehend the intricacies of human ethics and morals. Those stories are fiction. That's why I can enjoy them as stories. I admit I'm lustful, but I know where to draw the line, Kino explained patiently. "I don't get it. You're always so happy to try all sorts of things from those stories with us. You might understand when you become a mother yourself. She could try to seduce me anywhere else. I wouldn't care. In fact, if the mood is right, who knows what could happen. But she can't do it in front of her own child." Kino looked down at Damien, who was huddled quietly in his arms, and let out a bitter laugh. This time, the child had truly been frightened, so he sped up, flying toward Gotham. Damien glanced at his mother, still dangling in the air. Kino's words left him thoroughly confused, but even so, he etched them deeply into his memory. The sky above Gotham was heavy and oppressive, thick clouds pressing down on the city and filling the air with a stifling gloom. It was still daytime. Bruce Wayne hadn't left the house. Instead, he was fully absorbed in his research in the study of Wayne Manor. Suddenly, a piercing alarm shattered the quiet, ringing out without warning and breaking the calm. His brow furrowed as he quickly pulled up the surveillance footage. On the screen, the mysterious figure who once copied Superman's powers appeared once more. This time, the stranger was carrying a small child in his arms, and behind him, Talia was tied up. "He's been hiding in the League of Assassins all along." Bruce Wayne pondered silently. He had been searching for this enigmatic man for some time, never expecting that his quarry would walk right into his sights. His gaze grew ever more grave. His mind raced, trying to deduce the stranger's intentions and possible next moves. Chino looked up at the monitor and said, "Bruce, I'm here to see you about something. Can we meet?" There was a pause on Bruce's end of the feed before he finally replied, "I'll be waiting for you in the drawing room." Chino led Talia inside, striding into the manor and arriving in the drawing room, where Bruce sat upright, awaiting his arrival. Alfred was off to the side, preparing tea. The moment Chino saw Bruce, he didn't hesitate. He pushed Damien straight into Bruce's arms. "Here you go. Your son, Damien." Bruce instinctively caught the child, and upon hearing those words, paused for a split second. He looked down at the small face in his arms, his expression stunned. A teacup hit the floor with a sharp clatter. Alfred stared wide-eyed at Damien's little face. It looked so much like young Master Bruce's. Chino quipped, "Butler, do you think you could serve me some quality tea this time?" "Of course, sir," Alfred replied with a smile, his tone noticeably warmer than before. Bruce sat there holding Damien, his eyes a storm of emotions, shock, concern, surprise, and a sudden sense of responsibility. Any plans he'd had to test Chino were now completely upended. As for the identity of the child's mother, there could be no doubt. It was Talia, who was all but gift-wrapped behind them. Bruce's posture grew awkward, hands unsure where to rest. This was his first time meeting his own child, and the unfamiliar yet intimate feeling left him flustered. His gaze lingered on Damien, and suddenly he noticed the boys stealing fearful glances at Talia and Chino. That was unmistakable fear, as if Damien hadn't yet recovered from his recent ordeal. "Alfred, please take Damien out for a moment. We have things to discuss." Bruce took a steadying breath, forcing himself to sound calm. "Yes, Master Bruce," Alfred answered, gently lifting Damien and turning to leave. But Damien clung tightly to Bruce's shirt, calling out, "Mama." Bruce looked at Chino, his eyes silently asking for guidance. Chino let out a sigh and, turning his back to Talia, released the tendrils binding her. "Quiet. Go with him." Talia stood up, shot Bruce a look, and was the first to walk out. Alfred followed closely, taking Damien with him. "I am sorry. It was my fault. I nearly killed his mother right in front of that child." Bruce's pupils contracted, and in an instant his thoughts were dragged back to that dark alleyway. The image of his parents lying lifeless in a pool of blood surged through his mind, agony and rage flooding his heart. "What brings you here?" He forced down the storm of emotions inside him and asked coldly. "One reason is to bring you the child. The other is to find you." Chino spoke with a calm expression, setting a small vial of blue liquid on the table as he talked. "The Lazarus Pit. You've taken control of the League of Assassins." Bruce's gaze locked onto the vial, his face grave. He knew exactly what it was. He'd even used it himself once. But what caught his attention more was the information behind it. "More or less. I want you to use this as a base to create a new serum. It doesn't need to be as potent." Chino lifted his tea and took a delicate sip, as if discussing something as ordinary as the weather. "I can do it, but I need to know who you really are and what you want with all this." Bruce stared at Chino, agreeing to the deal, but his eyes were wary and searching. Bruce's gaze bore into Chino, sharp enough to pierce through any disguise. He looked for the smallest hint in Chino's face, bearing, or gestures, anything that might reveal the truth. But all it brought was confusion and frustration. This man seemed to have appeared out of thin air, with no history, no traceable past. Inwardly, Bruce wondered, could he be an alien? Someone who had arrived on Earth from a distant galaxy, driven by motives unknown? Or was he, like Diana, someone who had lived in isolation, in a hidden corner of the world, never touched by the outside? The uncertainty unsettled Bruce. He was used to having control, to seeing through darkness and secrets. But Chino's presence made him feel lost in a fog, searching for a path he couldn't find. Chino met Bruce's eyes, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. "I make you uneasy, don't I? Aside from copying Superman's powers, I've never done anything wrong in this world. In fact, I help you find your son." Bruce's gaze grew even sharper. "This world? You're from another world." Chino nodded. "That's right. My name is Chino, and I come from the Marvel Universe. In the future, there's an unimaginably powerful villain who will wipe out half the life in the universe. So I came to your world, searching for power to survive." At this, Bruce frowned, his eyes full of doubt. "If I'm not mistaken, Marvel is a comic company. Are you saying you stepped out of a comic book?" Chino nodded again. "Something like that." Bruce's gaze grew sharper as he pressed further. "So you also learned about my identity from the comics?" Chino replied in a calm, steady voice. "Your universe is known as the DC Universe." "I see. That means I'm supposed to be one of the main characters," Bruce said, his tone steady and his expression utterly composed. The revelation that his world might merely be a comic didn't seem to faze him in the slightest. There was no trace of panic or confusion. Chino looked at Bruce, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. "That's right. In your universe, you are indeed a figure of immense importance. In every version of Gotham, there is always a Batman fighting crime. Most often Bruce Wayne, though sometimes it's your father, and in rare cases, even your brother." Bruce frowned and asked, "In other universes, I have a brother?" Chino nodded, his expression serious. "Yes. In that universe, young Thomas Wayne killed you and your parents, then became the Owl, the Court of Owls vigilante in Gotham." Bruce's eyes grew pensive and complex, as if he were trying to imagine such a drastically different version of himself and his family. It's hard to imagine something like that happening in another universe. "Could I travel to your universe?" Chino shook his head and declined. "Anyone in this universe can leave, except you." "Why? You have a deep connection to someone very powerful, someone I can't defeat, at least not yet. And if you were to leave this world, Gotham itself might be destroyed," Chino explained. Barbados regards Bruce Wayne as the key to opening the gateway to the positive matter universe. If he were to vanish, no one could predict the consequences. "I understand," Bruce said quietly. Chino rose to his feet, preparing to leave. "I've answered your questions. I'll come to find you in 5 days." After Chino left, Bruce sat motionless on the sofa, like a statue. His brow was deeply furrowed as he drifted into profound contemplation. To be so closely tied to some great power, and to pose a threat to Gotham just by existing. Could the endless crime in Gotham also be connected to this figure? What is their ultimate goal? These questions kept circling in his mind, but he found no answers. Just then, there was a knock at the door. "Master Bruce." Bruce snapped out of his reverie, only then realizing that night had fallen without his notice. "Come in, Alfred," he called, his voice tinged with weariness. Alfred entered with Damien, who had changed into fresh clothes. The boy's face still showed traces of unease and confusion. They stopped before Bruce, and Alfred, looking grave, spoke. "Miss Talia has already left, and there's something you really need to see." As he spoke, Alfred gently rolled up Damien's sleeve. The boy's thin arm was covered in scars, some deep, some faint, old wounds and new, crisscrossing in a way that was both shocking and heartbreaking. Bruce's gaze fell upon those scars, and a flash of pain flickered in his eyes. "Does it hurt?" Bruce's voice was low and gentle, his fingers carefully tracing over the scars one by one, as if hoping to soothe away all the pain that had been endured. Damien looked up at the man before him, showing a rare vulnerability. His mother had told him that this was the strongest man alive, and that as a child he must grow stronger and one day surpass this man. But the man standing before him seemed full of flaws, his eyes holding emotions that were unfamiliar, yet somehow not unpleasant. This strange feeling left Damien confused, his young heart wavering for the first time. "It doesn't hurt anymore." At this moment, Alfred spoke up. "Master, when I was bathing Damien just now." Bruce listened, his expression unreadable as he turned to look at Damien. "Damien, what do you think of the man from before?" "He was strong. I was afraid." "Do you hate him?" "No, I don't." "I understand." A plan began to take shape in Bruce's mind. Meanwhile, Kino landed at random in a bustling city. No sooner had he touched down than Venom's familiar figure appeared at his side, snuggling up to him affectionately. "Venom, for the next 3 days, let's really enjoy our own private world together," Kino said with a bright smile, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Kino, why do we come here? What's wrong with Gotham?" "Gotham is stifling and dangerous. Not the best place for us to unwind." Kino chuckled softly, shaking his head as he took Venom's hand, and together they melted into the lively throng of people. Now that Venom had successfully gained a human body, she'd miraculously acquired a sense of taste as well. Though these foods offered her no real nourishment, her curiosity was insatiable, and she was eager to try all the delicacies that Kino loved so much. The two of them strolled side by side, sharing bites of food at every stop along the way. A look of pure satisfaction lit up Venom's lovely face, while Kino gazed at her with fond affection. Behind them, a young man couldn't help but cast an envious glance their way, secretly thinking, "A guy with such a beautiful girlfriend, he's really lucky." Just as Kino and Venom were leisurely walking down the sidewalk, a deafening roar of engines suddenly erupted from up ahead, followed by the sharp staccato of gunshots and terrified screams from the crowd. Kino looked up to see a black car, barreling down the street like a runaway beast. At that reckless speed, it would only be seconds before the car plowed into the innocent crowd. He had barely begun his honeymoon. He certainly didn't want this sudden chaos to ruin it. Just as Kino was about to make his move, a blinding yellow flash of lightning erupted at his side. In the next instant, the world before his eyes fell utterly still. The fear on the faces of the pedestrians froze in place. The oncoming cars halted mid-charge, and even the bullets arcing toward the sky hung motionless in midair. Only Venom, Kino, and a naked man beside them were unaffected. It was Barry Allen, the Flash. In a flurry of motion, he struggled into his red suit at lightning speed, then began whisking pedestrians off the street in a dizzying blur. When it was Kino and Venom's turn, Barry nervously wiped his hands, staring directly at Venom, and sighed. "I'm so envious of you. When am I ever going to find a girlfriend?" As he spoke, he reached out to grab Venom's and Kino's arms, but his hands closed on thin air. "No need to trouble yourself with us," Kino answered at once. Barry looked up at their reply, locking eyes with the pair. He widened his eyes in astonishment. This was the first time he'd ever met anyone who could keep up with his speed. His nerves got the better of him, and Barry slipped right out of the Speed Force state. Suddenly, the world lurched back in emotion. Pedestrians erupted in terrified screams. Snapping back to reality, Barry realized there were still people to save. He was about to re-enter the Speed Force when his stomach rumbled loudly. He'd skipped lunch and was now out of energy. "I'll handle from here," Kino said. He stepped forward to face the oncoming car, planting his foot firmly on the ground. All the airbags in the car exploded out at once. Inside, the driver floored the gas pedal in vain, the tires screeching and sending clouds of white smoke billowing across the street. Barry stood aside, slack-jawed at the sight. He could have stopped the car too, but to witness such overwhelming strength was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Finally, the car ground to a halt. The doors burst open, and 2 armed robbers leapt out. Their eyes were bloodshot with rage. "You ruined everything for us. Drop dead," they shouted, raising their guns and unleashing a hail of bullets at Kino. Kino's hand flickered through the air, leaving a blur of afterimages. Astonishingly, he caught every last bullet, forging them into a seamless ball of copper in his palm. I'll say this once. Get on your knees and beg for mercy. The two robbers ignored him, growing even more defiant. What do you think you're going to do to us? Come on, if you've got the guts, they retorted. They swapped magazines, preparing to open fire on the surrounding crowd. In a heartbeat, Kino materialized at their side. Moving so fast he left only a faint trace behind. Effortlessly, he bent their gun barrels out of shape, then lifted them both off the ground by the neck. Aren't you afraid of dying? Kino's gaze was icy cold. The robbers sneered, scoffing, "You superheroes never kill. Go on, do your worst." Seeing Kino hesitate, a smug grin spread across their faces. After Superman's death, many other superheroes emerged, each with their own unique abilities. However, because Superman had set such a powerful example, none of them would take a life either. They might just end up spending a few days in jail. Upon hearing this, Kino's lips curled into a faint smile. "I never said I was a hero." "What? You're not a hero?" The robber finally realized something was wrong, and his voice began to tremble. "I came on a date today, so I won't be killing anyone," Kino said slowly. Before the robber could breathe a sigh of relief, Kino's voice turned icy as he continued. "But whether you survive in hell or not, that's up to your own abilities." The robber's face changed drastically. "Wait, let's talk." Before he could finish, Kino loosened her grip. He plummeted into a portal that appeared out of nowhere, and in the blink of an eye, both he and the car beside him vanished. When the robber landed hard on the ground, the sharp pain jolted him back to his senses. "Haha, I knew it. I won't die," he laughed, but his laughter was abruptly cut short. His eyes went blank. They now found themselves in the middle of a massive coliseum, surrounded on all sides by demons with twisted, menacing faces. The demons stared curiously at the newcomers, as if sizing up a pair of exotic prey. "Boss, I think we're in hell," a trembling companion whispered at his side. "Is this a hallucination?" The robber wondered. He had no time to be sure, because a green figure shot across the arena, and in an instant, smashed them into a cloud of blood and mist. "Hulk is angry," roared the Hulk, rising to his feet. He spotted the car that had appeared nearby, grabbed it in both hands, and with a mighty wrench, tore it in half. With the front half in one hand and the rear in the other, he slammed them together like giant boxing gloves, creating a thunderous crash that echoed through the arena. "Come on, Hulk. Is that all you've got?" Abomination taunted him. He had noticed the two robbers' sudden appearance, but didn't care in the slightest. "Hulk is invincible." With a furious bellow, Hulk dug his powerful legs into the ground and charged at Abomination like a living mountain. Abomination made no effort to dodge. He took Hulk's barrage of heavy blows head-on, stumbling back but grinning with wild delight. His ribs were visible beneath his skin, but in the blink of an eye, his muscles swelled, inflating rapidly until they bulged with terrifying strength. His once withered skin stretched taut over the new muscle, radiating an overwhelming sense of power. "My strength is growing," Abomination bellowed. With a single kick, he sent Hulk hurtling into the wall, then rushed forward, pinning Hulk in the corner and pummeling him relentlessly. The ferocious assault shattered the rock wall behind Hulk, instantly turning it into searing lava. If the arena hadn't been reinforced by the demon of the mountain, it would probably have been reduced to rubble long ago. Don't be fooled by how Abomination is pounding Hulk now. The number of times he's actually won lately is pitifully few. If he can't knock Hulk out before Hulk's strength hits its peak, then he's the one who's going to lose. "Go Hulk! Abomination! Smash him!" From the stands, the demons shouted themselves hoarse, each rooting for their chosen champion, their cheers rumbling through the arena. She sat at the highest point of the stands, watching the match. Beside him was an empty throne. It was the young master who had suggested building this arena, saying that demons were brimming with energy and needed a way to let off steam. With enough participants, they could even start charging for entry in the future. So far, the results were promising. The demons had been much more obedient lately. Before long, Hulk's massive, vice-like hand clamped down tightly on Abomination's arm. With that grip, Abomination felt an irresistible force surge through him. His arm was pinned as though locked in iron shackles, utterly immobile. Abomination knew, in his heart, that he'd missed his chance this time. Hulk suddenly bashed his head forward. Abomination went down hard, dizzy and dazed. The entire arena erupted in wild cheers. Cries of "Hulk! Hulk!" thundered through the Coliseum. Hulk raised his arm high, responding with excitement, his face beaming with satisfaction. He liked it here. After a while, Abomination came to his senses and saw a hand reaching out in front of him. He grabbed it and was hauled to his feet. "Lost you again. You really are something else. Hulk, invincible." Though at first they'd been mortal enemies, fighting to the death, after so many battles, a bond had formed between them. Kino glanced at the bandit who'd arrived in hell only to be annihilated instantly, raising an eyebrow. Talk about bad luck. He'd been selected at random, only to end up in the arena right away. The bystanders, after a brief moment of shock, quickly turned their attention back to Kino's swift move. No one cared about the bandit's disappearance. Instead, the crowd excitedly snapped photos. "Hello there, can we have a chat?" Kino smiled at Barry. I'm gonna be late for work, maybe next time." Barry's nerves were obvious, his gaze darting around as he scrambled for an excuse, looking for a chance to escape. "I suggest you think carefully about that." Venom reached out and clamped a hand down on his shoulder, the grip making it impossible for Barry to break free. "All right, I know a really great burger joint." Barry's expression fell, and he silently cursed his rotten luck. He was already weak from lack of energy, and now faced with two people who could keep up with his speed, there was no way to run. He could only resign himself. And whether it was his imagination or not, Barry felt his body getting heavier, more exhausted than ever. Venom withdrew his hand, and Kino noticed that a small image of the Flash had appeared at the core of his chest, with a faint current flickering around it. Speed Force acquired. Kino's lips curled into a subtle smile, a flash of excitement glinting in his eyes. The Speed Force, after all, is one of the most easily obtained bug powers in the DC universe. Though he now possessed the Speed Force, since Barry Allen is its origin, it wasn't unlimited in the Marvel world. Each time Kino used it up, he'd have to return to the DC universe for a recharge, but that was no big deal. They arrived at a burger joint Barry had mentioned. At this hour, the place was empty, and Kino generously declared that he would treat. Barry, without the slightest hesitation, ordered a mountain of burgers, truly a pile that towered on the table, while Venom went for a chocolate sundae. As Barry devoured burger after burger, Kino took one for himself, took a bite, and remarked with genuine praise, "Not bad at all. The meat is so juicy." When Barry had finally eaten enough for 5 people, he let out a long, satisfied breath, leaning back in his chair and rubbing his belly with contentment. Watching Barry, Kino grinned and teased. "Barry, I bet you're feeling pretty secure right now, huh? Like you'll never have to worry about running out of energy again?" Barry scratched his head sheepishly, admitting, "How did you know?" Kino smiled faintly, his gaze growing distant and thoughtful. He spoke slowly, "Because I've been where you are now, kept close by someone whose strength I couldn't even begin to fathom. Even if they mean no harm, you can't help but feel like a puppet on a string, with no control over your own fate. That feeling, it's not easy to bear." At that moment, the light in the diner fell across Kino's face, highlighting a trace of bitterness etched in his memories. Venom rolled his eyes, muttering inwardly, "Here we go. Kino's gearing up for another performance." I didn't mean to. It's just," Barry began to apologize. Even though he was the one being kept close, he was the first to lower his head. A pang of guilt struck Kino. He thought to himself, picking on the future Justice League's innocent newbie like this. "I really do feel a little bad." "It's all right. It's only human," Kino said sincerely. "I just saw how incredible your abilities are and wanted to talk with you." "My powers, they came to me on a rainy night." Trusting Kino's good intentions, Barry began to share his story, holding nothing back. Venom blinked, inwardly grumbling, "This guy's an open book. He's even spilling all the weaknesses of his powers." Kino chatted with him as well. Names, the directions their abilities could evolve, the state of the world, favorite vehicles. Barry was delighted. For the first time, he found someone who could keep up with him, and he finally let his guard down completely. "So what exactly are your powers?" Barry asked, his face brimming with curiosity as his gaze darted back and forth between Kino and the Venom at his side. Kino responded with a faint smile, then slowly reached his hand toward Venom. Venom caught on instantly, clearly understanding Kino's intent. In a flash, it extended its own hand, gripping Kino's tightly, their fingers interlocking. What happened next was truly astonishing. Venom's body seemed to come alive, transforming into streams of black matter that began to slither up Kino's arm. "Oh my God!" Startled by this sudden transformation, Barry sprang up from his seat, his eyes wide as saucers, mouth agape in utter disbelief. But his shock quickly gave way to fascination as he became completely captivated by the dazzling armor taking shape on Kino's body. "Wow, this is just incredible." Barry couldn't help but gush, his eyes glued to the magnificent golden armor gleaming before him. "But wait a minute, does this mean your girlfriend isn't even human? And that symbol on your chest?" Kino smiled knowingly and explained, "Venom isn't human. She's a symbiotic life form from another planet. As for my ability, you can guess from the symbol on my chest. An alien, and your girlfriend, no less." Barry looked conflicted, clearly struggling to wrap his head around his friend's unusual tastes. Kino slung an arm around Barry's shoulders, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Venom can become any shape or form you like. Whether you're into the sweet and innocent type, the sultry and seductive, or the graceful and elegant, she can transform into your every fantasy, fulfilling a man's every dream. Not only that, she can stay forever young and beautiful, eternally 18. Kino's words struck Barry like a bolt of lightning, setting his heart racing. After all, what man could resist the allure of such a stunning, ageless girlfriend? Leaning in close to Kino's chest, he asked eagerly, "Hey, Venom, do you have any sisters you could introduce me to?" "Nope. Get lost." Venom retorted, clearly unimpressed. Her kind had always sought out hosts for power, never for matchmaking. This was definitely a first. "Oh," Barry's shoulders slumped in disappointment. Kino burst out laughing. "Don't worry, Barry. If the chance ever comes, I'll help you find one." "Thanks, Kino." Venom nestled quietly onto Kino, and although she could exist independently now, as a symbiote, she still felt most at home with Kino. Here, she found warmth, perfect cooperation, and a sense of belonging that words could never quite capture. "Chino, are you from the same place as Superman?" Barry asked curiously. The Kryptonian invasion had taught the whole world that Superman was not alone. "No, but I gained my abilities from Superman," Chino replied calmly. "Then, Chino, are you going to become the new Superman?" Barry's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "No, I'm not a hero, and I won't become Superman." Barry, puzzled, pressed on. "Why not? If you have such powers, shouldn't you be out there saving the world?" Chino turned his gaze back to Barry and replied slowly, "Everyone has their own way of using power. I just want to live my life in my own way, to protect the things I believe are important." Barry nodded, half understanding, and fell into thought. "And Barry, do you really think Superman's existence is a good thing?" Chino asked, his tone laced with meaning and his eyes deep and complex. "Of course. Superman has saved the world twice, and along the way, he's rescued countless families," Barry replied without hesitation, echoing the common belief of most people around the world. "But both of those global crises were related to Superman. And when he died, the crime rate skyrocketed overnight. Sure, while he was alive, Superman did countless good deeds, fighting crime, stopping natural disasters. But in doing so, he also suppressed humanity's potential and independence. Just look at how the police force collapsed. It's proof enough." Chino's tone remained calm, but there was a depth to his words that made one pause and reflect. From this perspective, Lex Luthor and Bruce Wayne were right to take down Superman. He protected humanity too well. If something ever happened that Superman couldn't handle, the darkness within, humanity would swallow his kindness whole. No one could stay good forever. In the end, more and more villains would keep testing his limits, until the whole thing became a ticking time bomb. Does that mean everything we've done is wrong? Shouldn't our power be used to help others? Barry asked, a bit lost. Since gaining his abilities, Barry had realized he could help people and fight evil. That sense of purpose had driven him to use his powers to protect the city and its people. No, in the future, this world will see an endless stream of superpowered crimes. We do need heroes, but we also need to find the right balance between our powers and humanity itself. Chino's face grew serious. Alien invasions, threats from parallel universes. These are things ordinary humans can't handle alone. Then what should I do? Barry looked to Chino, hoping to find an answer. "I have no idea. I'm not a hero. Honestly, you should just be grateful I'm not out committing crimes," Chino replied carelessly, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Barry was at a loss, a dark line forming on his brow. He'd raised so many questions, but he didn't have any answers himself. But in the future, you could ask someone else. He probably knows how to balance things between people like us and ordinary folks. Ooh, a spark of hope reignited in Barry's eyes. Batman. So, I should go to Gotham to find him? Barry had heard plenty about the Dark Knight of Gotham. He'll come find you. Barry was skeptical, but with no better options, he could only place his hopes, for now, in this mysterious Batman. Kino glanced up at the sky, now deepening into dusk, and said, "Barry, it's getting late. I still have things to do. I'll be heading off. If you need anything, Kino, I'm always willing to help," Barry said earnestly, unable to hide his reluctance to part ways. "Oh, don't worry. It's just that your Venom lady and I have some, grown-up business to attend to." Kino's grin turned mischievous as he delivered the line with a wink, stabbing right at Barry's heart. "Allelicht, Kino. Will we meet again?" Barry's face fell a little, but he still looked forward with hope. "Of course, Flash. Until next time." With that, Kino's figure shifted and, like a rocket, shot straight up into the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye into the endless night. "Goodbye, Kino. Goodbye, Venom," Barry murmured, listening to their fading farewells behind him. "Now I think I understand a little better why you're fond of that silly kid. It's not about being silly. It's about sincerity. Sincerity never goes out of style. Though, sadly, not everyone deserves it. Soft whispers drifted down from the night sky. 5 days later. During this time, Kino had taken Venom on a honeymoon, traveling from one breathtaking destination to another. By day, they reveled in the wonders of nature. By night, they retreated to their private world of games and passion. Venom, for her part, devoted herself wholeheartedly to fulfilling Kino's every desire. Her face remained unchanged, but her figure could shift at will. Sometimes she was a bright, lively young girl. Other times, a graceful, alluring woman in her prime. She embodied the charm of every age with effortless ease. Her wardrobe was just as dazzling, from exquisite evening gowns to adorable short skirts to all sorts of swimsuits, each more stunning than the last. Kino couldn't help but sigh. Stealing Venom was the smartest thing I ever did in this life. His face glowed with satisfaction and happiness, his eyes full of love and appreciation for Venom. Even if you say that, I've run out of new ways to reward you, you know. After all, they'd already explored every kind of play he could imagine. Just having you in my life is the greatest reward I could ever ask for. Oof. If I'd had this kind of charm in my last life, I wouldn't have stayed single for so long. That's because I hadn't met you yet. Kino soared through the sky in his hoodie, bantering flirtatiously with Venom. Gotham, Wayne Manor. Kino touched down at the front entrance, standing tall and straight as he reached out to press the doorbell. In the past, he had always barged in with a stormy temper, but this time, he was here as a proper guest. Good morning, Mr. Kino. Alfred quickly answered the door, though his expression was tinged with something complicated. Good morning, Mr. Pennyworth. Kino greeted him with a smile, but then suddenly noticed the butler was giving him a rather resentful look. Mr. Pennyworth, I know I was a bit rude on my previous visits, but I'm not here to make trouble today. Surely I don't deserve that look, do I? Kino asked, genuinely puzzled. No, I'm just surprised you came so early. Alfred sighed, helplessly, turning to lead the way. His steps were steady but carried a hint of urgency, as if he wanted to get this over with as soon as possible. Isn't early a good thing? As the butler, aren't you supposed to be punctual? Kino asked, confused. He remembered one time Bruce had partied too late and overslept, and Alfred had simply dumped his breakfast out. But this time, I was hoping you'd be a bit late. Even if you postponed your visit by a few days, I wouldn't have minded at all. There was a touch of helplessness and reluctance in Alfred's tone. He led Kino to a room. Here we are. The master is inside. Kino was full of suspicion, unable to make heads or tails of the situation, but he still pushed the door open, and then quickly slammed it shut. What is it, Mr. Kino? I think I'm hallucinating? Kino opened the door again, and the sight before him made his eyes widen. It was a spacious kitchen. Bruce Wayne, impeccably dressed in a suit and wrapped in an apron, was expertly preparing breakfast at the stove. You're here. Would you like some breakfast? Bruce said, not turning around, his voice calm and natural. Yes, please. Thank you. Kino collected himself, walked over to the table, and sat down, but his gaze never left Bruce's busy figure. Seeing the faint smile playing at the corners of Bruce's mouth, Kino felt a wave of unreality wash over him. Did I get transported to another parallel universe? Kino muttered to himself, utterly incredulous. Obviously not. Venom's voice echoed in his mind. Kino rubbed his eyes, checking once again that everything before him was real. He never would have imagined that Gotham's Dark Knight, the one and only Batman, Bruce Wayne, would ever reveal such a side of himself. Bruce soon brought over a plate of exquisitely prepared Western-style breakfast. The sandwiches were arranged in perfect order, and the yolks of the fried eggs gleamed with a tempting golden hue. Kino began to eat, and with the very first bite, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Impressive, Bruce. I had no idea you had such culinary skills. I once studied at Le Cordon Bleu. It's a world-renowned culinary school. You're the third person to ever taste my cooking," Bruce replied, not turning his head as he continued to tidy up the kitchen. Who were the first and second? Kino asked curiously, still chewing his food. Alfred, my daughter, Damien, Bruce answered, his voice steady and calm. Wait, your daughter? Kino was so startled he nearly choked on his food, his eyes wide in disbelief. Just then, Alfred entered with Damien in tow. Damien was dressed in a casual suit, her small frame radiating a lively spirit, a vast improvement from the chilling aura she had at the start. Upon seeing Kino, she walked straight over and took a seat beside him. Didn't you think to check when you brought her over? Bruce remarked as he set another plate of breakfast gently in front of Damien, thoughtfully adding a glass of milk. How could I check? What? Strip her down. If Talia had at least left her with long hair, I might have noticed something, Kino replied helplessly, recalling the scene when Damien had charged at him bare-chested during their first meeting. No one would have guessed she was a little girl. That's not how it goes in the comics, either. Mother said long hair gets in the way of assassinations, Damien said with a blank expression. Despite her youthful face, there was a chilling maturity and coldness that belied her age. The adults in the room all darkened at her words, exchanging glances toward the doorway. Kino shook his head and continued eating. Not his child. After all, boy or girl, it made no difference to him. I'd like to ask a favor of you, Bruce said, untying his apron and sitting down across from Kino, his expression solemn. What is it? Go ahead, Kino replied carelessly. I want you to become Damien's godfather and take her away. Kino's hand froze mid-motion. The kitchen fell silent, the only sound the soft clinking of Damien's cutlery as she continued her meal. That's too much trouble. I refuse, Kino replied without hesitation. At least take a look at this. Bruce took a folder from Alfred and passed it over. Kino opened it to find a formula for a medicinal serum, a healing agent. While most of the terms were highly technical and went over his head, there was a helpful summary at the bottom. It stated, removes the madness induced by the Lazarus pit. Its healing effect isn't as powerful as the original, but can treat most injuries aside from those to vital organs. This is what we agreed on in our previous deal, Kino said. Go to the next page, Bruce reminded her. Kino turned to the next document, and her gaze was instantly caught by a striking headline. The agreement for the transfer of 20% of Wayne Enterprises shares. Wayne Enterprises, a corporate giant of Gotham City and indeed the entire world, wielded immense influence across a vast and far-reaching array of industries. Its presence permeated every corner of society, and a 20% stake in the company was, without a doubt, an incredible fortune. Kino's lips twitched, a sense of déjà vu washing over her. Is gifting stocks a thing with all you genius heirs? Are you channeling Tony Stark, Iron Man? Bruce arched an eyebrow slightly. Lately, he'd been reading Marvel comics as well. Well, I have this serum and 20% of Stark Industries, plus I've taken over the League of Assassins. I'm definitely not short on cash, Kino replied, arms folded, her tone composed. It's not about money, Bruce said earnestly. If you need a tech production line or a pharmaceutical lab, whatever blueprints or formulas you want, Wayne Enterprises can make it happen in the shortest possible time. Meanwhile, Damien quietly ate her breakfast, as if everything happening around her had nothing to do with her, as though she didn't care about being marketed like a piece of merchandise. We accept. Before Kino could respond, Venom suddenly emerged, morphing into a human form and scooping Damien up, nuzzling her with delight. What a soft and fragrant little human cub. Damien froze, her body tense, shooting a pleading look at Bruce. Bruce didn't intervene. He merely observed Venom for a moment and then looked away. Alfred's expression grew complicated. His lips moved as if to speak, but in the end, he said nothing. Seeing this, Damien lowered her head, her tiny fists clenched tightly, hiding the disappointment in her eyes. All right, I agree, Kino said at last. After all, it was rare for Venom to show such a strong attachment to anything. Bruce nodded at her answer, then turned and instructed Alfred. Alfred, would you please help them pack their things? Alfred acknowledged the order and led Venom and Damien out of the room. As their figures disappeared down the hallway, silence settled over the room. You must know the Marvel world is riddled with crises. Why would you want me to take your child there? Kino frowned, her gaze fixed intently on Bruce, confusion written all over her face. Bruce met her question with calm composure. But you still chose the Marvel universe, not the DC universe. That tells me one of two things. Either the DC universe is even more dangerous, or you're certain that no matter what crisis arises in the Marvel universe, you'll survive it. Kino fell silent for a moment. Indeed, whether he used the Hell Bracelet as a refuge or relied on Lucifer from the Marvel universe as his trump card, he could survive no matter what. You're right. In the Marvel universe, no matter what kind of crisis I encounter, I may not be able to save the world, but I can at least make sure the people around me survive. That's enough. Let her live as a carefree, ordinary girl. Outside Wayne Manor, Damien stood quietly beside Venom, her small frame appearing a bit stiff and awkward. To be abandoned by both her biological parents in such a short span of time. She neither cried nor made a fuss, which was a sign of strength far beyond her years. Her tiny face was tense, her gaze full of stubbornness and confusion. It was as if she was desperately suppressing the emotions within, standing there like a silent little statue, making anyone's heart ache for her. Alfred the butler's eyes grew damp, his gaze never leaving Damien. His heart was heavy with reluctance. Behind him, the tall structure of Wayne Manor loomed solemnly, its ancient walls seeming to sigh for the impending farewell. After decades with the Wayne family, he had come to think of Master Bruce as his own child. Now, just when he finally had an adorable little granddaughter, he had to send her away at such a tender age. Bruce's fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. To say he didn't love his daughter would be a lie. In these 5 days, Batman hadn't made a single appearance. Other than the first couple of days spent buried in chemical formulas, every remaining moment was devoted to Damian. But Gotham, this dark and decaying city, this world so rife with danger and chaos, was no place for a child to grow up. He took a deep breath, forcing his expression to return to calm. Kino sent 10 shipping containers into hell, marveling inwardly. Bruce really is something else. He had thought of everything Damian might need in the future, from modes of transportation down to every last accessory and piece of jewelry. Nothing was overlooked. Turning his head to see Bruce's awkward demeanor, Kino chuckled. Bruce, why the long face? You don't think I'll never bring your daughter back, do you? Is it that easy for you to travel between worlds? Bruce's brow furrowed, his gaze suspicious. It's as easy as taking a stroll, Kino replied nonchalantly. Bruce was momentarily stunned, at a loss for words. I'd even prepared myself for a lifetime without seeing her again. I asked Alfred to be distant with Damian, to cut emotional ties, just to prevent her from missing us, or from holding a grudge against Kino. But Alfred paid him no mind. He walked over to Damian, knelt down, and gently instructed her. Miss Damian, when you get there, be good and listen. Don't be naughty. If you feel wronged, you must tell Mr. Kino. Remember to eat your meals on time, get plenty of sleep, and add an extra layer when the weather turns cold. Don't catch a chill, all right? And don't neglect your studies. Even though you're in a new place, knowledge will always be your most valuable treasure. Also, don't try to tough things out by yourself. If you run into trouble, ask for help. People will always like you for who you are. Damian gazed at Alfred, her eyes filled with confusion. These past few days, there was no training, no injuries, no more choking down that awful nutrition drink. She could eat sweet cakes every day. Father, though he seemed distant, would tell her stories at night and take her out to play during the day. Why are you abandoning me? Is it because I'm too weak? Damian asked, her voice trembling. Is that why Mom left too? Her little fists clenched tight, her eyes brimming with tears that she fought not to let fall. Miss Damian, tears traced down Alfred's deeply lined cheeks. Bruce froze where he stood, his lips trembling as if he wanted to speak, but the words caught in his throat. Kino gently pushed Bruce closer to Damian. I'm just here to look after her. Don't expect any fatherly love from me. I'm still just a kid myself, Bruce said, taking a deep breath. He crouched down, meeting Damian's eyes, his voice rough and low. Damian, it's not because you're weak, and I am not abandoning you. I love you very much. But this world is full of danger, and I can't always keep you safe. I'm entrusting you to Uncle Kino because I want you to grow up in a safer place, far from the darkness and chaos here. I'll always be thinking of you, and when things get better, I'll come and bring you home. Seeing this, Kino quickly pulled out his phone to record the moment, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. This is one of Batman's rare vulnerable moments. I gotta save it for posterity. Venom rolled her eyes and slipped back into his body. The human child would be hers eventually. There was no need to rush. Damian listened to Bruce's words, stunned for a moment. Then she reached out and threw her arms around him, burying her small head tightly into his chest. Once Damian's emotions had settled. All right, let's get going, Kino said, lifting Damian into the crook of his arm. Kino, who's the enemy? Bruce fixed Kino with a steady, unwavering gaze. Are you sure you want to know? This could push you into despair, Kino replied, his brow furrowed. Even Batman, who hadn't yet faced the many invasions, couldn't imagine what Barbados would become. I'm Batman, Bruce declared, every word ringing with unshakable resolve. Kino sighed, pulling out the mind ring. Lower your mental defenses. This isn't something I can say out loud. Bruce immediately recognized the ring that had controlled him before. A flicker of wariness crossed his eyes, but he allowed himself to relax. In an instant, a tidal wave of information surged into Bruce's mind. The sinister presence of the Bat Army, the mysterious and powerful X-Metal, the Court of Owls lurking deep within the shadows, and at the root of Gotham's evil Barbados. Kino transmitted the entire metal event directly to him. It was a long moment before Bruce finally opened his eyes, his face pale. He accepted the handkerchief Alfred offered and wiped away the blood trickling from his nose. So this is my enemy. How do you feel? So furious I want to kill him. Bruce's gaze was cold and full of rage. Even when facing an enemy more formidable than Superman, Batman showed not the slightest trace of fear. Here's a word of advice. Treat this information as intelligence, not as a prophecy of the future. Otherwise, you'll meet a terrible end. I'm well aware. Of course you are. You're Batman. I'll be going. Once Kino had soared into the sky and disappeared, Bruce looked up in the direction he had vanished, his eyes a bit unfocused. After a while, he He finally turned and walked into the Batcave. At the cluttered desk in the cave, covered in files and equipment, Bruce powered up his computer and began drafting a series of plans. The Justice League Protocol. His fingers flew over the keyboard, new files rapidly appearing on the screen. The Court of Owls disintegration plan. Every word was laced with cold determination. The Anti-Bat Protocol. This one in preparation for the Bat Army. And the Anti-Kino. Bruce's expression grew even more grave as he considered Kino's ability to duplicate powers. In the darkness, Bruce's shadow stretched across the wall in the glow of the computer screen, looming like a giant bat, poised to strike at any moment. High above, Damien looked down from the sky, his eyes alert and searching. "What's the matter, Damien?" Kino asked. "These past few days, I keep feeling like someone's watching my back." With Bruce's natural instincts and a year of brutal training, anyone who underestimated Damien would pay the price. "That's Talia. She's been staying at Wayne Manor all along." Even Kino found Talia's intentions hard to read. She claimed to love her child, yet seduced him in front of that very child. But if she truly didn't care, why was she always close by? "My mother never abandoned me." A smile appeared on Damien's face. "Godfather, where are we headed next?" Damien asked, her spirit restored now that she knew her parents hadn't abandoned her. "We're going to find Ra's al Ghul, your grandfather. He's the most important connection I've made in this world." Kino considered that starting a company, training a private armed force, building an organization, everything depended on him. "Godfather, is it possible for me to become stronger?" Damien's eyes were filled with longing. "You're still dwelling on what happened before? Didn't Bruce already explain it to you?" Kino smiled helplessly. Damien said he faced a formidable enemy. "I want to help Father." Looking at Damien's little face, Kino couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, little girls were more considerate than boys. The male version of Damien had certainly betrayed his own father more than once. Of course, if nothing else, surpassing your father won't be a problem, as long as you grow up happy. Only then can you truly help him, Kino replied with a gentle smile. "Okay, I'll exercise every day, drink milk, and study hard." Damien's childish voice rang out beneath the open sky. "What a good child." Kino's eyes shone with genuine affection. "Right? Then let's have a daughter of our own in the future, too." "All right, and if we have a boy, that means we'll have 2 little heirs to dote on." "Sure, let's have 2 children." When they arrived at the original site of the Snowy Mountain, they saw a dense crowd of League of Assassins members standing together, like a sea of black ants. Venom swiftly formed a Superman suit around Kino, lending him an even more commanding and imposing presence. Kino descended slowly from the sky, his golden cape billowing fiercely in the wind, the armor he wore gleaming coldly beneath the sunlight. "Greetings, Master." Ra's al Ghul knelt on one knee, his voice resonant and full of respect. The assassins behind him dropped to their knees in perfect unison. "Hail to the leader!" Their thunderous voices echoed to the heavens, shaking loose the snow from the surrounding slopes. Damien, cradled in Kino's arm, stared wide-eyed at the awe-inspiring scene before her. Countless assassins knelt in formation. The sheer force of it made her young heart pound wildly. She gaped in amazement, her eyes sparkling with wonder at the grand spectacle. "Everyone rise. Ra's al Ghul, what's the situation?" Kino's voice was stern, snapping Damien out of a reverie. "All combat personnel of the League of Assassins are in position. We have enough supplies to sustain the League for a century. Some of our commercial staff and undercover agents have been assembled. The rest remain in place," Ra's al Ghul reported with utmost respect. Without another word, Kino opened a massive portal and strode through first. Ra's al Ghul led the League's people and supplies behind him, surging forward like a powerful tide. Damien, nestled in Kino's arm, swayed gently with his every step. Suddenly, darkness fell over Damien's eyes. As her vision cleared, she found herself gazing out at a world both unfamiliar and steeped in an unsettling air. Infernos blazed, thick smoke billowed, and strange, twisted landscapes stretched as far as the eye could see. Damien couldn't help but gasp at the sight. "Godfather, where are we?" Her voice trembled. "I forgot to mention, my name is Kino, and my profession is the Demon King of Hell." Kino's voice rang out with startling clarity in the midst of the chaos. At that very moment, the volcano behind Kino suddenly erupted. Scalding lava surged forth like a mighty dragon, shooting toward the heavens. A Demon King of Hell is never a good role in any world. Damien's face blanched with fright at first, but she quickly bit her lip, forced herself to regain composure, and began to curiously observe her surroundings. "Damien, aren't you afraid?" "I am the Demon King. After all," Kino asked, amusement flickering in his eyes as he watched her. "I was a little scared at first, but you're my godfather," Damien replied. Though her voice still quivered, her gaze was unwavering. "You're a clever one." Kino paused for a moment, then smiled warmly, reaching out to tousle Damien's hair. Behind them, the assassins erupted into panic, many with fear etched across their faces as they muttered anxiously under their breath. Yet, under Lei Xiaogu's stern rebuke, order was quickly restored, though traces of alarm lingered in their eyes. Suddenly, a flurry of dark shadows descended from the sky, sweeping in on a howling wind that sent dust swirling everywhere. "Greetings, young master." The newcomers, she, the Green Giant, and Abomination, dropped to one knee, their voices booming like thunder. "Hail, your majesty." The demons behind them echoed in unison, some bearing sharp fangs, others with massive wings unfurled, each looking menacing and fierce. This is Lei Xiaogu. He'll be the new head of the Assassins Division, responsible for matters in the human world. He's held that post for 700 years, so you can learn a thing or two from him," Kino introduced. "Lei Xiaogu. This is she, the leader of the demons. You can talk to her later about the powers of demons. Signing a contract with her could grant you new abilities," Kino continued. "Yes, sir," the two replied in unison. Kino then turned to Hulk and Abomination, who were still covered in dust from their recent scuffle. "You two seem to be enjoying yourselves lately," Kino remarked, a faint, teasing smile on his lips. "Haha, Hulk likes it here," Hulk replied with a goofy grin, his wide mouth revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. "Young master, is it your daughter?" Abomination asked, noticing the little one behind Kino. She sneaked a few glances as well, though now wasn't the time for questions. Since Abomination had asked, she perked up her ears, awaiting the answer. Feeling Abomination's gaze, Damien shrank back behind Kino, peeking out shyly at the two towering giants before her. "No, she's my goddaughter," Kino replied, patting Damien gently on the head. Abomination, well aware of how frightening his transformed appearance could be, shifted back into his human form, now clad in a specially made, flexible combat suit. Even he had a sense of embarrassment about his monstrous form. Bronsky pulled a black pendant out of his pocket and handed it to Damien. "This is a gift from Uncle Bronsky." Damien glanced at Kino, and after Kino nodded, she reached out to take it. "Thank you, Uncle Bronsky." Hulk wanted to follow suit, but when he looked down, all he had on was a pair of big shorts. He scratched his head helplessly, his eyes drifting over to the demon's pair of red wings nearby. The bird-shaped demon let out a sharp cry, then whipped around furiously, wanting to see which fool dared to pull tricks in front of his majesty. However, when it saw that it was Hulk, its angry glare instantly softened, turning clear and subdued. It quietly looked away. This guy was just too strong to mess with. "Hulk, a gift." Grinning broadly, Hulk handed over a bunch of feathers he had gathered. "Thank you, Uncle Hulk." Damien quietly accepted them, her small hand gripping the feathers tightly, her expression a mix of emotions. Kino couldn't help but laugh at the scene. "He's not your uncle. Hulk is about your age, so you should call him Big Brother." Bronsky nodded in agreement. "Hulk, Big Brother?" Damien's mouth fell open in disbelief as she looked up at Hulk's gigantic figure, wondering to herself what on earth one had to eat to grow that big. Hearing Damien call him Big Brother, Hulk thumped his chest joyfully, making a deep, booming sound. Just then, she walked over, holding a gemstone about the size of a fist in her hands. "This is a gift from Auntie Shi," she said warmly, offering the jewel to Damien. Damien looked at Auntie Shi, who was only about a hand taller than herself. "Thank you, Auntie Shi," Damien replied sweetly, taking the gemstone with both hands and cradling it carefully. She nodded in satisfaction and reached out to gently pat Damien on the head. After Kino finished giving Shi and the others some important instructions, his figure flickered and he returned to the Marvel world. Kino appeared in a manner, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he was greeted by a lush sea of green. The walls were covered in twisting vines of all shapes and sizes, vivid plants, and vibrant blooms intertwined everywhere, and Kino could even see a fruit-laden tree growing right out of the ceiling. If not for the familiar dining table he recognized, he might have thought he'd come to the wrong place altogether. "Godfather, are we going to live in the forest from now on?" Damien asked curiously, arms full of gifts. Her tiny frame was almost hidden behind the pile, with only her eyes peeking out and her muffled voice coming from behind the presents. "Pamela, I'm back," Kino called out, recognizing at once whose handiwork this was. As if responding to his words, the surrounding plants seemed to sense something and began to fade away, slowly vanishing from sight. The vines receded like a retreating tide, and the blossoms withered and faded in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the scene that had resembled a lush forest gradually returned to the manor's original appearance. Damien poked his head out from the pile of gifts, his face filled with astonishment as he witnessed this magical transformation. Disbelief shone in his wide eyes. Pamela appeared at the doorway, dressed in a flowing green dress, as if she were a spirit of spring itself. Her face was radiant with joy and excitement, and she rushed forward without hesitation. "My dear, I've missed you so much." Pamela threw her arms around Kino, embracing him tightly as if she wished to melt into him completely. "I missed you too, Pamela. By the way, how did you turn the manor into all that?" "The plants told me danger was approaching, so I summoned a few to protect the manor." "Donji? That was my mistake this time. I'm sorry." A cold glint flickered in Kino's eyes. He had already shown his strength, yet there were still those who refused to behave. "It's all right, my love. Now, this little one." Pamela's eyes sparkled as she noticed the small child beside them. She eagerly pushed Kino aside and hurried over to Damien. "Is this the child Venom promised me?" "So quickly. Her eyes look like mine, and her hair is just like yours, darling." Pamela's words tumbled out in excitement, her smile blooming as bright as a flower. Held in Pamela's arms, Damien felt the warmth of her embrace and saw the undisguised affection in her gaze. He made no move to pull away. If Aunt Venom had looked at her as if she were a plaything, this aunt's eyes were filled with pure adoration, as though Damien were the most precious treasure in the world. Watching Pamela, Kino felt a pang of sympathy. He hadn't realized how deeply she longed for a child. Venom suddenly burst out. "Pamela, that's Batman's kid. We haven't even started on ours yet." Pamela turned to Kino in confusion, her eyes questioning. "Darling, why did you bring Batman's child here?" "The world Batman lives in isn't safe," Kino explained quickly. "He entrusted her to me. I'm her godfather now." Pamela's eyes darkened for a moment. The disappointment was plain to see, but she soon looked at Damien with gentle warmth again. "What's your name, child?" Pamela's voice was overflowing with tenderness. "Damien Wayne." Damien answered obediently, touched by Pamela's kindness. Her gentle manner put her at ease. "I'm Pamela," she said softly. "You can also call me Mama Pamela." Her voice was as gentle as a breeze, her gaze full of hope, as if she could melt even the coldest heart. Damien looked into Pamela's hopeful eyes, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke. "Mama Pamela." What a wonderful child. A radiant smile bloomed on Pamela's face, as splendid as spring flowers. She bent down and pressed her red lips to Damien's cheek, leaving a gentle kiss. Venom edged closer, unable to contain her excitement. "Damien, call me Mama Venom," she said eagerly. "Mama Venom," Damien called out obediently. Watching their warm and harmonious exchange, Chino couldn't help but smile knowingly, then stepped out of the room. Just then, Frank and Banner appeared, walking in at a measured pace. Frank strode forward with steady, powerful steps. His face remained as stern and cold as ever, but if you looked closely, you could spot a fleeting softness in his eyes. "Welcome back, young master." "Young master, you're finally back." "I am exhausted. Frank here is a machine. He sleeps just 3 hours a night and drags me along with him," Banner grumbled, his face weary, dark circles clearly visible under his eyes. Ever since Frank had enlisted his help, he'd been handling all sorts of affairs, barely finding time to sleep. He wanted to ask Frank for a break, but seeing how Frank pushed himself even harder, he couldn't bring himself to say a word. Every day felt like he was dancing on the edge of collapse. Without the Hulk, Banner was just an ordinary person. Unlike Frank, a super soldier who could go 5 days and nights without rest. Comic book setting. Chino looked at Banner and couldn't help but laugh. "Banner, you've worked hard. Go take a proper rest. This time, I found us another helper." Both Banner and Frank let out a sigh of relief. One was Banner, now just an ordinary man without the Hulk. The other was Frank, perfectly capable of fighting, training soldiers, even leading missions, but running a company, interviewing candidates, or handling complex reports was another matter entirely. No wonder he dragged Dr. Banner along for support. "Young master, who is it?" Banner asked, already eager to meet their new ally. Chino raised his hand and gave a gentle wave through the air. A portal shimmered into existence before them. "Raese al Ghul, come fort." A dazzling light flickered within the portal, and a figure gradually came into focus. Ra's al Ghul stepped out of the brilliance with calm, measured steps. His expression was grave and respectful, his gaze unwavering as he looked to Chino. "Thank you all for your encouragement and tips. I'm so happy." Omega. Ra's al Ghul, the ageless one. With 7 centuries of experience, he can handle any task. He's also brought a sizable retinue. "From now on, the company's affairs will be in his hands," Chino said, introducing him with due solemnity. Frank furrowed his brow, wariness in his eyes. "Young master, can he be trusted?" "Of course. I bound him with a demon's contract," Chino replied calmly. At those words, Frank's tense expression relaxed, his guard fading. He began to hand over the company's matters in an orderly fashion. Banner greeted Kino as well, his exhaustion written all over his face. Young master, I'm going to bed now. If I don't sleep soon, I really won't be able to hold on. With that, he hurried off toward the house next door to the manor. Banner, wait a second. Kino called out to Dr. Banner, who was just about to leave, producing a formula and a vial of Lazarus pool water in his hand, offering them to him. Banner, I'm afraid I'll need your help a little longer. Could you test this formula for me? You can wait until you've rested. Kino spoke, feeling more at ease after having Bruce's things double-checked. Banner sighed, resigned, and casually glanced at the papers as he accepted them, already planning to deal with it after getting some sleep. But suddenly, he froze in place, his expression sharpening with focus as he stared intently at the formula. The page was filled with detailed data and effects of the pool water, as well as the research directions for the potion. Young master, is this for real? Banner's voice trembled with excitement. His eyes locked on the vial of blue liquid in his hand, as though it were the most precious treasure in the world. The pool water is genuine, but I still want you to check the formula for any problems. This will be our company's main product in the future. Kino spoke with a serious, earnest expression. The formula looks solid, but I can tell whoever made it was in a rush. Based on his research, it's possible to create 5 different potions from this. Banner's gaze was intense as he studied the documents, his mind racing. Only gave him 5 days, after all. Kino replied. In truth, it only took a single day. The rest of the time he'd spent with Damien and reading comics. Young master, for the future formulas, could I have them submitted under my name for awards? Banner's eyes burned with passion, as if the documents in his hands could ignite. For a scientist, an invention capable of changing the world and the honor that comes with it is the ultimate dream. Of course, I don't need that kind of recognition, Kino agreed without a moment's hesitation. Thank you, young master. Banner's face lit up with joy, but a moment later, he clutched at his chest in pain. Carefully setting aside the vial and documents, he collapsed onto the ground. Banner, you got too worked up. Kino was about to call on Venom for help, but Banner dissolved into black smoke before he could, leaving only a pile of clothes behind. Banner was dead. Frank and Ra's al Ghul had also noticed the commotion. Frank, how long have you been pushing Banner like this? Kino looked at Frank in disbelief. Not long. Only about a month. Frank scratched the back of his head, a bit embarrassed. Ra's al Ghul eyed the man warily, inwardly marveling at Frank's methods. It took real skill to push someone to such extremes. Even his League of Assassins hadn't seen anyone literally work themselves to death. Before long, a portal opened up in front of Kino, and Banner stepped out, wrapped in a tattered cloth. Young master, I'll head to the lab first, Banner said. He shot Frank a look full of silent accusation. That look sent a chill straight down Frank's spine. Gathering up the clothes and documents lying on the ground, Banner turned and left without another word. Banner, you could take some time off first, Kino called after him. No need. I've just been resurrected. My body is back at its peak. There's no better time than now. Banner replied, his voice brimming with excitement as his pace quickened. As he hurried away from the manor, he was already muttering under his breath, Nobel Prize, Science and Technology Innovation Award, Medical Contribution Award, Outstanding Invention Award. His voice faded into the distance, leaving Kino looking helpless and Frank a bit embarrassed, while Lei Xiaogu was still visibly shaken. Kino turned to Frank and said, Let Lei Xiaogu handle the company matters. You focus on getting the Magic Gear squad assembled as soon as possible. Frank bowed his head, slightly in acknowledgement. Understood, young master. A flicker of relief crossed his face. Frank knew he wasn't cut out for this kind of thing. Managing the manor was already his limit. Suddenly, Frank's phone rang. He answered quickly and opened his laptop, receiving a video file. As the video played, the screen showed a swarm of robots chasing one another through the city sky, an intense and breathtaking scene. That's Tony. Frank, whose call was that? Kino asked curiously. I don't know. It was a woman's voice. She asked me to call the young master to save Tony, Frank replied, shaking his head and frowning slightly. A woman? Well, we'll know when we get there. Kino stretched lazily, looking completely at ease. He wasn't worried at all. Tony had a tracker on him, and since it hadn't gone off, there was no immediate danger. After a moment's thought, Kino called out, Venom, Pamela, Damien, anyone up for watching a robot showdown? A chorus of agreement rang out. Venom melded instantly into Kino's body, and Kino scooped up Pamela, who in turn held Damien. In a flash, the 3 of them soared into the night sky. Frank and Lei Xiaogu exchanged glances, shrugged, and went back to wrapping up their work. High above the city, Tony Stark, clad in his sleek Iron Man armor, cut a dazzling figure against the brilliant lights and the night sky. He darted skillfully among the robots, every twist and burst of speed charged with determination. The robots swarmed like locusts, their metallic bodies glinting coldly as they relentlessly attacked Tony. Tony unleashed powerful energy blasts from both hands, sending several robots flying in an instant. But even more robots swiftly filled the gaps, their bullets pouring down on him like a relentless storm. Sparks flew in all directions as they struck his armor. Tony's expression was grim and intensely focused. He twisted and rolled through the air, dodging attack after attack. "Come on, you tin cans!" he roared, ramping up his energy output once more. Another wave of robots was reduced to smoking wreckage and crashed to the ground under his assault. Yet, just as quickly, another massive swarm of robots came roaring out from the factory below. Like a surging tide of black steel, they filled every space left by their fallen counterparts in the blink of an eye. "Damn it, Obadiah, where did you get so many arc reactors? Has the tech been leaked?" Tony cursed furiously, sweat beading on his forehead, his face flushed red with rage inside the helmet. Dodging the relentless attacks, he racked his brain for a solution. The endless stream of enemies left him feeling a wave of helplessness. Thanks to Chino's reminder, Tony had been secretly gathering evidence for some time, preparing to send Obadiah to prison. But not long ago, Obadiah had handed over all his authority, pleading to be left alone to enjoy his twilight years. Tony's heart had softened. After all, Obadiah had played a fatherly role in his life for so many years. So, he gave Obadiah back some authority and arranged a comfortable position for him, hoping he could finally retire in peace. What Tony didn't realize was that, while he let his guard down, employees of Stark Industries, including Pepper, had all been taken hostage. Upon learning this, he had rushed over in his suit, only to be greeted by a veritable army of robots. Each machine bristled with weapons and powered by an arc reactor. No matter how many he destroyed, the factory below kept churning out more, an endless tide of adversaries. He wanted to blow up the factory entirely, but too many innocent people were still inside. That left him trapped in an agonizing dilemma. Sweat continued to trickle down his brow. His eyes burned with anxiety and fury, but he forced himself to keep his composure, weaving among the machines, desperately searching for a way to end this crisis without putting innocent lives at risk. Meanwhile, inside the factory below, a lithe red-haired woman in a black tactical suit slipped silently through an air duct. She was a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, the Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. Natasha watched the assembly line of robotic parts with a steely gaze, her face set with determination. "I'm in the factory, Fury. This place has been turned into an armory. They're cranking out a robot soldier every 10 minutes, she whispered into her earpiece, keeping her voice low. Nick Fury's voice crackled through the signal, exasperated. "God damn it. Is Obadiah trying to start a war? Find the hostages first. If that fails, blow up the base." Natasha acknowledged the order, then slipped into a hidden corner and carefully emerged from the ventilation duct. "Fury, are you sure those calls you had me make were worth it? We don't even know if that demon lord has actually come back from hell," she murmured, keeping a cautious eye on her surroundings. A few days ago, all sorts of plants started growing around the demon lord's manor. Poison Ivy's handiwork, no doubt, to protect the place. But just now, everything vanished. "He's back, and with his connection to Stark, he'll definitely show up," Fury replied with absolute certainty. Ever since Kino appeared, S.H.I.E.L.D. had been gathering intel. His powers, his look, every detail matched the Superman from the comics to a T. Then there was Pamela, her abilities, her name, and her utterly blank history. The analysts suspected the Demon Lord could travel between comic book worlds, and maybe even take others with him. "Let's hope so. My gadgets are useless against these walking tin cans," Natasha said, resigned. Her original mission was to infiltrate Tony Stark's inner circle, but before she'd even started, it had turned into a hostage rescue. At least her job was only to find the location. It was the special ops team that would actually do the rescue. Navigating the dim, labyrinthine corridors of the factory, Natasha pressed on, each step tense and deliberate. After a nerve-wracking search, she finally located the hostages. "Fury, I found the hostages. Ready to move," Natasha whispered, pressing her earpiece. "Not a shot quick," came the reply, drowned out by harsh static. The hairs on the back of Natasha's neck stood on end. Years of combat instinct warned her of imminent danger. She sprang away without hesitation. A split second later, a whip crackled with blinding electricity, lashing the spot where she just stood. It gouged a deep scar into the floor, the air thick with the stench of scorched metal. "Well, look what I found," a little lost kitten, a mocking voice called out. A suit of armor, utterly different from the mass-produced mechanical soldiers, loomed before her. This armor was clearly superior, gleaming with a cold, metallic sheen. Twin whips, alive with crackling lightning, hung from its arms, sparking menacingly as if poised for a lethal strike. Without hesitation, Natasha drew her pistol and fired a volley at the reactor in the suit's chest. Bullets screamed out, sparking against the armor. When her clip was empty, the armored figure sneered. Out of bullets. Then it's my turn. The armor's shoulder slowly opened, and in an instant, a miniature missile shot out. Damn it, Natasha cursed, spinning around and sprinting away with all her might. But no matter how fast she ran, she was no match for a missile. In the blink of an eye, she was engulfed by a roaring wave of fire. Ivan Vanko, what do you think you're doing? Firing missiles inside the factory. Are you trying to blow us all to kingdom come? Obadiah's furious roar echoed from within the whiplash armor. Just ran into a little kitten, Ivan Vanko replied, his tone utterly unconcerned. Cut the nonsense. If you don't want her father dead, get back to work now. Obadiah snapped, his words sharp and dripping with threat. Yes, sir. Ivan's eyes were icy and filled with resentment, but he had no choice but to obey. Then, controlling his suit, he turned and left. Ever since he learned that Tony had developed the miniature arc reactor and Iron Man suit technology, he'd been scheming to steal it for himself. But Tony soon became wary of him, even digging for evidence of his crimes. Vanko never found a right opportunity to strike, and his hatred only grew stronger with each passing day. Then, one day, his thoughts drifted back to years ago. He remembered that there were others who also possessed arc reactor technology. So he scoured every corner and finally found a man. Unfortunately, by then the man was already gravely ill, hanging on by a thread. Thankfully, his son was extraordinarily talented and, like Tony, managed to miniaturize the arc reactor. And so, Obadiah's grand scheme began to unfold. First, he feigned remorse, surrendering all his power and putting on an act of turning over a new leaf, while secretly tightening his grip on Stark's weapons factory. Next, he threatened Ivan Vanko to build him an iron suit, took hostages, and lured Tony in, hoping this would be his chance to show the world his might and become the new king of the nation's arms industry. Ivan Vanko entered the control room to find Obadiah staring intently at the screen, which displayed a fierce battle between squadrons of robots. That's it, just like that. Drain their energy, and then I'll crush them. Soon, everyone will see the power of my mechanical soldiers. I will be this country's new lord of war. Ha 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 ha. Obadiah burst into maniacal laughter, a sharp, grating sound that seemed to shake the very walls of the control room. His eyes were pitch black, like bottomless abysses that swallowed every hint of light. Next to him stood a massive, 3-meter-tall suit of armor, its oppressive presence filling the room. Ivan Vanko, standing behind him, watched Obadiah's descent into madness and felt a chill run down his spine. Natasha felt no pain in her body as she slowly opened her eyes, only to find herself standing atop a tall building. Not far away, Stark was locked in a fierce battle. How did I end up here? Of course, I saved you, a voice answered. Instantly alert, Natasha spun around to look behind her. There stood a man, a woman, and a small child. Demon King, Natasha blurted out in shock. Kino nodded ever so slightly, paying her no mind, his gaze fixed intently on the sky. Natasha, your location just changed. Where are you? Nick Fury's voice suddenly crackled through her earpiece. Fury, I'm on a high-rise northwest of the armory. I've run into the Demon King, Poison Ivy, and a child. How much time has passed? Natasha moved into a corner, using code to reply, her eyes sweeping over Kino and the others. 8 seconds. Nick Fury's answer made Natasha's pupils contract. If she counted the time since she'd been attacked, it had actually been less than a second. Fury, in a split second, I was transported to a building 300 meters away. And for some reason, even at this close range, Tony Stark hasn't noticed us. Her fingers trembled slightly as she tapped out her coded message. There was silence from Fury's end, an uneasy pause that lingered. From the moment the Demon King had appeared, they'd been gathering intelligence on him. Flight, super strength, summoning demons. Now, he'd shown super speed and the ability to cloak a wide area from detection. Who in this world could possibly control him? A deep sense of dread settled over Fury's heart. Steadying himself, Fury said, Natasha, ask the Demon King to save Tony and the hostages. Understood, Natasha replied. When it came to persuading men, she was always confident. She took a calming breath, then sashayed over to Kino, her slender waist swaying with every step, radiating irresistible charm. Mr. Kino, thank you for saving me. At that moment, the Black Widow's cheeks were tinged with a delicate blush, her eyes brimming with admiration and joy. That alluring face, paired with such deep, longing eyes, no one could resist her. You're welcome. Take them and go, Kino said, opening a portal without another word. Led by the League of Assassins, a group of people poured out of the portal. Oh my god, I'm back from hell. I just snapped a photo. I'm posting it on Facebook. I need to go home and change my pants. In an instant, the once quiet rooftop was alive with noise, voices overlapping in a rising tide of joy, excitement, and chaos. Natasha stared at Kino in stunned disbelief, her eyes wide with amazement. In the span of a single second, not only had he saved her, but he had also rescued all the hostages. Such speed was simply unimaginable. Thank you for your help. Natasha spoke, her voice tinged with gratitude. However, seeing that Kino paid her no mind, Natasha pressed her lips together ever so slightly, her expression turning a little awkward. But she quickly regained her composure and prepared to leave with the group of hostages. Well, it's only natural, she thought to herself. Men always like to appear chivalrous when there are other women around. Her curiosity about Kino grew even deeper. Just then, a blonde woman came rushing over. Are you Mr. Kino? Please, you have to save Tony. Pepper's voice quivered with urgency and worry, her eyes pleading. Of course, Pepper knew exactly who was fighting those robots. Now that Tony was surrounded and in such danger, maybe the only one who could save him was this demon lord standing before her. She'd heard Tony mention that he and Kino got along quite well. Tony's beloved, Pepper Potts. Kino recognized the woman before him. No, it's not like that. I'm just his employee. Pepper blushed, her gaze evasive, as if she wanted to make things clear. All right, I'll just take it that way then. Kino replied with a cryptic, smiling expression that was impossible to decipher. Mr. Kino, could you please save Tony first? Pepper pleaded once more, her voice trembling on the verge of tears. Without another word, Kino turned his gaze toward the factory. His eyes blazed with a fierce red light, and in an instant, a scarlet beam shot forth, striking the munitions depot inside the factory dead-on. In a split second, the factory erupted in a colossal explosion. Flames soared skyward, and thick, churning smoke billowed out, swallowing everything in its path. Pepper was completely stunned, standing there in shock with her mouth agape. All she wanted was to save Tony, never expecting Kino to act so bluntly, to simply blow up the whole factory. Natasha could only sigh and rub her forehead, feeling a surge of frustration. She'd hoped to handle this matter quietly, but now, how could they possibly cover it up? Oh well, let Fury and the others worry about it. Natasha gave a resigned sigh and decided to stop torturing herself with this headache. Up in the air above the factory, Tony was sent flying by the blast, barely managing to steady himself. Hopeless, Tony shouted in despair as he watched the factory below erupt in flames right before his eyes. His heart pounding with anxiety, he tried to swoop down, but the relentless mechanical soldiers barred his path at every turn. At that moment, he no longer cared about conserving his energy. He poured every bit of power he had into his chest plate. Unibeam, a barrage of energy beams shot from his chest, each one radiating overwhelming force. Wherever the beam struck, massive holes were blasted through the mechanical soldiers, sending shards of metal flying in all directions. Once he'd taken out every last machine, Tony plunged toward the ground. But by now, the flames from his thrusters sputtered and faltered, threatening to go out at any moment. But in the end, he made it to the ground safe and sound, escaping danger by a hair's breadth. Staring at the scene before him, the munitions factory blasted to ruins, flames raging everywhere. There wasn't the slightest hint of giving up in Tony's eyes. He piloted his armor, now running dangerously low on power, and struggled through the debris, searching for something. Each time he lifted the heavy mechanical arm, the armor groaned and creaked, and warning lights for low energy flickered insistently. Jarvis, initiate a life scan. Sir, under these circumstances, it's impossible for anyone to have survived. Just do it. Start scanning. Yes, sir. Initiating scan. Tony watched the projection anxiously. The scan detected no living tissue at all. The only possibility left was that everything had been reduced to charcoal. Chino, with a teasing expression, mimicked Tony's tone and voiced over from afar. Just do it. Start scanning. He couldn't help but burst into laughter after finishing his impression. What do you think he's looking for? His employees? Chino asked, his voice dripping with playful sarcasm. Pepper's cheeks flushed as she tried to maintain her composure. Of course he is. Even if he's usually hands-off, a flirt, and a bit arrogant, he's actually pretty good to his employees. She said this, yet her eyes never left the Iron Man's suit rummaging through the wreckage, and an unconscious smile played at her lips. Is that what you all think too? Pepper finally snapped out of her thoughts, remembering the group of Stark Industries employees behind her. Not really. Our boss never manages us. He doesn't even know our names. The employees grumbled one after another, but their faces were full of teasing smiles. Chino grinned with an almost motherly fondness. Let me give you a tip. When it comes to someone this stubborn, your best bet is to be direct. Otherwise, if you wait for them to make a move, you'll have to die first, just like what's happening now. Pepper looked at Tony, still searching frantically through the ruins, her eyes shining with a mix of emotions. Worry, hope, and a trace of determination that was hard to spot. She bit her lip, as if weighing Chino's words. I get it. If he dares to say no, I'll quit and apply to be his housekeeper. With that, Pepper turned and walked down the stairs, her high heels clicking crisply against the floor. The surrounding Stark employees exchanged glances, then followed her lead. Natasha shook her head with a smile. This trickster just loves stealing Cupid's job. It's a whole new side of her. Seeing Chino's family huddled together, she decided not to interrupt. Chino sat on the edge of the rooftop, hugging Pamela and Damien close. This time, Tony owes me a feast. He really should thank me. I've helped him out big time, Chino declared smugly. I think if he finds out you started this whole explosion, he'll want to eat you alive, Pamela shot him a glare. You know my body. It's tough as nails, Chino replied with a wicked grin. Oh, come on. Don't get frisky in front of the kid. Despite her words, Pamela leaned in and kissed him. Venom appeared as well, sitting on the other side and nestling Chino's arm between her chest. That Sundra you mentioned earlier. Who are you talking about? Venom asked. A nobody. I just want another kiss. Chino dodged the question, acting spoiled. Umph. Venom didn't refuse and kissed Chino again. Damien, who was perched on Chino's lap, let out a hearty burp. She hadn't eaten much, yet she felt strangely full. She could only roll her eyes in exasperation, watching this chaotic yet sweet scene unfold. Inwardly, she muttered, grown-ups really are impossible to understand. Detecting faint life signs, Jarvis's voice echoed in Tony's ear. Tony, searching through the ruins, was instantly alert, like a ray of hope piercing the darkness. He rushed toward the location Jarvis had marked, the debris beneath his feet creaking with every step. He heaved aside a massive steel plate, revealing a battered suit of Iron Man armor. Exposed wires sparked and flickered everywhere. The armor shell was twisted and mangled beyond recognition. Though the model was different from the earlier mechanical soldiers, the unique design style unmistakably belonged to the same creator. As Tony Stark came into view, the damaged helmet flickered to life and slowly opened, revealing a face covered in scruffy stubble. Blood poured from his mouth, mixed with bits of internal tissue. Even with the protection of the armor, the force of the blast was more than any ordinary person could endure. To New York, Stark, a weak voice rasped from the man's lips. Tony immediately dropped the steel plate, sending up a cloud of dust. Whiplash, Ivan Vanko, was dead, denied even a proper final line. On any other day, Tony might have been curious enough to interrogate him about the source of his technology. But now, after the mechanical soldiers, the kidnapping, the explosions, he saw Vanko as nothing but the root of all this chaos. His heart burned with rage, and he wanted nothing more than to put an end to it. Tony collapsed to his knees in agony, fists clenched tight as he slammed them against the ground. His usually playful face was now twisted by pain and despair, his eyes brimming with helplessness. Even the steel armor, once thought indestructible, had been shattered by the blast. How could Pepper's fragile, human body have survived? At that thought, Tony felt as if an invisible hand were squeezing his heart, making it almost impossible to breathe. A low, guttural sob escaped his throat. Tears welled in his eyes, refusing to fall. He looked utterly lost and alone. Behind him, the ruins seemed to rise, as if stirred by some mysterious force. But Tony, submerged in his grief, noticed nothing at all. At that moment, the advanced armor Tony wore automatically switched to low-power mode, quietly standing guard over him. All its various sensors and warning systems were in a state of semi-dormancy, and so it too failed to notice the immense danger lurking nearby. Suddenly, a hoarse voice, as if echoing from the very depths of hell, shattered the oppressive silence. Tony. The voice was brimming with endless resentment and fury, sending a chill straight to the bone. Tony's body trembled involuntarily. Acting on instinct, he spun around quickly. But before he could see what manner of thing had uttered such a terrifying cry, a massive steel arm came crashing toward him. With a thunderous crash, a tremendous force slammed into Tony. He felt as if he'd become a cannonball shot out at full speed, hurtling through the air beyond his control, his body tracing a long arc overhead. A moment later, Tony hit the ground with brutal force, tumbling over and over like a runaway spinning top. Each collision with the unforgiving earth sent showers of sparks flying. After a series of bone-jarring rolls, Tony finally managed to steady himself, dropping to one knee in a desperate attempt to regain balance. But there was no time to check his injuries. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he lifted his head, eyes searching the direction from which the attack had come. The sight that met his gaze sent a cold dread shooting up his spine. Obadiah was advancing toward him, piloting the colossal ironmonger suit. The armor was battered and torn, the cockpit at the chest laid bare. Flames licking at the exposed gaps, and, with each burning lick, repairing the damage, making the monstrous suit seem even larger than before. Most chilling of all, half of Obadiah's body had transformed into a ghastly white skeleton, enveloped in an eerie, unnatural fire. The twisted, warped features of Obadiah's face were thrown into sharp relief by the ghostly flames, making him look like a demon risen straight from the abyss, radiating the aura of death and destruction. "Obadiah, are you really still alive?" Tony's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered to himself. "Of course. I've never felt better, Tony. I really underestimated you." Obadiah's voice boomed from within the ironmonger, brimming with manic arrogance and fear. The cockpit sealed itself shut, now fully repaired, locking Obadiah away within thick armor. He believed Tony had blown up the factory. He was truly frightened. He had come so close to death just moments ago. Though he didn't understand the bizarre state he now found himself in, he could feel the surge of power coursing through him. "Now die, Tony," Obadiah roared. A massive Gatling gun rose up behind Ironmonger, spinning wildly as it unleashed a torrent of scarlet flames. Bullets lashed out like whips, sweeping across the battlefield in a relentless barrage. Tony cursed under his breath and darted behind a thick wall for cover. Bullets battered the wall like a torrential downpour, and in mere seconds, it was left riddled and crumbling. Tony dared not linger, even for a moment. Dragging his exhausted body, he fled desperately, the steel suit's energy alarms blaring in his ears, each step growing heavier by the second. Chino watched the sudden turn of events with a grave expression. "This is the power of the Ghost Rider, Mephisto," he murmured. Pamela gently lifted Damien into her arms and whispered, "Darling, go." Venom swiftly reattached itself to Chino, instantly forming a dazzling golden super suit that shimmered with light. Chino was just about to rush in for the rescue, but then he stopped himself. No rush. Tony seems to have something else up his sleeve. He kept his eyes glued to the distant battlefield. A manic laugh erupted from Obadiah, wild and unrestrained. He paid no heed to the fact that his human flesh was being relentlessly corroded. Sinister flames devoured his life force with ravenous hunger, but lost to madness, he was oblivious to the pain. Tony found a massive steel plate and used it as a temporary shield against Obadiah's assault. "Sir, armor energy down to 2%. 5 minutes until complete shutdown." Jarvis' voice sounded in Tony's ear. Pressed against the trembling steel plate, the powerful impacts rattled Tony so hard it felt as if his insides had been shaken loose, leaving him nauseated and on the verge of coughing up blood. "Jarvis, initiate Apollo mode." Tony gritted out through clenched teeth. "Sir, Apollo mode has never been tested, and your armor integrity is only at 72%. It could explode instantly," Jarvis replied, his voice heavy with concern. "Do it, Jarvis. Don't make me say it a third time." Tony roared. "Yes, sir." Apollo mode engaged. The chest plate of Tony's armor began to transform, ejecting the depleted reactor. In its place appeared a black core etched with white patterns. "Dad, Mom, Pepper, watch over me," Tony whispered, closing his eyes in silent prayer. At that moment, the Gatling's bullets tore through the steel plate. Chino watched with absolute focus. If a single bullet pierced the armor, or Tony's energy readings faltered, he was ready to save him in a flash. The next instant, a colossal fireball erupted around Tony, its blistering wave instantly vaporizing the bullets and the steel plate. "Tony Stark, truly the greatest genius of the century," Chino murmured in awe. "What?" Obadiah cried out in shock, halting his attack. On his screen, nothing remained but a blinding field of white. After a few seconds, the dazzling white light gradually faded away. The crimson armor gleamed like burning embers, radiating a fierce and mesmerizing heat. Looking around, the once solid ground had completely vanished, replaced by a churning ocean of molten lava. "Obadiah, prepare to meet your end." Tony's voice rang out from within the armor, cold and resolute. The eyes of the suit blazed with a piercing red glow, its sharp gaze sending a chill through Obadiah's heart. Yet, shame and fury quickly overtook him. "Damn you, Tony Stark!" Obadiah roared in madness, unleashing the Ironmonger in another furious assault. With all its firepower unleashed, the Ironmonger's guns thundered relentlessly. Many missiles shot out in swarms, anti-tank rockets shrieked through the air, and the chest-mounted laser poured forth in a merciless barrage aimed straight at Tony. Such overwhelming firepower, Truly, the Ironmonger was a match for an entire army. Yet, faced with this onslaught, Tony simply raised his hand. In an instant, a blazing shield of fire materialized before him. Every deadly projectile was swallowed by its flames, melting into searing liquid metal in the blink of an eye. Even the devastating laser beam vanished the moment it touched the shield. Step by step, Tony strode toward Obadiah, every footfall steady and powerful. Projected before him were staggering numbers. Energy at 200%, 250%, 300%. The Apollo mode relied on the ring of fire at its core, lifting its restrictions to unleash the sun's energy to its fullest. But Tony had failed. He hadn't found material strong enough to contain such power, nor had he designed a device to control the energy output. Once activated, there was no turning back. At best, he would become a massive bomb, one powerful enough to send the entire city to the bottom of the sea. I really am the world's greatest arms dealer, Tony said bitterly. Jarvis, help me draft a will. After I'm gone, Stark Industries goes to Chino, and all my personal assets are to be donated to the Children's Foundation. Yes, sir. By now, he had reached Obadiah. Why? Why won't you just die? Not in the desert. Not now. Why won't you just die? Obadiah screamed hysterically, completely unhinged. The laser his chest blazed on in a continuous, blinding burst. This time I will, Obadiah. Tony gritted his teeth, bracing against the torrent of laser fire, and slowly reached out to crush the reactor in his hand. With a sizzle and a few sparks, the reactor died for good. Under the command of hellish flames, the Ironmonger mustered one last, desperate punch at Tony, only to melt instantly into a pool of molten metal before losing power altogether. Tony could already feel a wave of searing heat washing over him. The energy shield under this overwhelming surge would only hold for a dozen seconds at most. We need to go, Obadiah. Tony gripped Ironmonger tightly around the waist. Flames erupted in brilliant torrents from the thrusters beneath his feet and along his back, lifting the two of them slowly into the air. Suddenly, a voice rang out across the sky, slicing through the tension like a shrill whistle straight to Tony's ear. Startled, Tony's heart skipped a beat. He quickly glanced down. Not far below, a striking blonde woman was sprinting toward him with all her might, her silhouette graceful and determined. Her golden hair whipped wildly in the wind, shining like a dazzling beam of light. Pepper, she's unharmed. A surge of indescribable joy and relief welled up inside Tony. But before he could truly savor this moment of wonder, another voice broke through to him. Wait, Tony, I admit it, I was wrong, really wrong this time. Please, I'm begging you, let me go. I'll give up everything. Obadiah's voice trembled, thick with fear and panic. At that moment, Obadiah had lost all composure. He never imagined things would spiral so far out of control. He knew Tony well. Once Tony made up his mind, nothing would sway him. And now, he finally understood what Tony was about to do. For in this world, no one knew Tony better than he did. It's too late now. By then, Tony had soared hundreds of meters above the ground. On the projection display before him, the energy indicators kept climbing, 700%, 750%. Each pulse was like a countdown from fate itself, each one tightening the tension. From the moment you kidnapped Pepper, it was already too late. Tony's words were like a blade, piercing straight into Obadiah's heart. Faced with Tony's resolve, Obadiah was plunged into utter despair. He let out a roar of frustration, his voice brimming with boundless rage and regret. Tony slowly closed his eyes. The world seemed to fall into silence around him. Thoughts surged in like a rising tide, and his life began to play before his eyes. As a youth, Tony had shone like a brilliant star, his extraordinary talent and intellect making him a prodigy in the fields of science and invention. His name was celebrated in academia and among innovators everywhere. People looked up to this young genius with admiration and hope. But as the years passed and Tony grew into adulthood, he gradually slipped into a spiral of rebellion and decadence. The once spirited, dream-filled boy had become reckless and lost, adrift from who he once was. He strayed from the right path, chasing fleeting excitement and shallow vanity, squandering his talents on meaningless pursuits. Now, as Tony's life approaches its end, his heart is filled with regret and helplessness. He recalls all the words left unspoken, the feelings he had long buried deep inside. He thinks of all the things he longed to try, the dreams he wished to fulfill, but never acted upon because of fear and hesitation. What a pointless life this has been. All the things I wanted to say, I never got the chance, and the things I wanted to do, I never had the courage. What a pity. How Tony wished he could turn back time and make things right. Is this the famous life flashing before your eyes, Tony? A voice full of laughter rang out. Tony's eyes flew open. Beside him stood a figure clad in golden armor. Chino. Suddenly, a massive fireball blazed across the sky, its radiant light turning the pitch-black night as bright as day. No, Tony. Pepper dropped to her knees, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Pepper, are those tears for your boss? A voice echoed, almost like an illusion, and Pepper looked up through her tears, stunned to see Tony before her, battered but alive. She rose to her feet and stumbled toward him, and Tony spread his arms wide, ready to welcome her embrace. Are you going to give me a kiss for our reunion? Tony said, his tone playful and teasing. A sharp slap sounded. Tony's face jerked to the side, nearly sending him tumbling, a stinging pain blooming instantly. What a slap. But in the next heartbeat, her tear-stained lips pressed against his. Tony's eyes widened in surprise, and, deep down, he wondered, could I stand a few more slaps if this is the reward? After a long moment, they parted, and the surrounding staff gathered around, watching breathlessly. I like you, Tony Stark. What's your answer? Pepper fixed Tony with a fierce look that seemed to warn him. Refuse, and you'll get another slap. Tony opened his mouth, desperate to say yes, but, don't regret it again, Tony. Chino's voice whispered in his ear. Tony drew a deep breath and stepped back. Pepper's eyes dimmed for a moment, then filled with determination as she resolved, I won't give up. But in the next instant, Tony dropped to one knee and opened a small box in his hand, revealing a dazzling, jeweled ring. This is my answer. Marry me, Pepper, Tony declared, his gaze brimming with hope and love. Pepper covered her mouth in disbelief, tears welling up once more. She had dreamed of this moment countless times, but never imagined it would come so suddenly. Meanwhile, with Tony and Pepper at the center, a glowing carpet of mycelium began to spread outward. From it, roses of every color unfurled, blossoming in an instant until a breathtaking sea of flowers surrounded them. The sweet fragrance of the blooms drifted through the air, enveloping everyone in a dreamlike atmosphere. It was, without a doubt, the perfect setting for a proposal. Even Natasha, hiding in the background, couldn't help but gaze longingly at the scene. There isn't a woman alive who wouldn't be moved by such a moment. Pamela slowly lowered her hand, her eyes full of envy as she watched Tony and Pepper. A quiet longing stirred in her heart. She, too, wished for a romantic moment like this. She wanted to get married. Don't worry, I haven't found the right engagement gift yet. Our proposal will be witnessed by the whole world, Kino said gently. I believe you, darling, Pamela replied, throwing her arms around Kino and planting a kiss on his lips. Damien, standing to the side, looked rather conflicted. He muttered to himself, how many times have they kissed today? Aren't they exhausted? Edo. Pepper's voice trembled with joy and excitement. She extended her slender hand, and Tony, with the utmost care, slid the ring onto her finger. The two embraced, sharing a deep and passionate kiss. Everyone nearby was swept up in the happiness of the moment, and the room erupted in cheers and applause. All employees present will get a 50% raise, Tony announced. At these words, genuine smiles bloomed on every face, as everyone showered the newlyweds with their heartfelt blessings. Tony led Pepper over to Kino, gratitude and happiness shining in his eyes. Kino, this is the third time you've saved my life. I honestly don't know how to thank you, Tony said sincerely. No need for thanks. Besides, tonight, I got to witness a truly touching performance, Kino replied with a teasing smile, his gaze shifting between Tony and Pepper. Pepper, a little embarrassed, brushed the tears from her eyes, her cheeks flushed. Sorry you had to see me like this, she said softly. But she held Tony's hand tightly, her blissful smile never fading. Pepper turned to Damien and asked with a gentle smile, Is this your child? Hello, Uncle Andy. My name is Damien Wayne, Damien replied politely. Kino shook his head and explained, He's the child of a friend. I'm his godfather now. Godfather, Pepper repeated quietly, trying out the word. Tony and Pepper exchanged a glance, silently confirming their thoughts through their eyes. In that case, would you be the godfather to our child, too? Tony asked earnestly. Are you two serious? Am I opening a daycare now? Kino protested, looking helpless as he couldn't resist a bit of banter. Tony arched an eyebrow, the corners of his mouth lifting in that familiar, irreverent grin as he replied. Hey, buddy, don't be so reluctant. Being the godfather to my child is an honor for you. Besides, with your abilities, looking after a few kids will be a piece of cake. Kino looked at Tony's confident face and couldn't help but smile helplessly. All right, since you both trust me so much, I'll reluctantly agree. But you two better hurry up and get started on making a baby. Pepper's face blushed even deeper, and she gave Tony a gentle push. Tony just burst out laughing. Don't worry, We'll give it our best. Kino, what have you been up to lately? I can never find you, and whenever I call, it says you're out of service. Tony asked, his face full of curiosity. I've been preparing to start a company, getting ready for my Hell renovation project. Hell renovation project? What's Hell like? Can I take a look? Kino was about to answer when his wrist suddenly began to glow. Before he could react, a crimson portal door opened beside him, and a scarlet hand shot out, grabbing his wrist in a vice-like grip. That hand clamped onto Kino and yanked him forcefully into the portal. Oh my God! Pepper gasped in terror, covering her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. Natasha's pupils contracted. What was that hand? Pamela scooped Damien into her arms, her worried gaze following the spot where Kino had vanished. Damien, too, stared anxiously at the place where Kino disappeared. It's all right, Pepper. Tony managed to stay calm, gently wrapping an arm around Pepper's shoulders to comfort her. Help me play along, Tony. Can't it wait? At least until I finish making my new suit. No, rats. If I don't deal with him, I won't sleep well. It'll be fine. They're probably after me. Here, you might need this. Elsewhere, Kino opened his eyes to find himself inside a blood-red palace. The walls seemed to seep with fresh blood, and the air was thick with the sharp, metallic scent of it. Standing before him was a demon with crimson skin and jet-black hair, its body towering and twisted, radiating an aura that chilled the soul. Welcome, new Lord of Hell, Kino. Mephisto sat upon a throne above, peering down at Kino with a gaze full of cunning and greed. I'm glad to see you too, Mephisto. A faint smile tugged at Kino's lips, and he met Mephisto's eyes with fearless calm. Mephisto was taken aback by Kino's composure. So calm and collected, nothing like someone experiencing hell for the first time. But he didn't care. After all, hell was his domain. Here, no one could really cause trouble. Bring out the feast, Mephisto commanded. Immediately, a procession of grotesque demons filed in, each laying a platter before Kino. Steam billowed from the pot of boiling human brains, and the eyeballs floating in the soup seemed to still be turning. The strands of meat on the roasted thigh twitched as if animated by some last, lingering nerve. Laid out before Kino was, without a doubt, a devil's supper. A distinguished guest arrives. Please enjoy the meal. A rotting corpse, crawling with maggots, tottered over to set the utensils before Kino. Several maggots tumbled from its decaying flesh, landing right in front of her. Mephisto sat back against his throne, arms crossed, ready to watch Kino's humiliation with a sly, malicious grin. Kino's mouth twitched. Inwardly, she asked, Venom, do you want to eat brain soup? What kind of foolish question is that? Just hold on a bit longer. We're almost there. I can barely stand it. Be good. When we get back, you and Pamela can wash your eyes out together. All right, I'll try to endure. If you have something to say, just say it, Mephisto. Kino didn't spare a glance for the nauseating devil's feast in front of her. Instead, she fixed her gaze on Mephisto, her tone growing impatient. Hand over your hell core, the gateway between hell and the human world. Mephisto's voice dripped with greed, his crimson eyes locked onto Kino, radiating a predatory hunger, as if she was already his to claim. In the human world, even the faintest trace of demonic energy had managed to bypass the planet's 3 great protective spells and manifest directly. This instantly caught his attention. So, he dispatched an avatar to the mortal realm, tracing the incident back to its source. A human, able to summon demons at will. Many years ago, Hell had been shattered by a great catastrophe. Mephisto had claimed one of its fragments, rising to become a Lord of Hell. Now, with a new fragment appearing in a human's possession, one that allowed free summoning of demons on Earth, if he could seize the human's hell core and link it to his own, he would have a passageway to invade the mortal world and harvest souls on a grand scale. What's more, his power would no longer be constrained. Even someone as formidable as the Ancient One might not be able to stop him. Yet, after searching for so long, he still hadn't managed to track down that human. Even the human's manor was shielded by a most peculiar force, barring him from entry. Left with no choice, he settled for the next best thing, Obadiah. So that's why. You used Obadiah to lure me out, Kino said. Exactly. His resentment called to me. But he was useless, couldn't even muster a tenth of a spirit of vengeance's power. Mephisto's face twisted with contempt. He really was pathetic. If he'd been able to use even half that power, Tony's Apollo mode might not have stood a chance. A ghost. Rider with a healing factor to rival Wolverine. And you treat him like a disposable resurrection token? That's just insulting. A touch of regret flickered in Kino's eyes. Give me your hell, and when I rule the earth, I'll share it with you. Mephisto's words were nothing but lies. Though his expression seemed sincere, it was laced with hidden cunning. Really? Then why don't we sign a contract? Kino replied, a half-smile playing at the corners of his lips. Mephisto was momentarily lost for words. He had always been the one to initiate contracts with mortals, yet now the tables had turned, leaving him caught off guard. His face darkened in an instant, and a fierce glint flashed in his crimson eyes as he snarled. Kino, you'd better think this through. Right now, you're in my hell, your life and death are mine to command. With just a flick of my finger, I could subject you to endless torment, with no hope of escape. He spread his arms wide, radiating a powerful, malevolent aura, as if the whole of hell itself was answering his call. There he is. Get him. I've put up with you long enough. Kino could bear it no more. He upended the table and smashed the rotting corpse beside him into a pulp. Like an arrow loose from its bow, he shot forward, launching himself at Mephisto with reckless abandon. Foolish. Mephisto sneered, his face full of contempt. He raised his hand, reaching for Kino, his fingers brimming with dark magic, ready to seize him in one swift motion. But in the very instant they made contact, a thunderous crash echoed through the chamber. A crimson figure, unstoppable and furious, shattered the throne and rocketed skyward, tearing through the air in a violent tempest. Debris and dust whirled in all directions. The demons of hell stared in shock, watching their lord go flying like a ragdoll, their jaws dropping in disbelief. This can't be. How do you possess such immense power? Mephisto tumbled through the sky, barely managing to halt himself. His clothes were torn, his hair disheveled, and his face was a mask of utter shock. The power of hell's lord was supposed to be bound to hell itself. The longer one left, the weaker one became. Yet Kino had shattered this rule entirely. Suspended in midair, Kino looked down at Mephisto, his gaze icy, his tone mocking. Did you really think I was like you? A lord imprisoned by hell? I am the demon king. How arrogant. This is Mephisto's hell. With Mephisto's furious roar, a pillar of red light crashed down from the heavens, slamming into Kino like a mountain, forcing him back toward the ground. This was the weight of hell itself, an unfathomable pressure, as though thousands of mountains pressed down all at once. The ground beneath Kino's feet exploded, stones flying outward as his body buckled under the unimaginable force. I will seal you in the deepest pit of hell, where there is no space, no time, until the day you surrender hell itself to me. Mephisto spoke with ruthless authority, his voice echoing through the depths of hell, radiating an unending sense of majesty and coldness. A mere human, thinking that acquiring a fragment of hell could make him a match for Mephisto. How utterly delusional. Relying solely on superhuman strength was proving difficult. Kino tried combining his powers, but the crushing weight pressed him down, leaving him unable to move. Even superhuman might paled in comparison to the weight of an entire world. Within the core at his chest, alongside the emblem of the god of earth lighting up, another symbol began to glow as well. Let's see if your powers can bear the weight of an entire hell. Kino's face broke into an exhilarated grin. The forces of the god of earth and the tormented demon intertwined and wrapped themselves around him. I'll call this the god of destruction. The immense pressure on his body gradually eased. Slowly, the god of destruction, Kino, straightened his back. Mephisto, is this really all the weight your hell can muster? I don't believe it. This must be a trick. Mephisto stared at him in shock, disbelief written all over his face. How could anyone withstand the weight of a whole world? The crimson light around Kino grew even more intense, blazing like wildfire. The pit beneath his feet deepened, completely breaking through Kino's biokinetic shield and reducing his clothes to ashes. At the same time, the more damage Kino suffered, the stronger his power became. Now it's my turn. Before the words had even finished leaving his mouth, Kino appeared before Mephisto in a flash, unleashing a punch that thundered through hell with a cascade of sonic booms. Mephisto had no time to react before the blow sent him crashing to the ground, hurtling like a cannonball toward a distant mountain. The impact shattered the peak, sending clouds of debris billowing into the air. This wasn't his own hell, so Kino could finally unleash his full strength without restraint. Before Mephisto could crawl out from the ruins, Kino's eyes flared with a searing red light. Beams of heat vision, each as thick as a man's body, blazed out, pinning Mephisto in place. The overwhelming energy pounded him relentlessly, driving him deeper and deeper into the earth. Wherever the heat vision swept, rock melted instantly into molten lava, bathing the entire underworld in a hellish crimson glow. Mephisto vanished into the depths, only to reappear high above in the sky moments later. His chest was a grotesque web of burns, so severe his charred organs could be glimpsed beneath the flesh. Yet in an instant, his wounds regenerated, looking as if nothing had ever happened. In hell, Killing a Hell Lord was all but impossible. All demons, attack! Mephisto bellowed, his voice exploding across hell like a thunderclap. A torrent of demons surged forth, black as a storm-tossed sea, swarming toward Kino in a frenzy. So what if you're strong? You're still alone. My demons are endless. Mephisto roared, certain of his coming victory. Demons? As if you're not one yourself. Kino scoffed, waving his hand. In an instant, a massive portal materialized behind him. A chorus of deep, guttural roars rumbled through the air. The first to emerge was the Hulk, his enormous, hulking frame radiating an overwhelming sense of menace. Next came Abomination, Baza, Shangan, and others, each stepping through in turn. More and more demons gathered behind Kino, a daunting, densely packed swarm as far as the eye could see, enough to make anyone's blood run cold. What are your orders, young master? She approached Kino's side, her cheeks flushing as she glanced at his powerful physique. How impressive, she thought. Keep those demons away from me. Don't let them interrupt, Kino said curtly before charging straight at Mephisto. Slaughter every last one of those demons. In She's mind, as long as she annihilated the enemy demons, nothing would disturb her master. In the depths of hell, the two demon armies clashed in an instant, the battlefield erupting in a deafening cacophony of battle cries and the clash of steel. Kino's demons surged forward like wild, raging beasts. The Hulk swung his massive fists, each blow sending several enemy demons flying. Abomination matched him blow for blow, his formidable combat skills on full display. Baza and Shangan led their cohorts in a furious charge, tearing through enemy ranks and leaving a trail of fallen foes in their wake. By comparison, Mephisto's legion, though vast in number, crumbled before the overwhelming power of Kino's side. Their attacks were effortlessly parried, their defenses breached again and again, until their ranks fell into utter chaos. Across the battlefield, severed limbs and shattered bodies flew through the air, and blood drenched the ground in crimson. Kino's demons pressed their advantage, driving the enemy inexorably toward utter defeat. Panic set in among Mephisto's forces. Their morale shattered. They scattered in a desperate attempt to flee, only to be mercilessly hunted down. The entire battlefield had become a vision of hell incarnate, with Kino's demons reigning as the undisputed masters of this blood-soaked domain. Where did these demons come from? Mephisto stared at the unfamiliar demons on the ground, their auras unlike any he'd ever seen, spawned from one hell, yet so vastly superior. How could there be such a difference? And all this in a hell controlled by a human. You dare get distracted while fighting me? Kino's furious shout cut through Mephisto's thoughts. In a blink, Kino flashed forward, instantly appearing before Mephisto and seizing his head with unerring precision. In that moment, Kino radiated a terrifying and bone-chilling aura. With astonishing speed, he dove toward the ground, dragging Mephisto with him. An instant later, there was a thunderous crash. Kino smashed Mephisto's head into the unyielding ground with brutal force. Dust and debris exploded in every direction, and Mephisto, trapped in Kino's grasp, howled in agony. As Kino charged forward at full speed, he carved a deep, terrifying chasm straight through this hellish landscape, leaving a mark as profound as it was shocking. Ack, damn it! Mephisto, gravely wounded, roared in fury. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he swiftly began to gather the infernal flames swirling around him. Blazing fire engulfed his entire form, transforming him into a furious beast, bearing its claws and fangs as it lunged at Kino with wild abandon. Yet for Kino, the hellfire's searing pain did nothing to make him falter. Instead, it acted as a powerful catalyst, stoking the surging strength within his body to new, unstoppable heights. Facing the oncoming Mephisto, Kino's lips curled into a faint, disdainful smile. Without hesitation, his mighty fists, already devastating in power, rained down mercilessly upon Mephisto's body, blow after relentless blow. Each strike landed with an earth-shattering roar and a blinding flash of light. Fists brimming with apocalyptic force battered Mephisto as relentlessly as a storm of hail, while the shockwaves from their clash rippled deep underground, gradually hollowing out an immense cavern beneath their feet. All of hell trembled in the grip of this ferocious battle, as though it might collapse and crumble at any moment. Demons on the surface felt the constant tremors and the wailing from the depths below, gripped by terror. Was hell about to be destroyed? Meanwhile, she led a group of demons to the palace. His Majesty is remaking hell. We need everything. The demon lord here looks loaded. Go find their treasure vaults and take everything. She stormed through the castle with her entourage, sweeping aside all obstacles with an imposing presence. Under Mephisto's orders, The castle was sparsely guarded, making it feel eerily empty and cold. "Who are you, Wait, sir." She's advance was ruthless. Every demon they encountered was slain without mercy. Their decisive path of carnage quickly brought them to the treasure vault. Its massive doors were tightly shut, but that posed no barrier at all. With a sweep of her hand, she unleashed a surge of power that shattered the doors into dust. Inside, treasures and rare artifacts were piled high, glittering temptingly in the light. A flicker of excitement passed through She's eyes as she led the demons in a swift charge into the vault. Mountains of treasure, enchanted relics, and magical devices awaited them. "Space demons, devour demons, take it all," she commanded. At her word, the space demons, humanoid in form, opened gaping portals in their abdomens. A tremendous suction erupted forth, pulling everything toward them in an unstoppable torrent. Gold, jewels, rare artifacts, everything in the vault was swept up and swallowed without resistance. The devouring demon took the form of an enormous serpent, its gaping maw wide open as it relentlessly consumed everything within the treasury. Its throat was like a bottomless abyss, swallowing precious gems and mysterious scrolls alike without the slightest hesitation. Yet, the wealth Mephisto had accumulated over endless ages was simply too vast. Even with the two demons working together, they could not carry it all away in a short time. "Wait, stop. I surrender. Your hell, Before Mephisto could finish his plea, Chino's fist crashed into him with overwhelming force, sending him flying. This time, Mephisto truly gave in. It wasn't just Chino's terrifying strength. If the fight continued, his hell itself would be destroyed. "You want to surrender?" "I don't agree to that," Chino said, his figure flickering as he chased after Mephisto, unleashing a relentless storm of blows. Every punch carried unimaginable power, leaving Mephisto utterly defenseless. All he could do was howl in agony as the fists rained down on him. "Don't think I can't deal with you," Mephisto roared, eyes blazing with fury. He summoned the authority of hell, attempting to expel Chino from his domain. "What have you done to my hell?" Suddenly, Mephisto's expression changed dramatically. In horror, he realized that hell itself was resisting his control. Someone was tampering with the very core of his realm. Watching Mephisto's reaction, Chino understood instantly that Venom had succeeded. Somewhere in the dim underground, a blood-red crystal glowed with an eerie light, tightly ensnared by black tendrils. "Have we been discovered?" Venom's raspy voice echoed. Now that stealth was no longer an option, he threw himself fully into the corruption, and at the same moment, the crushing weight that had burdened Chino vanished. Ever since they sensed Mephisto's malicious intent toward Pamela, they had been plotting his demise. But to slay a Lord of Hell, one must first drag him down from his throne. From the very instant they were drawn into hell, they began searching for the core of the realm in secret. Once they found it, they split up without hesitation. Chino's task was to draw Mephisto's attention, battling him openly, while Venom slipped quietly into the hidden depths, aiming to seize the lordship of hell for himself. "Get out of my way!" Mephisto, frantic with desperation, tried to force his way back to the castle, but Chino blocked him at every turn. At that moment, Mephisto was nothing more than a punching bag, helpless under Chino's relentless assault. With hell's suppressive force lifted, Chino could finally unleash his full strength. Each strike now brimmed with the power to shatter worlds. The surrounding demons had long since ceased fighting, paralyzed by terror. All of hell shook violently, the ground splitting open with massive fissures, as if the end of days was upon them. Hulk and his companions had already darted back to the castle. Thanks to the mountain demons' frantic reinforcement, the stronghold barely survived the upheaval. What terrifying power! So this is the full strength of His Majesty. Bassa gazed at the distant figures locked in battle, unable to hold back his awe. "I have to say, Hulk, the fact that you survived a punch from a young lord back then really is impressive," Abomination said, casting a look at Hulk. "Hulk, that hurt." Hulk gingerly touched his stomach, the memory of that punch still vivid. He could almost feel the pain all over again. "Wait, I'll give you anything you want. Innocent souls, spell books, riches, whatever you desire. Just please stop." Gone was the arrogance and bluster from Mephisto's voice. "Now," he pleaded, his tone full of fear and desperation. Mephisto truly regretted it now. What he'd enticed wasn't a lamb. It was a rampaging Tyrannosaurus. All he wished for was for this dragon to stop before it devoured any more of his essence. If this erosion continued, he would lose his position, and then he'd be nothing more than a powerful demon, no longer a Lord of Hell. And if that happened, even if this demon king didn't finish him off, countless other demons would be clamoring for his soul. The longer one lives, the the more one cherishes life. Then sign this. At those words, Kino paused in midair and tossed over a black parchment scroll. A demon contract? Mephisto took it, and, upon reading, his face grew stormy with outrage. This was no ordinary demon contract. It was a contract of slavery. Becoming Kino's slave would mean surrendering everything to him, and even that, Mephisto could have tolerated. After all, Kino was human. Given enough time, perhaps he could outlast him. But at the end of the contract, it stipulated that upon Kino's death, the contract would automatically pass to his descendants. If all of his descendants died, then Mephisto would die as well. He wouldn't be just a slave. He'd be a nursemaid and a bodyguard too. I'm a lord of hell. To humiliate me like this? Never. You might as well just kill me. Mephisto roared with hysterical defiance, his face twisted in resolve. Then go ahead and die. Kino raised his fist, ready to strike once more. Wait, let's talk. Mephisto hastily shouted, terror plain in his voice. You refuse to sign the contract, yet you don't want to die. You're putting me in a difficult spot. Kino shook his head, feigning helplessness. Who's really in a difficult spot here? Mephisto's heart was filled with bitter indignation, nearly moved to tears by frustration. Feeling that 5% of his authority had already been eroded, he clenched his teeth. I agree. At last, it seemed to take all his strength, but Mephisto forced out those 3 words. He waited a moment, yet the erosion didn't stop. It had already reached 6%. Stop! Please stop! Mephisto screamed, his voice raw with urgency and dread. Sign the contract first. Kino remained unmoved, fixing him with a cold, unwavering gaze that brooked no argument. Mephisto knew he had no other choice. His hand trembled as he picked up the pen and signed his name on that infernal contract. The very moment he finished, his entire form erupted into blazing flames and vanished without a trace. Yet the power of the contract clung to his soul like a searing brand, an inescapable shackle that would bind him forever. Work has been a bit slow lately, so I've been sneaking in some writing during office hours. Plus, I have a bit of backlog, so starting today, there'll be 3 updates a day. But a heads up, this schedule isn't stable. Things might get busy again, or I might run out of stored chapters and go back to 2 updates a day. I hope you'll understand. Also, since I have such good taste, and you all are such discerning readers, perhaps you consider sending a few gifts or giving a nudge for more updates. Of course, I know money doesn't grow on trees. Free support is more than enough. Every little bit adds up. Oh, and the weather's turning cold. Take care of yourselves, dear readers. That's all. Love you all. Hurry up and tell your people to stop. Mephisto glared at Kino, his eyes burning with fury and hatred, a humiliation unlike any he had ever known. Kino crossed his arms and said nothing, his gaze icy and detached. What are you waiting for? Mephisto shouted, his voice taut with urgency. Before he could finish, a searing force slammed into him, sending him flying. There was a thunderous crash as Mephisto's body was hurled against a low mountain peak. The mountain crumbled, rocks of all sizes tumbled down in a roaring cascade, shrouding everything in a thick, choking cloud of dust. You should adjust your attitude, Kino said, hovering slowly above Mephisto, the red glow in his eyes not yet faded. Mephisto struggled to lift his head and looked up at Kino in the air, his eyes filled with despair and rage. He could feel it. 8% of his authority had already slipped away. If this continued, the consequences would be unimaginable. Slowly, he bowed his head, then dropped heavily to his knees. With a trembling voice, he knocked his forehead to the ground and said, "Please forgive your slave, master." "Come, slave," Kino replied coldly, looking down at him with utter indifference. Mephisto answered in a subdued voice. As he rose to his feet, he seemed utterly defeated, as if the very soul had been drained from his body. Obediently, he trailed behind Kino. Deep within a mysterious underground cavern, the walls were inscribed with countless runes flickering with eerie light, sealing off every trace of presence and forming a powerful defense. Not even spatial teleportation could breach this place. If not for Kino's hellish bracelet guiding the way, even the keenest explorers would have struggled to discover this hidden sanctuary. How much time has passed? I wonder how Kino is doing. Venom was filled with worry, muttering to herself. In hell, it was impossible to sense the passage of time. What's more, Mephisto had held dominion over the core of hell for many years, making each step forward even more challenging. And that was with the symbiote's natural corrosive abilities. Without them, escape would have been nothing but a hopeless fantasy. Suddenly, the seamless rock wall slowly parted, and a crimson demon strode in with heavy, echoing steps. Mephisto, did Kino lose? Venom's heart lurched, a cold weight settling within her. But just then, a familiar voice came from behind Mephisto. As if If I'd really lost, I'd have been the first one here, just to grab you and make a run for it together. Kino's confident voice cut through the tension, instantly easing Venom's worries. Kino stepped out from the depths of the ominous shadows, his stride steady and resolute, radiating an intangible sense of authority. Mephisto, by contrast, stood to the side with bowed head, his posture humble and submissive. Gone was the pride and arrogance of Hell's former lord. As Kino drew closer, the air itself seemed to grow heavier. In the dim light, the hard lines of his face flickered in and out of view, while the depths of his eyes sparkled with the unmistakable glint of victory. What's with the heroic entrance while you're stark naked? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Come on, spill it. What the hell happened? Venom wasted no time, cutting straight to the point, her black head poking out from the surface of a ruby-red crystal. True enough, Kino was still completely naked, though he showed not a trace of embarrassment. After all, not only was his body nearly perfect now, but the place was crawling with demons, and he and Venom had long shared a bond of complete intimacy. Nothing could surprise either of them anymore. Can't I have my moment of glory? After all that, I'd like to act the hero for once. Kino's bravado lasted all of a second before he surrendered, grumbling in mock annoyance. Save the theatrics for when we're back. Pamela and I will let you play the hero all you want. Now hurry up. At Venom's words, Kino lit up with delight, instantly guessing that Venom was up to something new and intriguing. Long story short, this guy was just scared for his life. Kino launched into an animated explanation, gesturing passionately as he spoke, while Venom nodded along from time to time, signaling her understanding. Mephisto stood off to the side with his head down, inwardly seething, yet too afraid to speak out. His eye twitched in frustration. Couldn't they just have their chat without all this corrosive torment? Yet the erosion of his authority continued regardless, the percentage now reaching 10%. So, we're done here and can finally go home, Venom summarized. Exactly. This guy's already signed the contract, Kino replied, completely at ease with the binding pact. He reached out and pressed a hand on Venom's large head. Venom began to flow and mold herself around Kino, transforming in an instant into a dazzling superhero suit. What's this? Kino gazed at the piece of red crystal in his hand, a look of puzzlement on his face as he asked. The hell core I've corrupted is of no use to me. Mephisto's eyes widened in shock, his heart bleeding inside. After all, that was his hell. That was the very source of his power. Master, could you return it to me? With a sycophantic smile plastered on his face, Mephisto looked at Kino with pleading eyes. Though it had been corrupted, as long as he could reclaim it, he could eventually regain control over it with time. Return it to you, is it? Kino idly toyed with the crystal, a faint, ambiguous smile curving the corners of his mouth. Yes, master. If I lose this core, my strength will drop by 10%, and I'll be vulnerable to attacks from the other lords of hell. Mephisto hurried to explain, his tone filled with urgency and desperation. Only 10%? That's more than enough for you to survive. Consider it your welcome gift. Kino replied indifferently, then placed the crystal on his wrist. From the very beginning, he'd sensed his own hell yearning for this object. No sooner had he placed it there than the crystal was swiftly absorbed, and the boundaries of his hell began to expand, gaining new functions that he would explore later. What incredible power! His Majesty has prevailed. Still inside the treasury, she suddenly felt a surge of potent energy welling up within her. As the administrator of hell, she reaped the greatest rewards and could sense the changes in hell most acutely. You useless lot! His Majesty has bestowed his reward upon you. So get moving. A pair of whips lashed down. The space demon and the devourer demon, already exhausted, jolted to attention and began to devour the treasure at an even faster pace. So tired, they nearly filled their reserves, but now their capacity had suddenly increased again. Master, why are you glowing? Abomination, searching the castle grounds for any remaining demons, noticed the red light shining from the battered demon's body and asked. No idea. Basso was just as mystified. His power had grown stronger, but he was certain all of this must be connected to his Majesty. Mephisto was so furious that he spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling the pain as his power continued to drain away. He could even sense the boundaries of his hell beginning to collapse. Do you have a problem? Kino shot him a cold glance, a look that could freeze the very soul. No, master. It's just old wounds acting up. Mephisto quickly bowed his head, his body trembling slightly, not daring to show the slightest sign of resistance. Good. Kino withdrew his gaze, glancing once more at the red crystal. He knew perfectly well he could simply order Mephisto to surrender all of his hell cores. But if Mephisto lost all his power, he would inevitably become prey for the other hell lords, or even his own underlings, and Kino would have to step in to save him. With that in mind, Kino understood clearly. A living Mephisto was far more useful than a dead one. Kino led Mephisto out of the underground cavern, preparing to return to the castle. Throughout the journey, Mephisto remained silent. After Kino arrived back at Mephisto's castle, he began summoning his demons to get ready for departure. It wasn't long before a horde of demons, each with a grotesque and unique appearance, hurried over and lined up neatly before Kino. "Young master, can we take this one with us? Hulk likes pets. Take it to Milan, Dala." After some time learning, Hulk was now able to speak properly. Abomination and Hulk each held a 3-meter-tall demon wolf in their hands. The creatures, despite their size, whimpered in terror like frightened puppies. "You can take them, but keep a close watch. Don't let them hurt anyone." Once Abomination and Hulk had dragged their pets through the portal. "Where's she?" Kino turned to Basa and asked. "I'm not sure, Your Majesty. I haven't seen her since shortly after the fighting began." Basa shook his head, his face just as puzzled. "Young master, I'm back." She's voice rang out as she strode briskly from inside the castle. Trailing behind her was a group of demons adorned in gold and silver, carefully carrying 2 rotund objects. The 2 demons, usually long and slender, were now stuffed so full of treasure that they looked fit to burst at any moment. She stopped before Kino, who was now fully dressed, a flicker of disappointment passing through her eyes. "What's all this you're carrying?" Kino looked on in astonishment at she, who resembled a walking golden statue, and at the 2 round demons being hoisted along by what seemed like a troop of little golden mountains. He honestly didn't recall having such plump demons in his hell. Had their diet improved that much lately? "We found this hell's treasury. Young master, your plans require a fortune, but these 2 demons turned out to be useless. They couldn't manage to take it all." She pouted, sounding rather dissatisfied. The space demon and the devourer demon were so bloated they were rolling their eyes, inwardly bemoaning their fate, but too scared to protest. This woman was more terrifying than any demon. Mephisto cast only a casual glance at the treasure before losing interest, secretly scoffing at the demon's lack of vision. Such ordinary riches were hardly worth a second look. "You've really gone to a lot of trouble, she." Kino smiled warmly and gently patted she on the head. Though these treasures were just a drop in the ocean compared to what his grand plans required, he wouldn't refuse such a thoughtful gesture. "It was nothing, young master." She beamed, her face glowing with satisfaction. "You all head back first. I'll discuss your rewards with you later." Kino waved a hand, dismissing them. "Yes, young master," she replied, then led her troop of little golden mountain demons, still carrying the 2 bulging spheres, through the portal. "Slave, behave yourself for a while. Don't wander around the mortal world unless summoned. If I need you, I'll call for you." Kino looked at Mephisto with an expressionless face. "Yes, master." Mephisto bowed his head, utterly submissive, not daring to show the slightest hint of defiance. His voice was filled with deference. Kino said nothing more, turning away to step into the portal. Mephisto maintained his respectful posture until Kino's figure had completely vanished. Only then did he slowly straighten, and the humble mask instantly slipped away, replaced by a shadow of resentment and a deep, brooding gloom. Gazing out at the ruined landscape of hell, collapsed mountains, cracked earth, and demons wailing in agony all around, Mephisto's eyes blazed with furious fire, as if he could burn the world to ash with nothing but his rage. "I have never taken such a loss before," he muttered through gritted teeth, his voice seething with fury and venom. "You think a single contract can bind me? How naive you are, human." A cold, bitter laugh escaped him. Arriving at the vault's entrance, Mephisto pushed open the heavy doors, only to cough up a mouthful of blood in sheer anger. All the treasures he had painstakingly gathered over countless years had been swept away, leaving only a few worthless mounds of gold behind. Damn it all! He wanted nothing more than to storm out and tear that human apart, but the contract forbade it, certainly not because he was afraid to fight. He made his way to a shadowy corner of the vault, lifted a stone slab, and pulled out a black, chain-bound grimoire. "At least the Book of Contracts is still here," he sighed in relief. This was the foundation of his power. He opened the book, muttering obscure, sinister incantations. His deep, malevolent voice echoed throughout the empty vault. "All the contracts in this world only hold power because devils and gods stand behind them. Human, just you wait. I'll make you pay the ultimate price." As the dark, ominous spell continued, thick black smoke coiled and surged around Mephisto. His power flowed like an invisible current, tracing the contract's link back to its mysterious source. A twisted grin spread across his face. Madness and murderous intent flickered in his eyes. "If the other party is weak, kill them. If they're strong, pay a price. Make them relinquish the contract. Just wait, human. With a hell that connects to the mortal realm, Every demon god and lord will want you dead, will fight to seize your hell. Mephisto's crazed laughter echoed through the infernal wasteland, as if he could already see Kino's grisly demise. His power and consciousness shot forth like a bolt of pitch-black lightning, instantly cutting through endless time and space, landing on a desolate planet. The earth here was cracked and barren, devoid of any sign of life, for enormous craters scarred the ground before him. The air was thick with the stench of decay and death, not a trace of life in sight. Mephisto surveyed this landscape, harsher than even the depths of hell, and steadied himself. Inwardly, he thought, the god behind this must be weak. No deity who relishes pleasure would ever choose to dwell in such a place. A mocking, cold smile tugged at the corner of his lips, and a gleam of greed and cruelty flashed in his eyes, as if he could already see himself breaking free from the shackles of his contract and regaining his freedom with ease. Are you the demon of this world? You're carrying my contract with you. Amidst the lifeless, deathly silence of this planet, a melodious voice suddenly rang out, like music from the heavens, yet so out of place in this barren wasteland. Mephisto turned toward the sound and saw a strikingly beautiful woman standing gracefully not far away. Even by a demon's standards, she was breathtaking. He cautiously probed her aura and found that she was indeed quite weak. The energy she emanated matched exactly the signature of the contract bound to his soul. The woman, sensing Mephisto's subtle probing, only smiled slightly. Her smile was like a gentle spring breeze, yet carried a mysterious, elusive quality. So, you're the deity behind this contract, aren't you? Mephisto snarled. Yes. Is there something you want? The woman regarded Mephisto calmly, her gaze unflinching. I command you to release me from this contract, or else. Before Mephisto could finish, the storm raging across the planet suddenly ceased without warning. Only then did Mephisto see the place in its entirety, and what he saw filled him with horror. He realized he was standing atop a colossal head. Looking out, he could see the full interior of this massive body. Yes, the interior. This form, larger than a planet, had been dissected. Organs, each one larger than mountains, were laid bare, exposed to the emptiness of space. And the place where he stood wasn't on the outer edge, but rather in the eye socket of that gigantic skull. Four bottomless, pitch-black holes remained, silently bearing witness to the immense pain and torment that this being had once endured. Heavenly, celestials. Mephisto's voice trembled with disbelief and overwhelming fear. Throughout the vast universe, the Celestials were the most powerful entities. Legends claimed their might rivaled that of the 5 great gods. Yet now, before his very eyes, a Celestial had been dissected. Though he was merely a being of pure energy, a chill crept up Mephisto's spine, spreading instantly through his entire form. That iciness seemed to freeze even his soul, making him tremble uncontrollably. You know him, I see. Lucifer's voice drifted in, gentle and unhurried. At some point, he had silently appeared beside Mephisto. His body was quite powerful. Clearly someone or something created him. His abilities were impressive, but his personality was just too awful. He refused to serve me, so I simply turned him into a puppet. As he spoke, Lucifer carelessly pressed his foot down on the enormous head beneath him. In that instant, the explorer who had already fallen in battle suddenly began to move, slowly sinking to his knees in the void. The sight sent a shiver of terror through Mephisto. Every hair on his body stood on end, and cold sweat poured from him like a waterfall. His eyes widened in horror, his throat clenched tight as if by an invisible hand, unable to utter a single sound. Lucifer turned his head unhurriedly, a strange, chilling smile curling on his lips. What exactly were you trying to order me to do just now? That smile seemed to come from the deepest abyss, radiating an endless, icy evil. Hearing these words, Mephisto's heart plummeted. In a flash, fear swallowed his reason whole. The thought exploded in his mind. Without hesitation, Mephisto chose to abandon that fragment of power and consciousness. In an instant, that power and consciousness vanished in the void, extinguished like fireworks, leaving not a trace behind. Back in hell, Mephisto's eyes flew open. He gasped for breath, as if he'd just escaped from the maw of death itself. Who was that woman? Such a terrifying presence, he muttered, still shaken. Suddenly, a voice behind him made his pupils contract. You're quite the quick runner, aren't you? A hand rested lightly on Mephisto's shoulder. It was such a simple gesture, yet left him utterly paralyzed. He tried to summon his magic, but it was as silent as a dead sea. He reached for his authority over hell, but nothing answered. Even the power to feign death and resurrect was beyond his grasp. At that moment, Mephisto was consumed by despair. Wouldn't it have been easier just to behave and remain a slave? Now he'd run headlong into someone he couldn't possibly handle. It was as if someone had heard the thought echoing in his heart. Relax. You're my little one slave, so I won't break you. Still, you've been a bit naughty, so I'll have to give you some proper training. Besides, I'm very curious about the anatomy of a demon from this universe. Before the words had fully faded, Mephisto's body vanished from hell, swallowed completely by darkness. Of the earth-shattering events taking place in hell, Kino was utterly unaware. At that moment, he had already returned to the human world. He found himself back in the manor's living room. Pamela, I'm home. No sooner had Kino finished speaking than the door creaked open, and a green figure burst out. Darling, you're finally back. Pamela's voice was filled with deep emotion. Pamela, Kino replied, his face lighting up with joy as he swept her into a tight embrace. I missed you so much, darling. You've been gone for 10 days. Pamela buried her head against Kino's chest, her voice muffled, thick with longing and a trace of grievance. I'm sorry. It took a little longer this time to deal with the enemy once and for all. Kino gently stroked Pamela's back, his words full of apology. After this last battle, he had come to understand the limits of his power more clearly. Not invincible, perhaps, but in this world, only the 5 great deities could go toe-to-toe with him. Pamela looked Kino up and down, her eyes sweeping over him anxiously as she spoke. Are you hurt anywhere? No, not a scratch. I sent him running for his life. Kino replied with a relaxed smile, brimming with confidence and pride. He gave Pamela's hand a little squeeze, hoping to ease her worries. Still uneasy, Pamela reached out to gently caress Kino's cheek, as if making sure he was truly unharmed. Really? Don't hide anything from me. Kino caught her hand and pressed a soft kiss to her fingers. Darling, I'm really fine. You don't need to worry. Hearing the commotion downstairs, Damien ran down from the upper floor. Godfather, you're back. Damien's face lit up with delight. Just then, with a sudden whoosh, Venom appeared, scooping Damien up in a tight embrace and nuzzling him energetically. Damien, you're so soft and sweet. Did you miss me? Venom. Damien was squeezed so tightly he could hardly breathe. Once Venom let go, Kino suddenly realized he was standing there with nothing on. Pamela froze for a moment at the sight. Dear, hurry and get dressed, Pamela said, cheeks flushing as she snapped out of her daze. Kino felt a bit embarrassed himself and dashed off to the bedroom. Down in the hells, such things didn't matter, but here among humans, he still had a sense of shame. After he'd changed in the bedroom, Pamela went to prepare something to eat. Kino dug eagerly into a plate of ribs. After so long fighting in hell, without even a sip of water, the taste of real food now was pure bliss. Slow down. If it's not enough, I'll cook more, Pamela said with a smile. She'd picked up some Chinese recipes. Seeing how much Kino was enjoying himself, Pamela's appetite rose, and she joined in eating. Damien, try some chocolate, Venom offered, setting down a large plate piled high with all kinds of chocolate. She could eat human food, but to her, nothing beat chocolate. Thank you, Venom Mom, Damien said, grabbing some snack on. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Tony? What's he doing here? Kino, mouth still full, sensed the mark he'd placed on Stark and was a bit puzzled. Pamela, however, was used to such visits. With a graceful wave, she directed the plants by the door to open it slowly. This guy comes by every single day, asking if you've come back, as if he thinks you're the reason he's out there fighting the bad guys. Pamela shrugged helplessly. Good afternoon, Miss Pamela. Has Kino come back yet? Tony pushed open the door with Pepper in tow, asking almost out of habit. It was the same question he'd asked every day for the past few days, and honestly, he didn't expect anything different today. Tony, long time no see. Have you eaten? Kino's voice drifted over. Kino, you're back. Tony's face lit up with surprise as he turned toward the sound and hurried over to the dining table. Yeah, I just got back. Come join us for a bite, Kino said with a warm smile. Sorry to intrude, Mr. Kino. Pepper nodded politely and sat down next to Pamela. The two of them had grown quite close these past few days. Great. I hardly ever get to eat Chinese food. Tony made himself right at home, plopping down in a seat. Pamela smiled gently and, with a wave of her hand, coaxed the plants to set 2 more sets of bowls and chopsticks on the table. Chinese food really does need to be eaten with white rice. This is delicious. I think I should invent a robot that can cook Chinese food, Tony said as he dug in. If you come up with one, make sure I get one too. A robot that can cook. I could really use that. Kino thought of the gang of cooks back in hell. If it weren't for the high wages, they'd have gone on strike long ago. Demons in hell could really eat. No problem, Tony replied with confidence, happily savoring the meal. The dining room brimmed with a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. Pepper glanced at the mountain of chocolate piled in Venom's bowl and whispered, Pamela, is it really okay for her to eat that much chocolate? It's fine. Sister Venom isn't from Earth. Chocolate is actually her main food. Pamela explained with a smile. An alien? Pepper was startled at first, but then she remembered Mr. Kino was a demon king, and her expression slowly eased. Venom passed her a piece of chocolate. Try it. This brand makes the best chocolate. Pepper accepted the offer and popped the chocolate into her mouth. Haven't you been getting enough rest lately? Venom noticed that Pepper looked a bit worn out and asked with genuine concern. Yeah, with Obadiah's death, the explosion at the weapons factory, then Tony becoming Iron Man, it's just been one thing after another. Pepper rubbed her forehead, sounding weary. Even though she'd been coming by every day, she rarely stayed more than half an hour or just dropped off a gift before leaving. It looked like she wouldn't get any free time today either, and tomorrow would probably be another all-nighter. The thought made her shoot Tony a resentful glare. Tony, a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. I've been busy upgrading the Iron Man armor lately, so I handed all the company matters over to you. Thank you for all your hard work, Pepper. Let me help you recover a bit, Venom offered. Thank you, that would be a big help. Pepper glanced at Tony. Seeing his reassuring nod, she agreed. Venom gently took Pepper's hand. A silent, inky black substance seeped into her body without a sound. After a short while, Venom released her hand and said, "All done." In that instant, Pepper felt the exhaustion melt away. She was filled with renewed energy. Wow, Pepper, your face. Tony suddenly gasped in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. What about my face? Pepper asked, puzzled, touching her cheek. All she could feel was smoothness. Pamela, controlling a plant, handed over a mirror. Oh my gosh. Pepper stared at her reflection in awe. She had always used expensive skincare and cosmetics to maintain her appearance, but time had inevitably dulled her. Complexion. Now, her skin looked as youthful as it had in her younger days, smooth, radiant, not a wrinkle in sight, glowing with an irresistible charm. I really can't thank you enough, Venom, Pepper said, deeply moved, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. It was nothing, Venom replied, mimicking Tony's earlier tone with easy confidence. Pepper couldn't help but laugh, her laughter bright and clear. In that moment, the bond between her and Venom grew closer. After dinner, the three women took Damien to the sofa for a chat. Miss Venom's abilities are astonishing no matter how many times I witness them. Tony marveled, his eyes filled with admiration. Of course, my wife is the best, Kino declared proudly. Pepper is the best, Tony countered, refusing to be outdone. The two men began a spirited debate over whose wife was more amazing. I can't thank you enough, my friend. I honestly don't even know how to repay you, Tony said sincerely, looking at Kino with great earnestness. Whether it was saving my life before or bringing Pepper and me together, I owe you more than I can ever repay. How about another 10% share in the company? Tony suggested, gritting his teeth. That's already the maximum I can offer without affecting the group's stability. No need. I'm planning to start my own company soon. If you really want to thank me, how about doing me a favor instead? Kino replied with a smile. Don't make it something small, or I'll feel insulted, Tony said, raising a glass of water and taking a careful sip. Rebuilding hell, does that sound big enough for you? Tony choked on his water, coughing violently as a sense of foreboding crept over him. Rebuilding hell? What are you planning? To turn it into a city of steel? No, a natural paradise. How's the progress? Haven't even started yet. There's nothing I can do. I'm short on both money and manpower. Right now, I'm just dealing with the lava around here. I need to see this hell you're talking about for myself. Tony realized he might have been bragging a bit. Dealing with lava? What a hellish environment. No problem. The two of them prepared to head to hell. Venom, Pamela, Damien, Tony, and I have some business to take care of in hell. Kino informed his family. I'm coming too. Pamela spoke up immediately. She'd only just reunited with her beloved, and she wasn't willing to be separated so soon. Pepper, would you like to come along and see for yourself? Venom invited Pepper. Without a moment's hesitation, Pepper agreed. She was just as curious about what the legendary hell looked like. Pepper, darling, who knows, maybe there's a throne of flames in hell just waiting for you. Tony waggled his eyebrows, flashing an exaggerated grin. You always tease me. If such a thing exists, it's probably prepared for you, Pepper retorted, giving Tony a playful glare. Maybe the demons of hell will treat you as their honored guest and offer you a mountain of burning jewels, Tony continued, painting a vivid picture with his imagination. Then you'd be the #1 target for their mischief. Let's see if you can still joke around then, Pepper said, folding her arms and pretending to be annoyed. Oh, don't be mad, darling. Maybe there's a mystical spring in hell that can keep you young forever. Tony tried to coax her. Pepper rolled her eyes. Like that could ever exist. It actually does, Kino replied earnestly. What? Tony and Pepper exclaimed in unison, both utterly shocked. The potion I'm about to sell has that very effect. I'll make sure you both get some. Kino smiled as he answered. You're the best, Kino, my man. By the way, does the potion have, any extra effects? Tony asked, waggling his brows suggestively. Don't worry, it absolutely does. Tony stepped through the portal and was instantly blinded by a burst of golden light. It took him a long moment to adjust to the brilliance. But when his eyes finally focused, he was completely stunned by the sight before him. All around were heaps of gold and gemstones, piled into towering mountains, their dazzling brilliance enough to make anyone dizzy. Kino, didn't you say you're short on people and broke? There's enough gold here to buy the whole world. Who are you trying to fool? Tony stared wide-eyed in disbelief. I have no idea what's going on either. Kino was just as dumbfounded. He had never imagined that his hell would ever turn into something like this. Pamela's eyes widened in disbelief. This is just too much. Pepper covered her mouth, murmuring, I've never seen such a mountain of wealth gathered in one place. Venom, on the other hand, was positively gleeful. Wow, this is a veritable ocean of treasure. I'm ready to go exploring. From a distance, Shi's voice rang out, sharp and commanding. You useless lot. Hurry up and get all of this moved into the palace. But boss, His Majesty's palace is already packed to the brim. One demon replied nervously, his voice trembling. Then open up a new palace. Do I have to teach you even that? She barked, hands on her hips, radiating authority. Understood, came a meek, fearful answer. Kino arrived just then, taking in the chaotic scene. A swarm of demons hustling back and forth with carts piled high with treasure, the place a whirlwind of activity. As Kino observed, he began to suspect where all this wealth had come from. He called out. She jumped at the sudden sound, spinning around. Young master, what's going on here? After Shi's explanation, Kino finally understood. All this treasure had come from Mephisto's vault. Two demons had swallowed a whole to smuggle it back, but in a moment of clumsiness, they tripped and spilled it all out in one spectacular heap. Young master, with so much treasure at your disposal, your renovation plans are sure to succeed. She looked at Kino with anticipation, excitement sparkling in her eyes, clearly hoping for praise. I don't think so, Tony interjected, his gaze serious as he surveyed the piles of gems and gold coins. Why not? She shot Tony a furious glare, her eyes blazing with irritation. If all this gold were to suddenly flood into human society, it would trigger a severe economic crisis. Maybe even a world war if things got out of hand, Tony said gravely. Then we definitely can't sell it all, Kino agreed, frowning as he realized the gravity of the situation after a moment's thought. Shi's face fell, her lips pursed in disappointment. After all that trouble. Now, the swallowing demon and the space demon both looked like they had something to say. It's not that we can't sell it all, Tony said slowly. We just need to control the amount. Selling a little at a time should be fine. After all, gold is consumed in industry too. That's a relief, she exhaled, finally letting go of her worry. At least all their effort hadn't been for nothing. For the demons who fought in this battle, ask if there's anything they want. If not, convert their share into money. They'll need it in the future, Kino instructed methodically. Yes, young master, she replied respectfully. And you, Shi? Is there anything you want? Kino looked at her and asked. Master, I'm fine. She stole a glance at Kino, but in the end, she didn't dare to say what was on her mind. Leave Shi's reward to me. Venom laughed as she pulled Shi into her embrace and led her toward the corner. Madam Venom. She didn't dare resist, so she obediently followed along. Kino turned to Pamela and said, Pamela, why don't you take Pepper and Damien to look around? If you see anything you like, just take it. All right, darling. Pamela replied smoothly, then led Pepper and Damien toward the mountain of treasures. She knew her beloved had business to discuss. Kino, take me up high so I can have a look around, Tony said. No problem, Kino replied, grabbing Tony by the collar and soaring up to the heights of the palace. What a horrible way to travel, Tony complained as soon as his feet touched the ground, hastily straightening out his clothes. You're no beauty. Did you really think I'd give you a princess, Carrie? Kino teased him. I'd rather be dead. Tony shot back with a dramatic roll of his eyes. With that exchange, Tony turned his gaze to this hellish landscape. A place utterly inhospitable, without warm sunlight, without fertile soil, only endless volcanoes looming and swirling dust in the air. He fell silent, transforming this wasteland into a lush forest. Even with all his genius, it would take at least 100 years at best. Is it impossible, Tony? Kino watched Tony sink into silence, and finally spoke up. Impossible? I'm Tony Stark. Don't lump me in with those run-of-the-mill scientists. Tony rolled his eyes dramatically, but even as he spoke, his mind was already racing through potential solutions. First, tell me your original plan, Tony said, snapping out of his thoughts as he turned to Kino. My plan is fairly simple. Have the demons deal with the surrounding volcanoes, absorb their energy, then level the mountains to turn them into extinct volcanoes. After that, we bring in soil from the outside to cover the land, and finally Pamela will cultivate new plants to be planted here. After hearing such a slapdash plan, calling it a plan was almost an insult to the word itself. Tony could only think of it as brute force and wishful thinking. Sigh, you just came up with this off the top of your head, didn't you? Tony smacked his forehead, utterly exasperated. Actually, Dr. Banner was supposed to handle this, but he's busy with the company and some pharmaceutical work, so I thought I'd give it a try myself first. Besides, isn't that why I came to you? Tony Stark, the greatest genius of the century. Kino scratched his head, fully aware that research and development wasn't his forte, but he firmly believed Tony could pull it off. Ahem. All right then. Who told me to be your friend? Tony grinned smugly, then put on a serious face. First, let me walk you through my plan. From the magma-powered energy generator to the massive air purification towers, Tony explained every step and its purpose to Kino in crystal-clear detail. That's the preliminary plan. I'll send over the blueprints and the production lines in a few days. You can just use them directly. No hassle. After talking for so long, Tony couldn't help but feel parched. He licked his lips, gratefully accepted the glass of water Kino handed him, and downed it in one go. Kino clapped Tony on the shoulder, his voice full of sincerity. Thanks, Tony. You've been a huge help. I'm sure hell will be completely transformed because of you. Tony pressed his lips together, his eyes clouded with doubt. He asked, Kino, why are you doing something so thankless? And don't give me any of that shield talk. If you just wanted to improve people's lives, you could have built a city of steel. Why go to all this trouble to remake hell just to make it look nicer? I can't buy that as your reason, no matter what you say. Kino was silent for a moment, then quietly asked in return, what do you think my reason is? Noah's Ark? Tony stared intently at Kino. In his mind flashed images of Obadiah, the Lord of Hell, and those mountains of treasure. His instincts told him the human world was growing more dangerous by the day. Kino, can you tell me? With this much power at your command, why do you still need all this? Tony's gaze was probing, full of confusion, as if he was waiting for Kino to finally say something that would make sense. I've seen the future. Alien invasions, gods returning, demon lords ending the world, supervillains, time itself being rewritten. Kino answered slowly, his voice low and grave. As Kino spoke, Tony's expression darkened, as if a shadow had fallen over him. He didn't doubt Kino's words. The sheer scale and determination behind this hell renovation plan said it all. So this is your sanctuary, a place to protect yourself when disaster hits. Tony's voice was heavy. How could that be? Hell's my home now. I really do want to make it look better. And besides, I want it as a base of operations and a stronghold. Do I really seem that timid and scared to you? Kino widened his eyes and shot Tony a look that said, Are you serious? Sorry, Tony's voice was tinged with guilt. You must have guessed how I got my powers, haven't you? Kino said bluntly. Ever since Natasha had called him Poison Ivy, he'd figured they might have some suspicions, though he hadn't exactly tried to hide it. I know, DC Comics, the powers Superman has are just unbelievable. Thinking back to the information he'd read before, Tony remarked with a sense of awe. That's right. I've replicated Superman's abilities. Most of the crises we talked about, I can handle now, but what worries me is that when the fighting actually starts, I might not be able to protect the people around me. That's why I came up with a plan to transform hell. It's just like what happened to you, Tony. Pepper was kidnapped because you let your guard down. Kino said this with utmost seriousness. Hearing this, Tony relaxed a little. He'd already seen a glimpse of Kino's power. He nodded and said, So that's what it was. I misunderstood you, Kino. But I have to admit, your thinking is impressively thorough. Kino continued. In the face of a crisis of that magnitude, even the slightest oversight could lead to consequences we can never undo. I don't want anyone I care about to be put in harm's way. Tony agreed wholeheartedly. I get it. After what happened with Pepper, I understand just how important it is to protect the people close to us. Kino smiled. That's why this transformation of hell isn't just about creating a refuge. It's about giving everyone a safe place to fall back on. So Tony, I need your help. The sooner we build this safe haven, the better prepared we'll be for whatever comes. Tony felt a surge of motivation. Don't worry. Let's work together and turn hell into the ultimate fortress for the future. Here, this is for you, a pass to hell, and another one for Pepper. If you ever find yourselves in danger, you can escape straight into hell. Kino handed over 2 stone tokens. A sly smile flickered across Kino's face, almost too brief to notice. He was quietly pleased with himself. The director of Hell's construction department is finally in place. Suddenly, a sharp cry rang out from a distance. breaking Kino's moment of satisfaction. Tony turned at the sound, surprised to see Pepper flying toward them. Pepper was riding a broomstick, and she landed beside Tony with a delighted grin. Right behind her, Pamela, Venom, she, and Damien also arrived, though they weren't riding broomsticks. "Tony, that was incredible!" Pepper exclaimed, waving her broom in excitement, her cheeks flushed with joy. "Pepper, how did you manage that?" Tony frowned, taking the broom from her and examining it closely. He muttered, "It's so light, made of wood, no sign of any power source, just a normal broom for cleaning." "No, it's not about the broom. This is the power of magic." Kino sensed the new magical energy radiating from them. "Darling, look what we found." Pamela handed over a book. "Beginner's Guide to Magic Spells?" Mephisto's treasury had something like this, too. Kino took the introduction to magic spells from Pamela and, in just a few seconds, swiftly flipped through the entire book. His gaze was sharp and focused, his fingers moving so quickly across the pages that it was nearly impossible to follow. "But whose magic are you borrowing from?" Kino's expression grew serious as he swept his gaze across the group, his tone probing. "In the Marvel Universe, all magic is borrowed from the demon gods, entities like the Vishanti or Dormammu. But there's always a price to pay. Physical toll is the lesser concern. Using magic often means drawing power from certain mystical beings. It's much like taking out a loan. The user is bound by the duty to repay. If repayment is late or the agreement with a magical entity is broken, punishment from that entity is sure to follow. Young master, it was me. I'm the one who lent it." She admitted quietly, her voice tinged with shyness. "I have plenty of magic, so I shared a little with your friends just for fun." "Don't blame she, dear. It was our idea. We just couldn't resist trying legendary magic when we saw it for ourselves." Pamela quickly chimed in, standing up for she. "Kino, I'm here to keep an eye on things. We'll be fine." Venom, for her part, showed no fear, recognizing Kino's concern for their safety. "Godfather, I'm really sorry," Damien added, bowing his head. He'd never seen his godfather upset before. "I apologize as well, Mr. Kino." Pepper offered her own apology in turn. Tony remained silent. He understood better than anyone. No one in this world lends you something for nothing. Either the relationship is exceptionally close, or there's interest to be paid. And interest, when it comes to demon gods, is never easy to repay. Kino frowned, falling silent for a moment before saying, "Let's not let this happen again. We were lucky this time. Nothing went wrong. You borrowed she's magic, but if it had been the demon gods, things could have gotten out of hand very quickly." The group nodded earnestly, promising not to repeat their mistake. Yet, as they glanced at the brooms in their hands, a hint of reluctance showed in their eyes. The allure of magic was hard to resist. After a moment's thought, Kino continued, "From now on, your magic will be supplied by hell itself, but you may only use magic within hell's boundaries." As he spoke, a brilliant red light flared at his wrist, weaving through the air like a living thread. In an instant, it linked hell's power directly to them. Hell followed wherever Kino went. But if he ever journeyed to another world and they tried to fly, only to have the magic cut out and plummet from the sky, it would be no laughing matter. Immediately, everyone could feel a new surge of magic welling up from within, so potent it made their eyes shine with excitement. Bursting with joy, they cheered and wasted no time soaring into the sky to enjoy their newfound abilities. You go too. Keep an eye on them," Kino instructed, turning to the girl at his side. "Yes, young master," she answered, her voice light with happiness before she too shot upward, joining the others in the sky. Tony stood below, gazing up at Pepper as she danced among the clouds, his eyes filled with tenderness and wonder. I've never seen Pepper laugh so happily before. She's always looked busy, or she's cleaning up my mess. Kino patted Tony on the shoulder and said, "Maybe the pressure from daily life is just too much, and it's rare for her to truly relax like this. Besides, you shouldn't be standing here getting sentimental. Come join us." With that, Tony suddenly felt a strange surge of energy well up inside him, and a book was shoved into his hands. "I'll go on ahead," Kino said, leaving a broom behind before swiftly soaring into the sky toward Venom, Pamela, and the others. Tony eyed the broom that Kino had left, shaking his head with utter disdain. "I'm Tony Stark. I don't need something like this to fly." Muttering to himself, he flipped open the book and found the page about flying. "These incantations are so awkward. You and #Y." Tony stammered through the spell, and soon his body began to rise gently off the ground. The sensation of flying this way was nothing like being inside his Iron Man suit. This was all him. No armor, just the open air, the wind buffeting him and making him wobble uncertainly. It felt anything but safe. "Come on, deep breath. You've flown at 8,000 meters before," he told himself, psyching himself up. Tony steadied his posture as best he could, drifting determinedly toward Pepper. Meanwhile, after performing a few difficult maneuvers, Pepper moved with the effortless grace of a breeze, having already mastered the art of flight. Humanity's longing for the sky has never ceased, and now, Pepper was utterly intoxicated by the sheer joy of soaring freely. She called out gleefully, "Pamela, Venom, I love hell." Her radiant smile bloomed like a flower, dazzling and captivating. "In that case, hell is always ready to welcome you, Miss Pepper," Kino replied with a warm and distinctly devilish smile. Privately, Kino even began to wonder if hell could be developed into a tourist attraction one day. Maybe flight could be its special feature, though there'd have to be some restrictions, or else things could get messy. Pepper, I'm coming." Tony's awkward figure drifted closer, his face tense and his legs dangling uncomfortably with nothing solid beneath him. "Tony, what's with that look?" "Ha ha ha." Pepper burst into laughter at the sight of Tony's predicament. Even the always confident, dashing Tony Stark can run into trouble sometimes. Her laughter rang out in the air, bright and full of warmth. At first, Tony felt a bit embarrassed, but when he saw how vibrant and brilliant Pepper looked, he couldn't help but stare, completely captivated. Lost in the moment, he forgot he still hadn't fully mastered the spell. Suddenly, the magic gave out, and gravity took over in an instant. Pepper's expression changed instantly. Without hesitation, she steered her broomstick into a sharp dive, catching Tony with precision and settling him securely on the broom. "Are you all right, Tony?" Pepper's face was filled with worry as she spoke, her arms wrapping tightly around Tony's waist, as if afraid he might fall again. At first, Tony felt a bit embarrassed, but the brush of golden hair against his cheek and the gentle softness behind him made his heart flutter. He said, "Pepper, hold me a little tighter. I'm a bit scared." "Then let's go down," Pepper replied, already preparing to guide the broom toward the ground. "No, just let me get used to being up here for a minute." Tony hastily found an excuse, a faint sheen of sweat appearing on his forehead. Pepper seemed to realize what was happening. She was, after all, no longer a teenage girl. With a gentle smile, she tightened her embrace around Tony. "Is this better?" she asked. "Yeah, that's just right," Tony replied, the corners of his mouth curving into a small smile as he savored this tender moment. "I never thought I'd be the one feeling jealous of someone else's romance," Venom muttered as he soared through the air, unable to help but comment on Tony and Pepper's affectionate scene. "It's pretty normal. I see them together every day. Ever since they made it official, they've been inseparable." Pammy waved her hand casually, her expression one of total familiarity with the situation. Damien, meanwhile, was off to the side, fully absorbed in experimenting with other spells. She kept a watchful eye on him. Among the group, this little guy was the only one who really needed supervision. "Kino, what are you up to?" Venom noticed a bright red screen materializing in front of Kino and, curiosity piqued, drifted over for a better look. "No injuries from high-altitude falls. Instructions for flight magic. Restricted areas." "Kino, are you coding up a video game or something?" Venom asked, his face puzzled. "Something like that. There'll be a lot more humans in this hell soon, so I want to add some unique features and a few restrictions." Kino nodded, fingers flying across the screen as he worked. After absorbing fragments of hell, he could sense new changes taking place. Not only had his ability to issue precise commands improved, but hell itself was expanding, growing ever more powerful. If he could gather enough core fragments, he even wondered if he might be able to use hell as a bridge to connect the Marvel and DC universes. But he wasn't in any rush. At the very least, he'd need power to stand against the 5 divine beings before considering such a feat. "Kino, can I give it a try?" Venom's eyes sparkled with anticipation, unable to resist the urge to join in. "Sure. In fact, help me think through some scenarios we might run into." Kino replied cheerfully, sharing a section of the screen. Venom gave a big thumbs up, then hugged the screen to his chest and zipped over to Pamela, his voice brimming with excitement. "Pamela, let's play together." Pamela nodded with a gentle smile, and the two of them immediately began working on the screen, their expressions focused and fully absorbed. Chino didn't pay much attention. After all, even if there were conflicting commands, they could always be changed. He continued to perfect his own section with unwavering concentration, the red glow illuminating his earnest face. Time slipped by quietly, and by the time they returned to the mortal world, it was already evening. Pepper was still holding on to her broom, intending to take it home, and bounced lightly on the spot. "It feels a bit strange to be back on solid ground all of a sudden," Pepper said, a little forlorn. Pamela laughed and said, "We can always plan another trip to the underworld next time. Once my Deers project really gets underway, the scenery will be even more beautiful and more fun too." Pepper nodded eagerly, her eyes shining with anticipation. Thanks, Chino. Today's truly been a perfect day, Tony said, smiling as he patted Chino's shoulder, his face radiating satisfaction. It really was a perfect date. After watching Tony and the others leave, Chino was just about ready to take a well-earned rest, when he turned and unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. See, what brings you out here? Chino raised an eyebrow, looking at the petite figure before him. Well, young master, it was Madame who brought me out, she answered softly, her head lowered, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. In truth, she had just told a little lie to her young master. Chino, let's take she out shopping tomorrow. She can stay here for the night. Venom chimed in, clinging to Chino's arm with a playful pout. Pamela nodded in agreement, adding, Yes, darling, she's been exhausted lately. She deserves a chance to relax. I never said I disagreed, just a little surprised. You have been working hard these days, Chino replied, gently. It's not hard at all. Serving you is my honor, young master, she said, lifting her head to meet Chino's gaze with unwavering determination. Chino smiled and said, No need to be so formal. Take it easy tonight, and tomorrow, enjoy yourself. A brilliant smile blossomed on Shi's face. Thank you, young master. Thank you, madam. Damien, make sure you get some rest early too, all right? Chino looked at Damien, concern evident in his eyes. Godfather, I always go to bed early, Damien replied, puffing out his chest with pride. Then how do you explain those dark circles under your eyes? Chino teased, giving Damien's cheek a gentle pinch, his eyes twinkling with playful mischief. Well, that's okay. Godfather, I guess I've been staying up playing lately, Damien admitted, his voice dropping and his gaze drifting away. Start bought Damien a gaming console a while back. Damien, if you've been sneaking out of bed to play at night, I'll have to confiscate it for a while, Pamela interjected, her face suddenly stern as she fixed Damien with a serious look. I'm sorry, Mama Pamela, Damian murmureda politically. Damien panicked at first, but when he saw Pamela's angry expression, he quickly bowed his head and admitted his mistake. The emotions he'd kept buried within the League of Assassins were gradually healing in this warm and gentle life. It's all right, Pamela. Chino's done this plenty of times too. Venom stepped forward, softly comforting Pamela. This time, let's not confiscate it. Pamela's just worried about your health. Kids who don't sleep, well, don't grow tall, you know. Surely you don't want to end up only being able to reach your opponent's knees when you're fighting alongside Bruce someday, right? Chino purposely put on a stern face to scare Damien. He didn't really mind the incident. After all, children are naturally curious. He'd done the same thing himself before, but some boundaries had to be set, and this tactic worked wonders. Imagining such a scene, Damien nodded seriously and said, I understand, Godfather. I won't stay up late anymore. Good boy. Chino gently patted Damien's little head. It was so much easier communicating with children like this. They knew right from wrong and had a strong sense of self-control. Pamela, take Damien to have a bath. I'll wait for you in the room, Chino said, winking at her, his eyes glinting with mischief. That familiar sweetness he could never tire of. Pamela's cheeks flushed a delicate pink. She shot Chino a playful glare and said softly, You're always up to no good. Then, she scooped Damien in her arms and headed upstairs. Could you come help me? Pamela called. Huh? Oh yes, Mrs. Pamela. She snapped out of her daze, quickly replying as she hurried to catch up. I'm sorry, Mama Pamela. I let you down. I'm not really disappointed, just worried about your health. As a punishment, you'll have to drink half a cup more milk every morning from now on. Yes, Mama Pamela. As their voices drifted away, Chino turned to Venom, anticipation sparkling in his eyes. Don't forget what you promised me earlier. Relax, I'll make sure you're satisfied, but you'd better go get cleaned up first. Let's go together, Chino chuckled, grabbing Venom's hand and eagerly pulling him toward the bathroom. Night passed quietly. The sky outside was still dim, the first hints of dawn lingering. Chino blinked himself awake, groggy, only to realize he couldn't move. His body was trapped. He looked down. Venom had wrapped tightly around him on his left, Pamela nestled against his right, and she was sprawled across the middle, pinning him down. The wild, passionate moments of the previous night slowly resurfaced in his mind, vivid and clear. This really is the first time I've ever felt completely exhausted, Chino sighed helplessly. Ever since he'd received Logan's healing factor, he'd always thought his stamina was limitless. But last night had proven, no matter how strong your body, there's always a limit to how much you can take. Young master, the sound of Shi's soft murmurs drifted through the room as her small face nuzzled against Chino's chest, much like a lazy kitten seeking warmth. Are you truly a succubus, or perhaps a shapeshifter? Chino mused himself, but he didn't move. Instead, he closed his eyes once more and murmured, Let's sleep a little longer. A gentle ray of sunlight rose outside the window, its soft glow spilling across the rumpled bed. Young master. She squinted sleepily, her eyes still heavy with slumber, and glanced at Kino's sleeping face. Then, like a little cat, she crawled onto him and planted a quick kiss. Good morning, she. Kino, stirred by her movements, slowly opened his eyes. His voice carried the lazy undertone of someone just waking up. Ah. She gave a start, her eyes flying open wide. This wasn't a dream. I'm so sorry. I actually used you as my pillow, young master. Flustered, she scrambled to get up. Seeing she rise, Kino sat up in bed as well. Watching her stand by the bedside, he chuckled and said, Weren't you quite bold just yesterday? Why so shy now? She, a little embarrassed, covered her face, her voice barely more than a whisper. Young master, I overstepped my bounds last night. That's nothing to worry about. In fact, I rather enjoyed it, Kino replied, a hint of satisfaction lingering on his face. Although he generally preferred mature women, a change of pace now and then wasn't unwelcome. As long as you're pleased, young master, she replied quietly, her head lowered. Kino then noticed the traces of last night, still on she. Feeling sticky and uncomfortable, aren't you? Let's take a bath. Without waiting for a reply, Kino scooped she up and carried her to the bathroom. Once the shower was running, Kino carefully washed she's hair, gently lathered her with body wash, and thoroughly cleansed her, then let her soak in the tub for a while. She basked in her young master's attentive care, her heart brimming with joy. At last, she had what she longed for. Next, it was Kino's turn to clean up. Young master, let me help you. All right, give my back a good scrub. At first, she earnestly washed Kino's back, but before long, her hands wandered elsewhere. Kino seid helplessly. You seemed a little uncomfortable, young master, she replied, her voice tinged with both shyness and mischief. Just remember, you'll have to wash me again in a moment. I don't mind. After Kino and she finally finished bathing and stepped out, they found Venom waiting, a teasing look on her face as she drawled. So, were you satisfied last night, master? Her tone was thick with innuendo. Kino felt a rush of embarrassment and quickly pushed the thought aside, replying, Venom, behave yourself. If you keep this up, we'll never make it out the door today. All right, Kino. Venom dropped the teasing tone. Good morning, Lady Venom. She greeted respectfully, fully aware that without Venom's help, she would never have won the young master's favor. No need to call me lady, just call me sister. Venom smiled as he spoke. No, she is a servant. She was very serious about this. Even in the bathroom, she had not changed her address, and at this moment she still insisted on her sense of identity. Whatever you like, she. You can call yourself whatever you want, Kino said. Yes, young master, she responded immediately. By the way, where's Pamela? Kino turned to ask Venom. Pamela went next door to take a bath. She should be making breakfast now, Venom replied. All the chefs in the manor were in hell, and Frank was busy assembling a team. Originally, Kino wanted to recruit new chefs, but Pamela stopped him, saying she didn't have much to do anyway and would take charge of the meals herself. The group went downstairs. Damien was already seated at the dining table, waiting for breakfast, while Pamela bustled about in the kitchen. Mrs. Pamela, let me help you, she said as she hurried into the kitchen. You worked so hard yesterday, are you all right? Pamela asked with concern. She shook her head, took the plate from Pamela's hand, and said, Mrs. Pamela, I'm fine. Demons recover very quickly. Amazing. You could do the splits all day and not feel a thing. Pamela was a bit envious. Even with the strength she gained from the green, she still couldn't keep up with Kino. Mrs. Pamela, she's hand trembled as she held the plate. All right, I won't talk about it anymore. Good morning, Godfather. Good morning, Mama Venom, Damien said sweetly. Good morning, Damien, Kino replied with a smile. Damien, you're soft and sweet, Venom said affectionately, planting a kiss on Damien's cheek. Even though she had given up on eating human brains, the scent of a growing human child still delighted her. Damien sat quietly in Venom's arms. Though he had been frightened at first, he gradually grew used to her, realizing she meant no harm. Damien, what have you been up to lately? Kino asked, taking an interest in Damien's recent activities. Studying, training, and playing games, Damien replied. When she mentioned playing games, her cheeks flushed a little. Kino considered this, then said, Damien, would you like to go to school? His gaze was gentle and full of concern. Although Damien was mature beyond her years, Kino still felt it wasn't good for a child to stay cooped up at home all the time. What school? Damien frowned, unfamiliar with the word. School is a place where people of about the same age gather to learn new things and make friends, Kino explained patiently. Godfather, I already have tutors for learning. And what are friends? Are they powerful? Damien asked, her eyes filled with confusion. Among the people Lei Xiaogu brought, there were dedicated tutors responsible for Damien's education. Moreover, the education she received from the League of Assassins since childhood had a profound impact on her. In her worldview, strength was everything, and the concept of friendship was vague and distant. Kino was at a loss for words. He opened his mouth, but couldn't find a way to answer Damien's question, a trace of helplessness flickering across his face. Venom couldn't hold back any longer at the sight of Kino's awkwardness, and burst into hearty laughter that echoed throughout the room. Kino's face darkened, and he shot Venom a fierce glare, feeling rather frustrated inside. Damien, on the other hand, simply looked puzzled. He glanced at Kino, then at the laughing Venom, clearly having no idea what was going on. Finally, the laughter subsided. Venom turned to Damien and said, "Damien, even though you have private tutors and the people at your school aren't very strong, this ordinary life is something your father once experienced, and also what he hopes for you." Damien lowered his head, considering the words. A thoughtful look appeared on his young face, and after a moment he lifted his head and said, "Then I'd like to try it. The life my father once lived, Godfather." Venom raised an eyebrow, looking quite pleased. "All right, I'll make the arrangements," Kino nodded. Just then, Pamela and she came over, each carrying a tray. "Sweetheart, what just happened?" Venom was laughing so loudly, Pamela asked curiously. Before Kino could say a word, Venom eagerly recounted the entire incident. "School, is it? That's good. It'll be nice for him to spend time with kids his own age," Pamela said after listening, her gentle gaze full of approval as she looked at Damien. After breakfast, the group headed out together. This time, Kino drove personally, and the others climbed into the car one after another. Sunlight spilled over the car, reflecting dazzling rays. The vehicle started smoothly and rolled away from the manor. Everyone chatted and laughed along the way. Besides yesterday's planned shopping trip, they also needed to buy some clothes for she. After all, her wardrobe consisted only of leather jackets and a few quirky pieces, fine for private enjoyment, but not something to show to outsiders. They returned to Manhattan, the same district as before. The rundown streets from last time had transformed, now looking fresh and vibrant, as if the earlier chaos had never happened and everything was perfectly normal. Kino walked in the middle, with Venom on his left and Pamela on his right. The two women, each with their own distinct style, drew plenty of admiring glances. Venom was alluring and bold, Pamela gentle and graceful, while Kino exuded a charming, effortless confidence. Together, the three of them made for a striking scene on the street. As for Damien and she, who trailed behind, passers-by simply assumed the two women were their mothers, which drew more than a few envious looks. In those glances, one could see both admiration for Kino's good fortune and a hint of jealousy at his ability to charm two women at once. They arrived at a large clothing store, its spacious, brightly lit interior filled with racks of clothes in every imaginable style. Venom and Pamela, brimming with enthusiasm, picked out various outfits for she and Damien to try on, occasionally turning to Kino for his opinion. "How about she in Lolita fashion?" "Not bad, quite cute." "Let's have she try this dress next." "Not bad, very pretty." "What do you think of Damien in this little suit?" "Not bad, looks sharp." Venom shot him an exasperated look. "Is not bad all you ever say?" It's great." "Forget it, you just watch." For a while, Pamela and Damien became dress-up dolls, experimenting with all sorts of styles. Caught up in the fun, Venom and Pamela soon joined in, switching outfits themselves. By the end, the whole affair had turned into their own personal fashion show. Kino was utterly captivated, unable to take his eyes off them. Black stockings and camisoles suited Venom and Pamela best. White stockings, on the other hand, looked perfect on she. As for Damien, he had long since taken a seat beside Kino, enjoying the show together. However, their lively gathering soon attracted some unfriendly attention. Kino frowned as the divine emblem at his core faintly glowed. He could hear the subtle whispers around them as clearly as if they were right beside him. "Get ready to move. These rich pigs are loaded. Reed, this place is packed. Isn't it risky to act now?" "Idiot, just lure them somewhere quiet before making a move. I've had my eye on that redhead for a while. Then I want the little one." A sharp, icy glint flashed in Kino's eyes, his gaze so cold it could freeze a man where he stood. "Godfather!" Next to him, Damien's scalp prickled with fear as he glanced up at the imposing figure beside him, feeling the weight of an overwhelming murderous aura. In a heartbeat, Kino's menacing presence vanished. He reached out and gently ruffled Damien's hair. "Sorry, Damien. Did I scare you?" Kino's voice was full of genuine apology. "Godfather, who made you angry?" Damien looked up, concern in his eyes. "I'm not angry, just thinking about some unpleasant things." Kino smiled gently, his expression as warm as a spring breeze, washing away all unease. And indeed, he truly wasn't angry anymore. After all, who gets angry with the dead? Before long, Several people began to approach from different directions, including a woman who was, truth be told, rather attractive. The woman walked up beside Kino, only to suddenly stumble and fall before she could say a word. A knee crashed down from above, landing hard on her neck. Whether she'd passed out or worse was anyone's guess. The store staff barely had time to scream. FBI, we're conducting an operation, arresting a criminal gang. The FBI agent who had pinned the woman down glanced at Kino, only to break out in a cold sweat a moment later. Although Kino had appeared that night, the cameras were too far away to capture a clear image, so the public still had no idea what he really looked like. But Kino knew well enough. If the old man in front of him lost his temper, the entire country could be in trouble. A few people nearby sensed that something was wrong and tried to slip away, but before they could, several plainclothes agents quickly pinned them to the ground and whisked them off without a word. The whole process was swift and efficient, taking less than 30 seconds. By the time the bystanders realized what had happened, everything was already over. Mr. Kino, it's been a while. A warm, familiar voice rang out, tinged with a sense of genuine friendliness. Kino turned his head to see Coulson, dressed in casual clothes, ambling out from a corner. He wore his usual genial smile and carried a bag of drinks in his hand. Here you go, a drink from the East. I thought it tasted pretty good. Coulson offered the beverage to him. Kino glanced at the green packaging, noting the 2 English letters printed on it. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Who would have thought, even in the Marvel Universe, he'd run into this? Still, he didn't refuse. He opened a bottle and handed it to Damien beside him. Is S.H.I.E.L.D. keeping tabs on me? Kino met Coulson's gaze, his eyes sharp and probing. Coulson's expression didn't change. Not at all. However, we do monitor every major shopping mall. He was telling the truth. After confirming the extent of Kino's abilities, no one dared keep him under direct surveillance. But there were other ways. Traffic cameras, mall security feeds. Anytime Kino or his companions were spotted, S.H.I.E.L.D. would get an immediate alert. That's fine then. Kino nodded slightly, his expression easing a bit. Who wouldn't appreciate free bodyguards, after all? I don't want to see those people again. Understood. They'll be jumping the line for execution this afternoon. Despite Coulson's affable demeanor, it was worth remembering he was an agent of level 8, higher even than Hawkeye at level 7. Mr. Kino, may I ask where you've been all this time? Coulson's tone was casual, but there was a hint of curiosity in his eyes. He'd read the report himself. A crimson hand had appeared, grabbed Kino, and then both vanished. Nick Fury put you up to this, Kino replied absently, his eyes fixed on Venom and the others as they changed outfits. That's right. Since you disappeared, the director hasn't had a good night's sleep. Coulson shrugged helplessly and took a seat across from Kino. He didn't dare glance at the beautiful scene behind him. Cover my expenses today, and I'll tell you where I went. Kino spoke lightly, as if discussing something of no consequence. Coulson's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected an answer to come so easily. No problem, he agreed without hesitation. I got into a fight with the lords of some other hells and snatched a bit of treasure. That's all there is to it. Kino spoke with an air of nonchalance. Other hells? You mean there's more than one hell? Coulson's expression shifted in an instant to one of utter shock, his eyes widening in disbelief. Yes, including myself, there are 10. Kino dropped the revelation like a bombshell. Coulson couldn't help but exclaim, his voice brimming with incredulity. Seeing the look of disbelief etched on Coulson's face, Kino couldn't help but burst out laughing. Coulson steadied himself, then looked at Kino's unrestrained grin and said, You're lying. If there were 10 demon lords, Earth would have been destroyed by now. Not really. It's just that all those guys have been kept out of Earth by the sorcerers. They simply can't get in. Kino stopped laughing and finally gave the real answer. Relieved, Coulson let out a breath and asked, Who are these sorcerers? A secret order with a legacy spanning millions of years. Most of them act without desire for fame or profit, standing guard against those demon gods to keep them from invading Earth. Compared to your shield, they're the true guardians of this world. There was a trace of respect in Kino's eyes. Coulson looked at Kino in silence. His gaze said it all. Then how did you get in? I'm different. I got connections. Kino raised his brows, though he still wondered why the Sorcerer Supreme hadn't shown up by now. Still, it seemed like his presence was being tacitly allowed. And where are they? Coulson was about to ask more, but Kino had already risen from the sofa and was making his way out. I've answered your questions. The rest, I'll leave to you. Give my regards to Nick Fury, and wish him a good night's sleep for me. Watching Kino stroll off with his entourage in tow, Coulson let out a wry chuckle. A good night's sleep? With all these mysteries left hanging, he'd be lucky to get any sleep at all. Sir, what should we do with these? The plainclothes agent from earlier reappeared, pointing to a pile of clothes. Pay for them and have them delivered to the manor's gates, Coulson replied, resigned. But we don't have enough cash on us, the agent said, looking troubled. I'll handle it. It finally dawned on Carlson. These were all luxury items, with the cheapest piece costing thousands of dollars. He'd have to file for reimbursement with S.H.I.E.L.D. later. The thought made him sigh. Meanwhile, Kino and his group continued to visit other shops, watching fashion shows and buying things as they pleased. They had no shortage of money, but nothing felt quite as satisfying as spending someone else's. After browsing to their heart's content, they found themselves back at the restaurant from last time. Gathered around the table, they enjoyed exquisite desserts. Pamela, gazing out at the street, remarked with contentment, "What a beautiful day." No sooner had the words left her lips than a massive sandstorm swept past the window with a roar, blotting out the sunlight in an instant. Kino and the others could only look at her in speechless silence. "This has nothing to do with me," Pamela protested, looking utterly innocent. At the same time, a white figure flashed past the window. "Is that Gwen?" A tremendous sandstorm raged down the street, finally coming to an abrupt halt right beside the armored bank truck. "What on earth is that?" One of the guards shouted in terror, but before he could finish, a violent wave of sand struck him, knocking him out cold. Another guard fumbled for his radio and shouted, "Armored truck under attack, requesting immediate backup." Within the swirl of the sandstorm, the grains coalesced, gradually forming the figure of a towering man dressed in a green striped shirt. Flint Marco revealed himself. He strode into the armored truck, grabbed 2 bags stuffed with cash, and turned to leave. Suddenly, sirens wailed as several police cars raced onto the scene, blocking off the intersection. "Put down the money!" The officers jumped out, guns drawn, and aimed at Flint Marco, their faces tense and grave. "I don't want to hurt you. Stand aside," Flint called out, his voice sharp with warning. With a command, a hail of bullets crackled through the air, tearing through Flint's body, yet instead of blood and flesh, only a rain of sand fell away. "I said stand aside." Flint's arm instantly transformed into a mass of sand, and with a powerful swing, he sent a torrent of sand flying like a storm of bullets, whistling through the air. The officers' faces drained of color. They scrambled for cover behind their cars as the sand slammed into the metal with a relentless barrage. Seizing the moment while the police stayed hidden, Flint spun on his heel, ready to escape down a different street. Just then, a white figure dropped from the sky. In a flash, Webb shot out, latching onto the money bags in Flint's hands. With a sharp tug, the loot was wrenched away. "Sandman, that doesn't belong to you." The white figure landed gracefully. "It was Ghost Spider, Gwen. Give me back my money." Flint roared, his eyes blazing with fury. The police gunfire had already left him seething, and now Spider-Man's interference pushed him to the brink. With a furious bellow, Flint charged at Gwen, unleashing a surging wave of sand under his control. Gwen leapt nimbly, dodging with dancer-like agility as she fired webs in rapid succession, trying to restrain him. "You're committing a crime, Sandman," Ghost Spider called out. "I just need the money," Flint bellowed. "This world's never been fair to me. I have to fight for myself." The chase erupted into a fierce battle right on the city street. The police watched from the sidelines, tense and hesitant to intervene, well aware that their weapons seemed powerless against Sandman. The sand and gravel gathered together, forming a massive fist that came crashing down toward Ghost Spider. As Gwen ran, her mind raced with possible strategies. She knew she couldn't let Flint escape. If he got away now, he'd only keep committing crimes. Suddenly, she spotted a construction site not far ahead, and an idea sparked in her mind. Ghost Spider deliberately led Flint in the direction of the construction site. Flint, single-mindedly focused on reclaiming his stolen money bag, failed to notice Ghost Spider's intentions and chased after her relentlessly. The moment they entered the construction zone, Ghost Spider began swinging between stacks of building materials on her webs, making full use of the environment. Flint's sand attacks became much less effective here, his movements hampered by the maze of obstacles. He roared in frustration, smashing and demolishing everything in sight as he tried to flush Ghost Spider out from her hiding place. "You can't run forever," Flint shouted. Ghost Spider concealed herself behind a massive steel beam, quietly watching Flint's every move. Seeing that Flint's attention was fully fixed on searching for her, she seized the moment to fire webs, lashing together several heavy construction materials. As Flint drew near, Ghost Spider gave her web a sharp tug. In an instant, the bundled materials crashed down toward Flint. He had no time to dodge and was buried beneath the heavy debris. Phew! Finally dealt with him, Ghost Spider sighed in relief. But just as she thought it was over, the crushed mound of sand began to stir. To her shock, Flint forced his way out from beneath the rubble, looking even more furious than before. "You've really made me angry now." In a heartbeat, Flint transformed into a colossal sandstorm, his body swelling into a whirling, towering cloud of dust that surged toward Gwen, threatening to swallow her whole in its wrath. "All right then, let's see how you handle this." Gwen raised her hand, and the emerald ring on her ring finger glimmered with a flash of light. Suddenly, a gale erupted around her. Out of nowhere, a mighty tornado spun up, its force awe-inspiring and unstoppable. No, no. Within the swirling sandstorm, Flint struggled desperately to pull himself together. But before he could fully take shape, the tornado's overwhelming pull tore his sandy form apart, scattering him grain by grain. In seconds, only a raging yellow tornado remained, howling through the sight. Flint's figure had completely vanished. Gwen pulled down her mask, revealing her delicate lower face, and let out a long, relieved breath. After all, it was summer, and she was still fighting in this skin-tight suit. The heat was almost unbearable. That really saved my skin. I wonder when that lecherous guy will be back, Gwen muttered to herself. She pressed a kiss to the ring. On her finger, she could almost feel Kino's warmth lingering there, and her thoughts wandered to him, a hint of longing in her heart. A few days ago, she went looking for them, but only Sister Pamela and her newly adopted goddaughter were at home, leaving her with an empty feeling inside. Spider-Woman. The police officers and armored truck guard from before appeared, their faces full of astonishment as they stared at the tornado, standing motionless before them, completely dumbfounded. From beneath her mask, Gwen said, "Officer, I told you, call me Ghost Spider. Spider-Woman just doesn't sound right." "All right, Ghost Spider." The officer, clearly the one in charge, replied with a grateful smile, his gaze brimming with appreciation. Most of them were quite fond of this spider, who always helped maintain order in the city. After all, with her around, police casualties had dropped significantly. Although, there were still a few who believed she was undermining the authority of the police, acting beyond their control. "Ghost Spider, could I have your autograph?" A young officer looked at Gwen with utter admiration, his eyes shining with excitement. Compared to the male Spider-Man, the female Spider-Woman had even more fans, most of whom were men. Gwen took the pen and paper the officer eagerly handed over, fulfilling her fan's small wish. After signing her name, Gwen returned to the corner where she'd been before, picked up the handbag she'd recovered, and handed it to the police. "This is the stolen money Sandman took. You should check it over." "Thank you, you've worked hard." The officer accepted the bag with both hands, his tone earnest and respectful. None of them seemed to notice that the sand around the construction site was starting to tremble, little by little being drawn into the heart of the tornado. At first, no one paid it any mind. Everyone was focused on discussing how to deal with Sandman. But the tornado gradually spun out of control. The once stable column of wind began to sway violently, and the whistling grew sharper and more piercing. "He's coming out. You all need to get away now." No sooner had Gwen spoken than a sand giant, 10 meters tall, broke free from the whirlwind, sending a surge of powerful air currents that scattered dust everywhere. "I told you, give me the money." The sand giant bellowed, raising his massive fists high above his head before bringing them crashing down. A colossal shadow swallowed up Gwen and the officers, the pressure so suffocating it seemed to freeze them in place. The police, terrified by this monstrous scene, were shaking uncontrollably, faces pale as chalk, wanting to flee, but unable to move. Gwen herself could have easily made her escape. With her abilities, she could vanish from the spot in an instant. But if she left, the police beside her would be crushed to pulp beneath those massive fists. "Let's hope this doesn't hurt too much." Gwen crouched down, legs coiling with energy, then launched herself upward with explosive force. A rush of air burst beneath her, propelling her like a cannonball straight toward the sand giant looming above. As she hurtled closer to the giant fists, Gwen gritted her teeth, tightening her own fists in anticipation of the imminent impact. "Honestly, why don't I ever take better care of myself?" A helpless voice sounded in her ear. Gwen felt an arm slip around her waist, followed by a gentle force that skillfully absorbed the momentum of her forward rush. A deafening explosion echoed through the sky as the massive fist above her head burst apart, scattering into swirling clouds of sand. A fierce gust, like a rampaging beast, whipped up the loose sand and flung it far into the distance, weaving a thick curtain of dust across the air. The impact from the exploding arm knocked the giant sand creature off balance. Its enormous figure crashed backward, slamming into a half-constructed building with a deep, resounding thud, sending up a fresh wave of dust. Gwen cried out in delight, her eyes sparkling with excitement and joy. On the ground, the police officers stared up at the sky in stunned silence, mouths agape, their faces painted with shock and awe. A golden cape billowed wildly in the wind, blazing like living fire. Armor emblazoned with an S gleamed with a cold, steely light. The figure's flawless physique radiated unmatched strength, and his handsome face looked as though it had been sculpted by the gods themselves. Even for those who had never seen him in person, his identity was unmistakable. One of the police officers couldn't help but shout out his name, voice trembling with a mix of fear and reverence. Unlike Spider-Man, Kino inspired only fear in most people, whether it was his power to summon demons or his near destruction of the country. Terror was all he left behind. Kino descended slowly from the sky, feet touching down lightly. He let go of Gwen, his smile tender as he gazed at her, still leaning against his chest, his eyes brimming with affection. "How about we head home now and let you lean on me for as long as you like?" Kino teased gently, his voice deep and magnetic. "Sure. Wait, no. When did you get back?" Gwen answered instinctively, but then realized what she'd said. Her cheeks flushed bright red as she hurriedly slipped out of Kino's broad, warm embrace. "I just got back yesterday. We'll catch up later. This isn't over yet." Kino turned his gaze toward the sand giant, who was struggling back to his feet. Absorbing sand from the surroundings, the sand giant quickly mended his body. Fresh out of prison, he had no idea who the Demon King was. "Why is everyone trying to stop me? I'm only taking a bit of money. Not all of it." The sand giant roared in fury, his voice brimming with resentment and frustration. "That's not my concern. I'm here because you almost hurt my girl." Kino's eyes flashed. A bolt of heat vision blazed out, the piercing red beam slicing through the air and striking the sand giant's body like a sword of light. The instant the red beam touched him, the sand giant's body turned into molten glass. "AR!" Flint screamed in agony, desperately shaping the sand into walls to shield himself as he tried to repair his form. But as the construction site's sand ran out, Flint was forced to use the sand from his own body to block the attack, his massive form shrinking smaller and smaller. On the construction site, molten red glass flowed out, radiating an intense, scorching heat. The nearby police officers wiped the sweat from their foreheads, too afraid to leave their posts. Soon, Flint's body had shrunk to less than 5 meters across. "Penny, Daddy will bring a lot of money to cure you soon." A fierce and desperate glint flashed in Flint's eyes. Reducing himself to barely a meter's worth of sand, he gathered it all together, merging the grains, with the glass on the ground to rapidly form a shield. With it, he braced himself against the searing heat vision, struggling forward inch by inch. Super hearing caught his words in the wind. Kino remembered that in one version, Sandman turned to crime to pay for his daughter's treatment. The shield in Flint's hands grew smaller and smaller. Just when he was on the verge of despair, the heat vision finally ceased. Frank dropped the nearly molten glass he was holding. He was about to rush over, but his body suddenly gave way, collapsing into a heap of sand on the ground. He had reached his limit. Is money really that important to him? Gwen felt a twinge of sadness. Though he was their enemy, there was something moving about his courage as he charged straight into death. Kino didn't answer. He simply gazed down at the sand, picking up a pendant that contained a photograph. "Family, is it?" In the next instant, he vanished from sight. Before Gwen could even wonder where Kino had gone, he reappeared, carrying several bags of sand, which he dumped onto the ground, forming a small mound. Time passed, but nothing happened. It seemed as though Flint was truly gone. "Don't you want to see your penny again?" Kino's voice drifted gently through the air. Flint, whose consciousness had already faded, was jolted awake by these words. "I have to bring back the money." That thought blazed through Flint's mind, reigniting his will, which had nearly dissipated. His longing for his daughter spurred a desperate urge to survive. The mound of sand on the ground began to tremble once more, slowly gathering itself into the shape of a person. The process was far from smooth, with the form collapsing repeatedly, but at last, he managed to reconstitute himself as a human. "Why did you save me?" With a complicated expression, Flint looked at the man before him. This was the same man who had nearly killed him moments ago, and now he was the one offering salvation. Kino handed him the pendant. "I value your abilities. How about working for me? Legitimate pay." Flint carefully put away the pendant, knowing he had no right to refuse. He asked how much. $300,000. Kino named his price. "Not enough. I want $1 million. Give it to me within a day, and my life is yours." Flint shook his head, resolute. "My daughter's treatment has already racked up a debt of $100,000. We need at least $1 million to cure her." A tangle of emotions welled up in Gwen's heart. Was he really only robbing people for the sake of his daughter? "No problem, go ahead and sign." Chino pulled out the Black Demon contract. Sandman had tremendous potential. If he had enough sand, he could even stand his ground against Chino for a while. Flint took the contract for a look. $1 million? No issue. He grabbed the pen and was about to sign, but then his eyes widened as he spotted something in the document. "Did you make a mistake here?" Chino frowned, took it back and checked. I'm offering a monthly salary of 1 million. As my employee, you'll be working under me for life. Nothing wrong with that, right? Chino said, genuinely puzzled. 1 million per month? The police officers looked utterly shocked, unable to believe their ears. Where on earth did such a generous soul come from? Wait, Chino, do you even have that kind of money? Gwen couldn't help speaking up either. Flint looked at Chino, stunned and suspicious, as if afraid he was being played for a fool. Didn't I ever mention? I'm a shareholder in Stark Industries. I hold a 20% stake. Chino tilted his head as he spoke. Absolutely not, Gwen replied, realizing there were still so many things about her boyfriend she didn't know. So, are you signing? The salary is after tax. Chino shook the contract in his hand, the papers rustling crisply. Of course I'm signing, boss. Without a moment's hesitation, Flint scribbled his name across the contract at lightning speed, terrified the offer might vanish if he hesitated for even a second. He'd assumed it was $1 million per year. Everyone knew Stark Industries. It was a multi-billion-dollar company. We could do it right now. Just give me your account number, Chino said, pulling out his phone, planning to have Lei Xiao Gu transfer the money. Boss, I just got out of prison. My ID and bank accounts are all frozen. Could you pay me in cash instead? Flint scratched his head, sounding a bit embarrassed. Chino's gaze drifted to the 2 duffel bags of stolen cash on the ground. There was certainly plenty of ready cash, but then a slender figure stepped in, blocking his view. That won't do, and if you recruit him as your subordinate, he'll still have to pay for the damage he just caused. Gwen stood with her arms crossed in front of her chest. If it weren't for the fact that Flint hadn't killed anyone this time, she would have sent him straight back to prison without a second thought. I was just looking. I never said I'd take it, Chino said helplessly, shifting his gaze away, only for it to settle on Gwen's graceful form. In her skin-tight suit, Gwen's delicate curves were perfectly outlined. Her slender waist could be encircled with a single hand. Her long legs were straight and strong, and her shapely figure radiated a captivating allure. What are you looking at? Gwen asked shyly, turning aside to avoid his gaze. But her movement only accentuated the enticing curves of her back, making her look even more elegant and graceful. It's nothing. I was just thinking about getting you a new suit. Chino met Gwen's gaze without a hint of shyness, his look bold and unapologetic, as if to say, why should I be afraid to look at my own girlfriend? Gwen grew flustered under the heat of his stare, her cheeks warming. She darted behind him, and with both hands, turned his head firmly toward Flint. Stop staring. Take care of his problem first. Gwen scolded, her voice soft yet admonishing. So you mean, once I'm done, I can stare all I want? Chino's lips curled into a mischievous grin. No, that's not what I meant. Gwen stamped her foot in exasperation. Flint kept his head bowed, hardly daring to breathe. Anxiety gnawed at him. He had nearly attacked the boss's girlfriend just moments ago. Chino called out toward the doorway, his voice ringing clear. Carlson, give me a hand here. Carlson strode in with his usual composure, clearly having overheard the exchange. Chino, what do you need from me? Don't play coy. I want his record wiped clean. I'll answer one of your standard intelligence questions in return, Chino replied, rolling his eyes in mock annoyance. Done. In 10 minutes, Flint Marco's criminal record will be erased. He'll be just another law-abiding citizen. Carlson answered without hesitation. Gwen watched this backroom deal unfold in silence, as did the other officers, all of them pretending not to notice. That's how this country works. If you can offer enough in return, there's nothing you can't do. Flint was visibly moved, his body trembling with excitement. Soon, he could finally visit his daughter openly, without fear. Flint, go to this address and look for someone named Raz Al Ghul. He'll give you an advance of 1 million, Chino said, handing him a slip of paper. Chino then turned to the police officers. You guys go too. Each of you gets 10,000. If you're hurt, it's 15. Any property damage will be reimbursed in full. Flint, the money comes out of your next month's wages. A cheer erupted among the officers and guards. Their excitement was plain to see. 10,000 was 2 months' salary for most of them, especially the armored car guard who'd been knocked out. He gave Flint a grateful look, as if their earlier scuffle had never happened. Flint had no objections. With $1 million about to land in his lap, what was a little deducted pay? Will this do? Chino asked Gwen, smiling brightly. It's just okay, Gwen replied, though the corner of her mouth curled up beneath her mask. Head to the GGSH restaurant. Pamela and the others are there. I'll join you soon, Chino said. Gwen nodded, then turned and left with a light step, her figure radiant beneath the sun. Carlson mused silently. Ghost Spider's true identity was no secret to their organization. Perhaps he could arrange a promotion for her father, a small favor, but one that could be useful down the line. When everyone else had gone, Chino turned back to Carlson. Ask your question. We haven't finished our date yet. The address of the sorcerer. This information isn't as cheap as you might think. Carlson wasn't disappointed. He was just giving a try. Yesterday, a hammer fell from the sky in New Mexico. Do you know where it came from? I actually do, Kino replied, raising an eyebrow, clearly enjoying the suspense. Are you familiar with Norse mythology? Don't tell me the gods are coming down to earth. Carlson replied with a wry smile. It's not quite like that. To put it simply, it's the story of the god of thunder making a mistake, being cast down to the mortal world by Odin for some trials, and having to reclaim his power. What are we supposed to do? Carlson sounded worried. A meeting between mortals and a god. This was truly unprecedented. No need to be anxious. All you need to do is keep him safe, don't interfere with his trial, and maybe even lend him a hand when necessary. You could treat this as a diplomatic encounter with an alien. Kino spoke easily, as if it were nothing out of the ordinary. But Carlson's brow was furrowed, his eyes clouded with anxiety and unease. It sounded simple enough, but if that god of thunder caused any trouble on Earth, what awaited them might be an interstellar war. The consequences would be unimaginable. Earth could be plunged into endless disaster. Relax. Nick Fury's got experience with situations like this. Just report it to him. Carlson recalled that alien from years ago who disguised himself as human, and his heart grew even heavier. Having gotten the intel he needed, Carlson left in a hurry. Kino soared up to the restaurant rooftop, where his battle suit instantly melted away, morphing into Venom. The two of them descended the stairs together, hand in hand. Gwen had already arrived and was chatting cheerfully with Pamela and she, her face glowing with happiness. Damien sat to one side, his expression caught between puzzlement and indecision. Venom plopped down next to she with his usual swagger, grabbing a pastry from the table and popping it into his mouth. Kino scooped Damien up and set him on his lap. What's on your mind, Damien? Damien leaned in and whispered, should I call her Mom, or Annie? He met her a few days ago and called her Annie, but this time she was wearing a jeweled ring, just like Mom's. Maybe she was a new mom after all. The room fell silent in an instant. Damien's voice was quiet, but everyone present was far from ordinary. Their sharp ears caught every word. Damien, just call me Auntie, Gwen replied gently. Her cheeks flushed bright red, like a ripe apple, a touch of shyness and panic in her eyes. Haha, for now, Annie works. When Annie moves into the manor, you can call her Mom, Kino teased, grinning at Gwen. Who are you calling Auntie? Gwen shot Kino a look, then caught herself, remembering Damien was still in his arms. Damien, I wasn't talking about you. You should still call me Auntie. Gwen's expression grew a little complicated, and she couldn't help but sigh at the realization that she was now at the age where people called her Annie. Yet she was only 19, still a school age. Damien nodded obediently, his voice soft and childish as he said, Okay, Auntie Gwen. Everyone burst into laughter at Damien's adorable manner, and the atmosphere lightened instantly. After finishing lunch, the group set off again, wandering through the streets with renewed enthusiasm. This time, Gwen joined them, along with a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent trailing behind to settle their bills. Kino deliberately hung back a step, quietly falling in at Gwen's side at the end of the group. Gwen walked in silence, lips pressed together, her gaze wandering as if she was lost in thought. Without a word, Kino reached out and caught her fingers. Gwen tried to pull away but couldn't escape, so she let him hold her hand, a faint blush creeping over her face. Kino played with her fingers, marveling at their softness and slenderness. The tips of his fingers brushed gently across her palm, as if savoring the delicate warmth there. Gwen allowed him to toy with her hand, her blush deepening, but she didn't pull away. She simply lowered her head, not daring to meet Kino's eyes. Tell me your measurements, Kino said. Gwen's face flushed red, as bright as a ripe tomato. She tried to yank her hand away, but his grip was unyielding. You pervert. Why do you even need to know that? She was both embarrassed and annoyed. She'd already agreed to be his girlfriend, but to ask for her measurements outright, this was just too much. Dummy, what are you thinking? Of course it's for your battle suit, Kino answered with an exasperated look. Your current suit doesn't have any defense, nor any special features. It's basically just regular clothes. What do you mean, just regular clothes? I spent ages designing that. Gwen huffed, turning her head away in annoyance, her lips pouting ever so slightly. All right, I misspoke. I meant to say it's a suit without any defensive features. That's why I want to design a new suit for you. It doesn't have to be fancy, but at the very least, it should be bulletproof. Kino explained patiently, his eyes filled with seriousness and care. When turned back to look at him, seeing the concern in his gaze. Blushing, she leaned close to his ear and whispered a string of numbers. Kino looked at Gwen in surprise. Feeling even more self-conscious under his gaze, Gwen broke away and ran over to Pamela's side. What's wrong, darling? Did your sweetheart upset you? Pamela smiled as she stroked Gwen's golden hair, having deliberately given the two of them some space before Gwen scampered back. Gwen clung to Pamela's arm, her ears burning red. She could feel those piercing eyes boring into her back, making her feel even more embarrassed. Madam Venom, could you keep an eye on Damien for me? She suddenly thought of something and spoke up. Of course, Venom replied cheerfully. Venom was, of course, more than happy. It scooped Damien up in a big hug, nuzzling against him while muttering, so soft, so fragrant. Venom, a little gentler, please. Damien let out a helpless sigh, his small face a picture of resignation mixed with a trace of indulgence. She stood quietly in place, waiting for Kino to catch up. Only when Kino walked up beside her did she step forward. Kino instinctively took Shi's small hand in his own. What's wrong, Shi? He asked. Young master, I overheard your conversation just now. There's a kind of demon spider in hell. Its silk is incredibly strong and even has self-repairing properties. I think it could meet your requirements, young master. She tilted her head up slightly to look at Kino, her expression earnest. That sounds like excellent material. Help me gather some, will you? By the way, how did you know about it, Shi? Kino asked, curiosity in his voice. I discovered it when I made you a set of clothes from hell spider silk, young master. But you almost always wear Madam Venom, so I never got to give them to you, she replied softly. There was a hint of regret in her tone. Who says they'll go unused? The company's grand opening is in a few days. You can bring the clothes to me then, Shi. Kino gave Shi's small hand a gentle squeeze, a warm smile lighting up his face. Yes, young master. A radiant smile blossomed on Shi's face. Her hard work on those clothes hadn't been for nothing. Kino continued to play with Shi's fingers, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing. Shi, here, this is for you. She looked at Kino in surprise as he pulled out an ice blue ring and slipped it onto her finger. Instantly, her mind connected with the ring, and she understood its purpose. Young master, I can't accept this, she protested, trying to take the ring off and return it. Keep it on. Don't even think about giving it back to me. Kino held Shi's ring-adorned hand firmly, his voice resolute and brooking no argument. I storm ring, zero ring. Can draw energy from the icy void of outer space, unleashing cold waves that freeze the air, lower the temperature of objects or people, and can even approach absolute zero. Has the power to trap enemies in blocks of ice or engulf them in massive waves of snow and frost. As the two of them strolled leisurely down the street, a small circle of light suddenly appeared overhead. With a flash, a slip of paper fluttered down. Kino reached out and caught the note, unfolding it to read. Assist the son of Odin in completing his trial. The reward is a specified artifact. Kino tilted his head thoughtfully, musing to himself, this feels just like an NPC quest in a game. But if I recall correctly, Thor's trial should have ended by now. Venom leaned in for a look as well. Should we accept it? Of course. Who would turn down a free artifact? Kino replied without hesitation, his face lighting up with excitement and anticipation. After he finished speaking, Kino raised his hand toward the sky, making an okay gesture to show his acceptance. The gesture was firm and decisive, as if he could already see the legendary artifact beckoning to him. Kino focused his mind, sensing the coordinates on Coulson. He closed his eyes tightly, and his powerful mental energy stretched out like invisible tendrils, traversing the barriers of space to lock onto his target with precision. With a ripple of magical energy, a portal to the underworld slowly unfolded before him. In a flash of light, Kino instantly appeared at Coulson's side. The moment he arrived, he found himself in a dimly lit bar. The lights were hazy and dreamlike, and the air was thick with a mingled sense of smoke and alcohol. Kino, what brings you here? Coulson looked at Kino, who had appeared out of nowhere, his face full of surprise and confusion. That's something you all will have to explain. Odin gave me a mission, to help the son of Odin complete his trial. Kino sat down at the bar, a hint of resignation in his voice. So it's not working after all? Coulson sighed, his brow furrowed, worry clouding his expression. In the distance, there came a crash, followed by a boisterous shout. Who else wants some? Ha ha ha. With his superhuman vision, Kino peered through the crowd. A burly blond man, his face flushed, eyes unfocused yet brimming with arrogance, sat before a table littered with empty glasses, each one about to topple. As the crowd parted, a strong man dragged away someone who had passed out from drinking. Then, a bearded man grabbed the blonde's hand and raised it high. I declare the winner of tonight's Bacchus contest, Thor. 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 The crowd erupted in deafening cheers, the atmosphere so wild and electric it felt like the roof might be blown right off the bar. Kino narrowed his eyes. If he wasn't mistaken, that referee was Crossbones. What's more, the bartenders, the DJ, the dancers, even many of the patrons, all were S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. With his keen perception, he easily spotted the handguns hidden subtly on their bodies. Only a few were genuine customers, oblivious to the tense undercurrents, still lost in their own revelry amid the boisterous chaos. "Hello, could I get 2 glasses of chocolate milk, please?" Kino called out to the bartender. "Kino, I want to try what alcohol tastes like," Venom said, curiosity in her voice. "Make her a chocolate liqueur," Kino instructed the bartender, turning to him. "Certainly, sir, but we're out of milk at the moment. It'll take some time to buy more." The bartender nodded in response. As a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, he naturally recognized Kino. Once the drinks were finally served, Kino spoke up. "Coulson, what's going on? This plan doesn't seem like your style." Coulson gave a wry smile and began to explain in detail. "After we received word about you, all of S.H.I.E.L.D. took this matter extremely seriously. Personnel were stationed throughout various locations in the small town, keeping a close watch on everyone passing by, until one day, a blond man appeared, someone for whom there wasn't a single record in the national database. Naturally, someone was sent to strike up a conversation. After Thor said he was searching for his hammer, he was taking a look for it, but their efforts failed, leaving him deeply dispirited. SHLD's strategy was to pose as friendly locals and invite him for a drink, but that's where things went awry. The man developed a taste for alcohol and ended up spending every day at the tavern. They didn't know how to handle him. If they tried to use force, who could say whether, once his powers returned, he might harbor resentment against Earth? And so they found themselves stuck in a dilemma. Coulson explained all this while shaking his head in resignation, the worry lines on his face growing deeper. There was a clear look of anxiety and unease in his eyes, making it obvious just how troubled he was by the whole affair. Chino furrowed his brow, his expression turning grave. "Have you come across a scientific team before this?" "No. After we received your message, we expelled all outsiders from the town. Now, apart from the clueless locals, only S.H.I.E.L.D. agents remain," Coulson replied. Chino hadn't expected that he himself might be part of the reason for this situation, and couldn't help but feel a sting of regret. In the original timeline, during Thor's confusion after being exiled to Midgard and his later failure to lift the hammer, there had always been a woman by his side. Now, with her gone, he could only drown his sorrows in drink. Thinking of this, Chino let out a helpless sigh. Thor rushed onto the stage, shouting to the DJ in high spirits, "Hey buddy, give us something with a real kick." The DJ flashed an OK sign and, without hesitation, cranked the volume to the max. A thunderous wave of music exploded through the room. Venom was so startled by the sudden blast that he dropped his glass, which shattered on the floor. "Chino, it's so noisy." Venom's voice was tinged with annoyance as he clamped his hands tightly over his ears. "Come into me," Chino said quickly, reaching out his hand. Venom flowed up his arm and merged into Chino's body. Then, Chino wrapped himself in a bioforce field, successfully blocking out the sound that was nearly splitting his eardrums. A note about group chats. I've thought long and hard about this, and for the time being, I won't be creating one. I write as a side job, and I'm concerned that, if a group were established, everyone, myself included, would get distracted, and it could throw off my writing process. To avoid unnecessary disturbances, I've ultimately decided not to set up a group. But don't worry, I read the comments section for each chapter and respond to most comments. Whether you're criticizing me or expressing your enjoyment, I see it all. If you share ideas about the plot that don't conflict with my plans, I may even incorporate them, like suggestions for future developments with the Succubus or upcoming DC storylines. By the way, one important reminder, there's no need to at me in your replies in the comments, because Tomato Assistant can't see those. If you wanted to notice, just start a new comment in the chapter. I'll be sure to see it. If you're hoping for any extra side stories, forget about it. The sharp edges have already been smoothed out by tomatoes. And if you try to dig further, someone from QQ might come after you. If you want to be a servant, I won't stop you. But giving you a ring, that's my own choice. I don't know what you're so afraid of, but this ring is my promise. I will protect you until the very last moment of my life. She fell silent for a moment, then gently tugged on Kino's hand. "Young master, could you kneel down for a moment?" Kino did as she asked and knelt. Before he could react, a petite pair of lips pressed softly against his own. The kiss was fleeting and tender, yet overflowing with emotion. "I love you, young master, but I only wish to be your servant." She's voice was as soft as a spring breeze, her cheeks flushed pink, her eyes brimming with affection. "I love you too," Kino replied, reaching out to draw she tightly into his embrace, as if he wanted to fuse her into his very soul. The passers-by were all stunned by this scene. Though this country prided itself on its freedom, she still looked so young, surely not yet of age. Some people had already stopped in their tracks, their jaws dropped in shock. As the realization set in, a few were reaching for their phones, ready to call the authorities. Several burly men, faces twisted in anger, marched over, cracking their knuckles as if getting ready to teach Kino a lesson. What are you all standing around for? Run! Gwen darted over, grabbing She and Kino and pulling them along in a mad dash. Pamela and Venom, carrying Damien, hurried close behind. Ah, isn't this fun, Damien? Venom, stop laughing. We're about to get surrounded. And so, Kino and his companions, each with their unique charm, raced wildly down the street, their antics laid bare for all to see. Gwen led the charge, holding tight to She and Kino's hands, while Pamela and Venom, cradling Damien, struggled to keep up. Their hair whipped wildly in the wind, faces alive with tension and exhilaration. People on the street couldn't help but stare. Some gaped in disbelief, others whipped out their phones to snap photos, while a few pointed and whispered animatedly from behind. In that instant, they were the most dazzling spectacle on the entire street. Meanwhile, in the Demon King's palace, a portal quietly shimmered into existence. She stepped out, her pace unhurried as she walked down a shadowy corridor. The eerie blue flames danced along the stone walls, casting flickering patterns over her delicate features. A faint, contented smile played on her lips from time to time, a smile born of happiness. Though she wished she could stay by the young master's side forever, there were countless matters in hell demanding her attention. She couldn't afford to be away for too long. Arriving at her usual office, she was greeted by a chorus of disgruntled voices. Why do demons even need toilets? Can't they just go outside? No way. She said that land will be used for cities in the future. We can't just relieve ourselves wherever we please. I was just a grunt before. I got no clue how to handle paperwork. And why does Hulk get out of this? Hulk? He can't even read. What's the point of bringing him here? Damn it. When is that guy coming back? I have no idea. Probably in 2 or 3 days. And by the way, you'd better watch out for She. She might come back next time as the new royal consort. Her? She's turned into such a little shrimp. How could that possibly happen? At that moment, the door creaked open. Instantly, the room fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Bronsky and Bassa both lowered their heads, pretending to be completely absorbed in their work. Mora set her formidable assets down on the table, and the moment she saw She, her eyes lit up with delight. She, you're back already. MHM, leave the rest of the work to me. Mora quickly stepped aside, relief flooding her voice. Thank goodness. If I had to look at these words any longer, my head would have exploded. Thank you all for your hard work these past few days, she said, handling the affairs with practiced ease, not even glancing up from the documents. It wasn't really hard. I just get annoyed by all this paperwork. By the way, how did things go for you? Did you win over His Majesty? Should we start calling you Your Grace soon? Mora leaned in, full of gossip and curiosity. Bronsky and Bassa perked up their ears. They both knew perfectly well what the chief steward of Hell's absence had been about. He's still my young master, she replied, a gentle smile softening her face. Over at the other desk, Bassa straightened his back, a smug grin spreading across his face, his arrogance impossible to miss. I knew it. There's no way His Majesty would be interested in someone as feeble as you. His gaze practically burned with open hostility. He made no attempt to hide his deep dislike for She. Even after being defeated by Chino, he would never dare lay a finger on She. In his eyes, she was someone who only managed to win by exploiting her authority in Hell, not someone worthy of any respect. Meanwhile, Bronsky simply sat quietly processing the files, as if the storm of conflict around him had nothing to do with him. After all, the chief steward of Hell's status didn't seem likely to change anytime soon. She, for her part, seemed completely unaffected by Boss's taunts. She continued her work methodically, her movements calm and steady, as though she hadn't heard a word he said. Suddenly, Mora spun around, her eyes flashing with a devilish fierceness as she glared at Bassa, looking for all the world as if she might tear him apart then and there. She strode quickly to She's side, and wrapped her arms tightly around her, pressing her ample chest against She's head like a soft, comforting pillow. It's all right, She. There's always next time, Mora said gently. If you want, you can use my body as a reference. Humans seem to be especially fond of me. His Majesty couldn't take his eyes off me at first, either. She nuzzled She lightly, trying to comfort her friend in her own way. The two of them had been together since their days struggling in Hell, as weak and insignificant as ants. Back then, She, in order to protect the two of them, willingly acted as a scout for those powerful demons, enduring frequent bullying in exchange for meager protection and the scantest scraps of food. As for Mora, being a healing demon, she would always tend to She's wounds whenever she was battered and bruised, pulling her back from the brink of death time and again. Once, when the former Demon King chose her to appear before the new ruler, Mora had no intention of going. She feared the unknown dangers that lay ahead. But she clung to a sliver of hope and decided to take a chance. Amidst the crowded road, countless formidable demons squeezed them from all sides, yet she never gave in. She kept changing her appearance, trying everything to catch the new Demon King's eye. It wasn't until the very last moment, just as she was about to give up, that Kino called her name. By a stroke of luck, she was granted the authority of hell. The first thing she did upon her return to the underworld was to use that newfound power to pin down every demon who had ever bullied her and Mora. Like a goddess of vengeance, she lashed out at her tormentors, unleashing years of pent-up resentment. For all of this, she harbored a deep and abiding gratitude toward Kino, an emotion akin to the devout reverence of a believer for their deity. When it came to love for Kino, Shi's heart was a tangled web of emotions. Love bloomed inside her like a radiant flower, each petal inscribed with her adoration. A seed planted the moment Kino illuminated her dark world like a brilliant star in the abyss of hell. Yet fear shadowed that love, cold thorns entwining the blossoming flower. She was afraid this love would prove as fragile as a soap bubble, afraid her feelings would seem insignificant in Kino's eyes, and even more terrified of losing the hard-won warmth she had found. Lost in this whirlpool of conflicting emotions, she felt adrift. So she chose to become a servant. For as long as she was a servant, she would never be cast aside. She shook her soft hair, her voice gentle, yet carrying an unmistakable resolve. Mora, becoming a servant. That is my wish. Mora sighed in resignation, knowing that Shi's decisions were never easily swayed. Basa scoffed, a note of disdain in his voice. Since you're back, I'm leaving. Take your time with whatever you're doing. He jerked his chin toward Bronsky. Kid, you're coming with me. Let's have a sparring match. A competitive glint flickered in his eyes. Bronsky's face fell at once. Now that Basa was his combat instructor, and she was the chief steward of hell, neither was someone he could afford to offend. Mora, flushed with anger, was just about to speak when she interjected. Bronsky, you may go. You've worked hard these past few days. Her words were like a soothing balm, and Bronsky let out a long sigh of relief. Barca's smug grin barely lasted a moment before Shi's cool voice cut in. Barca, you're in charge of the demon restroom issue. Why should I? Are you going to try to threaten me with those hell privileges again? Barca erupted in fury, a twisted sneer flashing across his face. He'd helped out before only because he knew what she was planning. Now that she hadn't succeeded, there was no way he'd keep obeying her like before. Is this enough of a reason for you? A faint smile played at the corners of Shi's lips as she slowly drew a necklace from beneath her clothes. The necklace itself looked quite ordinary, but the blue ring dangling from it shone like the most dazzling pearl in the depths of the sea. A ring, is that? Barca's voice grew dry. His face froze, as if someone had turned him to stone. His eyes locked onto the ring, unable to look away. Of course he knew what it was. Here in the underworld, every woman favored by His Majesty possessed such a special token. Shi, that's the ring His Majesty gave you. A spark of delight lit up Mora's eyes. She reached out, eager to touch this ring that meant so much. But she only smiled gently, tucking the ring carefully back inside her clothes, her movements as tender as if she were handling the world's most fragile treasure. She shielded it with her hand, her eyes full of reverence. Only with it close to her heart did she feel safe. This ring, to her, was more precious than life itself. Mora didn't mind that she hadn't touched the ring. She was too excited. That means you succeeded after all. I never said I failed, and I'll always be his servant. Mora paused, then understood exactly what she meant. She knew Shi's heart and her stubborn resolve all too well. With a soft sigh, Mora's gaze filled with sympathy and understanding. Sigh, I get it, Shi. I really do. But Barca had no idea what they were talking about. He didn't know one thing. It was one thing to challenge the head butler of hell, but to challenge His Majesty's woman. That was a death wish. He slunk back to his desk in silence, grabbing the folder with the restroom plans. His defeated, dejected silhouette was a far cry from his usual bluster, like a rooster battered and bested. Bronxy hurried after him, desperate to help and eager to avoid any more trouble. His footsteps echoed with anxious urgency. Mora, however, couldn't care less about them. She was far more interested in Shi's romantic secrets. Shi, tell me how you did it. His Majesty really likes you. He does. He especially likes to hold me. How thrilling. On this very day, Kino arrived before a towering skyscraper. The magnificent building sparkled under the sunlight, its glass facade reflecting blinding brilliance. A demon-shaped emblem hung high above, marking the place unmistakably. He strode inside with steady steps. The spacious, sunlit lobby was attended by a beautiful blonde at the front desk. The instant she saw Kino, awe and reverence flickered across her face, and she dropped to one knee. Greetings, Chief. At present, every member of this organization hail from the Assassin's League. They were highly trained, strictly disciplined, and obeyed only Kino's commands. "Take me to see Lei Xiaogu." "Yes, Chief." The receptionist replied respectfully, rising smoothly to her feet and leading Kino toward the elevator. At one side of the elevator, she deftly opened a concealed set of buttons. With a quiet press, the elevator began a slow descent. The upper floors were just a facade, meant for peripheral employees. The real heart of the headquarters lay underground, where the true core of power resided. As the elevator doors slid open, Lei Xiaogu was already waiting, bowing in deep respect. "Master," Lei Xiaogu greeted with a slight bow. "How are things progressing with the company?" Kino asked as he stepped out of the elevator. "All facilities and factories are prepared, ready to begin production of a serum and to launch the press conference at any time," Lei Xiaogu replied. "Good. Let's go see how Dr. Banner is getting along," Kino said, giving a satisfied nod. He couldn't help but think that Lei Xiaogu was indeed reliable, remarkably efficient. The two of them made their way to a laboratory, its entrance crowded with people, most of whom bore some form of disability. Kino didn't disturb them. Instead, he walked to another window to observe from a distance. Inside, Dr. Banner was in the midst of an experiment. On the table lay a man whose legs were crippled. "Are you ready to embrace your new life?" Dr. Banner asked with a twisted grin. "Yes, doctor." The test subject nodded nervously. This chance was his alone, earned by outlasting all his comrades through sheer luck. "Don't be afraid. I've already tested it on lab mice. All you need is a good nap." With that, Banner injected the anesthetic, then followed with a syringe of blue serum. It wasn't long before the serum began to take effect. The man's two healed stumps split open, and a pair of baby-like feet began to grow. Banner watched the tiny new feet with excitement, quickly attaching various instruments to monitor their progress. The nervous system is connecting, bones are forming, blood vessels are normal. "I've done it. It worked," Banner shouted, wild with joy. Outside the window, onlookers erupted into frenzied cries. "Doctor, it hurts so much. Are those my new feet?" The subject gasped, jolting awake as he stared in disbelief at his regenerated limbs. Banner frowned. The serum's effects had overpowered the anesthetic. The cacophony of pain and astonished shouting grated on Banner's nerves. As the man writhed and howled while fixating on his new feet, Banner rummaged around the table and grabbed a heavy iron rod. Doctor, what are you doing?" The man on the table turned as pale as a sheet, his voice trembling with fear. "Aren't you in pain? The anesthetic doesn't work on you, so we'll have to manage the pain physically. Don't worry, you won't die." "Probably." Banner approached him, swinging an iron rod in his hand, his expression rather menacing. Wait, doctor. I can tough it out." The man's eyes went wide with terror, and he hurriedly pleaded for mercy. "Really?" Banner eyed him skeptically. Really?" The man nodded frantically, cold sweat beading on his forehead. If Banner hit him with that rod, his brains would probably splatter everywhere. Banner hesitated for a moment, then finally set down the rod. At that moment, the noise from outside grew louder. Frustrated, Banner stormed to the door and threw it open, shouting at the top of his lungs. "Quiet! Who's making all that noise? I'm still treating him in here." The hall fell instantly silent. Nobody dared make a sound, hardly even daring to breathe. But as Dr. Banner finished shouting, he caught sight of an unexpected figure. "Young master, what brings you here?" "I came to check on your progress with the serum." "But, Banner, when was the last time you slept?" Kino looked at the heavy shadows under Banner's eyes, his tone filled with concern. "Sleep? I got 2 hours of rest 38 hours ago. I feel great. Even if I drop dead, I'll revive in top form." Banner shrugged it off, unconcerned. No wonder he's been so irritable lately, Kino thought, shaking his head in resignation as he glanced at the wounded and disabled men nearby. "What's their story?" "Young master, they're the new recruits Frank brought in. Because of their injuries, they're unfit for training, so he sent them to me as test subjects." Worried Kino might be offended by the idea of human experimentation, Banner quickly added, "They all volunteered for this, and my experiments are perfectly safe. There's no risk of death." The recruits hurried to speak up as well. "That's right, young master, Dr. Banner's telling the truth. We all volunteered." "Exactly, young master. If there's even a chance at recovery, we're willing to take the risk. We trust Dr. Banner, and we trust the organization will give us a new life." One by one, their voices chimed in, each man eager to declare his willingness. The urgency in their words made it clear they were ready for anything. They had known from the start who they were working for. The Demon Lord, so what? For the chance to work, even to sell their souls, as long as it meant having whole bodies again, there was nothing they wouldn't do. They'd endured enough. Wives who betrayed them, lovers who once swore eternal devotion, only to turn away coldly when faced with their broken bodies, leaving nothing but indifferent backs retreating into the distance. Their parents' sorrow, those eyes brimming with helpless pain, stabbed at their hearts time and again. And then there were the taunts from friends and relatives, the biting ridicule still echoing in their ears. The children's scorn, those sons and daughters once cherished as treasures, now looked at them with nothing but disgust and fear in their eyes. What did it matter if they had served their country and achieved great deeds? All that glory and those medals seemed so feeble and empty compared to their ruined bodies. The hardships of life would not be eased in the slightest by any past achievements. Kino pressed his palm downward, and the room immediately fell silent. A warm, approachable smile appeared on his face. Don't be nervous. I never said I disagreed with the human experiments. I understand your pain. Trust me, you'll find new life here. As long as you work hard for me, strength, longevity, wealth, health, all of these will be yours. Hope flickered in everyone's eyes as they listened to Kino's words. Young master, we will serve you wholeheartedly. We won't let you down. Kino nodded with satisfaction. He might not be skilled at psychological manipulation, but he could provide real and tangible results. All right, you may leave for now. Banner and I have some matters to discuss. This experiment was a great success. Soon, everyone will be as good as new. Yes, young master. The group saluted Kino in military fashion and prepared to depart. Take the one inside with you as well. Once his leg has healed, have him come see me, Banner called after them. At his words, a man with half his face burned and another missing an arm entered the lab, propped up the experimental subject, and led him away. Garcia, Wei Lang, be gentle. Don't mess up my precious little foot. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you upset that I beat you at drawing lots? Wait, where are you taking me? That's not the way to the dormitory. The subject cried out in fear, but the two men ignored his shouts and simply took him away. Once everyone had left, Banner eagerly led Kino and Lei Xiaogu into the lab, unable to wait to show off his success. Young master, over the past few months, I've developed 3 different serums. Excitement glimmered in Banner's eyes as he spoke, picking up a syringe. The first is the enhancement serum. In theory, it can double or even triple physical strength after injection. Any higher dosage, though, and it brings on side effects, aggression and bloodlust. Banner grabbed a white mouse, skillfully injected it with a bit of the red serum, and placed it in a high-strength glass tank. Inside, another mouse sat quietly in the corner, noticeably larger than the newly introduced one. Kino watched the little mouse intently. At first, it seemed restless, scurrying back and forth in the glass box, its tiny paws scratching against the walls, making faint squeaking noises. Next, its body gradually began to grow, the once thin and frail figure slowly becoming sturdier and stronger. At last, it quieted down, and without disturbing the larger white mouse already in the box, each retreated to its own corner in peace. Then Dr. Banner picked up another little white mouse, injected it with a larger dose of the serum than before, and placed it into a new glass container. At first, the mouse showed little reaction, but after a few seconds, its body began to swell, bit by bit. Almost immediately, its temperament changed as well, turning wild and agitated. It raced back and forth in the glass box, smashing itself against the walls, gnawing furiously with its sharp teeth, shrieking in piercing, frantic cries. Its eyes were bloodshot, the very picture of madness. This mouse's strength has increased by nearly 4 times, Banner remarked with a note of regret. But no matter how much I increase the dosage after this point, there's no further effect, unless I experiment with new combinations of the formula. As he spoke, Banner picked up an electrobaton he had prepared earlier and reached it into the glass box. The crazed little mouse, oblivious to the approaching danger, continued to hurl itself desperately against the walls. The moment the baton touched the mouse, a jolt of electricity shot through its body. The mouse convulsed violently for a moment, then went limp, lifeless. As for the formula, I'll look into it. But after injecting these serums, will the new version still be compatible? Kino asked. No worries. The serum is crafted with Lazarus Pool as its main ingredient. As long as the core component remains unchanged, there shouldn't be any notable rejection reactions. But if the subject's physique is too strong, the serum won't have any effect. It's really only suitable for ordinary people. Hearing Banner's reply, Kino couldn't help but think of several other serums known for their powerful side effects. He wondered what might happen if they were combined with the Lazarus Pool. Lei Xiaogu's face was full of astonishment. He'd known Banner was experimenting with the Lazarus Pool, but he'd never paid it much mind before. After all, he himself had studied it for 700 years without success. Now, hearing that Banner had achieved such results, he couldn't help but think, if he'd had such a serum in the past, he would have conquered the world long ago. With practiced movements, Banner removed the dead mouse and gently placed it into a cup filled with a vivid green liquid. This is a revival serum. Well, perhaps not true resurrection. If the vital organs are too badly damaged, if it's been decapitated, or if death has lasted too long, it still won't work. As he worked, Banner explained in detail. The mouse in the cup began to twitch, at first with only the faintest tremor. But as time passed, the convulsions grew stronger. After several minutes, the little white mouse opened its eyes and came back to life, struggling to leap out of the cup. Before it could make any move, an electric baton was thrust inside, sending a powerful current coursing through it for a full minute. This time, they waited for quite a while, but the little white mouse remained perfectly still, showing no sign of coming back to life. Once the brain is severely damaged, there's no way to revive it. Besides, this resurrection potion can only be used by soaking, Banner said, setting the electric baton aside with a casual gesture. This takes a heavy toll on the Lazarus pool. I've examined the water in the underworld. It can recover, but only very slowly. As for the resurrection potion, it can bring at most a few 100,000 people back before it runs dry. Then let's treat this potion as a special benefit. If any core staff member's family dies by accident, they can apply to use it. Each person gets 3 chances. Lei Xiaogu. Make a note of that, Kino instructed. Kino didn't seem particularly concerned. In his eyes, this potion was already a success, not something to fuss over. Lei Xiaogu responded at once. Yes, young master, I've noted it. He quickly pulled out a small notebook, diligently jotting down Kino's orders, not daring to slack off in the slightest. Banner's face lit up with a delighted smile. He was clearly a core member himself, and who could guarantee their loved ones would never face misfortune? The thought filled him with an added sense of joy. Then, brimming with excitement, he introduced the final potion. The limb regeneration potion, my proudest creation. You've already seen its effects just now, young master. The previous tests on the white mice showed no flaws at all. Banner handed over his masterpiece with evident pride. The rejuvenation and longevity potions are still in the experimental phase. Give me a little more time, and I'll have them ready soon. Kino gazed at the blue potion in his hand, admiration in his eyes. Banner, is there anything you desire? Nothing at all, young master. You've given me a normal life. That's all I ever dreamed of, Banner replied, his eyes brimming with gratitude. No one else could truly understand what it's like to wake up in a strange place, forced to hide in some deserted corner, always on the run from relentless pursuers. Though he'd been busy lately, this was exactly the life he'd been longing for. Kino considered his words. Though Banner claimed to want nothing, he couldn't really let him go unrewarded. People won't stay loyal forever if they get nothing in return. From now on, you'll get 20% of the profits from selling these potions, Dr. Banner. Also, in 3 days, when the company officially launches, you'll announce the limb regeneration and healing potions. The resurrection and enhancement potions will remain for internal use only. At first, Banner looked utterly stunned, and then his face broke into a huge, joyous grin. Thank you, young master. After all, with effects as astonishing as these, even a single sale could fetch a fortune. Moreover, if he is the one to make the announcement, the whole world will finally know him. Not as the uncontrollable, destructive Hulk, but as the remarkable Dr. Banner, forever remembered in the annals of history. He could almost see himself already, standing beneath the spotlight, basking in endless praise and admiration. That would be the crowning moment of his life. So take this time to rest well and prepare to make your debut in the best possible way. Yet Banner seemed completely oblivious to Kino's words, wholly absorbed in his own world, still muttering the lines of his speech under his breath. Seeing this, Kino could only shake his head and smile wryly. He began to tour the laboratory with growing curiosity. This enormous lab, for now, was the domain of Dr. Banner alone, toiling away in solitude. Once the official unveiling took place, it would be time to start recruiting more people. Constantly working Banner so hard like this did prick at Kino's conscience a little. As he glanced around at the various instruments and equipment, Kino silently started planning the next steps in his mind. Suddenly, his eye was drawn to a large jar sitting on one of the tables. Intrigued, he went over for a closer look. Inside was something that looked like creamy white lard, its surface gleaming ever so slightly. Unable to resist, Kino leaned in and took a sniff. A faint, fresh scent drifted up. Banner, what is this? Kino turned and asked. Called out of his thoughts, Banner replied. Young master, these are the impurities I filtered out while making the resurrection and limb regeneration serums. I'd hoped to see if I could repurpose them into some kind of healing salve, but it didn't work out. All it does is make the skin a bit paler and smoother. Nothing else. Kino glanced at his own hand, already quite fair. He looked at Lei Xiaogu's hands next. The bronze-colored skin was rather rough, so any change should be obvious. Lei Xiaogu, put your hands in and soak them. Yes, master. Lei Xiaogu promptly rolled up his sleeves and slowly dipped both hands into the jar. Minutes ticked by. After 10 minutes, Lei Xiaogu pulled his hands out and washed them clean. The corners of his eyes twitched in surprise. His hands looked as soft and fair as a woman's, even giving off a faint, healthy glow. Compared to their previous roughness, it was as if they belonged to a completely different person. An unexpected bonus indeed. Kino asked excitedly. Banner, how much of this stuff can you make? A lot. Just a small vial of serum can produce several large jars of it. Young master, are you thinking of selling this? Banner replied, a note of puzzlement in his voice. Exactly. Who knows, the money from selling this might outstrip what we'd make from the other serums combined. Don't be fooled by the size of this jar. It can be diluted. Lei Xiaogu's skin showed such dramatic results after only 10 minutes. Even at a 10th or a 20th of the concentration, it would still work wonders. 3 days from now, Banner, you'll help introduce this jar of cosmetics. Well, young master, what shall we call it? Let's call it Youth. As word spread that the Demon Group was about to hold a press conference, all manner of factions caught wind of the news. That Demon King is starting a company? What's he planning to sell? Demons from hell. Ha ha ha. The Demon King, you say? Raven, go and investigate. For now, let's just observe. The Demon King's power is not something we can oppose. Beneath this veneer of calm, the world's undercurrents churned. Every faction schemed in secret, quietly preparing for the unknown upheaval the press conference might bring. Meanwhile, Kino remained oblivious to the stir his company's announcement had caused among the various powers. He was entirely absorbed in other affairs. The next morning, gentle sunlight spilled over the entrance of an elementary school in New York. A cluster of beautiful women had gathered there, all attention fixed on a little girl. Damien, it's your first day of school today. Be sure to listen in class, and if you don't understand something, ask the teacher. Also, take this. It's a seed from my carefully cultivated carnivorous plant. If anyone bullies you, throw this at them and let it eat them up. As Pamela spoke, she tucked a small bag of seeds into Damien's pocket, her eyes full of concern. My sweet little darling, come home early, okay? Venom mommy will miss you. Venom hugged Damien tightly, nuzzling her again and again, unable to hide her reluctance to let go. Miss Damien, take this, an obsidian dagger. It's razor sharp, can even cut through steel. Keep it for protection. She solemnly placed the dagger into Damien's small backpack. Frank, listening to this string of wild instructions from behind, felt a cold sweat bead on his forehead. He couldn't help but mutter inwardly, it's just the first day of school. Isn't this a bit much? Indeed, Frank had no special tasks today, so he'd resumed his butler duties. By now, the women had all bid their farewells to Damien. At last, it was Kino's turn. He and Damien stared at each other, big eyes meeting little ones, neither quite sure what to say. Well, just study hard, and if you can't manage that, at least eat well and don't go hungry, okay? Kino awkwardly squeezed out these words, sounding a bit stiff. Okay, I understand, Godfather. Damien nodded earnestly. Seeing this, Frank nodded as well, thinking, finally, some advice that sounds halfway normal. But Kino still seemed uneasy. He crouched down, rolled up Damien's pant leg, and drew a demon's sigil on her calf. I've sealed a demon in there. If you're bullied, just shout demon, and a bodyguard will appear to protect you, but don't use it unless you have to. Kino reminded Damien with a note of gravity. A demon? Images of those powerful beings flashed through Frank's mind. He had no idea which one it might be, but knowing the young master's temperament, it was certain to be someone formidable. And with the young master, you could always count on things being taken to the extreme. Frank couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Was it really appropriate to give a child such a summoning method? Weren't they worried the young lady, not knowing any better, would treat summoning like a game and simply call up anything on a whim? Frank gazed at the peaceful elementary school before him. This place carried his own cherished memories of childhood. It was where he'd arranged for Damien to enroll, and it had once been his alma mater. But now, all he could feel was unease. Unbidden, his mind conjured up terrible images. Visions of the school blown to pieces by rampaging demons, clouds of smoke billowing everywhere, and children's terrified screams piercing the chaos. Today, we're welcoming a new classmate. Please introduce yourself, said the teacher from the podium. My name is Damien Wayne. Her voice was clear and carried a touch of icy pride. Whispers and murmurs immediately spread among the seated students. She's so pretty. I saw her get out a fancy car this morning. She must be super rich. Damien, for her part, was sizing up her future classmates. In her eyes, they all seemed so weak and childish. Seeing that Damien had nothing more to say, the teacher pointed to a seat by the window and said, Damien, take that seat for now. We're about to begin class. Without a flicker of emotion, Damien walked over and sat down. She listened as the teacher droned on at the front of the room, while a nearby boy kept trying to strike up a conversation, chattering away nonstop. Damien found it all unbearably dull. She'd already learned all this before. Why does father want me in a place like this? Ordinary life is so boring. I'd rather be training. Damien frowned slightly, frustration and confusion flickering in her eyes. At last, the bell rang for recess. Ignoring the classmates eager to talk to her, Damien headed straight for the restroom. After washing her hands and stepping back out, she found a group of tall boys blocking her way. "What do you want?" One boy, looking down his nose at her, said, "Why did you ignore me when I talked to you in class?" "Because it was during class," Damien replied calmly, thinking to herself that these classmates weren't just childish, they were downright foolish. "I don't care. From now on, whenever I speak to you, you'd better answer, or I'll get my big brother to beat you up." The boy threatened, his friends behind him cracking their knuckles for effect, trying to look intimidating. But to Damien, they looked more like a bunch of overexcited snow foxes, all bark and no bite. She silently sized up their formation, mentally noting full of holes. And, judging by their slack muscles, she figured it would take less than 10 seconds to deal with them. Still, at least something interesting has finally shown up. With that thought, Damien let a subtle smile curl his lips, a trace of excitement flickering beneath the surface. To pass the time, he figured he'd spend 30 seconds taking them down. Just as Damien was about to make his move, "Nathan, are you picking on your classmates again?" A sharp voice rang out, and a stick came swinging from behind, landing squarely on a few of the boys and sending them scattering in a panic. A girl in an orange hoodie wielded a broom with impressive vigor, twirling it with the flair of a seasoned fighter. "Are you all right?" "I'm Fina, but you stole my prey," Damien replied, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice, arms crossed over his chest. "Stole your prey? Wow, that sounds pretty cool. Hi, I'm Chin Xiaoyu, but you can just call me Xiaoyu." With a radiant smile, Xiaoyu tossed the broom aside as if it were nothing. Damien replied coolly, then turned and walked off toward the classroom without another word. She had already decided to ask her godfather for permission to leave school. There was no point wasting time on people she'd never see again. Damien was already calculating how to broach the subject with Kino. But Xiaoyu, unfazed by Damien's coldness, was determined to befriend this aloof and intriguing classmate. "I transferred here just half a month ago. I used to go to school in the East. I saw you getting out of a luxury car today, and you had a butler with you. Is your family super rich?" "Oh, and your last name is Wayne, just like Batman in the comics." "What did you just say?" Damien stopped abruptly, turning to look at Xiaoyu, his eyes filled with surprise and confusion. To hear the name Batman in this world, Damien was genuinely taken aback. "Bruce Wayne, the Dark Knight from the comics. Haven't you read them?" Xiaoyu looked at Damien with wide, curious eyes. Suddenly remembering something, Xiaoyu continued, "Oh, right. This country banned comic sales a while ago. I was hoping to read the latest issue, but it never came out. That was Kino's fault. After S.H.I.E.L.D. suspected that the Demon King could draw power from comic books, they'd imposed a sweeping ban on DC Comics, just in case any authors created another world-ending character. Even those authors have been arrested on charges of tax evasion and thrown in jail." "Do you have any comics?" Damien asked. "I'll pay for them." Xiaoyu grinned. "So you like comics too? No need to pay. I've got some in my backpack. We can read them together during lunch break." "Thank you." Outside the Demon Group headquarters, crowds surged. Reporters brandished their cameras and microphones, while people from all walks of life gathered, each with their own agenda. Inside, the building was lavishly decorated, the lights dazzling and bright. As time passed, the press conference officially began. Tony and Pepper had arrived as well. Kino also spotted Logan, who was being stopped by security for smoking. He was surrounded by other companions, most notably a man sitting in a wheelchair. Professor X sensed Kino's gaze, looked over, and gave a slight nod. Kino nodded back in acknowledgement, but silently thought to himself, "Venom, if you sense any force trying to invade my memories, eliminate him at once." On stage, Kino was dressed in a black suit, walking confidently towards the podium. He cleared his throat, swept his gaze over the audience, and began to speak. "Distinguished guests, welcome to the Demon Corporation's press conference. Today, I stand before you, immensely proud to present our company's latest achievements. These results are not only the product of our team's tireless effort, but also a testament to our unwavering commitment to the future." Kino paused. The audience fell silent, everyone waiting expectantly for his next words. "Now, I invite Dr. Banner, our head of research and development, to introduce our newest products." Dr. Banner, dressed in a crisp white lab coat, stepped up to the podium. He could feel his heart pounding, so he took several deep breaths, doing his best to steady his nerves. He lifted his head, his gaze firm as he looked out at the crowd, and began to introduce the healing serum and the limb regeneration serum. Ladies and gentlemen, first, allow me to introduce the healing serum. This serum can rapidly heal all kinds of internal and external injuries. Whether it's a simple scratch, a broken bone, or even serious organ damage, it can deliver remarkable results. Dr. Banner picked up a vial of the healing serum and held it up for everyone to see. It's very easy to use. Just inject it directly into the patient, and it will take effect almost immediately. He then set down the healing serum and picked up another vial, this one containing the limb regeneration serum. Next is the limb regeneration serum, a breakthrough we are especially proud of. No matter how long a limb has been missing, as long as the wound is properly treated, this serum can help regrow a complete, healthy limb, restoring it to its original state. Murmurs rippled through the audience, with gasps of astonishment spreading from person to person. At that moment, someone in the crowd raised an objection. How can you guarantee this is real? Are there truly no side effects? The voice came from an elderly man with gray hair and glasses. His expression was stern, and he fixed Dr. Banner with a skeptical gaze. Of course there are none. We can demonstrate it for you right here. Banner had anticipated such skepticism. A blond man stepped forward, holding a dagger. Without hesitation, he slashed his own arm, and blood gushed out instantly. The crowd erupted in shocked exclamations. My God, that's insane. Is this really happening? How could he do that to himself? Exclamations and questions erupted from the crowd, plunging the entire scene into chaos. Tony quickly reached out to shield Pepper's eyes. The injured man revealed his wound with a blank expression, flesh torn open, bone gleaming white beneath, a sight so ghastly it sent chills through the audience. After displaying the injury, he picked up a vial of healing serum and swiftly injected a third of its contents into his arm. For minor injuries like this, just a third of the dose is enough for a full recovery, Banner explained from the side. The people below the stage found this absurd. A hand nearly severed, blood pooling on the floor, and this was called a minor injury? Wait, is his bleeding stopping? Someone in the audience noticed, drawing everyone's attention to the wound. Even the camera zoomed in. Sure enough, the bleeding had ceased, and a fresh scab had already started to form. Murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd. 10 minutes passed, and the scab began to peel away on its own. Calmly, the injured man rinsed the blood from his arm. To everyone's shock, aside from a faint red mark, there was no trace of injury left. That deep, bone-revealing wound looked as if it had never existed, the skin as smooth and flawless as a newborn's. In an instant, the room erupted with excitement. This is a miracle drug. Incredible. I can hardly believe my eyes. If this becomes available everywhere, think how many lives it could save. A wave of cheers and gasps swept through the hall, the air electric with excitement. Even Tony was intrigued. After all, who wouldn't want something that could save their life? Kino, how are you planning to sell this? Give me 100 bottles. Kino rolled his eyes, grabbed a nearby case, and tossed it over. This is all I've got. Take it or leave it. Come back for more when you run out. Tony opened the box to find 20 vials each of the healing serum and the limb regeneration formula. Pepper, who was standing nearby, caught sight of them and said gratefully, Thank you, Mr. Kino. My pleasure. He's helped me plenty with matters in hell. After all, Kino replied with a smile. As Tony's equipment was gradually set up, the speed of development in hell advanced by leaps and bounds. Where once there was only barren, lifeless land, now the roar of machinery filled the air, and the place buzzed with activity. Advanced excavators, drilling rigs, and transport vehicles shuttled back and forth, raising clouds of dust. Thanks to everyone's concerted efforts, a miraculous oasis appeared at the very heart of hell. Tony pulled out a white canister and asked, Kino, what's this? There's no label. That's for Pepper. Kino was about to explain when a commotion broke out in the hall. That serum is a fake. That man's a mutant. I know mutants, and many of them have extraordinary healing abilities. The person who spoke out was a middle-aged woman in a business suit, holding a microphone in her hand. The cameras around the room all turned to focus on her. Professor X and his companions also fixed their gaze on the middle-aged woman. The surrounding reporters looked at her as if she were an idiot, thinking to themselves that she clearly had no idea whose press conference this was. Even if they privately thought the same as she did, you simply couldn't blurt it out. How much did she get paid to say that? The middle-aged woman wore an expression of utter confidence. Of course she knew. After all, the Demon King, the mastermind behind the demonic invasion, was present. She had done her homework. The Demon King had only ever made a single public appearance, and that so-called demon invasion hadn't resulted in any casualties. Much ado about nothing. And with so many people present, How could anyone possibly kill all the reporters? Doing so would make it impossible to blend into human society ever again. Banner began to explain, regarding this, we can conduct a test on the experimental subjects to confirm. The middle-aged woman immediately seized on his slip, pressing, so, you're saying there's currently no way to prove this person isn't a mutant? Banner was momentarily at a loss for words. I'd like to ask, Dr. Banner, have these drugs of yours been tested on humans? She pressed relentlessly. Yes, but they were all, Banner tried to clarify. Tony cursed inwardly. Once you admit to human testing, no matter the reason, public opinion will turn against you. And another thing, Dr. Banner, I question whether you're truly the inventor of these drugs. The woman continued her attack. The healing serum was invented by someone else, but the limb regeneration formula was indeed my work. As soon as those words left his mouth, every camera in the room swung to Banner, and the reporters below frantically took notes. Wait, Banner grew agitated. He hadn't anticipated this turn of events. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, his face flushed, and his hands unconsciously clenched and released. Banner, let me handle things from here. Kino stepped onto the stage. Sorry, young master, I messed up the press conference. Banner spoke in a voice heavy with disappointment, his head bowed, guilt written all over his face. Not at all. This is just a minor hiccup, Kino said, patting Banner reassuringly on the shoulder and giving him an encouraging look. Don't dwell on it. I'll take care of the rest. Kino turned to face the audience, his gaze calm, yet piercing. That look sent a chill through the middle-aged woman's heart, though she forced herself to appear unafraid and raised her voice. What's wrong? Did I strike a nerve? Are you angry enough to kill me now? People nearby quietly edged away from her. Kino shook his head, his expression unruffled. Not at all. I'm simply here to answer your earlier questions. The middle-aged woman flashed a triumphant smile. She guessed right. He didn't dare resort to violence. For your first question, you implied that the test subjects are mutants. So let me ask you, are you a mutant? Kino inquired. The middle-aged woman paused in surprise and said, Of course I'm not. I even have a government-certified license. Tony shook his head and remarked, This woman's in for trouble. The next moment, Kino smiled. Then I'll trouble you to be our test subject for this experiment. Before she could react, the middle-aged woman was already on stage. The experimenter raised his knife and, without hesitation, slashed her limbs and abdomen several times. A piercing scream tore through the air. The woman's face twisted in agony, her eyes wide with terror and despair. Gasps and cries erupted from the audience. Some clapped their hands over their mouths in shock. Others turned away, unable to bear the scene. Pepper pushed Tony's arm aside. It's all right, Tony. I need to get used to things like this sooner or later. Although Pepper was pale, her gaze remained resolute. Kino injected the remaining dose of healing serum into the woman's body. As the moments ticked by, the woman's wounds slowly began to heal. She managed to stand, trembling uncontrollably, her eyes still filled with terror. Her entire body shook like a leaf as she stared in fear at Kino. Only now did she truly understand that the title Demon King Kino was no exaggeration. Regret and remorse flooded her heart. How foolish she had been to challenge him so recklessly. With a gentle tone, Kino said, Thank you, madam, for your contribution to our experiment. There will be a small gift for you when you leave. Now, please return to your seat. Her voice shaking, the woman dared not protest. Her legs still weak, she staggered unsteadily back to her seat. Back at her seat, she was enveloped in a mix of urine, blood, and sweat. People nearby drew away from her. Some watched her with pity, shaking their heads and sighing. Others snickered and whispered among themselves. She overestimated herself. Look where it got her. Who told her to provoke the Demon King? It was her shot at instant fame. She almost pulled it off. The woman kept her head bowed, wishing she could disappear. Regret and terror churned inside her. Once the platform was cleaned up, Kino paid no heed to the commotion below and continued. Now for the second issue. Yes, we did conduct human experiments. Next, let me introduce our test subjects. As soon as Kino finished speaking, a group of people with twisted, broken bodies appeared from backstage. Some had misshapen limbs, others bore disfigured faces, their scars shocking to behold. A hush fell over the crowd. Everyone was left speechless by the scene before them. These people are heroes of this nation. They risked life and limb for their country. In a line of duty, they faced countless dangers and lost their healthy bodies, enduring untold suffering. Yet they never complained, never gave up. And the medicine we developed has given them hope to reclaim a normal life. Kino paused, then continued. They volunteered for these trials not just for themselves, but also in the hope that in the future, others like them won't have to endure the same suffering. This is the original intent behind our human trials. The participants began to speak up, one after another. That's right, we all volunteered. Without this medicine, we would have already taken our own lives, said a man who had lost the lower half of his body. My wounds ache every single day. I can only get through by relying on painkillers. I'm only 25. Another participant choked out, his face marked by burns, his voice trembling on the verge of tears. This medicine is our only hope. My injuries aren't as severe as theirs. I just want to see my child again, said a middle-aged man who had lost his sight. Tears filled the eyes of the reporters in the audience, blurring their vision. Yet their hands remained steady, faithfully recording every moment with their cameras. Deeply moved, their pens raced across their notebooks, eager to capture these stirring words and scenes, to share them with even more people. Even Tony, who was always the cynic, looked genuinely shaken, his usual irreverence replaced by solemnity and respect. Pepper was so touched that tears rolled down her cheeks. Sensing the rising emotion in the room, Kino went on. Thanks to the selflessness of these heroes, Dr. Banner's medicine has achieved a historic breakthrough. Now, please welcome our first test subject, Will. From backstage, a barefoot man walked onto the stage. Will, why don't you introduce yourself? Will turned to address the reporters. I was a Marine. During a raid, both my legs were blown off and had to be amputated. As he spoke, Will, without hesitation, pulled down his pants to reveal only his shorts. The color difference on his legs below the thigh was obvious, and not a single hair could be seen. A reporter in the front row even leaned in to gently touch his legs with their fingertips, trying to see if they were real. One of the journalists in the audience asked, Mr. Will, do your new legs feel the same as the originals? Absolutely. In fact, they feel even better than before. Back then, I had knee arthritis. After answering, Will took a few steps back, then executed a series of crisp, flawless backflips. His movements were light and fluid. When he landed, he stood firm, power and flexibility radiating from his new legs. At once, the room erupted in applause and cheers. The sound of camera shutters filled the air, capturing every second. Kino, seeing that the demonstration had made its point, signaled for the participants to step off stage. Mr. Kino, may I ask, how much will this medicine cost? One reporter nearly stumbled over his words, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. Don't be nervous. In fact, I quite like being called the Demon King. Kino glanced at him with a relaxed smile, before continuing. The price for each bottle of the limb regeneration potion is $5 million. A stir ran through the reporters below. Even considering the miraculous effects of the potion, this price was exorbitant, and the majority of people with disabilities lived in poverty. Kino went on, but knowing that most people could never afford such a sum, we've come up with an alternative. Disabled individuals only need to pay $50,000, and loans are available for the purchase. The condition is that each person can only buy it once, and the injection must be administered on-site. Thank you so much, Demon King. A male reporter stood up, his voice trembling with emotion as he continued. My wife was a ballet dancer. A year ago, she lost a leg. She's been drowning in sorrow every day, looking at old photos of herself dancing. Your proposal has given our family new hope. The reporter bowed deeply to Kino on the stage, and the audience followed with looks of heartfelt gratitude and admiration. Kino said, Now, let's move to the third question. It's true that the healing potion was invented by someone else, but he is no longer with us. Dr. Banner has since taken over the research. The most successful products to come out of this are the regeneration potion and youth. What is youth? Someone asked, puzzled, as this hadn't been mentioned before. Youth, Kino replied, his voice laced with temptation, is a woman's most precious moment, and yet it lasts only a few short years. What we offer is to extend that time. With a flourish, Kino clapped his hands, and a group of women in elegant kipeos glided onto the stage, graceful and poised. Each woman carried a cup filled with liquid and a small mirror, distributing them to everyone present. When it was the turn of the middle-aged woman from earlier, she was handed a large bottle instead, a clear nod to the little gift mentioned before. The woman's face soured as she stared at the large bottle, while those around her stifled chuckles. Oh. Tony, watching one of the cheap-how-clad women pass by, instinctively tried to strike up a conversation, but sharp pain at his waist made him gasp. Pepper, I just wanted to ask where they got those dresses. I thought I'd get you one too. They're called kipeos from the East. They really are beautiful. Pepper's attention shifted to the dresses, sparing Tony from further interrogation for the moment. Tony let out a silent sigh of relief as she looked away. Seeing some people already drinking from their cups, Kino addressed the crowd. Everyone, youth is not for drinking. Please apply it to your face. If you're unsure, you can test it on your palm first. Logan sheepishly put down his cup, embarrassed. Sturko and Jean, standing to the side, couldn't help but burst into laughter. The audience below the stage also began to apply the product. Most were cautious and only tried it on their hands, while a braver few dared to put on their faces. A small cup was just enough to cover an entire face or both hands. Time ticked by, and as the journalists noticed the presentation had paused, they busied themselves organizing the wealth of information they'd gathered today. It truly was a treasure trove, from miraculous healing serums and limb regeneration elixirs to the enigmatic youth potion. Each breakthrough was worthy of making headlines around the globe. My face! A sudden exclamation erupted from the crowd. A young female reporter, trusting in Dr. Banner's ability to create a rebirth serum, had boldly applied the potion to her face. Holding up a mirror, she stared at her reflection in disbelief. The dark circles from endless nights of overtime were visibly diminished, and her skin looked fresh and dewy. My hands too. It works so fast. No cosmetic product has ever produced results like this. A wave of astonishment rippled through the audience as people eagerly examined the spots where they'd applied youth, their faces alight with joy and disbelief. A middle-aged woman in the crowd, feeling the jealous stares around her, quickly tucked her bottle away into her coat. "Logan, Scott, give me yours. I'll pay for them," Jean urged desperately, her eyes fixed on her teammate's precious vials. Professor X gave a resigned smile and handed over the unused portion of his own. Meanwhile, Tony's mind was racing. He opened the earlier container and compared the creamy liquid inside with the almost watery batch they'd just received. "Chino, just how much did this guy dilute it?" "It means Chino values us highly," Pepper interjected, carefully clutching the bottle to her chest. "That's the secret of youth. Next, Dr. Banner will explain its effects in detail," Chino said as he turned to leave, but a reporter in the audience stood up. "Sir Demon Lord, may I ask you one more question? What is your view on mutants?" Everyone present could see this reporter was trying to stir up trouble. Amused smirks flickered across their faces as they waited for the show. Professor X's eyes grew distant as he murmured quietly, "Raven." Chino paused and thought. The entire audience held their breath, waiting for his response. "My opinion? I'd say they're both highly useful and a terrible waste." "Useful? Waste?" The female reporter was taken aback. She'd heard countless labels for mutants: monsters, threats, outsiders, but never useful or waste. She pressed on. "May I ask what criteria you use to make that judgment?" "I'll give you a famous example. Magneto. You all know him, right? His abilities are well known. He controls magnetism," Kino said. "But have you ever thought about what someone like that could actually do? Acts of terror, hijacking missiles, just imagine it for a moment." Kino's gaze swept over the audience. "I know magnetism is one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe. It has countless uses. But Magneto only ever learned to manipulate metal. He really ought to go back to school," a somewhat knowledgeable reporter remarked. A chorus of laughter rippled through the crowd in response. Only the female reporter watched him with a cold, unyielding stare. "Are you all idiots? Who asked you about that?" Kino replied, "Exasperated." The hall fell silent. "Do you even realize what controlling metal means? It means he could single-handedly build skyscrapers as easily as a child stacks toy blocks. In fact, if he dared to be innovative, he could cast aside all traditional styles and create an entirely new architectural vision of his own, floating towers, mobile buildings. If Magneto had just a bit of wit, he could become a titan of the construction industry, with people lining up to beg him to build their homes. There's no need for him to end up as some kind of terrorist." Kino finished in one breath, his eyes burning as he looked out over the audience, as if challenging them to explain why they'd never seen things this way. The female reporter gazed at Kino, her eyes alight with a new brilliance. This was a perspective she had never considered. Charles was wholly preoccupied with the idea of integrating with humanity, while Eric, consumed by hatred, wanted nothing more than to wipe humanity out. "But, Mr. Devil, mutants are so often uncontrollable. They've caused so many tragedies. Take Professor X, for example. His power is mind control. Who wouldn't be afraid of that?" Another reporter interjected. "The reasons for society's rejection of mutants go beyond the smear campaigns of certain organizations or those in power. Some mutants truly bring disaster upon themselves. Most discover their powers in adolescence or even childhood, a time when the brain is ruled by hormones and self-control is virtually non-existent. It's true. I hate that kind of power as well. If I ever caught someone trying to invade my mind, I wouldn't hesitate. I'd kill them on the spot, no questions asked." Kino glanced calmly toward his shadowy corner. "Professor, that guy." Scott bristled, his fists tightening involuntarily. "He's not wrong, Scott. Who wouldn't hate that kind of ability?" Logan replied, arms crossed over his chest. "Logan, I knew you'd side with the devil," Scott shot back, annoyed. "Scott, it's all right. He's just reminding me. There's no malice in it." Professor X remained utterly composed, his expression serene and his voice as gentle as ever. What mattered most to him was what Kino would say next. The female reporter's eyes dimmed slightly. Indeed, the mutant community had its own deep-rooted problems, ones that no individual could solve alone. So why not just separate from humanity? Separate? Where would we go? Kino replied. Mutants have all sorts of extraordinary powers, controlling the weather, creating water, manipulating the earth, growing plants. All of these are the makings of an oasis. And with Magneto's abilities, building a city of steel in the middle of the desert wouldn't be difficult at all. That's true. The female reporter's eyes sparkled, as if she glimpsed a new ray of hope. All it would take is to separate from the rest. Professor X fell into deep thought. This was a third path, one that lay outside both his own philosophy and Eric's. All right, let's move on with the press conference. Seeing there were no more objections, Kino stepped down from the podium. The truth was, he had originally wanted to draw the mutants into hell itself, but that intention was far too obvious, so he shifted his suggestion to the desert instead. It sounded simple, but was far from easy to achieve. Right now, the mutants were a scattered, disjointed multitude. Aside from Professor X's school and Magneto's Brotherhood, there was also the Hellfire Club, led by the White Queen. Beyond these, countless smaller groups existed, none willing to bow to another. Success would only come if every mutant united as one, but that was an impossibility. Only if the mutant community as a whole suffered a crushing blow would he have the chance to step in as a savior. Kino returned to his seat. Tony quietly reminded him, Kino, it's not just their powers that make people fear mutants. There are all sorts of conflicts of interest, too. Your speech today, coming down on the side of mutants, will upset a lot of people. I don't care. Let them be upset, as long as they stay out of my way. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to show them what a real demon invasion looks like. Kino's eyes flashed with a cold, ruthless glint. I'll warn them, Tony replied helplessly, though he doubted it would help. No one would dare cross Kino openly, but the scheming behind the scenes would only increase. At that moment, a maid in a cheap how arrived. Leader, someone is here to see you. I know. Take the backstage. Kino already had an idea who it was. He turned to Tony and Pepper and said, Tony, Pepper, I'll excuse myself for a bit. You're going to be busy from now on, Tony said with a shrug. Goodbye, Kino, Pepper said with a gentle smile. Kino nodded to them, got up, and followed the maid toward the meeting room. It wasn't long before he spotted a familiar figure and rushed forward in excitement to embrace him. Logan, it's been ages. Kid, let go. You're a grown man, not a child. Logan looked annoyed, but made no move to pull away. It's just been so long. And besides, you reek of smoke. Next time I'm not hugging you. Kino sniffed dramatically, making a face of mock disgust. You little brat, Logan said with a half laugh, half scold. Logan let out a small sigh of relief. It seemed the kid hadn't changed, still the same as before, perhaps even a bit more mischievous. Logan, I've started a big company. Want to come work for me? No thanks. I haven't even spent the $1.5 million you gave me last time. That's a pity. I was hoping to set you up with a job that's easy and pays well. What kind of job? Drug tester. With a body like yours, it'd be a waste not to. You brat, you just want to use me as a guinea pig. Every trial pays $100,000, with salary and bonuses on top. Well, that's not entirely out of the question. Logan stroked his chin, a hint of temptation flickering in his eyes. Behind them, Jean watched their playful banter in silence. On television, he appeared as a tyrant, dominating the screen. Just moments ago, he'd spoken with poise and confidence from the podium. Now here he was, joking with Logan, flashing the innocent smile of a big kid. Which one was the real him? Jean couldn't help but wonder, curiosity and confusion swirling in her gaze. Scott looked a little dissatisfied, but the professor had told them not to speak. After a while, Logan remembered why he'd come. Chino, let me introduce you to someone. Professor X guided his wheelchair forward with a gentle smile on his face and spoke up. Hello, Mr. Chino. I wanted to meet you for a long time. Professor Charles Francis Xavier. Hello, Charles. My name's Chino. Chino returned the handshake with a smile. An Easterner. Charles seemed a bit surprised, then continued in flawless Mandarin. Yes, Charles, your Mandarin is impressive. Hearing his mother tongue in a foreign world filled Chino with warmth, and an involuntary smile crept across his face. I've always been fascinated by Eastern culture and history, so I spent some time learning Chinese, Charles explained, his eyes filled with genuine appreciation and respect for Easter traditions. Chino knew Charles was intentionally trying to build rapport, but he couldn't help but feel a sense of goodwill. And so, the two began chatting about Eastern culture, customs, and cuisine. Charles's knowledge was indeed vast. No matter the topic, he could hold his own. Logan and Scott, standing to the side, looked utterly lost, unable to follow the conversation. Jean could catch a few words, but the pace was too quick for her. One moment they were discussing favorite foods, and the next it was all about scenic landscapes. After a good while, Chino finally paused. Seeing a bit of sweat on Charles's forehead, he smiled and asked a maid to bring some tea and refreshments. "Charles, it's been a pleasure talking with you. Why don't we move somewhere else to continue our discussion?" This time, Chino spoke in English, a genuine smile lighting up his face. "I'd be delighted." Charles let out a sigh of relief. He smiled in response, a hint of anticipation glimmering in his eyes, knowing that they could finally get down to business. The maids quickly brought out pastries, tea, and juice, while the wine was prepared especially for Logan. "Kid, you always know what I like." Logan grinned, popping open a bottle of whiskey and taking a generous swig. Jean, too, sampled the Eastern pastries with great interest. She took a delicate bite, and a look of satisfaction bloomed across her face. Scott, having seen the Demon King and the Professor chatting so amiably earlier, lowered his guard. He sat down beside Jean, casually picked up a piece of pastry, and began to chew thoughtfully. "Charles, you should try the green tea from the East." Kino had been a tea lover in his past life. Green, black, white, he had tasted them all. "This is excellent," Charles praised after taking a gentle sip. Once Charles had finished his tea, he turned to the matter at hand. "Mr. Kino, I'd like to ask about what you mentioned before, the possibility of building a city in the desert." Kino was unsurprised and replied, "If you could control all mutants, there's perhaps a 1% chance." "I could never do that." Charles shook his head, his expression grave. It wasn't just his morals and ideals forbidding it. If he ever tried, neither humans nor mutants would forgive him. All the trust he'd worked so hard to earn over the years would vanish overnight. In that case, the chance drops to at best 1 in 1,000, or not at all. Kino's words were cold and blunt, sparing Charles no comfort as he laid out the harsh reality. Building a city in the desert, the simplest part is money. Can you afford it? The food, water, and sanitation for tens of thousands of people, the materials to build homes. Each expense is astronomical. And this world's nations would never allow mutants to unite. Every mutant organization has the shadow of a nation manipulating things behind the scenes, yours included. I'm not like that. I'm only cooperating with the government in hopes that we can integrate peacefully into human society. Charles spoke urgently, his gaze filled with determination and resolve. Kino looked at Charles's eyes and realized that the Professor X of this universe was a true idealist. A complex feeling stirred within him. He did not dislike idealists, for it was because of people like them that the world could become a better place. But do you know why this country tolerates your existence? You, the world's most powerful telepath, do you really not know that, in secret, the government is capturing mutants to study weapons capable of wiping them out in one blow? The only reason the X Academy still stands is because they fear you might turn and drag humanity down with you. Kino's words were like sharp blades, cutting straight to the core of Charles's heart. Charles fell silent, the brightness in his eyes dimming to a dull gray. He had always known the truth. He'd just been running from it, deceiving himself all along. All this time, he had hoped that the X-Men's efforts could help humankind accept mutants to change how they were seen. But now, being so bluntly exposed by Kino, he felt a wave of helplessness and despair. Logan lost interest in his drink. Though his memories were missing, his time at Xavier's had been relaxing. He was well aware of the professor's subtle care and concern. The click of high heels echoed through the room. Scott stared in shock at Jean, who was acting so out of character. "So, in your view, the only right path is Magneto's, to wage war on humanity?" Jean strode up to Kino, her hair rising with a surge of energy. "Jean, calm down." Charles snapped out of his daze, noticing her agitation. He moved to reinforce the psychic seal. "Wait, Charles." Kino raised a hand to stop him. He hadn't expected to stir the Phoenix Force, but chose to answer her question. "Of course not. Magneto's path leads only to ruin. If he dares to start a war, I'll be the first to stop him, permanently." Kino's eyes were icy, his presence radiating a chilling, intimidating force. The company had only just begun, with recruitment yet to start. If war broke out, global resources would become scarce. How could the Paradise Project continue? Jean's aura faltered in an instant. She knew the extent of the Demon King's power. If the Demon Army joined forces with humanity, mutants would face only extinction. Then what are we supposed to do? Are mutants just doomed? Jean couldn't hold back her tears any longer. The fierce and commanding woman from moments ago now seemed so small and fragile, her tears falling endlessly like pearls from a broken strand. Oh. Kino's composure slipped, and he rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. "Can't bear to see a beauty in tears. Go comfort her," and the harem gains another tonight. Venom's voice echoed in his mind. You're more than enough for me, Kino replied silently, sighing with resignation. There is a way. Jean looked at Kino through tear-filled eyes, hoping for a perfect solution. The reason mutants are so restrained is because you lack a king, someone strong enough to stand equal to the world's powers and command all mutants. Charles, you're too soft-hearted, not suitable. Magneto is blinded by hatred, only knowing how to fight. There were 2 suitable candidates before, but you managed to get them killed. Kino crossed his arms over his chest. Charles understood who he meant, the Black King and Apocalypse. But if either had succeeded, the world would have plunged into endless conflict. Their ideals and methods were wrong. They would have brought endless disaster, Charles retorted. But you can't deny, they could have given mutants a safe haven. These 2 men had different goals, yet they both clung to the belief that mutants should reign supreme. Charles fell silent, for he had to admit that Kino had a point. The Black King and Apocalypse were both incredibly powerful, and the X-Men's victories over them owed much to luck. If it were them leading the way, perhaps mutants' fate could truly be changed. But so what? Even if a mistaken path brings temporary gains, it ultimately leads to ruin. With furrowed brows, Charles was caught in a deep inner conflict. Jean, on the other hand, gazed at Kino in a trance. Here stood someone with the power to rival nations. Wasn't this exactly what they needed? A spark of hope ignited in her heart. So what about you? Can you become our demon king? Jean's sudden question broke the silence. Kino was momentarily stunned, thinking to himself, my plan isn't even ready, and she's practically offering herself up. Did you already have her wrapped around your finger? She's working with you so well. Venom's voice echoed in his mind. You've been with me this whole time. If I'd recruited someone, you'd know, Kino retorted inwardly. Professor X also watched Kino, lost in thought. Here was someone ready-made for the role, an Easterner, no less, perfectly neutral, without a shred of prejudice against mutants, and even open to friendship. What's more, he was immensely powerful, and since the demon invasion incident, there had been no repercussions, as if it had never happened. The professor's eyes brimmed with both hope and scrutiny, as if he were weighing all the pros and cons. Scott was still trying to figure out why Jean was acting this way. Logan, for his part, thought it wouldn't be so bad if the kid became his boss. It's not every day you find such a generous employer. Kino sank into contemplation, searching for the right words. His brows knitted, eyes deep with thought, his mind whirred with possibilities. Jean saw his hesitation and assumed he was unwilling. After all, who would take on the world for the sake of a group of strangers? You said yourself that mutant abilities could be used for creation. At our Xavier school, we have all kinds of powers, weather control, laser eyes, energy shields, so many more. We could help you make a fortune. She spoke with urgency, her eyes bright with hope, longing for Kino to agree. But I'm not a mutant. They won't accept me, Kino replied, a trace of difficulty on his face. That doesn't matter. As long as you protect us, mutants will follow you. Professor, isn't that right? Jean looked to Professor X, her gaze pleading. Yes, I can't speak for all mutants, but the students and staff at Xavier School will stand behind you. Charles had made up his mind. The other 3 paths had led nowhere, and now, at last, a real chance had appeared. It was worth a try. He looked at Kino with unwavering resolve, as if placing all his hopes upon him. Kino was nearly bursting with laughter inside. This was practically being handed to him for free. He was just about to reluctantly agree, feigning difficulty. Jean racked her brain for any bargaining chips she still had left. Gritting her teeth, she declared, I can bear your child. In the future, your child can inherit the throne as the king of mutants. It will be the same. The moment these words left her mouth, everyone present was utterly stunned. Logan, in the midst of taking a drink, spat his liquor clear across the room. Scott's eyes bulged as wide as saucers, and Charles was so shocked his jaw nearly hit the floor. Even Kino was caught off guard by Jean's sudden proposition, left momentarily speechless and unsure how to respond. She's dreaming. Your first child has to be mine, then Pamela's, then she's. Who does she think she is? Venom shrieked furiously inside Kino's mind. Venom never cared how many women Kino might be involved with. After all, she was the only one who could stay by his side forever. But there was no way she'd let some latecomer like Jean snatch the chance to have his child first. Calm down, relax. I haven't agreed to anything yet. Kino patted his head, quickly trying to soothe Venom. Looking into Jean's determined eyes, he realized the Phoenix Force was beginning to stir within her, already influencing her personality. All because Kino had painted such a desperate future for her. She now saw him as her final lifeline. Kino guessed that if he asked, she'd probably even get down on her knees and kiss his shoes. The thought made his head ache. Becoming king isn't as simple as you all think. You should go back and think it through, Kino said slowly. Jean's expression turned vacant, as if her soul had left her body. However, my company will soon be recruiting. If anyone from your academy is interested, they're welcome to apply, he added. Jean's eyes lit up. She understood that this was Kino's way of agreeing. She stepped forward and hugged him, her delicate body trembling with emotion. Thank you, Dark Lord. I'll do my best to bear your children, as many as you want. Hearing this, Scott's heart shattered. His face turned instantly pale. Logan gave Kino a thumbs up. Knowing that Kino once had a true love, Logan wasn't in the mood to get involved with any women for now. Kino could sense Venom inside him was on the verge of bursting out to start a fight, so he quickly pushed Jean away. No, I already have someone I love. I don't need you to bear my children, Kino said, waving his hand. Jean smiled at his flustered reaction. You're still so devoted, but I won't give up. Jean, what are you even saying? Are you volunteering to be a mistress? Scott's face turned a riot of colors. Anger and frustration all mixed together. He couldn't believe Kino was still attracting Jean's attention, even after claiming to have someone he loved. What kind of situation was this? Yet he had no right to object. His relationship with Jean was now strictly professional. Ahem, I think we discussed enough. The gathering is over. Before you all leave, I have a parting gift for you, Kino announced. Kino quickly changed the subject, eager to wrap things up and leave as soon as possible. Beads of sweat had already begun to form on his forehead. It's getting late, he said. Charles played along, smiling warmly, a barely perceptible glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. He actually hoped that Jean might become Kino's partner and bear him a child. After all, social gatherings like this had always existed for a reason. The door opened, and 5 maids entered, each carrying a small silver case set before them. What's this, kid? Logan asked, picking up a vial filled with red liquid. It's an enhancement serum, an in-house product. It can boost physical abilities by 2 or 3 times. The stronger the person, the weaker the effect, but it will, Kino began to explain. Good stuff, Logan interrupted. Without a moment's hesitation, Logan injected himself with the serum right then and there. As soon as the serum entered his system, his body immediately reacted. First, he began to feel hot, his muscles swelling and bulging as though they might burst from his clothes. Then the muscles contracted, and a grimace of pain twisted Logan's face. After a moment, he returned to normal, exhaling heavily, his eyes shining with excitement. My strength has nearly doubled. Thanks, kid, Logan said, pumping his fist in the air with a grin of gratitude and exhilaration. Who wouldn't love to get stronger with no side effects? Kino recalled that Logan's healing factor tended to decline with age. Some believed it was due to the adamantium being toxic. Others blamed it on genetically modified foods. Try out your healing ability. It should have changed too, Kino suggested. Without a word, Logan unsheathed his claws and slashed his own forearm. A sharp metallic clang rang out. 3 deep wounds opened, exposing the silvery bone beneath. Before a single drop of blood could fall, his flesh was already knitting itself back together. In just a few seconds, the wounds vanished, and his skin was once again perfectly smooth. My healing's improved too. Used to take over 10 seconds for that, Logan remarked. Kino thought to himself that, perhaps, it was more accurate to say the ability had been restored. Scott opened the case in front of him as well. It was the same enhancement serum, and he injected it directly. Your Majesty, what's this? Jean asked, peering curiously at a small jar inside her own box. It didn't look like a serum. That's youth itself. You can use it sparingly. It'll last you a long time. I was going to give you the enhancement serum, but I remember it had some side effects, so I switched it out for this one, Kino explained patiently. Are there any side effects? I feel great, Logan interjected, flexing his arm to show off his bulging muscles. Suddenly, a startled cry rang out from nearby. Everyone turned quickly to look. Scott, whose build had once been average, was now burly and broad-shouldered. His fitted clothes were stretched tight, and he seemed to have grown noticeably larger in the blink of an eye. That's the side effect. Logan's already pretty muscular, so it's not obvious on him, Kino said with a helpless shrug. Why didn't you say something earlier? Scott looked as if he was on the verge of tears. I was going to, but Logan interrupted me. Kino spread his hands, looking completely innocent. Logan came over to Scott and patted his tire-sized shoulder. Hey, this is an improvement. You look a lot better than that scrawny chicken you used to be. Scott glanced at Jean, wondering if she'd like how he looked now. The next second, he was stunned into stone. Jean gently kissed Kino on the cheek. Thank you. I really love your gift. Logan saw this too, and tried to comfort Scott. Give it up, man. You can't compete with him. It felt as if Scott's heart shattered into 1,000 pieces. He stood frozen where he was, his eyes filled with disappointment. Charles stared at the vial of blue serum before him. Limb regeneration serum. That's right. Your legs are still there, The reason you're in a wheelchair is because of nerve damage. The limb regeneration serum is perfect for you. Kino wiped the lipstick mark from his face. Thank you, Kino, Charles said, his voice a little choked, eyes glistening with emotion. No need to thank me. I'll give you the injection. Kino picked up the serum, flicked the syringe, and pressed it to Charles's neck. No one stopped him. The moment they decided Kino would become the king of mutants, they had already chosen to trust him. Charles closed his eyes, quietly waiting for the serum to take effect. Gradually, Charles felt warmth and a tingling sensation in his legs. How many years had it been? Ever since he'd been in that wheelchair, he hadn't felt anything from his legs. That long-lost sensation made his heart race and his breathing quicken. As the tingling faded, Charles opened his eyes and slowly stretched one leg toward the floor. He could move it. His hand trembled slightly, eyes shining with tears of excitement, lips quivering with joy. Then, bracing himself on the wheelchair, he shakily stood up, gripping the table for support as he began to walk. At first, he was unsteady, his steps uncertain, body swaying, but he gritted his teeth and refused any help. After a while, he was walking normally. His stride grew surer, and his face radiated a joy beyond words, as though he'd been given a new life. Jean and the others watched Professor X with excitement. After all these years, Professor X had become like family to them. Their eyes sparkled with happiness and relief, genuinely overjoyed to see him stand again. Charles, you won't be needing this wheelchair anymore, right? Mind if I have it? At some point, Kino had plopped himself into the wheelchair, rolling forward and back with a mischievous grin on his face. Moreover, this wheelchair can automatically adjust the cushion on the back, fitting perfectly to the user's body and providing remarkable comfort. It was only then that everyone realized the demon lord before them was merely a newly grown child. Jean felt a pang of guilt, blaming herself in silence for letting such a heavy burden fall on Kino's shoulders. Of course you can. You've already given me a far better pair. Charles replied with a kind smile. Earlier, Kino's powerful presence had been so overwhelming that even he hadn't noticed this detail. Well then, I'm off to have some fun. Unable to contain their excitement, Kino eagerly maneuvered the wheelchair out the door. Like a child with a brand new toy, they vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Let's be on our way too, Charles said, his face radiating warmth and composure. Professor, there's still one box here that hasn't been opened, Scott remarked, pointing to a box, his expression puzzled. That one belongs to someone else. With that, Charles pushed open the door and stepped out, the others following him one after another. Once everyone had left, someone slipped in through the window. It was the female reporter who had asked questions earlier. She moved with the grace and agility of a cat, landing soundlessly on the floor. Opening the box, she found 2 bottles of green potion and a note inside. Healing potion. She glanced at the note. Tell I want to read more books on architecture for me. I have a multi-billion project waiting for him. Lao Wan. What a curious nickname. The reporter murmured softly, a little smile playing at her lips. Lifting the box, her figure shimmered and transformed into the maid they had seen earlier. She hurried toward the exit, her steps quick and purposeful. She didn't notice that her shadow flickered for a split second. Meanwhile, outside in the plaza, Kino paused their wild wheelchair ride, glancing at Professor X's icon glowing on the central console. A subtle smile curled on their lips. Strength, speed, and mind. I no longer have any weaknesses. What a bounty I've gained. Venom emerged, plopping down onto Kino's lap. So why didn't you copy Jean's power? The Phoenix Force is so much stronger. Venom asked, genuinely puzzled. Kino wrapped an arm around Venom's waist, basking in the sun, and replied lazily. The Phoenix Force is a pure energy being, merely residing within Jean. There's a good chance we wouldn't be able to copy it, and we might even alert her, which could make Charles and the others wary of us. It's just not worth the risk. It's not a loss anyway. That girl's bound to end up in your harem sooner or later. Then the Phoenix Force will be ours to use. Venom chuckled mischievously. No one can predict the future. Let's just go with the flow. For now, what matters most is solidifying and expanding our current strength to face whatever crises may come our way. At that moment, the shadow behind Kino suddenly deepened to an inky black, stretching out before him, its surface rippling like disturbed water. An assassin dressed in a black ninja outfit appeared before him in a half-kneeling position. The shadow seemed to come alive, strange and mysterious, as if it possessed a will of its own. Leader, the target has left, the assassin reported, his voice low and respectful, echoing clearly across the empty square. Good. You've done well. Once you locate her base, your mission will be complete, Kino replied calmly, his expression unchanging. Yes, leader, the assassin answered. In the next instant, his body melted seamlessly back into the shadow, vanishing as though he had never been there, leaving only the patch of darkness gradually returning to normal. Every member of the Assassin Alliance chose to forge a pact with the Shadow Demon, granting them this uncanny power. It was a force both eerie and formidable, allowing them to slip freely through the world of shadows. Assassination and infiltration became effortless, as if they were ghosts in the dark, silent, invisible, impossible to guard against. The only drawback was in the daylight, when any shift in the shadows could easily draw attention. The entire Demon Syndicate served as the main stronghold of the Assassin Alliance. It was a fortress of vigilance, riddled with traps and layered with countless interwoven shadowy powers. With only a single shape-shifting ability, not even Batman himself could hope to sneak in or out undetected. As the reporters departed, a storm of public opinion quietly began to brew. By the next day, newspapers were flying off the shelves, and the internet buzzed with news about the Demon Syndicate. Everywhere people looked, traditional media or emerging online platforms, the topic dominated the headlines. At the center of it all was youth. Countless people waited in anticipation for its release. Some even tried to find insiders who could smuggle it out early, and desperate buyers clamored from every corner. Meanwhile, Dr. Banner found himself thrust into the spotlight. He was even given a new nickname, Dr. Youth. He became the focus of everyone's attention, revered and pursued by all. Recently, Dr. Banner's schedule had grown frantic. He flitted from one award ceremony and social gathering to another, endlessly courted by those hoping he would develop a drug to extend human life. It was said his appointments were booked out 3 months in advance, and he moved tirelessly from one event to the next, enjoying every moment. However, with the release of the drug, the medical and cosmetic industries suffered unprecedented shockwaves. The stock market reeled as if struck by a massive earthquake, related shares plummeting into a sea of red. No one knew how many business owners and investors lost everything in the turmoil, some driven to the rooftops in despair. Their hatred for Banner and the Demon Syndicate ran deep. They cursed them through gritted teeth, blaming them for every misfortune. Meanwhile, in a lavish but oppressively tense conference room, something was brewing in secret. What are we going to do? We're already facing losses before sales have even started. If we really launch this, we'll all be out on the streets. A portly man roared, his face quivering with rage as his jowls shook. A demon lord should stay in hell collecting souls, not come to the human world to take our money. Is he out of his mind? Another man, impeccably dressed in a suit, slammed the table hard, fury blazing in his eyes. Ah, demon lord, didn't you see those paupers trying to turn him into some kind of deity? He sells to us for $5 million, but only charges them $50,000. He's not trying to make money. He's just robbing us. A flamboyantly dressed woman shrieked, her exquisite makeup now twisted into something almost grotesque by anger. Yet for the sake of their future, they had no choice but to pay up. Everyone present was a wealthy magnate, adorned in jewels and finery, titans of the medical and beauty industries. All traces of their former elegance had vanished. They were like brawling street vendors now, dignity forgotten, their faces contorted with fear and fury. That's enough. I didn't bring you all here to complain. Let's come up with a solution. A middle-aged man rapped the table, his voice deep and commanding. Instantly, the room fell silent. He was the leader of this gathering. Though he had interests in other fields, a full-scale release would bring him devastating losses too. What can we do? You all saw that demon army. You know even the government is powerless against him. A middle-aged woman slumped in her chair, despair written all over her face. No amount of makeup could hide her exhaustion. And he's so strong himself. There's no way we could just take what we want by force. A middle-aged man had already given up. He was planning to sell off his assets at a loss and move into another line of work, hoping to maintain a comfortable life. His voice was heavy with resignation and frustration. A bunch of youngsters who only know how to use force. Why not steal it instead? An old man let out a sinister chuckle. Addicted to his power and unwilling to let go, he now saw a glimmer of hope for a longer life in the Demon Lord's hands. But the price was everything he owned, and he could never accept that. If only he could get his hands on the formula for those potions. A wild, determined glint flashed in his eyes. We can hire someone to steal it. If he dares retaliate, we'll leak the formula worldwide. I don't believe he can stand against the entire globe. The old man grew more agitated as he spoke, wrinkles bunching up furiously on his face. And those things he said about mutants, we can use public opinion to pressure him into handing over the formula. Someone else chimed in, a cruel glint passing through his eyes. And there's that Dr. Banner. He knows too. We could kidnap him. Someone put forward this audacious suggestion. Are you insane? He's the Hulk. Only the Demon Lord could possibly take him down. The true identity of the Hulk was no secret to them, and someone who managed to stay calm immediately objected. He should be back to normal by now. I had people pressure him at the press conference, and he still didn't transform. In that case, it's something we can consider. A flicker of hope reignited in everyone's eyes, as if they could already see the dawn of success breaking through the darkness. The group began a plan, each person chiming in with their thoughts. They were all people of immense wealth. Whatever they needed, whether manpower or weapons, they could get. If Kino had been an ordinary person, he might have truly been swallowed up by them. Once the meeting was over, most of them left in a hurry, carrying a mixture of anxiety and anticipation as they rushed to set their plans in motion. It was as though they had glimpsed a sliver of light in the darkness and desperately reached for this last glimmer of hope, trying to save their crumbling empires of fortune. One portly tycoon hurried back to his manor, his steps quick and his expression tense. He went into a hidden basement, dimly lit by a yellowish lamp. There, a digital walkie-talkie sat on a table, custom-modified, boasting a communication range of 50 kilometers. The tycoon picked up a device, unlocked it with his fingerprint, and held it to his ear. A cold, detached voice came through. "Code verified. What do you need?" The tycoon blurted out everything from today's meeting and asked, "Should I take action?" "No need." There was a hint of panic in the voice on the other end. Those wealthy men didn't know what the Demon King was truly capable of, but how could they not? Even if the whole world joined forces, it might not be enough to stand against him. After a moment's silence, the voice continued, "Let's not act rashly. The higher-ups have no intention of going up against the Demon King. However, you can pass the information along to him. Might earn us a bit of goodwill." This tidbit was useless to the Demon King, but at least it would show they meant well. The tycoon, a bit nervous, added, "And my hospital is about to go bankrupt." "Understood. The intelligence you provided this time is valuable. I'll report it to the higher-ups and get you transferred to a construction company." The tycoon brightened. His privileged life would continue. "Hail Hydra! Hail Hydra!" After hanging up, the tycoon tossed the walkie-talkie straight into the fireplace, watching as it slowly warped and melted in the flames. That was the benefit of having a powerful organization behind you. No matter how you play the game, as long as you didn't betray them or get caught, you'd always be safe. How could those desperate schemers, struggling for survival, ever grasp the mysteries of this world? Compared to them, he was undoubtedly far more fortunate, and his life much more secure. With that thought, a smug smile curled at the tycoon's lips. He turned and left the basement. Meanwhile, in a deserted steel warehouse, Raven gradually reverted to her true form. Moving with a graceful lightness, she stepped deeper into the heart of the warehouse. This was the Brotherhood's temporary base. Raven arrived at a high platform, where a figure in a steel helmet was quietly gazing out at the sunlight, lost in thought. "Eric, I'm back." Raven's voice broke the silence. "Raven, you've worked hard." Eric turned around as he spoke. Raven recounted everything that had happened at the gathering, including how Charles had managed to stand again. A flicker of guilt and delight flashed in Eric's eyes. Though the two had gone their separate ways, the bond they once shared still lingered deep within, impossible to erase. But when he heard that Charles had agreed to let that mysterious Demon King suddenly emerge as the new king of mutants, Eric fell into contemplation. His old friend might be soft-hearted, but his judgment was rarely wrong. "Raven, what do you think of that Demon King?" Eric's gaze shifted to Raven, his eyes probing for answers. Without hesitation, Raven replied, "Mysterious, powerful. He noticed me, but chose not to give me away. He doesn't seem to treat mutants and humans any differently. Maybe it's worth giving him a chance." She had already weighed these thoughts on her way back. Raven wasn't optimistic about either Charles's or Eric's path. In the past, she had no other choice but to follow the more pragmatic Eric. But now, with a new hope appearing, she wanted to try. Eric's expression turned cold. Before he even spoke, the hard metal around them suddenly melted, reshaping into sharp spears that shot upward toward the ceiling. A rapid series of crashes echoed as the spears punched holes through the ceiling, letting sunlight pour down in streams. The spears, having pierced the ceiling, didn't stop there. Suspended in midair, they shifted and split apart, transforming into a countless array of fine needles, which then burst outward in all directions like a deadly storm. "Eric, was someone eavesdropping?" Raven quickly caught on, slipping into a concealed corner to avoid interfering with the imminent fight. Eric focused for a moment before replying. "They've already left. It must have been a spatial ability, appearing and vanishing like that. If he hadn't been carrying metal, I wouldn't have noticed him at all. Should we move the base?" Raven asked. She relaxed. After all, what they discussed wasn't truly top secret. Before Eric could answer, someone burst in. First to arrive was a burly man with golden hair and beard. His sharp claws gripped the wall, and with a few agile leaps, he landed beside Eric, eyes scanning the room on high alert. Soon, Other members of the Brotherhood streamed in as well. Boss, what happened? Eric's sudden show of power had drawn them, and everyone assumed an enemy had invaded. It's nothing. You can all leave. Mystique and I still have things to discuss. Eric dismissed them. The Toadman glanced up at the gaping hole in the ceiling. Was this really nothing? Still, seeing that their leader was indeed unharmed, he led his people away. For now, there's no need to relocate our base. Let me think some more about the Demon King, Eric said, his brow furrowed deeply as he sank into thought. Riven understood that expecting Eric to give up the path he'd followed for so many years wasn't realistic. She nodded in agreement. This is a gift from the Demon King for our first meeting. Riven opened the small box in her hands and offered it to Eric before turning to leave. Just as she reached the doorway, Eric's voice called out from behind her. Riven, could you help me collect some books on architecture? A small smile tugged at Riven's lips. She realized that Eric was truly considering what the Demon King had said, and for the first time, hope flickered in her heart. Chino, meanwhile, had no idea about the secret scheming of those wealthy elites, nor did he care to know. With nothing better to do, he strolled over to the school to pick up Damien, accompanied by Venom and Pamela. Standing among the crowd of parents waiting at the school gates, Chino was impossible to miss. His tall, striking figure, handsome features, and unique aura made him stand out unmistakably in the throng. When the school bell rang, a stream of excited children burst out of the building, laughter and joy filling the air. Chino, can we sneak two of them home to play with? Venom asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Venom, look, Damien's coming out, Pamela said, drawing Venom's attention. Damien emerged alongside Xiaoyu, and the moment he stepped outside, Venom swooped toward him. A flash of helplessness crossed Damien's eyes. Sweetheart, did you miss me? Venom exclaimed cheerfully, her face beaming with enthusiastic delight. Of course I did, Venom Mom, Damien replied obediently. Though there was a hint of perfunctory politeness in his tone, Venom was still over the moon. Xiaoyu was startled by the scene. She stared wide-eyed as the usually cool and composed Damien was scooped up like a doll by the beautiful big sister. She found it all extremely amusing and couldn't help but burst into giggles. Chino and Pamela walked over and spotted Xiaoyu. Chino crouched down and extended his hand, a warm smile on his face. Hello, young lady. Are you Damien's friend? Xiaoyu looked up at this handsome big brother, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Then she reached out her small hand to shake his. Yes, I'm Damien's best friend, she answered in her clear, innocent voice. Impressive. I thought Damien was so stubborn that she wouldn't make any friends this term, Chino teased with a laugh. Xiaoyu put her hands on her hips, her face proud as she declared, it's easy being Damien's friend. She's actually really easy to get along with. Pamela chuckled at that, reaching out to gently pinch Xiaoyu's cheek. You're adorable, Xiaoyu. Where are your family? Uncle Long is probably still on his way. He's always late. Are you Damien's older brothers and sisters? Xiaoyu blinked her lively, bright eyes as she spoke. We're not, actually. We're a godfather and godmother, Kino explained with a gentle smile. That's so cool. Just like the mafia in the movies. Xiaoyu cried out in excitement, her little face overflowing with wonder and admiration. Just then, Damien had been set down on the ground. Do you want to come over to our place and play? Venom fixed her gaze on Xiaoyu, eyes shining with anticipation. She felt the scent on Xiaoyu was even more enticing. Maybe next time. Xiaoyu glanced at the beautiful older girl, feeling inexplicably nervous, and took a small step back without realizing it. Xiaoyu, where are you? A call rang out at that moment. That's Uncle Long Damien, everyone goodbye. With that, Xiaoyu dashed off in the direction of the voice. My little cutie. Venom pouted, disappointment written all over her face. I didn't even get a hug. It's your own fault for scaring her, Kino said with a helpless shake of his head. Pamela took Damien's small hand and led her toward the car. The golden glow of the setting sun stretched their shadows long across the ground. Damien, did you have a good day at school? Pamela asked softly, her eyes gentle as she looked down at Damien. Damien shook her head, then nodded. Classes were boring. It was all stuff I already knew. But reading comics with Xiaoyu during break was a lot of fun. I'm glad to hear that. Pamela was genuinely happy. Damien finally had a friend her own age, and that brought her comfort. Godfather, can I bring the comic to my father? Damien hesitated for a moment, then asked cautiously. What comic is it? Kino was curious. This one, Batman. Damien pulled a comic book from her backpack and handed it over, her eyes shining with anticipation. Kino glanced at it and nodded. Of course. I'll collect the other related comics for you, and when the holidays come, I'll take you back to give them to him. Thank you, Godfather. Damien carefully put away the comic book. It was a gift from Xiaoyu. Kino didn't mind. Although this world also had DC comics, it was nothing like the entertainment-driven world of his previous life. Here, DC Comics mostly chronicled the personal stories of Batman, Superman, and a few others. Rarely did they have crossover events, and the Justice League was completely absent. Not to mention, S.H.I.E.L.D. had already shut down the DC company. In Kino's eyes, gathering these comics for Bruce would at most let him understand the powers and origins of heroes from another world. It wouldn't affect him personally. Still, Kino couldn't help but wonder, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, how Bruce would react to receiving a gift from his own daughter. Suddenly, Kino's phone vibrated. He glanced at the screen, a new text message. The message was densely packed with information about various plans targeting him, all orchestrated by the Hydra organization. It even listed specific times and the exact number of people involved, leaving nothing vague. At the end, there was a note. Hydra sends their regards, Your Majesty the Demon King. Kino raised his eyebrows in amusement. Hydra certainly knew how to read the situation. He should find time to bring them under his control. Such a useful organization would be ashamed to see destroyed. As for whether they were an evil group, well, whatever else could be said, S.H.I.E.L.D. owed most of its years of world-saving achievements to them. Night had fallen, shrouding the city in darkness. The headquarters of the Demon Group loomed ahead. At this moment, a squad of mercenaries, clad in black tactical gear and armed to the teeth, was stealthily approaching the mysterious and dangerous building. Yet among this team, one figure stood out like a sore thumb. Oh, are you all dying to know why I'm dressed so brightly? Let me tell you. Soon my costume will be splattered with the blood of my enemies. The flamboyant character suddenly spoke up, as if showing off to some invisible audience. Shut your mouth, you idiot Deadpool. Keep your voice down. And who are you even talking to? A burly, bald man in the group hissed in a low, angry tone. If it weren't for Wade's impressive combat record, he would never have allowed such a lunatic to join the mission. Obviously, I'm talking to my fans, Deadpool whispered back. Then, turning his head, he winked at the imaginary camera beside him and muttered softly, Call me an idiot, will you? Just wait. When this is over, I'll swing my big sword and polish that bald head until it shines like a mirror. The bald man ignored him, telling himself to just endure it. $5 million each for this job. Once it was done, he'd make sure Deadpool didn't walk away. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the Demon Group's lair, several pairs of eyes quietly opened, silently observing their every move. Oh, Deadpool suddenly shuddered. I got this weird feeling like that time I went to the bathroom and got stared down by a cockroach. Of course, that little pest won't be crawling on top again anytime soon. He muttered with a disgusted expression. Following the others, Deadpool made his way smoothly to the top-floor laboratory. There wasn't a soul in sight. It looked as if the entire organization had clocked out for the night. The lab was filled with vials of green potion, each with a formula pinned beneath it. The place was littered with technical jargon, enough to make anyone's head spin. Healing potions? This is almost too easy, the bald man muttered, surprised. But looking at all those vials, he didn't care. It was all money to him. He grabbed a bag and started stuffing it full. Deadpool didn't waste any time either, his hands moving swiftly to join in. Don't take it personally, little boss. I have to say, your security system is as good as useless. But for the sake of our old friendship, here's the deal. Once I get my payment, I'll return the formula for the serum. As for these vials, let's call them a little bonus for my trouble. Ha. Deadpool muttered to himself with excitement. After all, these serums were as good as cash, and, on the black market, they could fetch 10 times their worth. There would always be buyers. While all the mercenaries were busy stuffing the serums into their packs, a shadow on the floor rippled ever so slightly, but not a single person noticed. Once the lab had been thoroughly ransacked, a sense of unease began to creep in among them. Still, what did it matter? Expecting them to ignore the mountain of wealth in front of them was simply impossible. After escaping from the Demon Group, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, their nerves loosening for the first time. According to plan, they hurried toward the delivery site. A secluded warehouse awaited them. There, an elderly tycoon appeared, flanked by 4 bodyguards. Do you have the goods? The tycoon asked in a chilling tone. We do. Where's the money? The bald man replied warily. In this line of work, trust was a luxury no one could afford. The old tycoon cast a dark, brooding glance, then barked coldly at a bodyguard. Open it. At his command, the bodyguard pressed a button, and a powerful spotlight snapped on in the corner. Under the harsh light, a mountain of cash gleamed, stacks upon stacks of brand-new US dollars, piled high. Bundles of bills pressed tightly together shimmered with an alluring glow, silently proclaiming the power of wealth. 10 men, $50 million in total. The bald man and his teammates stared wide-eyed, greed shining in their eyes as they gazed at the mountain of cash. With an expert's gaze, the bald man could see this was the real deal. If anything, there might even be extra. Thrilled, he pulled out the formula, eager to hand it over. But suddenly, a cold flash of steel sliced through the air. The bald man felt a chill on the top of his head, followed by a warm trickle sliding down his cheek. Instinctively, he reached up to touch his head, only to find his hand drenched in bright, red blood. Before he could even register what had happened, his body lurched forward and collapsed. With a muffled thud, he fell face first to the ground. His smooth, shaved scalp, severed by the force, rolled across the floor, finally coming to a stop at the tycoon's feet. The grisly sight, his brain exposed like a mass of glistening intestines, sent a shiver down everyone's spine. Not a hair out of place. If I ever retire, I could be a barber. I'd be a sensation, Deadpool observed with satisfaction, admiring the tidy cut. The elderly tycoon finally snapped out his daze. Having lived a life of luxury, he'd never witnessed such carnage. His stomach churned violently, and he promptly emptied his lunch right there. This one tried to double-cross us. Kill him. The people around finally reacted as well, all pulling out their guns and firing at Deadpool. Gunfire erupted in the dim warehouse, silver flashes of blades sparking in midair, weaving a dazzling and deadly interplay of light and shadow with the bullets. Deadpool was far too close for comfort. In just a few blinks, he darted through the crowd like a phantom. The long sword in his hands danced like the wind, each swing carving a spray of blood. His movements were swift as lightning, nearly impossible to track. The warehouse was filled with screams and the clash of metal, as Deadpool moved like a demon from hell, mercilessly harvesting lives. Meanwhile, the tycoon scrambled to pick up the formula and, under the frantic protection of his bodyguards, hurriedly fled the warehouse. Deadpool made quick work of the rest, flicking the blood from his blade. Though new bullet holes riddled his suit, they seemed to have no effect on him. 50 million, 50 million. With these serums, I'll be a billionaire in no time, he muttered to himself, striding over to the mountain of cash, grabbing a wad of bills and kissing it with giddy excitement. His joy was short-lived. Deadpool soon noticed something off about the color of the cash. He flipped through the stack in his hands. Inside, it was nothing but blank white paper. Only the first bill was real. The rest were all fakes. Son of a, it's all fake. Deadpool cursed furiously. The very next second, a burst of fire flared before his eyes. A thunderous explosion rocked the air, flames soared toward the sky, and waves of heat rolled across the warehouse, instantly engulfing Deadpool. Outside, the tycoon watched the warehouse burn, a smug smile curling at his lips as he wiped his mouth. A bunch of paupers, dreaming of riches, go ask the devil for money in hell. Though there had been some hiccups, the result was unchanged. He glanced down at the formula in his hands, and suddenly, a spark of wild joy lit up his murky eyes. With the serum formula and Dr. Youth on my side, money and immortality will all be mine. Ha ha ha. He burst into manic laughter, his voice echoing through the night, strange and chilling. But his laughter barely lasted a moment. From the raging flames, a figure burst forth, a man ablaze from head to toe, wielding two steel katanas, hurtling toward them with a demonic ferocity. Hand over my money, all of it. Deadpool's raspy voice rang out from within the inferno. His face had melted down to bare bone, his single remaining eye locked on the tycoon with a deathly glare. The stolen serum was lost, and his dream of instant billions had gone up in smoke. This old man was now the person Deadpool hated most in the world, bar none. Kill him now. The tycoon, heart pounding in terror, screamed at the top of his lungs. All four bodyguards drew their pistols and, without hesitation, opened fire at the charging Deadpool. Deadpool didn't flinch. Bullets tore through his body, blooming into sprays of blood, and some even flung off chunks of mangled flesh. Yet he seemed utterly immune to pain, still charging forward in a wild frenzy. The bodyguards were terrified, having never encountered such a madman who seemed to care nothing for his own life. Fear instantly took hold of their hearts, and they turned and fled in panic. Damn it, take me with you, the tycoon cursed, leaning heavily on his cane as he struggled to run as well. He was used to battling in the boardroom, dealing in dirty tricks and underhanded schemes. He had never faced such terror in person. But now, it was far too late to escape. For blowing up my money, huh? Deadpool was suddenly right in front of him, a twisted grin on his face. He raised both steel swords and swung at the tycoon's legs. I'll pay you. I'll give you as much as you want. The tycoon squeezed his eyes shut in terror, but the pain he braced for never came. Droplets of water trickled from his pants onto the floor. Shaking, the old man slowly opened his eyes to see a man in ninja garb standing before him, a headless corpse at his feet. Before the tycoon could speak, "Come with us," the ninja said coldly. "Who are you with? Do you have any idea who I am? How dare you speak to me like that?" Thinking this was an ally's subordinate, the old tycoon tried to recover his haughty demeanor, never noticing the assassin's mocking gaze. At that moment, two more assassins in similar attire emerged silently from the shadows on the ground. Number 1. The 4 who tried to escape have been dealt with. Number 2. Take this tycoon back to base. Number 3. Clean up the bodies. Only now did the old tycoon realize these assassins who had saved him were not on his side at all. "Who are you people?" he shouted in terror. Number 2 stepped beside him, seized his shoulder without a word, and began to sink with him into the shadows. "Wait, I have a lot of money. No matter what they're paying you, I'll double it. No, triple it. 5 times as much." The tycoon's cries grew hoarse, his voice trembling with pure despair and fear. He struggled desperately, but all his former power and influence meant nothing now. His past arrogance crumbled, helpless against this looming fate. As the shadow began to swallow his head, Number 1 spoke coldly. "His Majesty the Demon King asked me to pass on his thanks for your generous contributions." Regret and terror filled the tycoon's eyes. He tried to scream, but only muffled whimpers emerged, until, at last, he was swallowed completely by darkness. Watching the tycoon disappear, Number 1 seemed to understand why the boss wanted him to deliver that message. "Hey, buddy, mind flipping me over? I really don't want to be licking dust off the floor. Who knows what kind of filth is down here?" Number 1 looked down at the head on the ground, astonished. How could a decapitated head still be alive? He nudged it over with his foot, and saw that the face and eyes, previously blown apart, had already regenerated. The face, however, was now riddled with pits and scars, as if it had been scoured with acid. "Oh, thanks. I mean, I don't love the fact that you flipped me over with your foot, but it's still better than using my tongue. Hey, buddy, you may not talk much, but I can tell from your eyes. You're thinking this face looks like a rotten avocado." Deadpool quipped, poking fun at himself. His original plan had been to play dead, wait for these people to leave, and then figure out some way to reattach his head. But now that he realized these were Kino's people, he abandoned that idea. Number 2 approached, holding Deadpool by the ankle, and said, "His body still has a pulse. What should we do with him?" "Fill him with cement and sink him in the sea," Number 1 replied, his face expressionless. Listening to their discussion, Deadpool was suddenly rattled. He might not actually die that way, but the thought of such endless, suffocating torment was terrifying. No, wait. I know the Demon King, Kino, right? We're fantastic partners, really." Deadpool shouted at the top of his lungs. The two exchanged a glance. Number 1 said, "Take him back to base and report to the boss. If he's a fake, hand him over to Dr. Banner as a test subject." Number 1 cradled Deadpool's head in his arms, and together they slowly melted into the shadows. "Hey, easy there. This skin just regenerated. Super tender and sensitive, you know? And man, your arms are so warm, they remind me of my mom." Deadpool's babble swirled around Number 1's ears, and he couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. He swore to the Demon King. If this guy dared to deceive him, he'd save the body for experiments and send the head to the bottom of the sea. Elsewhere, in a hidden safe house. "Dr. Banner, thank you for your cooperation. I'll escort you back to the banquet now." An assassin spoke, his tone full of respect for Dr. Banner. Dr. Banner watched the kidnapper sink into the shadows and shook his head in resignation. "I've had enough of this game. Take me back to the lab." At first, the excitement had been a novelty. The banquet, the beautiful women, the flattery from the movers and shakers of every field. But soon, all he ever heard was, "How's your research coming along? Any side effect from the drug? Would you consider joining our company? Interested in taking on an apprentice?" It was all so transactional, so tedious. He found it utterly exhausting. Nothing compared to the satisfaction of breakthroughs in the lab. And it had been ages since he'd seen Betty. He wondered how she was doing. That thought flickered through Dr. Banner's mind, tinged with a complex emotion he couldn't quite name. The next day, the Demon Group acquired a massive share of the beauty and pharmaceutical industries at rock-bottom prices. At the same time, a few more homeless vagrants appeared on the streets. Kino hadn't killed them. Instead, he thoughtfully treated their wounds with healing potions and nursed them back to health. Compared to death, perhaps living on after losing everything was the greatest punishment for these once greedy souls. The once crowded boardroom of the Rich Men's Alliance now had several empty seats. Some people never returned. What are we going to do? Toby and Al have already been dealt with by the Demon King. Just a few days ago, I saw Billy begging on the street. One wealthy man muttered from a corner, his face pale and his voice trembling. "If all else fails, maybe we should go and apologize to the Demon King. He's willing to sell those potions to the commoners at such a low price. Surely he'll forgive us." "Yes, that's right. Worst case, we could just hand over a few companies to the Demon King. He'll probably want those." The room was abuzz with anxious voices, each person speaking over the other, their tones thick with fear and uncertainty. Just as the alliance seemed on the verge of collapse, a thunderous slam of a hand against the table echoed through the room. Enough! Quiet! A burly tycoon glared fiercely at the group, roaring, "You're flapping around like headless chickens. Do you think this will solve anything?" The meeting room fell instantly silent. Everyone froze, afraid to breathe, all eyes locking onto the furious man. He was the wealthiest among them and had been chosen as their leader. "But Tom, the Demon King, has already made his move. We can't compete with him," someone protested. "And the healing and resurrection potions will hit the market any day now. If we don't sell our assets soon, it'll be too late. We're not like you, Tom. You have other businesses. Most of our assets are tied up in pharmaceuticals and beauty. If those collapse..." The room filled with desperate chatter, worry and helplessness etched across every face. Tom's brow furrowed, his face so dark with anger it was as if a storm cloud hung above him. "Shut up," he barked again. "Why are you panicking? Even if the Demon King is strong, we can't just roll over and surrender. Look, we're still here, aren't we? What does that tell you? The Demon King doesn't dare take us down outright. And do you really think that begging for mercy will stop him from selling the potions? Sooner or later, you'll all be penniless. It's just a matter of time. Either follow my lead and fight back, or get ready to sleep on the streets together. Understand, you idiots?" Tom's words jolted the others. The terrifying thought of losing everything and ending up destitute reignited the flames of anger and defiance in their eyes. Their wavering resolve hardened once more. One by one, the tycoon stood up and left the room, ready to plot their next move. Only Tom remained in the seat of honor. He pulled out his phone, deep in thought. How did the sell-off of the medical and beauty-related businesses go? Good. Cancel all collaborations related to New York, then arrange the fastest flight to Mexico. We're pulling out. Having given his orders for the next steps, Tom rose and strode toward the door. Was it a joke, going head-to-head with the Demon King? He wasn't that foolish. Now that the previous plan had failed, there was no point in carrying out the follow-up actions. Leaving those idiots behind was simply using them as bullet shields. The secret to Tom's vast business empire was knowing when to cut his losses. Though this meant his assets would shrink dramatically. As long as he had some capital left, he could always make a comeback. A faint smirk curled on Tom's lips as he pushed open the door, only to find a stranger standing outside. His heart jolted, and the smile froze on his face, replaced by an expression brimming with wariness and suspicion. "Who are you?" Tom forced himself to sound calm, but his hand crept quietly toward the back of his waist. "Lei Xiaogu, Chief Executive Officer of the Demon Corporation." Lei Xiaogu spoke in an icy, emotionless tone, his cold gaze fixed on Tom, as if he could see through every nervous twitch. A chill ran through Tom, one of the Demon King's men. Without another word, he whipped out an automatic pistol and unloaded a textbook burst at Lei Xiaogu. 8 bullets struck Lei Xiaogu square in the chest, right where the heart should be. By all logic, even with body armor, the impact alone should have shattered his ribs. Yet, Lei Xiaogu didn't flinch. Not even his clothing was torn. Tom refused to give up. In just 0.6 seconds, he swapped magazines and aimed directly at Lei Xiaogu's forehead. This time, he saw it clearly. A shadowy darkness shielded Lei Xiaogu, and the bullets vanished into it as if they were sinking into water, leaving not the slightest ripple. Lei Xiaogu extended his hand. 16 bullet heads appeared in his palm, then clattered onto the marble floor, ringing out in crisp, metallic echoes. "Would you like to continue?" "No, that won't be necessary. But I am curious. When did the Demon King start keeping tabs on me?" Tom let his pistol fall, understanding that against someone with supernatural powers, only a fully equipped team might pose a real threat. "From the very beginning." "How did you manage it?" "I've always been careful. Every contact was through letters, every meeting at a different place, and I always traveled in the most inconspicuous vehicles." "How did you do it?" Lei Xiaogu regarded Tom with a trace of admiration. Calm under pressure, meticulous in thought. He fit his master's standards perfectly. "Come out." No sooner had Lei Xiaogu spoken than a man dressed in a ninja outfit emerged from the shadow behind Tom. A chill shot from Tom's feet straight to his scalp. All these days, someone had been following him so closely. Tom couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Everything they'd done was nothing but child's play in the eyes of this Demon King. He hadn't even shown himself. Just a few subordinates were enough to have them running in circles. "According to the Master's will, we were supposed to play with you until the very end. Yet you went about halfway through the game. So you've come to punish me, the one who tried to escape." Tom glanced around, searching for any sign of help. Even when facing someone with supernatural powers, he refused to give up his struggle. "No, this game can end ahead of schedule. The Master's true intention was to choose the best performer among you as his subordinate. So you chose me. A fiery glint flashed in Tom's eyes, a burning hunger for power and strength. Sometimes, surrendering in the face of a formidable enemy is the wiser choice. Sign your name. Lei Xiaogu produced a pre-prepared demon contract. Tom didn't even glance at the words. Instead, he stared straight into Lei Xiaogu's eyes. Can I gain superpowers too? Of course. There are hundreds of different abilities at your disposal. And if you achieve something truly remarkable in the future, even immortality isn't out of reach. Then I really have only one choice. Tom pulled a dagger from his coat and slashed his finger. Using his blood as ink, he swiftly scrawled his name onto the contract. I pledge my loyalty to His Majesty, the Demon King. His voice rang out, firm and resolute. Ambition for the future blazed in his gaze. Meanwhile, Kino sensed the completion of the contract. With Lei Xiaogu's abilities, whatever he set his mind to, he accomplished flawlessly. It was thanks to Lei Xiaogu that the company had found its footing so quickly. His contributions were undeniable. Kino asked what reward he wanted. Lei Xiaogu answered that he wished only to become stronger and return to the Assassin's League. Just then, Hyder sent over a list of the wealthy elite's movements. Kino let Lei Xiaogu pick one as his deputy to help manage company affairs. Kino and Venom made their way to the Demon Corporation's headquarters. As they passed a beachside park, they saw a burly man playing in the sand with a small child. The man was tall and powerfully built, yet his face was gentle as he watched the child, guiding her hand by hand to shape the sand into a perfect castle. The little girl giggled, her tiny hands busy scooping and patting the sand, her face alight with innocent joy. Sunlight bathed them, painting a scene of warmth and happiness. As Kino entered the park, Flint caught sight of them. The little girl called out in a sweet, childish voice. "Hello, Penny." Kino greeted her softly, his smile warm. "Flint, how is Penny's illness?" "She's recovered, though she's still a bit weak and needs some time to regain her strength." "In that case, visit Lei Xiaogu soon and ask for a healing potion. It'll speed up her recovery." "Boss, I haven't really contributed much," Flint said, a trace of guilt in his voice. His eyes were downcast. He had expected to be dissected and studied, yet all they had done was a simple checkup of his body. He was arranged a job as a security guard, spending his days playing with his daughter around Devil Tower, with weekends off every week. With the generous salary, even Jenny's attitude toward him had softened noticeably. Kino smiled, finding it all quite understandable, and gestured toward the towering building behind them. "Flint, you haven't fully realized the importance of your job. This is our Devil Tower. For now, things are calm, but in the future, we'll attract the attention of countless enemies. I can't be here every day, so I need your skills to protect this tower, and one day, perhaps even this entire city." Flint gazed up at Devil Tower, its shining facade glimmering in the sunlight, and an unprecedented sense of purpose stirred within him. "Boss, I promise you, as long as I'm alive, no one will lay a hand on this building." His eyes were resolute, and his voice rang with conviction. "Good. I believe in you." Kino patted him on the shoulder, his gaze filled with trust and encouragement. Just as Flint's fighting spirit flared, a sudden shriek from his daughter rang out behind him. He spun around anxiously, only to see the boss's wife scooping his daughter into her arms, playfully nuzzling her. Little Penny giggled uncontrollably as she was tickled. Frank finally relaxed. If it had been a man, he would have thrown a punch and flattened him. Kino spoke up. "Flint, Penny's about school age now, isn't she? It's not good for her to always be by your side without meeting kids her own age." "Yeah, she was sick before, so we kept putting it off. Now she's better, but I'm worried about bullying at school." A trace of worry crossed Flint's face. He'd been bullied himself and knew how painful it could be. "Let's have her in the same class as my goddaughter. I'll follow whatever you decide, boss." Flint had always trusted his boss's judgment, knowing that every decision was made with careful thought and for everyone's benefit. After chatting a bit more about what Penny would need for school, Kino left, taking Venom with him. "Goodbye, Penny." "Bye, Venom." Flint hugged his daughter, watching her wave reluctantly after them. In that moment, he was sure his daughter needed friends her own age. "Penny, would you like to go to school?" "Daddy, what's school?" "It's a place where you can make friends and play together." "Then I want to go to school, Daddy." Penny's big eyes sparkled with anticipation as she spoke. Flint gently tousled her hair, smiling. "Then Daddy will get everything ready for you." Kino and Venom headed to Banner's lab, and even before they reached the door, they could hear a commotion inside. "Doctor, you have to help me. I'm not a doctor, but you can call me Dr. Banner." "All right, Dr. Banner, is there any hope for me? If not, please help me donate my little brother. He hasn't had his fair share of fun yet." "Shut up. You're not dead, so what's there to donate? And besides, who would even want that thing?" "But, Dr. Banner, I can't feel my body anymore. I'm probably paralyzed. And that was my rotary turbojet Armstrong cannon. I've had it for 20 years, and it's still as good as new. Kino shook her head helplessly and pushed open the door to walk in. Banner was holding an iron rod, apparently about to smash something, but when he saw Kino and Venom step inside, he set it down. "Young master, madam, you're here." "Banner, how is he?" Kino asked. Banner adjusted his glasses and began to explain the results of his night-long research. This guy's body is quite unique. Cancer cells and a healing factor coexist, and they've reached a certain balance that gives him remarkable regenerative abilities. But since the healing factor is foreign and hasn't been integrated through genetic adjustment, it's basically forcefully fused into his genes. That's why the healing factor and the cancer cells are constantly battling, causing severe disfigurement as a side effect. Kino looked over at Deadpool lying motionless on the lab table, completely naked except for a white cloth covering his lower half. A metal needle was piercing into his neck, meant to suppress the nervous system's healing. "Wade, aren't you going to greet your fans?" "Wade, that sounds like the name of a really handsome guy. Probably some big celebrity." "I mean, I'm flattered you call me that. But I'm Deadpool. Sorry, you've got the wrong guy." Deadpool rambled on, his mouth running wild with nonsense, the usual devil-may-care look on his face, but his eyes betrayed pain and embarrassment. Venom tilted her head. "Anyone who talks that much nonsense has got to be Wade, that freak." "Hey, little lady, you've never even met Wade. How can you say he's a freak?" Wade glanced at Venom, making sure he hadn't seen her before. "So, does this jog your memory?" As Venom spoke, her appearance shifted back to her original form. A black body, ghastly white eyes, and a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth. "Oh my God!" Deadpool's eyes went wide in exaggerated shock. So much so, it looked like they might pop right out of his head. Even Banner was startled. Seeing Deadpool's reaction, Venom morphed back into her human shape. "Do you recognize me now?" "Boss, your appetite is impressive. Can you tell me what it feels like? I want to try it myself." Deadpool's gaze was complicated, equal parts curiosity, amazement, and even a hint of admiration. "So you're not denying your Wade this time?" Kino teased. "That's right, it's me, Wade. Your old idol. Just a few days after we parted ways, I was diagnosed with cancer. After a series of torments, I managed to survive, but my whole body turned into this mess you see now. I'm stuck with this face, so messed up, I don't even dare go home. Damn Francis. I have to find him and get my face back to the way it was. Oh, by the way, remember those Stark stocks you told me to buy? They crashed hard at first, scared the hell out of me. My heart was pounding like crazy. But then they shot up, and I made a killing off them." Deadpool seemed to have opened the floodgates, rambling on, his face flipping between anger and delight, his train of thought bouncing all over the place. Out of the blue, Kino chimed in. "You made a killing, so why are you here stealing from me?" Deadpool froze for a second, then shot back stubbornly. "Well, I was planning to squeeze out some commission money, but that old bastard blew up both the serum and the cash. Just thinking about it hurts. How about working for me instead?" "No way. Boss, you're generous and all, but I have to find Francis. If I can't get my face back, Vanessa will leave me." Deadpool spoke rapidly, determination and a longing to be restored flickering in his eyes. "That's impossible," said Dr. Banner. "What did you say?" Deadpool's expression slowly faded. "Restoring your appearance just isn't possible. The only reason you're still alive is because your self-healing factor and the cancer cells in your body have reached a delicate balance. If that balance ever breaks, you'll either die from the cancer or your healing power will go wild and turn you into a lump of flesh. At least, I don't believe anyone who conducts experiments that crudely could possibly have." Banner's words were cut off by a harsh outburst. "That's crap. You're just saying that because you don't have the skills. Francis told me he could turn me back to normal." "That's right. I'm going to find him right now. I'll prove you wrong. I can change back." Deadpool roared, and to everyone's surprise, his body, which had just had its nervous system blocked, slowly sat up. His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead, his anger so intense it looked like he might tear everything around him apart. Restoring his appearance was the one thing keeping him going. Now, someone was telling him it was impossible, snuffing out his last spark of hope. There was no way he could accept that. "No way," Banner muttered in disbelief, hurrying over to check the instruments. According to the analysis, the metal spike that had severed Deadpool's entire nervous system had been pushed out of place by the regrowing tissue, and a third of his nerves had already repaired themselves. Deadpool yanked the metal spike from his body and tossed it aside. He grabbed the white sheet covering him, wrapped it around his waist, glanced at Kino, and walked out without looking back. That resolute figure, walking away without a backward glance, seemed fueled by a reckless madness. Just as Deadpool was about to step out the door, "I can restore your appearance," Kino spoke up. Deadpool froze mid-step, turned his head to look at Kino, but said nothing. 10 minutes. That's all it takes. Kino's voice was calm and certain. A devil's contract appeared in Kino's hand, the paper emanating a mysterious, shadowy glow. It was a pact imbued with Shi's power. Sign it, and you'll be restored. Deadpool took the contract and, without a moment's hesitation, scrawled his name across it. After all, things couldn't possibly get any worse. The contract vanished the instant he signed it, dissolving into thin air. Deadpool felt a new power stirring in his mind, and a flash of excitement lit up his eyes. As he activated the ability, the scars and pits on his skin began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Where his skin had once been rough and ravaged, it now became smooth and flawless. Hair began to grow, too, from a few sparse strands to a thick, lush layer, spreading rapidly like wild grass in spring. In just a few seconds, Deadpool was restored to his former self, even boasting a more perfect physique than before. He stared at his own body in disbelief, running his hands through his thick hair. Catching sight of his handsome reflection in the polished wall, he was beside himself with excitement. Oh, holy crap, boss, I love you to death. I don't even know how to thank you. Wade, overcome with emotion, threw his arms around Kino. I'm not into guys, especially not naked ones, Kino said with a look of disdain, pushing him away. Deadpool's eyes sparkled with mischief as his appearance shifted once more. His body grew slender, curves blossomed, and the scarf he'd wrapped around his lower half slipped to the floor. Dr. Banner was left utterly dumbfounded by the spectacle. How about this, then? If it's you, boss, I wouldn't mind giving you my first time. This is my favorite body ratio. Pretty awesome, right? With that, Deadpool, now a stunning beauty, sashayed and posed, showing off her figure from every angle. Banner's nose started to bleed at the sight, while Kino simply closed his eyes, speechless. It wasn't as if he'd never seen a woman before. He certainly wasn't desperate. And besides, someone nearby was about to lose her temper. A woman, fine. But now a man dares to compete with me? Do you think I'm dead? Venom, enraged, morphed into battle form. Her eyes widened, blazing with fury. With a sudden punch, she sent Deadpool flying. Deadpool's body crashed into the steel wall with a heavy, bone-jarring thud. But Venom wasn't satisfied yet. She charged forward, grabbed Deadpool by the leg, and began smashing him into the ground over and over, like a relentless game of whack-a-mole. Each slam echoed with a thunderous roar, leaving deep craters in the floor. Dust billowed, and the surrounding equipment trembled violently, threatening to fall apart at any moment. Banner cowered in the corner, trembling as he whispered to Kino, "Boss, aren't you going to stop this?" Kino gave a helpless sigh. Forget it. Let Venom vent a little. She's been in a bad mood these days. He honestly hadn't expected Venom to change so completely. She even had to deal with her period now, which caught him entirely off guard. Banner understood, and with a touch of pity, glanced at the already mangled Deadpool, thinking to himself, serves you right for running your mouth. He remembered how Betty used to act in times like this, and couldn't help but shiver. It was even scarier than the Hulk. The commotion quickly drew the attention of others. Alarms blared as everyone thought they were under attack, prompting people to rush over. When the door swung open, they saw a black monster furiously pummeling a woman. Venom, annoyed at being interrupted, revealed her human face and snapped. "Do you need something?" Everyone recognized it was the boss's wife. After exchanging glances and noting their leader cowering in the corner, they hesitated, then held out the weapons they carried. We just wanted to ask if you needed any weapons." Venom took the two knives without a word and continued hacking at Deadpool with grim determination, as if set on dismembering him. The League of Assassins members quietly closed the door, blocking others from entering. Lowering their voices, they whispered, "Don't go in. The lady of the house is in a rage." When the chaos finally subsided, Kino led Venom out of the lab. Behind them lay a scene of utter devastation. The floor was pitted and stained with blood and flesh. Equipment lay scattered and upended, shattered parts strewn everywhere. Banner looked at the mess of the lab and sighed in resignation, bending down to piece together the fragments littering the ground. Out on the street, people bustled past, their voices rising and falling in a lively cacophony. Feeling better now, Kino smiled at Venom. I never imagined a human body could be so troublesome, swayed by hormones like this." Venom replied, clutching Kino's arm, nodding slightly, though there was still a trace of anger on her face. "Then why don't you just return to my body? That way, you won't be affected. I have to get used to it eventually. Besides, how else am I supposed to give you children? Would you rather I take a fetus back into your body? That would make you the one giving birth. Want to try it?" Venom teased, her voice playful. She couldn't help but laugh at her own joke, her smile dazzling in the sunlight. "No, I'll leave that responsibility to you. Kino replied, shaking his head, though his face was lit with an indulgent grin. Sunlight poured over the towering headquarters of the Devil Corporation, where today's job fair was about to begin. Hey folks, good morning. I'm Wade. You might know me as Deadpool, but you can call me Handsome if you'd like. At the entrance of an office, Deadpool stood in an ostentatious suit of red, armored like a comic book hero, greeting job applicants with infectious enthusiasm. His trademark, mischievous grin stretched across his face as he rattled off quips nonstop. Hey there, beautiful. Join us, and I promise, every day will be full of surprises. Handsome, don't hesitate. Let's conquer the world together. The people coming in for interviews eyed this lively character with curiosity. Some couldn't help but burst out laughing at his antics. Others looked utterly baffled, unsure what to make of this seemingly unserious man and his bizarre recruitment style. A few, clearly unimpressed, ignored Deadpool's enthusiastic welcome altogether and strode straight inside. After his recovery, Deadpool hadn't left. Instead, he found himself a job here. Francis wasn't in any rush these days. He'd take his time searching. Kino had bought an apartment complex nearby to use as staff housing, and Deadpool had even brought Vanessa to live with him. Vanessa was delighted that her man finally had a respectable job. Inside the office, Tom looked nervously at the person beside him and asked, "Boss, is it really okay to have him as our receptionist? Won't this hurt our company's image?" "Relax, Tom. You're one of us now. Besides, I'm practically the Demon King who almost hacked the nation. What kind of image do you think we have?" Kino joined them, lounging back in the boss's chair with a look of utter ease. "And down the line, this company will be full of mutants, aliens, demons. If we can't handle Deadpool, we might as well not bother at all." Kino continued, his tone carrying a hint of indifference. "Understand, boss." Tom realized he needed to adjust his old mindset from when he was in charge. Still, being the right-hand man to a leader wasn't half bad. He ran the company's day-to-day operations. The boss wouldn't interfere unless it was to ensure the outcome he wanted. Superpowers, extended life, resurrection after death. So long as he didn't cross the boss's bottom line, anything was fair game. Thinking of all this, Tom's anxiety gradually faded, replaced by a new resolve and confidence in his eyes. He silently vowed to do his best for Kino, to live up to the trust and privileges he'd been given. Such was the power of a demonic contract. Whatever your original intent, once you signed, betrayal was impossible. To Kino, hell itself was just a bonus. The demon contract was the true gift from Lucifer. From outside, Deadpool's unmistakable voice rang out. "Candidate number 1, let's get moving. The boss is getting impatient in there." "Hello, here's my resume." A slightly trembling voice replied, and Kino noticed the applicant's empty sleeve. He glanced at the resume and set it aside with casual indifference, but Tom beside him began reviewing it in earnest. "Mr. Connors, why don't you go buy a limb regeneration serum?" Kino asked. Connors touched his missing arm and gave a bitter smile. "Sir, I haven't had a job in a long time. I can barely afford to eat, let alone buy something like that." There was a deep sense of helplessness and bitterness in his eyes. In this world, there was no Osborne Corporation, and no one wanted to hire a disabled researcher. "Mr. Connors, your resume says you've worked on limb regeneration technology, so you must know our group already has a finished product on the market, right?" Tom's expression was serious, his eyes fixed intently on Connors, radiating professionalism. "Yes, but my research was based on lizard regenerative genes." Connors' face darkened, and his voice grew heavy. "However, your project didn't succeed. And according to your resume, you've been let go by several companies." Tom paused there. He could tell that the down-and-out scientist in front of him was here to take a chance. Connor's gaze grew even dimmer. He knew what would come next, almost certainly. "Please go home and wait. We'll get back to you within a week, no matter the outcome." But then, something happened that he never expected. "Mr. Connors, you're hired. Come in tomorrow to start work." Connors looked up in astonishment, staring at Kino with wide eyes, his face filled with disbelief. "You've been hired? As for your compensation, since you don't have any successful research to your name, your monthly salary will be $20,000. If you need it, there's an employee apartment available. You can move in any time." "Why?" Connors fell silent for a moment before asking. He had just gotten the job he wanted, and yet, his curiosity still demanded an answer. "Maybe it's the determination I see in your eyes. I want to see if your research might hold some other surprises. Thank you for believing in me. You can head out now. I have another round of interviews." After Connors left, Tom couldn't help but ask, "Boss, even if his research pans out, it's not like it'll be of much use to us. If it's not useful, then it's just for show." Kino replied offhandedly. Kino certainly couldn't tell him that in another world, Connors was the lizard. The next candidate to walk in was a man with a bowl-cut hairstyle. Kino glanced at the resume he was handed. Otto Gunther Octavius. What luck today, Dr. Octopus had shown up as well. Otto was just about to introduce himself. You're hired. Come in tomorrow. As for salary and benefits. Otto opened his mouth, not quite sure what to say. Any other questions? Kino asked. No, none. Otto was full of confusion. Was his resume really that impressive? He'd barely shown it, and he was already hired. After Ulter left, another person walked in, brimming with confidence, and launched into a lively self-introduction. If even a disabled person can get hired, I definitely have nothing to worry about. Tom glanced at the boss first, and seeing his lack of interest, began flipping through the resume in his hands. He made it only halfway through before tossing it straight into the trash can. You can leave now. What? Cruz University shut down 15 years ago. If you really graduated from there, you'd be at least 29 now, but your resume says you're only 26. Next time you forge a resume, find someone who knows what they're doing. That was just a printing mistake. I'm actually 36. The applicant tried to protest, still hoping to talk his way out. Deadpool, take him out. Tom couldn't be bothered to listen to another word of nonsense. All right, buddy, let's have a little heart-to-heart. Deadpool burst in at once, grabbed the man by the collar, and dragged him out as easily as if hauling away a stray kitten. From that point on, Kino stayed out of it, only glancing at the resumes now and then to see if there were any familiar names. Tom, meanwhile, displayed the utmost professionalism and seriousness. He scrutinized each resume with care, questioned the applicants about relevant topics, and maintained a focused, stern expression throughout. Aside from Connors and Otto, only 2 others made the cut. Next, with that cue, the door slowly opened, and in walked a young woman with green hair. Her hands were empty. She didn't even bother to hand over a resume. Tom frowned, considering this an extremely unserious attitude, but he pressed on with the process out of duty. Please begin by introducing yourself briefly. The green-haired girl stared straight at Kino with her large, unblinking eyes. Tom's frown deepened. He thought to himself, here comes another one trying to charm her way up through the boss. I've seen it too many times. He was just about to call security. My name is Lorna Dane. I've never attended school. I'm a mutant. Kino's interest was piqued. The job posting had mentioned that mutants were also welcome, but Lorna was the first to actually show up. The crew from the X Academy hadn't arrived yet. Could you show me what you can do? Kino asked, intrigued. Lorna's green hair lifted, swaying gently as if it were alive. Her raised hands were enveloped in a shimmering green aura, the light flickering and darting like living sprites. Suddenly, the whole room seemed to transform into a scene out of a fantasy, filled with swirling, dancing metal, spinning and leaping in a mesmerizing display. Magnetic manipulation? What's your connection to Magneto? Don't know him. At the mention of Magneto, Lorna's eyes grew cold. No need to explain if you don't. Kino didn't press the issue, a delighted smile spreading across his face. Today had truly been a bountiful day. Your monthly salary will be $50,000. You can move into the staff dormitory. Do you have any other requests? I want to stay by your side. Lorna's request caught Kino slightly off guard. Tom, on the other hand, frowned deeply, suspecting that the girl's intentions were anything but simple. But Lorna's face was resolute, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Kino, as if she wouldn't rest until she got what she wanted. Why? And don't tell me it's love at first sight. I don't buy that, Kino said, his brows creasing. You've forgotten, back in the alley. The room fell silent. Only Kino seemed lost in his memories. Tom was already packing up, thinking to himself, this isn't an employee, she's the new boss's wife. He'd only been to that alley twice, once to find Pamela, and once more to save a mutant. You're that mutant. Why didn't you go to Xavier's school? Kino asked, his gaze landing on Lorna, laced with curiosity. I don't trust them. Kino had nothing more to say. Trust was a complicated thing. So you trust me instead? Yes, because you saved me, and you even gave me money. Lorna nodded, her green eyes clear and unwavering, filled with sincerity and gratitude. Kino looked at her, feeling a little at a loss. Did he really have such a trustworthy face? You want to follow me? You're way too weak. Tell you what, come back when you can defeat Magneto. Tom, find her some teachers, someone who knows about magnetism. Or maybe see if Dr. Banner is interested. Yes, boss. With those instructions, Kino was about to leave. Suddenly, Lorna called out to him. So, as long as I can defeat Magneto, that's enough, right? Without turning his head, Kino answered as he left the room. After stepping out, a deep voice laced with a hint of mischief echoed in his mind, Venom. Why not agree? That little one's eyes were full of sincerity. But I can't just fall for everyone who likes me. I'm not some kind of playboy. That wouldn't be fair to any of you. Kino replied in his thoughts, a flicker of helplessness crossing his face. I wouldn't mind, you know. If you build a harem, it'd be like I have one too. Besides, the way beauties cry is lovely, and everyone tastes a little different. Kino listened to the lecherous voice in his head, speechless. Thanks to his memories, Venom had become interested in both men and women. In fact, if Kino weren't male, Venom would probably prefer women even more. Thankfully, Venom's gender was fixed as female. Otherwise, Kino would have been deeply unsettled at the thought of another man living inside his body. The thought sent a chill down Kino's spine. He quickened his pace, trying to shake off these chaotic ideas. Meanwhile, Nick Fury was reading through the mission report submitted by Coulson, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Gaining the friendship of Thor. Now, there's an opportunity to bring him into the Avengers Initiative. Both his own combat power and his knowledge of extraterrestrial matters are invaluable to Earth. Nick Fury gave a slight nod, silently calculating his next moves. His single eye gleamed with shrewdness and determination. There was a knock at the door. Director, according to our intel, Professor X is bringing part of the X-Men team to New York. Estimated arrival, 4 o'clock this afternoon, a serious-looking agent reported. Did they notify us in advance? Nick Fury's expression grew grave. Yes, sir. They reported the reason as starting work at the Demon Corporation. The Demon Corporation again. Let them through. Just hearing that name made Nick Fury's head ache. He rubbed his temples, his brow furrowed in frustration. It was the first time he'd faced such an exasperating target. Officially, thanks to the Demon Corporation's release of healing and youth-restoring drugs, many high-ranking officials had greenlit their activities, hoping they would soon develop a longevity serum. In terms of public reputation, their affordable limb regeneration medicine had saved countless families. If Chino wished, his statue could easily replace that of God. As for military power, Nick Fury had seen the previous footage. Regardless of whether Captain Marvel could defeat him, even if she could, Chino was never alone. He commanded a demonic army. If Fury dared to make a move, the entire nation could be destroyed. Then there was his Avengers Initiative. Banner and Tony were crucial, yet now they'd been poached. At least he was thankful that Thor hadn't gotten involved. Otherwise, his plans would have collapsed entirely. Nick Fury drew a deep breath, feeling unprecedented pressure and helplessness. He paced back and forth in his office, searching for a solution. Chino hadn't done anything to threaten the world. In fact, he made significant contributions. But to place an entire world's safety in the hands of one man's goodwill. The thought weighed heavily on Nick Fury's mind. Such uncertainty is like a bomb, ticking away, but you never know when it will explode. He muttered to himself, unconsciously clenching his fists. Inside a city bus on the highway, several X-Men members were chatting as they sat in their seats. Jean, my dear sister, can't you share some of your youth with me? A striking beauty, with white hair and dark skin, leaned against Jean's shoulder. Ororo, didn't you already buy the youth serum? Jean replied. Ororo rolled her eyes at that. That stuff isn't even close to yours. With yours, you see results as soon as you put it on. I've been using mine for nights, and still don't get the same effect. Who knows how many times that Demon King's diluted it. And it cost me $500 for a single jar. Worse than dealing with a crook. Ororo grumbled, her face full of indignation. Jean furrowed her brow, her expression turning serious as she said, Ororo, show some respect to the king. You have to remember, he carries the hopes of all mutants on his shoulders. My bad, Jean. Ororo quickly raised her hands in surrender, flashing a charming, conciliatory smile. Truth be told, she actually had a good impression of the Demon King, despite never meeting him. She was just a little resentful about how the two youth serums stacked up against each other. Jean reached into her bag and took out the youth serum that Chino had given her. Scoop a little out. If you mix it with your own serum, the effect should be much better. Thanks, bestie. Ororo grinned, unable to hide her excitement. She eagerly opened her half-used serum and reached right into Jean's with a quick swipe. Stop right there. I said just a little. That's right, just a smidge. A teeny bit. You've taken half, Ororo. Come on, aren't we best friends? Not anymore. Oh, how heartbreaking. To make it up to me, let me take just a little more. Ororo, you're about to see me angry. Watching the two women bicker in front of him, Scott shook his head helplessly. He'd already spoken to the professor about his feelings and moved on. Sitting nearby was a man with blue skin, pointed ears, and sharp fangs. Nightcrawler, Kurt Wagner. His hands were clenched tightly together, his body trembling ever so slightly with a mixture of nerves and anticipation etched across his face. I wonder if the Demon King will accept me. If there will be others like me there, Kurt Wagner murmured softly, his eyes filled with anxious hope for the unknown. Scott said, don't let the title Demon King scare you. Honestly, he's a good person. I know. He's saved so many families. God will bless him. Kurt replied earnestly, nodding with sincere devotion. Kurt was no stranger to the internet, and these days, the Demon King received nothing but praise online. Any negative comments were swiftly removed by Tom's contacts. Still, don't say that to his face. He really is a demon king. Who knows if he's on good terms with God, Scott said with a shake of his head. Sorry, I didn't mean anything by it, Kurt said, lowering his head. Beast, Hank, his blue fur quivering as he moved, adjusted his glasses after submitting their report. Charles, are you sure this excuse is going to work? It'll be fine, Hank. We're just a group of job-seeking mutants, Charles replied with a warm smile. Sure enough, moments later, the computer chimed with a notification that their application had been approved. The Demon King's influence is as great as you say, Charles. I'm starting to believe you, Hank said in astonishment, his fur bristling with excitement. When Charles and his team arrived in front of the Demon Corporation's headquarters, he gazed up at the building, his mind awash with emotion. He knew this meeting would be pivotal for the future of all mutants. Everyone, don't be nervous. We're here to seek cooperation, Charles said gently, reassuring the group. Everyone nodded in agreement and followed Charles into the building. Inside the lobby, the modern decor and high-tech equipment dazzled the eye. A woman in professional attire approached them. Welcome to Demon Corporation, everyone. I'm Ellie, your receptionist. Please follow me. The leader is waiting for you, Ellie said with a friendly smile. Charles and his group followed Ellie to a conference room. Inside, Kino was already seated, awaiting their arrival. Venom sat beside him. With his newfound psychic abilities, Kino no longer needed to be on guard against Charles. Welcome, everyone. It's a pleasure to see you. This is my partner, Venom, Kino said warmly. Venom turned his gaze to Jean, and Jean looked back at him. Professor X returned the smile. Mr. Kino, it's wonderful to see you again. We're here today to discuss the future of mutants. Kino surveyed the visitors. Aside from the familiar faces, there were a few newcomers. Beast, Nightcrawler, Storm. All of them impressive talents. Charles, aren't you going to introduce your new friends? Kino asked. Of course, Charles replied. This is Hank. Many of the advanced technologies at the X Academy are his creations. Hank stepped forward, bowing slightly in polite greeting. Hello, Mr. Kino. His voice was deep, resonant, and full of charisma, with blue eyes that sparkled with intelligence. Hello, Mr. Hank. Kino responded with an appreciative smile. Yet another technological genius. This is Kurt, Professor X continued. His ability is teleportation. He's been eager to meet you. Hello, Mr. Demon King, Lord. Oh, sorry, Kurt stammered nervously, fumbling his words. Don't worry, Kino reassured him gently, his face kind. Your appearance feels oddly familiar. Perhaps you and my demons would get along. Yes, I'd really like to meet them, Kurt replied, excitement shining through his sense of alienation in this world. There will be a chance, Kino promised. When Charles and Kurt finished their exchange, Charles introduced the final member. This is Storm Ororo. She can control the weather. Ororo stepped forward and asked, Demon King, if I become one of your people, can I truly buy youth? Kino paused in surprise, then nodded. Of course. You'll receive a vial every month. Generous boss. I like you more and more, Ororo replied, her eyes lighting up with delight. Once everyone was seated, Logan glanced at the drinks on the table, then shot Kino a look of camaraderie, true brotherhood. At that moment, Charles began, Mr. Kino, let's talk about the future of mutants. Kino nodded and said, Charles, I've been thinking about this as well, and I have two possible solutions. The first is to wait for the right moment. Yes, thanks to your efforts, the mutant's reputation is not as bad as it once was, but it's still not enough. What we need now is a crisis that threatens the whole world, a disaster that only we can stop, so we can save the world. But we've done that a few times already, and it hasn't really changed people's prejudice against us. Charles let out a quiet sigh, a shadow of worry crossing his face. The incidents with the Black King and Apocalypse were enough to endanger global security, Charles said, his eyes reflecting memories and deep thought. But people's attitudes barely shifted despite everything. It's not that those events weren't significant enough to change things. It's that too few people truly knew what happened. Apart from a handful of government leaders, the public didn't know the real story. They just thought it was some infighting among mutants. Even when you saved the world, people believed it was simply your duty. Many of you were there on the front lines, but after everything was over, do you remember how the news reported it? Kino's gaze swept over everyone in the room, pausing on each face. In the Apocalypse incident, the news only mentioned the destruction and casualties, and all they said was that mutants were to blame. Everything else was glossed over. Scott's face grew somber. The name Alex Summers weighed on his heart like a heavy stone, and every time he remembered, it pierced him with pain. Aurora's expression darkened as well, and she lowered her head. She'd been an accomplice in that event. Even though she'd come to her senses in time, her mistake was like a scar, one that would never truly heal. That's why mutants have no voice in this world, Kino continued, his tone tinged with both helplessness and frustration. And with Magneto constantly launching terrorist attacks, it's no wonder the public can't stand you. His expression became one of exasperated disappointment, as if he wished things could be different. It's all Magneto's fault for always working against us, Hank burst out, his blue face flushed with anger. If he didn't keep orchestrating those extreme attacks, mutants wouldn't have such a hard time. Charles couldn't defend his old friend. He bowed his head slightly, his features written with helplessness and a hint of bitterness, lips pressed together in silence. That's not the whole story. Everything has two sides. Yes, Magneto's actions are extreme and destructive, but in a way, he's forced those in power to be more cautious when dealing with mutants. His threat makes them think twice before acting too recklessly. That wariness has bought us some peace, at a terrible cost, no doubt, but it's kept us from being completely crushed. The mutants present also recalled their battles with the Brotherhood. Scenes of those fierce confrontations flashed through their minds. Both sides, by some unspoken agreement, had a bottom line: no mutant would be killed. Charles steadied himself. But world crises don't just happen whenever we want. How long do we have to wait? Very soon. At most, it will happen within a year. Chino's tone was resolute. Not long ago, he too had sensed that enormous surge of energy. Thor had already returned to Asgard, and in a year, the alien invasion would arrive. Chino tilted his head slightly, as if sketching out that thrilling, earth-shaking battle in his mind. I can feel it. An enormous storm is coming, and that will be the opportunity for mutants. Upon hearing Chino's words, everyone was filled with both hope and a touch of anxiety. They hoped that perhaps, in this crisis, mutants might truly find a chance to change their destiny. But they also worried about how much destruction and sacrifice this unknown disaster might bring. Charles asked, "Mr. Chino, I'd like to know what the other plan is." "The other plan is, if we fail, I'll transfer all the mutants to my hell, and you'll live there." At these words, everyone present couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Tales and descriptions of hell instantly sprang to their minds. In those ancient legends, hell was always depicted as a place filled with endless pain, darkness, and horror, a world so harsh it was beyond ordinary imagination. Thinking about this, a deep sense of unease welled up in their hearts. Even if they could survive in such a place, life there would surely be unimaginably harsh. Chino noticed everyone's anxiety and continued, "Well, since we have time, would you like to visit hell together?" While everyone was still hesitating, Logan spoke up. "Burp. Sure. I've never seen hell before." Logan let out a drunken hiccup, shouting carelessly. His rugged face showed a hint of intoxication and wildness as he swung a half-empty bottle in his hand. "I'd like to visit as well," Charles said, his gaze as gentle as ever, though he couldn't hide the anticipation in his eyes. The others looked at each other. After a brief silence, they all agreed. Chino nodded, opened a portal in the center of the conference room, and moved through it. It was only then that everyone noticed Chino was sitting in Professor X's old wheelchair. "Kid, you really like that chair, don't you?" Logan teased, a tipsy smile in his eyes. "Of course. Who wouldn't like a wheelchair with a massage function? Only downside is, it's a bit slow, tops out at 25 miles an hour." Chino pressed a button on his wheelchair, and the cushion behind him began to move, massaging various parts of his back. Hank adjusted his glasses and said, "If it's a matter of speed, I can fix that. Won't take long at all. I'll leave it to you then, Mr. Hank." "It's my pleasure." "Venom, what are you doing?" Chino suddenly sensed something was missing beside him. Turning his head, he saw Venom and Jean locked in a silent staring contest. Hearing Chino call her name, Venom couldn't help but blink. "Chino, it's all your fault. I lost the blinking contest," Venom complained with a playful pout. "When did you two even start this competition?" With a helpless sigh, Chino rubbed his forehead, his face a picture of amused exasperation. "No wonder things have been so quiet today. She started it. She kept staring at me," Venom said, pointing at Jean. Jean was rubbing her eyes, her lips twitching in disbelief. She had assumed this woman was threatening her to keep away from the Demon King. Not wanting to show weakness, she had glared right back. Who would have thought it was all just a bizarre little contest? Chino glanced at Venom, who still seemed a bit indignant, and smiled. "Well, then, it's my fault this time. How can I make it up to you?" Venom considered for a moment, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. "Be my servant for a day, and I'll forgive you." Charles and the others were visibly startled. Making the Demon King act as a servant. This woman was truly outrageous. No ruler would ever tolerate such humiliation. Scott's eyes widened as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Hank's glasses nearly slid off his nose in shock. Logan froze with his bottle mid-air, mouth agape. Jean furrowed her brow, clearly worried by Venom's boldness. "It would be my honor, your majesty." Chino rose and gave a slight bow, unfazed by the astonished looks from Charles and the rest. His tone was gentle and sincere, as if, in that moment, the whole world had narrowed down to just him and Venom. Kino's gaze was as tender as spring water, focused entirely on Venom, his eyes brimming with affection and care, as if she were the most precious treasure of his life. Being a servant was nothing. He had knelt behind Venom countless times already. Besides, every night Venom devoted herself to serving him, indulging his every whim. It was only fair that now Kino would serve her. Venom beamed at Kino's reply, a triumphant smile lighting up her face. That's more like it, she said with a satisfied huff. Charles and the others watched Kino and Venom's exchange, filled with surprise and curiosity. Jean gazed at the two as they disappeared through the portal, her eyes glimmering with envy, a longing for the kind of beautiful connection that lay between them. Immediately, she followed closely behind without a moment's hesitation. Charles smiled knowingly, thinking how rare it was to have a king so tolerant and understanding toward his beloved. As they stepped through the portal, a fresh breeze swept over them. Charles and his companions stared in astonishment at the scene before their eyes, hardly able to believe what they were seeing. Was this really hell? They found themselves standing on a street paved with black stones, flanked by lush green lawns on either side. The grass was so vibrant and tender, it gleamed like polished emeralds. Spread out before them was a city steeped in the rich atmosphere of the Middle Ages, unfolding like an ancient and mysterious painting. Every building had its own unique charm, some adorned with exquisite stone carvings, others aglow with colorful stained glass windows. Towering spires shot upward like swords, piercing the sky ablaze with crimson, as if it were set on fire. Most striking of all, at the very heart of the city, stood an enormous tree. Its thick, abundant branches formed a verdant canopy that covered a vast expanse of land. Demons and humans mingled in harmony, bustling about as they traded goods. The demons came in all shapes and sizes, some with massive wings, others with skin glowing like molten lava, while the humans interacted with them with ease, their faces calm and content. In the red sky above, several metallic devices hovered, occasionally flashing with strange, flickering lights. At that moment, the once noisy and bustling environment fell suddenly silent. Those who had been busy or deep in conversation, humans and fearsome demons alike, seemed to sense something all at once. Unprompted, everyone turned their gaze in the same direction, and when they saw those few figures, their expressions shifted to one of deep respect. Heads bowed swiftly in unison, as if this gesture had been practiced countless times before. A loud, unified cry rang out, clear and resounding. "Greetings, Lord Demon King." Everyone present bent low in a deep bow, showing their utmost reverence to the Demon King. Charles and his companions were completely unprepared for such a reception, and for a moment stood frozen in place, too stunned to react. Kurt, especially, stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the demons before him, so many of them bearing a striking resemblance to himself. A surge of indescribable emotion welled up in his heart, as if he had found a certain resonance in these unfamiliar, yet oddly familiar faces. "I'm not the Demon King today," Kino replied, shaking his head with a gentle smile, stepping back half a pace. "I am merely Her Majesty, the Queen's servant. You should not be kneeling to me." He bowed slightly, signaling to everyone that Venom was the one in charge at this moment. The demons and humans who had been bowing looked at each other in confusion, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. Wasn't this the Queen? At that moment, a quick-witted fellow was the first to shout, "Greetings, Your Majesty the Queen." His voice was like a spark to a fuse. Instantly, the rest caught on, and everyone joined in, calling out in unison, "Greetings, Your Majesty the Queen." The chorus of voices surged, each wave louder than the last, until the sound was deafening. "At ease. Go about your business," Venom said, mimicking the gestures from Chino's memories, doing her best to appear dignified and authoritative. "Thank you, Your Majesty the Queen." With that, the demons and the crowd before her dispersed, each returning to their own tasks. "Chino, have fun." Venom's eyes gleamed with excitement. She had never experienced the feeling of commanding thousands with a single word. Everything felt so novel that even her steps became lighter. "Your Majesty, as long as you wish, you are the ruler here," Chino said earnestly, looking at Venom. The tattoo on his wrist glowed faintly and transformed into a bracelet. Venom understood that Chino was sincere. He had never wanted to be tangled up in all this trouble. All he wished for was a warm home with his wife and children, a bit of money, and the ability to keep them safe. But Charles and the others were thrown into a panic. They had just accepted a new ruler, only to find out the new queen wanted to step down. "No way, it's too much trouble. You just want to shirk responsibility," Venom retorted, turning away. She knew Chino too well. Behind that seemingly carefree exterior, he was actually exhausted. In this dangerous world, carrying so many lives on his shoulders, there was no room for error. Venom's eyes held a hint of reproach, yet they were filled with tenderness. What a pity. I was this close to living a worry-free, pampered life, Chino joked, a relaxed smile on his face. Charles breathed a sigh of relief. So it was a joke after all. His nerves finally eased, and a lightness returned to his expression. But Jean could sense Chino's fatigue. He was already worn out, and now she had added a new burden. Her heart ached for him, and she was about to step forward to offer comfort. But Venom was faster. She wrapped Chino in her arms and pressed his head to her chest. I've had enough. Serving games are over. Just call me Venom, she declared. Jean pulled back, disappointment flickering across her face. The light in her eyes dimmed as she stood silently to the side, her heart full of helplessness and bitter longing. Charles and the others, understanding the moment, tactfully turned away to admire the cityscape. Only Aurora noticed the change in Jean's demeanor. She quietly walked over and placed a gentle hand on Jean's shoulder, speaking softly, "What's wrong, Jean?" Jean pressed her lips together and lowered her head, her voice subdued. "It's nothing. I just feel like I'm always a step behind." Aurora sighed gently, trying to comfort her. "Don't think that way. There'll be other chances." Jean nodded slightly, but the sorrow in her eyes was hard to dispel. Chino held Venom's slender waist tightly, nuzzling into her embrace, breathing in her scent like a child seeking comfort. Energy restored. "As I thought, without you, Venom, I just can't seem to get motivated to do anything." Venom let go of Chino and straightened the front of her shirt. "Is that so? Am I your pick-me-up now?" "No, you're my life itself. As long as you're by my side, I'm invincible." Chino smiled, gazing at Venom with a tenderness and focus that seemed to etch her image deep into his heart. Though it was merely a heart conjured by her shifting form, Venom couldn't help its rhythm skipping a beat, a flush of red blooming on her cheeks as she scolded him, half in jest, half in shyness. "All you ever do is whisper sweet nothings." Jean watched Chino and Venom's exchange, unable to tear her eyes away for a long while. At first, she had only approached Chino for the sake of mutant survival. But as she learned more about his power, his kindness in selling affordable medicine to save others, and his unconditional devotion to Venom, her feelings began to shift quietly within her. She found herself longing for that same deep, affectionate gaze to fall upon her, wishing that his gentleness and care could pause for her as well. Unconsciously, she clenched her fists, biting her lip ever so slightly, a tangle of yearning and inner conflict surging within her. A voice echoed in her mind. "You could do it. You could take Chino for yourself. You could. You have the power." "No, I can't." "You could, if only you accept your true self." The voice in her heart grew clearer, and dark shadows began to cloud Jean's eyes, spreading like ink, drowning out the light that once filled them. Suddenly, a voice rang out from above. "Darling." Jean looked up to see a woman with the same striking red hair as her, descending from the sky like a butterfly, graceful and light, swooping straight into Chino's arms. "Pammy MMPH." Chino caught her delicate form, but before he could finish her name, the woman's crimson lips sealed his in a passionate kiss. The darkness in Jean's eyes vanished in an instant. She stared wide-eyed, looking from the woman in Chino's arms to Venom, who stood unmoved beside them, her face full of disbelief and confusion. What on earth is happening? Her mind was in chaos, thoughts grinding to a halt, utterly unable to process this sudden, bewildering scene. Another figure drifted down gently from the sky. Venom, seeing that the kiss between the two showed no sign of ending after several minutes, gave Pamela a friendly pat. "All right, that's enough. Are you two practicing for a breath-holding contest?" Venom's tone was playful, tinged with gentle teasing. Pamela finally released Chino. A thin, glistening thread still connected their lips. Pamela licked her lips with her scarlet tongue, breaking the strand with a flirtatious flick. The alluring gesture made Jean's face flush bright red. Embarrassed, she turned her head away, her heart pounding uncontrollably. Without thinking, her hand drifted up to her burning cheek. Out here in public, she felt mortified. Pamela had exactly the same hair color as she did. Watching her now, it was all too easy for Jean to imagine herself in her place. "Venom, I just miss my dears so much," Pamela said. "We literally saw each other yesterday. Are you that desperate already?" Venom teased. "Venom," Pamela whined, her tone playful and longing. Chino turned to she, who had been quietly standing to the side, and opened his arms. "Come give me a hug." Chino's voice was gentle, full of warmth and anticipation. "Yes, young master," she replied. She hurried forward, melting into Chino's embrace, Her face lit up with happiness and contentment. Chin's pupils widened in shock. That made 3. Chino looked at each of them with the same affectionate gaze he reserved for Venom, a look brimming with tenderness and love, as if he could melt anyone with his eyes. All 3 women wore identical gemstone rings, sparkling brilliantly under the sunlight. Holding She close, Chino gently stroked her hair, his eyes overflowing with doting affection. "She, have you missed me these days?" he asked softly. "Young master, I think of you every single day," she replied, her voice both gentle and resolute as she nestled tighter into his arms. Pamela watched Chino and She, a blissful smile spreading across her face. She walked over to Venom and linked arms with her. "Venom, our dear is truly so gentle," Pamela said, her eyes filled with love. Venom smiled faintly and nodded. "He's always been that way. Charles, let me introduce you. These 2 are also my beloveds, Pamela and She," Chino announced, holding She's dainty hand, his face beaming with happiness and pride. "Lady Pamela, Lady She, it's a pleasure to meet you," Charles said with a polite bow. Nothing about this seemed to surprise him. In his view, it was perfectly normal for a capable man to have several loves. Logan gave Chino a thumbs up, grinning mischievously. "Kid, you're something else." "Chino, just how many lovers do you have?" Chin asked abruptly. 4. The last one's still in school." "Why do you ask?" "It's nothing." But Pamela seemed to catch on. She leaned in close to Venom and whispered in her ear, "Venom, looks like we'll be welcoming another sister soon." "As long as Chino's happy, I don't mind. As long as she doesn't try to take my place as mother of the first child," Venom replied. Chino turned to Charles. "Charles, let me show you around Castlevania." Charles nodded, then stepped forward and knelt on one knee before Chino. "Before that, please become our king." The mutants behind fell to their knees in unison, mimicking the same posture, Logan included. There was no more hesitation left in anyone. Chino, as expected, was unfazed. He took out the contract he had prepared in advance and handed it over. "Charles, sign this." "Yes, my king." Without a moment's doubt, Charles accepted the contract and swiftly signed his name. The moment his signature was complete, he sensed a black mark searing itself into his mind. A mysterious force trembled through his heart, but soon enough he found his calm again. "Everyone rise." Chino raised his hand slightly, his gaze carrying a hint of authority. At his command, the group stood up, their eyes fixed on Chino, awaiting his next instruction. "From now on, we're all on the same side. Just act as you always have," Chino said with a gentle smile. At these words, Logan was the first to relax. "Kid, this is way better. If I had to kneel every time I saw you, I'd never get used to it," he said, grinning, his face full of relief. "Come on, let me show you what life in hell is like." With that, Chino strode forward, leading the group into the city. She and Venom followed at his side. Pamela hurried over to Jean, whispering in her ear. Along the way, Chino shared his vision for this paradise, his plan to transform hell into a new world. Charles and the others listened, visibly moved, their eyes wandering over the surroundings, growing more fond of this world with every step. Despite the medieval architecture, electricity still powered everything. "My king, may I ask where this energy comes from?" Hank asked, curiosity shining in his eyes as he searched for the source. "These are magma-powered generators designed by Tony Stark. That's the power plant over there. If hell has anything in abundance, it's magma," Chino explained, pointing to a red building not far off. "Tony Stark, what a stroke of genius. You might have a chance to talk with him," Chino replied with a smile, continuing to lead the group forward. As they passed the tavern, Logan drew in a deep breath, nose twitching. "Hey kid, I smell some amazing liquor. Mind if I duck out for a bit?" he asked, his face aglow with anticipation. Chino glanced at the others and noticed their curiosity about the bustling neighborhood. He nodded. "Everyone's free to explore as they like. Let's meet by that big tree tomorrow morning." "Yes, sir," came the resounding reply. Except for Charles and Jean, the group quickly dispersed, vanishing into the lively streets in the blink of an eye. "Jean, Venom, let's go to the hot springs together." "Darling, find us when you're done," Pamela chirped, tugging Jean's hand and skipping off towards the palace. Jean cast a complicated glance at Chino before turning her head away. Chino didn't take it to heart. Most women, upon discovering a man had so many lovers, would simply keep their distance. "Chino, I'll head over first," she said, bowing slightly before following Venom out. Only Chino and Charles remained. The air around them seemed to fall suddenly silent. They exchanged a look, but for a moment neither knew what to say. "King, what do you need me to do?" Charles was the first to break the silence. "Move the Xavier Academy over as soon as possible, and help me find a mutant who can control DNA," Chino answered, arms crossed and face serious, as though contemplating some great and weighty scheme. In truth, It was just that Pamela wanted a child. She seemed to know Venom needed someone with DNA control abilities to create a perfect child, and had even promised to bear one as well, occasionally dropping subtle hints. Yes, my king, Charles responded respectfully. Charles assumed this mutant would help modify the harsh environment of hell. King, what about the other mutants? I could force them to obey if need be. A cold gleam flashed in Charles's eyes. It went against his principles, but for the future of mutant kind, he was willing to risk his reputation. No need. Your job is only to reassure the mutants. I have someone else in mind to bring the others into line. Kino waved a hand dismissively, his expression calm. Kino couldn't help but marvel at the power of the contract. For all its other causes, the old Charles would never have said such things. Is it Eric? Charles asked. In his mind, only Eric had both the ability and the influence for such a task. Yes, his temperament makes him perfect for it, Kino replied with a nod. Dim, yellow light flickered in the corners, casting long shadows over the piles of junk stacked high in the warehouse. Eric, our undercover at the academy, just sent word. Charles has led a group of X-Men toward the Demon Corporation. A clear voice broke the silence of the warehouse. They're probably off to pledge allegiance to the new king, Eric answered, seated on a battered chair, barely glancing up from the book on structural theory in his hands. He toyed with a small steel model that shifted and reformed constantly, catching the light with a chill metallic gleam. Do you want me to go? Raven asked, her figure graceful in the half-light. And do what? Begged the Demon King to take us in. Eric stopped fiddling with the model, a note of irony in his voice. Raven, if that Demon King truly becomes the new king of mutants, he'll come find me. If not, if he's only sheltering the academy, then there's no point in seeking him out ourselves. Eric lifted his head, locking eyes with Raven. His gaze was sharp and clear, filled with a calm, calculating wisdom, as if he had already seen everything play out. Raven let out a sigh. Of course she understood, but the vague unease in her heart and her confusion about the future made it impossible for her to resist the urge to do something. Anything. Suddenly, a burst of applause echoed through the empty warehouse, sounding all the more abrupt and out of place. Well said. That's exactly why I'm here, old one. A figure strolled in at the doorway, dressed casually. It was Kino, his face adorned with a faint, easy smile. He was never one to procrastinate. As soon as he'd finished instructing Charles on his next moves, he'd flown straight over. Raven's body tensed, as taut as a drawn bowstring. You followed me last time, she said through gritted teeth, eyes locked onto Kino. She had changed appearances several times along the way, yet she'd still been tailed. Don't make it sound so bad. I was escorting you. You were carrying gifts worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. What if someone tried to rob you? Kino let out a soft chuckle, his expression relaxed and unhurried as he approached Eric, casting a curious gaze around the room. At the very least, I'm a guest who's come a long way. Isn't anyone going to offer me a chair? Eric's eyes remained calm as he gave a brief wave. The surrounding metal shifted and twisted in an instant, transforming into a chair right in front of Kino. Kino sat down without hesitation, crossing his legs in a leisurely manner, perfectly at ease. Raven stared at him in surprise. He knew full well the extent of Eric's power, yet he dared to sit in that chair. Was it because he trusted his own power, or was he truly fearless in the face of Eric? What about my men? Eric's voice was icy as he spoke. Even if his men had been outmatched, they shouldn't have been silenced so thoroughly. It's late. I'll let them have a good night's sleep. Eric glanced at Raven, and she caught his meaning at once. She turned and headed for the door. If a fight broke out, her powers would be of little help and might even hinder Eric. At the same time, Eric stayed on high alert, his power simmering below the surface. Kino made no move to stop Raven from leaving. Instead, he picked up a book from the table and began to flip through it. From theory to design, old one. How are you coming along with these books? Kino asked without looking up. Only halfway through. The structures inside are impressive. I've learned a lot about manipulating and shaping metal from them. Eric's voice was low and steady, but his eyes never left Kino, watching his every move. Impressive. At your age, still eager to learn new things. Kino's casual praise made Eric's eyelid twitch. He shot Kino a glare and retorted, I'm not even 50 yet. Who says I'm old? Just then, Raven returned, giving Eric a quick nod. Her gaze toward Kino was tinged with awe. He'd knocked everyone out cold, and not a single one had managed to react. Eric's expression softened as well. As long as no one had been killed, he could let it go. Demon King, what are you doing here? Eric looked straight at Kino and asked, Just call me Kino, or King if you like. As for why I'm here, I've come to recruit you. Kino put down the book he was holding and crossed his arms over his chest. Recruit me? If, under your rule, mutants will be in a position of power, then I'll agree. Eric spoke, his eyes burning with longing and determination. That's impossible. Under my command, only I stand above. Every other person is equal. There are no distinctions. Kino refused without the slightest hesitation, his tone firm and leaving no room for negotiation. Eric's face darkened instantly. He fixed his gaze on Kino, his eyes filled with resentment and anger. Equality? Oomph. After all these years of oppression from humans, how many of our fellow mutants are still lying on laboratory tables, being experimented on? You expect us to abandon our hatred just because you say so? Is that even possible? Eric's voice was cold and sharp. Kino, too, felt the humans had gone too far, but what could he do? After all, he was human himself. I'll make sure the president releases those mutants from the labs. As for asking you to let go of your hatred, I know that's unrealistic. Tell me the source of your pain. Let me try to make amends. Eric's expression softened a little, but he responded with scorn. Make amends? Unless you can bring my wife and daughter back to life. His eyes turned bloodshot in an instant, and tears glimmered in their corners. The pain cut so deep that his whole body trembled involuntarily. Resurrect them? Let's give it a try. No sooner had Kino finished speaking than Eric, still reeling from the words, saw Kino rise and reach for his shoulder. You insolent brat. Fury twisted Eric's face, veins bulging on his forehead. With a thought, he manipulated the metal on his body, causing himself to float backward. All around, steel chairs and railings rose into the air under his control, hurtling toward Kino with unstoppable force. A deafening cacophony of metal clashing erupted. Raven clutched her ears in pain, shock spreading across her face at the scene before her. The metal crashed into Kino, throwing off a shower of sparks. Shards of metal exploded in every direction, scattering like fireworks. For a moment, the warehouse blazed with dazzling light and sharp, piercing sounds as metal sliced through the air. Eric's expression changed, his eyes wide with shock. The fragments of metal flying through the air suddenly melted, forming intricate shapes that hovered before shooting toward Kino like deadly arrows. This time, it wasn't just a brute force attack. The metal pieces combined and transformed. In the blink of an eye, Kino was trapped inside a towering iron box, 3 meters high. The box fit together perfectly without the slightest gap, forming an impenetrable cage that locked Kino tightly inside. I'll keep you locked up for 3 days to teach you a lesson. Eric let out a cold snort, his face twisted with anger. He had no intention of killing Kino. After all, the new king of mutants would ultimately be beneficial for their kind. At this moment, Eric stood with his arms folded across his chest, his gaze fixed intently on the massive iron box. His expression had softened just a touch, as if he were waiting for Kino to finally surrender and beg for mercy from inside. Impressive. You've managed to put your book knowledge to use so quickly. But if you think this is enough to hold me, you're mistaken. Kino's muffled voice resonated from within the iron box. Suddenly, the iron box began to tremble, as though an unstoppable force was hammering away from inside. It's pointless, Eric started. I used Eastern rebar for the material. The box is a reinforced frame structure, and under my control, unless you can muster thousands of tons of... He couldn't finish. Before his eyes, cracks snaked across the surface of the iron box, vanishing and reappearing in a constant struggle. Eric poured every ounce of his power into repairing the box, thick beads of sweat streaming down his brow, his face turning a deep shade of red from the effort. Raven, noticing the change, didn't hesitate for a second. She dashed out the door without looking back.